What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. Pirate Battle Mage 1BM Chapter 1 Opening Confession Kuina. See Circle Calendar October 1515, East Blue, Shimotsuki Village. At sunset, on the training ground dedicated to Yixin Dojo, more than a dozen teenagers wearing unified kendo uniforms were vigorously waving their wooden swords, and a man with squinting eyes was standing next to them explaining the so-called basics of kendo to them. He is exactly the owner Shimotsuki Koshiro here. At this moment, there was a loud bang, and the door of the dojo was kicked open from the outside. It's the brat again. Koshiro chuckled. Although the children in the dojo heard it, they just turned their heads and glanced at it. They didn't stop what they were doing, and they all continued to practice swords calmly. This kind of situation is already used to it, so there is nothing to be surprised about. Yo, I'm back. At the door, a young man with his chin looking at people and his nostrils upturned walked in with arrogant steps. Seeing the way he shook his hands, he looked like a hooligan. In Koshiro's words, he was a born boy, pirate material. Brother Lin Feng, you are back, I want to challenge you. What? What the hell? What are you talking about? I don't know how to use a sword, go challenge Kuina. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at the green-headed brat, walked straight past him, and stroked his green hair, not to mention, it feels really good. The green-headed kid is naturally Zoro. At this time, he said with a displeased face. Touch my head again, you are responsible for my height. Lin Feng ignored him, walked up to Koshiro and said meanly, Old man, are you busy? You guess. Ahem, where is Kuina? Lin Feng scratched his head, wondering why this old man is so naughty, and he doesn't know who he learned from. Oh, guess again. Lin Feng looked at Koshiro who was saying serious things with a serious face, and felt that the world was declining and people's hearts were not old. If you have a chance, you must beat the person who taught the old man to death. Okay, I'll find it myself. Then he walked into the house. Backyard. Come on, in the backyard. Lin Feng looked at the graceful figure in front of him. A head of smooth blue hair fluttered in the air with the girl's light movements. Her nimble steps and constantly changing sword moves seemed to be dancing. Wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, he whispered, Mine. Huh? What's yours? Kuina put away her sword and walked over. It's nothing, that's right, remember to call me after dinner. Back in his room, Lin Feng lay on the bed, reminiscing about his life in the past 10 years. Since he just crossed over to this world 10 years ago and became a 5-year-old child, he appeared directly at the door of Yixin Dojo when he was only 5 years old. No one would believe that it was not arranged by the system. Later, he was adopted by Koshiro as an adopted son and became Kuina's younger brother. That's right, it's my brother. Lin Feng is now 15 years old, Kuina is 16, and the green-headed kid is 14. At the beginning, Lin Feng also practiced swords with Kuina enthusiastically, but after 5 years, he didn't practice anything. Obviously he has no talent, but in the past 5 years, he has trained his body to be very strong, but it can only be beaten. Until one day 5 years later, Lin Feng rescued Kuina who fell from the stairs. It's so fascinating that someone in One Piece world can fall to his death, and the system is credited. The system gave him a basic marksmanship book and a rusty Madara red tasseled gun, and then hung up after issuing a mission. In this world where kendo is prevalent, Lin Feng who practiced spears can be regarded as one of the best. The system task is to practice marksmanship to the point where man and spear are one and destroy 3 pirate groups alone. It was not until today that the task was completed and the system was officially activated. Fortunately, this is East Blue, and the pirates are generally not strong. Otherwise, I don't know when the task will be completed. Thank you Garp. Advertisement, system, is it there? Ding, hey, if nothing happens, I'll be here even if you die. It's quite individual, yes. Where have you been all these years? Are you sleeping? Ding, I'm busy writing my graduation thesis, and I'm doing my internship to post tasks for you. If the host can't finish it, I won't be able to officially graduate and start working. Fortunately, the host is not an idiot, otherwise my future will be ruined. No, you're talking nonsense, and there's such a saying? I don't think I've seen it before. Lin Feng curled his lips in disbelief. Ding, I don't know much. You are not a good reader at first glance. Look at other readers. They're not only more knowledgeable than you, but also more handsome than you. Who will be buried? Lin Feng waved his hand. Forget it, I don't care about you. I have an immature question and I don't know whether I should ask it or not. Ding. It shouldn't be. Lin Feng said helplessly. Why can't I practice swords, and you let me practice spears? Do you want me to establish a sect in this world? Shinso sect? Long spear sect? Spear sect? Ding. There is no reason, because I like it. The system said slowly, as the saying goes, 1 inch is long and 1 inch is strong. Back then, my uncle was able to call the wind and rain with a long spear in the system academy. He could fight against the invincible opponents of the same period, and he could stop the seniors without losing. It's worth it. Lin Feng couldn't take it any longer. Stop talking, reward me with my mission. Ding. Congratulations to host for completing the task, the reward is now issued. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting the weapon fire dragon spear. He got the professional battle mage. He got the marksmanship and martial arts sky strike, dragon tooth, continuous burst, falling flower palm, and wall dancing stick. He got 500 points. Good guy, battle mages have come out, you really know how to play the system. Lin Feng turned over and got off the bed, opened the system space, and took out the dragon gun. Fire Dragon Gun. The gun is 2.3 meters long and weighs 300 kilograms. It is made of yang iron taken from the depths of the volcano. The body of the gun is golden, and a golden dragon is wrapped around it. It looks full of hockey. The 15-year-old Lin Feng is 1.85 in height due to his strong physique, and it is just right for him to hold a dragon gun. In an instant, Lin Feng felt that the whole person was much stronger, which greatly enhanced Lin Feng's combat effectiveness. System. Open the personal panel. Lin Feng put away the dragon gun and said, "It's so annoying. Check it yourself later, don't call me anything, I'm very busy." Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage Weapons. Rusty Red Tassel Gun, Dragon Gun. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick. Combat Rating. Class F, equivalent to Lieutenant Colonel Marine. Points. 500. Wealth. 1.35 million Baileys. System Evaluation. Slightly bigger cannon fodder. Who are you talking about as cannon fodder? I've never seen such a broken system, Lin Feng was complaining. Dong dong dong. There was a knock on the door. Advertisement, Lin Feng, it's time to eat, Kuina said softly. I'm coming. Then he changed his clothes and was about to go out. Ding. The system issued a mission. Confess to Kuina loudly. Mission reward. Big Kuisao Snow Sakura, Big Kuisao 21st worker level. Mission failure penalty. Hair turns green. Lin Feng hurriedly stopped in his tracks. Are you doing something? Ding. You are so cowardly, if you don't force me, you will be single for the rest of your life. Tongzi, you are amazing, I accept this task. Lin Feng accepted the task through gritted teeth. Opening the door, a scent wafted in. Kuina changed into loose home clothes, obviously had a shower. Lin Feng stared blankly at Kuina. It's so beautiful. What are you talking about? Hurry up and leave. Kuina turned around and was about to leave. Apparently she heard what Lin Feng blurted out just now. A blush appeared on the girl's face, which was extremely attractive. Wait. Lin Feng hurriedly grabbed Kuina's hand. I have something to tell you. What are you talking about? Let go first. No, you can't let it go. I just got a disease that will kill you if you let go of your hand. Kuina blushed even more, lowered her head, and pinched the corner of her clothes with one hand. Although Kuina had a stronger personality, she had never experienced such a thing. She panicked for a while. Then tell me, father is still waiting. Lin Feng's brain was quickly recalling the movies he had seen, and he made an affectionate look. Kuina, we have known each other for 10 years, and I have wanted to say this sentence for a long time. Kuina, I declare you, Lin Feng growled as if he had taken medicine. Kuina was shocked, and Koshiro, who was eavesdropping in the corner, was shocked. He just passed by here, and he didn't expect to see such a scene. I have liked you since I was a child, and I want to be your child's father. Kuina just stood there blankly, her little face was red, and her breathing was a little short. After a while, she came back to her senses, turned around and ran away, while Koshiro was grinding his teeth fiercely in the corner. You brat. Ding. How stupid, I've never seen such a confession. You also said that I'm so embarrassingly embarrassing. Hurry up, where's the reward? Ding. Congratulations to host for getting Sakura. Lin Feng took out Snow Sakura from the system space, held it in his hand and waved it a few times in a decent manner. Tongzi, is this thing really at the level of a big fast knife 21 workers? Ding. Produced by the system, it must be a high-quality product. Lin Feng took back Sakura, put it into the scabbard, carried it on his shoulders, and walked towards the dining place. He pushed the door and entered. There were a couple of adults sitting around the dining table. Koshiro looked at Lin Feng with a dark face. I never thought Lin Feng was so annoying. Hey, they're all here. Zoro is too. Ouch, the old man's food is good today. HMPH. Sit down. Lin Feng put Snow Sakura aside and sat down. Both Koshiro and Zoro noticed Snow Sakura, but Kuina kept her head down and didn't see it. Zoro was about to say something. Eat first, Koshiro said. Chapter 2. Battle against Koshiro after dinner. Koshiro took out a bottle of wine and 2 glasses, poured himself a glass first, then handed it to Lin Feng. Come yourself. Lin Feng took the drink and filled it up for himself. What's the matter today, old man? Humph. Koshiro took a sip and said, I heard what I said just now. Although it's a little disgusting, it's not bad. He's brave enough to be considered a man. Both Kuina and Lin Feng looked at Koshiro in surprise. They couldn't see it. They didn't expect that the old man still had the habit of listening to the corner. Lin Feng even murmured to himself, sure enough, squinting eyes are black-bellied. Only Zoro stood alone in a daze, unable to understand, feeling that he was out of place. Since you've heard it all, what do you think, old man? Lin Feng chuckled, showing no sign of embarrassment. I watched you grow up. Although you are usually a little out of tune, I can see that you are a trustworthy guy. I only have a daughter like Kuina. As long as she likes it, I have no objection. Koshiro pushed his glasses. Girl, what's your opinion? I'll listen to my father, Kuina whispered. Her rosy face was extremely attractive. Since this is the case, Lin Feng, please protect her from now on. After all, she is a girl, the world's #1 swordsman or something. It's too unrealistic. Koshiro stared at Lin Feng, then glanced at Kuina. Kuina raised her head suddenly, stared at Koshiro firmly, and said in a firm tone, I will definitely become the world's #1 swordsman. You. Koshiro just opened his mouth but heard Lin Feng say, "Old man, I trust her." Kuina only felt a sudden tremor in her heart, and then realized that Lin Feng had grabbed her hand at some point. Those who don't believe in themselves are worthless even if they work hard. You just have to believe in the path you're walking and take big strides forward. Alright, then just be a person who can make others watch with a smile, and I'll help you. And you, Zoro. Although you lost to Kuina countless times, you still have to be firm and keep going. Lin Feng turned his head and said to the dazed Zoro. Zoro stood up immediately. Don't worry, I don't want to lose to her only in terms of hard work. Koshiro next to him looked at the three of them and sighed. Hey, I'm old. Since this is the case, Lin Feng, Kuina will be counting on you. Well, no problem. Lin Feng rarely looked serious. Okay, show me what you just brought in. Lin Feng got up and took Snow Sakura and handed it to Koshiro. This is a knife I got out of the road during this time, called Snow Sakura. Koshiro took it and pulled it out. His eyes lit up immediately, the lens reflected light, and he was full of praise immediately. A good knife, a good knife. It's no worse than the words of Hidao. Kuina and Zoro were also surprised. Hidao's writing is a great job, and it's no worse than it. It's self-evident. Kuina couldn't wait to stand up. Father, show me. Kuina took the Snow Sakura, held it in her hand and looked at it carefully. The scabbard and hilt are pink and white, which is very attractive to girls. As a swordsman, Kuina was in a daze for a while. Okay, sit down first, this knife is for you. There's plenty of time to take a look at it slowly, Lin Feng said. For me? Really? Of course, I won't lie to you. Kuina suddenly hugged Lin Feng and said, thank you. Only Kuina knows in her heart that for so many years, although her current strength is considered good, her father still does not believe that she can become the world's #1 swordsman. How many years of practicing swordsmanship, how many years have been denied? The strong she seems at this moment found a place to talk. Lin Feng patted her on the back. From now on, you can use Snow Sakura, and give Zoro a word of Wadao. Then he looked at Koshiro. Old man, is it okay? Advertisement. It's up to you to decide. I'm old, go back to my room and rest. Koshiro smiled and left. Zoro stood aside blankly, his eyeballs almost popping out. Hidao text, give it to me? Kuina handed the words of Hidao to Zoro. Hey, yours, keep it well, don't insult it. Don't worry, I will cherish it. Early the next morning, there was a burst of shouting in the training ground of the gymnasium. Lin Feng led Kuina over and saw Zoro excitedly waving the famous knife he just got. Yo, this is youth. Lin Feng walked beside Koshiro. Koshiro looked at the holding hands of the two, and was still upset no matter how he looked at it. Boy, fight with me. Lin Feng looked at Koshiro who looked like I would beat you to death if you don't agree, and was speechless. Old man, what are you doing? Bullying the small with the big, avenging the public? Will you fight? Lin Feng was about to refuse, when suddenly... Ding. The system issued a task. Challenge Koshiro, the winner or loser. Ding. Mission reward. Battle Mage passive skill, Magic Chaser, 100 points. Chaser. The passive skill of the Battle Mage, when using low-level skills to attack the enemy, several magic patterns are produced, called Chaser. After the Chaser is generated, the Chaser can be launched. After the Chaser hits the enemy, it will explode and produce effects and magic damage. Light Attribute Chaser. The magic wave is golden yellow, and the magic wave exists in both hands, which is produced by the Sky Strike. No Attribute Chaser. The magic wave is white, and the magic wave exists under the feet, produced by the dragon's teeth. Ice Attribute Chaser. The magic wave is blue, and the magic wave exists on the tip of the spear, which is produced by the burst. Fire Chaser. The magic wave is red, and the magic wave exists on the arm, which is produced by the falling flower palm. Dark Chaser. The magic wave is black, and the magic wave exists on the handle of the spear, which is produced by the waltzing stick. Good stuff, this is it. Lin Feng grinned with a wretched look on his face. Koshiro looked at the sick guy in front of him. Stop smirking, whether to fight or not. Kuina pushed Lin Feng, and the guy reacted, hit, but old man, you should strike lightly. On the training ground, the two faced each other. Koshiro drew his sword. Come on, let me see how much you have improved over the years. Lin Feng took out the dragon gun, clasped his hands tightly and took a step behind, pointing the tip of the gun at Koshiro. Come on. Koshiro rushed forward quickly and slashed out with a sword. Lin Feng also rushed forward. He raised his hand and it was a sky strike. Who is it? Not bad. Koshiro laughed, and then even more quickly attacked Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly parried and blocked. However, under continuous pursuit, he was still thrown into the air by a sword. A master like Koshiro would naturally not miss this opportunity. Two halves. Naturally, Lin Feng also noticed it, and immediately adjusted his figure in the air, turned around and swung a waltz, and the dragon gun seemed to roar and drew a semicircle, interrupting Koshiro's attack. It's so naive. Koshiro suddenly slashed out a sword aura to open the way, saw where Lin Feng fell, and in a flash, he was in front of Lin Feng. A sword cut out, as if to split Lin Feng into the ground. Advertisement. Lin Feng didn't hide either. He held the gun sideways with one hand, and pushed out with the palm of the other hand. Falling flower palm. In an instant, countless sakura flower petals were scattered in the field. With the powerful blowing effect of the falling flower palm, not only dodged Koshiro's slash, but also opened the distance, and Koshiro was carelessly unstable. Lin Feng seized the opportunity and flew out with a dragon gun in his hand, Dragon Tooth. Liantu. The tip of the gun was shining with golden light and stabbed towards Koshiro. Seeing that Lin Feng's attack was about to hit, Koshiro's glasses flashed, and he couldn't help but get serious. He dodged sideways and struck the fire dragon gun with a sword, and kicked out directly with his leg raised. As a result, the guns separated, and Lin Feng flew upside down and hit the ground. Lin Feng! Kuina shouted anxiously from the side. Ahem, it's okay. As expected of the old man, his speed is really fast. He didn't use powerful sword moves, and he didn't use hockey to force me like this. Lin Feng stood up slowly. What? Are you throwing in the towel? Koshiro laughed. No hurry, come again. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, the fire dragon immediately flew into his hands. Lin Feng charged towards Koshiro again. 1 minute later, Lin Feng lay on the ground helplessly. Stop beating, stop beating. It's not bad. Koshiro walked over slowly. You have such a level at your age, which is beyond my expectations. Lin Feng turned over and lay on the ground. It's still far away. That's true, you are still far behind. You are mysterious, kid. Your attack contains a unique energy fluctuation, and it doesn't look like Devil Fruit's ability. I can feel that it can cause damage to Logia Demon Fruit power. You have to be good. Hammer it, it will be your greatest weapon. The experienced Koshiro said what he observed in this battle. This should be the magic damage of the Battle Mage. Lin Feng was also thinking about it intently, and then heard it again. Your unique attack just makes up for your lack of armament hockey. If you can improve these abilities and master hockey later, it's not as simple as 11. Work hard. Koshiro walked towards Kuina after saying that, help him in and rest well. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng recalled the battle just now, and couldn't help but sigh that he was still too weak. The system, the reward. Ding. Congratulations to host for obtaining the passive skill of Battle Mage, Magic Chaser. Lin Feng opened the personal panel. Host, Lin Feng. Occupation, Battle Mage. Weapons, Rusty Red Tassel Gun, Dragon Gun. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick. Passive Skill, Magic Chaser. Combat Power Rating, Colonel Level. Points, 600. Wealth, 1.35 million Baileys. System Evaluation, Rookie. Chapter 3 System and 8 Trigrams. System, what is the use of this point? Ding. Points can only be used to improve skill proficiency for the time being. Lin Feng couldn't help but be overjoyed. Let's raise the basic marksmanship proficiency to 100%. Ding. Consume 100 points, and the remaining points are 500. The host's basic marksmanship proficiency has been raised to the full level, and the personal panel will not display the full level skill proficiency. Lin Feng suddenly felt a hot current all over his body, wishing to rush out and fight Koshiro for another 300 rounds. After a while, this feeling disappeared, and Lin Feng knew that the promotion was over. That's right, the system. How do you get points? Ding. You can get corresponding points for completing tasks, defeating or beheading enemies. Then is there any task now? Lin Feng asked hastily. Ding. The system releases the only long-term fixed task, kill celestial dragons 10,000 points. Lin Feng's jaw was almost on the ground. Tongzi, can you do something normal? How do I kill celestial dragons now? Ding. The system issued a task. Within 3 days, go to the tavern in Windmill Village to find Makino and ask her about the relationship between the 4 emperors and the red-haired Shanks. Ding. The mission reward is unknown. Mission failure penalty. 100 points will be deducted. Lin Feng said speechlessly. System, I didn't see that you still care about this kind of 8 trigrams. It's really unreasonable. It happened that Lin Feng also wanted to visit the Windmill Village, so he accepted the task. That night, he told Koshiro and Kuina that he wanted to go to sea for a while. Koshiro didn't say anything, but Kuina said that he wanted to go together. Confirmed relationship, but was rejected. Biting her lower lip, Kuina tried her best to restrain her emotions and said, Lin Feng, can you really not take me with you? Not this time, Kuina. Next time, when you improve your swordsmanship to the level of cutting iron, I will come back to pick you up next time, and accompany you to challenge the swordmasters of the sea. Lin Feng shook his head and said. Lin Feng is right, Kuina, wait for you to grow into an outstanding swordsman before going out to sea with him, Koshiro said helplessly. Early the next morning, Lin Feng loaded the various daily necessities and food prepared by Kuina into the system space, boarded his own boat, and then sailed in the direction of the Windmill Village. Since the system comes with navigation, Lin Feng is not worried at all about the lost at sea. Let's swing our oars. The boat pushes away the waves, and the sea surface reflects Lin Feng's song that he thinks is beautiful echoes on the calm sea. It is already evening. Looking at the sunset on the sea, Lin Feng feels incomparably beautiful. Just as he was about to eat, he suddenly found a ship with a pirate flag appearing behind him. Needless to say, it was here for business. At this time, on the pirate ship, a small pirate shouted loudly, Boss, boss, there is only one person in a small boat ahead. Do you want to snatch him? Stealing your uncle. You only know how to rob every day. We are quality pirates. Can pirates be called robbing? With a big knife on his waist, the tall, shirtless man looked at Lin Feng's boat in front of him and said again, could it be an ordinary person who dares to go out to sea and sail alone? Let's go over and observe first, and give it to him before making sure there is no problem. I'll be honest. Finally, the big and small boats got very close, and the tall man walked up to the bow and shouted loudly, Little brother, where are you going? It's dangerous to be alone at sea. This time, Lin Feng was a little confused. When did the pirates become so friendly? There must be monsters when things go wrong. The boring Lin Feng is ready to cooperate with the other party. It's okay, I'm just going to a nearby island buy some supplies, it's safe. Boss, this kid should be a businessman. You can see that he doesn't have any extra things on board, and he said he went shopping, so he must have brought a lot of money, said the short pirate. Yes, boss, FK him. The person next to him also echoed. FK him. What are you in a hurry for? I'll ask later. The tall man was obviously not in a hurry. Brother, you are a businessman, right? Get on my boat and we'll take you there. You only need to pay a small fee. It's very easy at sea. Dangerous. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing out loud. These pirates have learned to use their brains to fool people. The times are really improving. Lin Feng ignored him and ate his food on his own. This scene was seen by the pirates, but they were so angry. Damn, they don't know what's good and what's wrong. Boss, FK him. This kid doesn't look like a powerful character. Advertisement. The tall man was also a little angry, but he always felt that something was wrong. This kid was too calm. Lousy as a pirate. But he had to do it again, otherwise it would appear that he was cowardly. How embarrassing. Let the boat go, FK him. Seeing that their performance was finally over, Lin Feng immediately held the dragon gun in his hand, jumped up and landed on the opponent's ship, and then there were bursts of wailing. After 2 minutes, only the pirate leader who shouted before was left. Tell me, how much is your bounty? 80,000 Baileys. It's so little, you're really useless. Lin Feng didn't have the time to take a detour to collect the bounty for 80,000 Baileys. A shot pierced the man's chest. Lin Feng threw all the corpses into the sea, and collected 160,000 berries from the boat. Lin Feng once again lamented how poor these pirates are, then put the ship into the system space. Sea Kings. Thank you for the gift of nature. After a day and a night of wandering, Lin Feng woke up early the next morning after breakfast and asked, System, how long will it take to get to Windmill Village? Ding. There are still 3 hours, almost noon. Lin Feng was very upset when he heard that it would take so long. Sailing alone is really boring. It seems that he will have to find a few companions to accompany him in the future. It is very serious to accompany him to eat, drink and chat. Lin Feng, who was so bored, checked his personal panel. When he saw a certain skill, his eyes lit up instantly, and the scheming frog kept touching your belly. I saw Lin Feng walk to the stern and raised his hands to face the front. Luo, flower, palm. The boat soared out at an extremely fast speed, setting off waves of white waves. An hour later, Lin Feng finally arrived at the island where the Windmill Village is located. From a distance, he saw a huge marine warship parked on the pier of the island, with a huge iconic dog head on the bow. Garp is back? Lin Feng wondered. He didn't expect to meet Garp this time? Lin Feng put away the boat and walked towards Windmill Village, admiring the scenery while walking. After all, this is the hometown of marine hero Garp, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon, and the future One Piece King. It must be an unusual place to raise such a family of third-generation people. After a while, according to the system's instructions, Lin Feng came to the door of a tavern and opened the door to go in. It was lunchtime and there were quite a lot of people, so Lin Feng went directly to the bar and sat down. Hello. A beautiful woman with short dark green hair and a headscarf asked with a smile, what do I need? Just have something to eat and a bottle of wine, thank you. Not long after, Makino came over with some food, and then picked a bottle of good wine of some years from the wine cabinet, opened it, poured it into a glass, and handed it to Lin Feng. Lin Feng took it and took a sip carefully. Not bad. You are a stranger. I haven't seen you before, Makino asked softly. Since Windmill Village is very small and it is the only tavern here, as long as there are unfamiliar people, they are basically foreigners. Well, yes. Lin Feng also asked immediately, are you Makino? How do you know? Who are you? Makino was surprised, even a little nervous. Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Shanks told me that there is a tavern here, the wine is delicious, and the proprietress is also beautiful. Lin Feng started talking nonsense without changing his expression. When Makino heard the name Shanks, a sweet smile appeared on his face. Do you know Shanks? Well, we met a few times, Lin Feng said with a smirk. What's your relationship with Shanks? Good friend. What's the matter? Makino understood what Lin Feng meant when he heard this. You're not very young, but you know a lot. Advertisement. Ha ha ha, I'm sorry. Lin Feng smiled heartlessly. Then he said to the system. Dog system, the task of 8 trigrams is completed. At this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open again, and 2 men in marine uniforms appeared in front of everyone. One of them was wearing a dog hood, tall and burly, nearly 3 meters tall, blocking the sunlight at the door. Vice Admiral Garp, you are back. People who knew Garp in the tavern greeted warmly. Ha ha ha, I haven't eaten dessert here for a long time, Makino. Let's have some dessert. Get some more donuts. Garp laughed and walked to the bar to sit next to Lin Feng. Okay, Mr. Garp, wait a moment. Makino turned around with a smile on his face and went to prepare dessert. Lin Feng looked at this legendary marine hero, Marine Vice Admiral known as Garp the Fist, and couldn't help recalling some information about him in his mind. Although Garp is only Vice Admiral, it is only because he himself has repeatedly refused to be promoted to Admiral, because he does not want to be the lackey of Celestial Dragons, and Marine Admiral is directly responsible to Celestial Dragons. In Garp's eyes, Celestial Dragons are the garbage and cancer of this world. In fact, Garp's strength has reached the admiral level, and it is the top one, and the older he gets, the stronger he gets, which is not scientific at all. Lin Feng finished drinking a glass of wine and was about to pour a second glass when he suddenly heard Garp's angry voice. Little devil, are you underage? Although Lin Feng's height does not look like a minor at all, his young face still betrays him. I've been drinking since I was a child. Lin Feng filled up the wine and took another sip disapprovingly. How about it? How about a drink? Garp fixed his eyes on Lin Feng and suddenly laughed. Wahahaha, funny kid, what's your name? Taking a bite of the barbecue in his hand, Lin Feng said flatly, Lin Feng. You're not from here, are you? Well, no, why do you always ask this, so obvious? Garp didn't care so much and continued to ask, which island did you come from? Where are you going? Lin Feng suddenly felt that this old man was very difficult to deal with. Is this an interrogation prisoner? Or check account? Shimotsuki village. At this time, Makino came over with a bunch of desserts. Garp smiled and picked up one in one hand, and turned to the other marine and said, do you want to eat? Bogart waved his hand and smiled. No, Vice Admiral Garp. Having been Garp's adjutant for so many years, he knows very well that the marine hero loves desserts. Miss Makino, please bring me the same one as this little brother, Bogart said very politely. Okay, wait a moment. Little devil, you said you were from Shimotsuki village, so do you know Koshiro? Garp stuffed several sweets into his mouth, and said indistinctly. No. Are you a swordsman too? Bogart, who hadn't spoken much before, suddenly became interested. Lin Feng wiped his mouth, grabbed the bottle and drank it, and then said, I have practiced, but I am not a swordsman. What does it mean? Bogart was a little puzzled. Ha ha ha, I'll find out later when I go out to compete. Garp's voice sounded again. Let's talk about it. I'll find a hotel to rest for a while. Goodbye. After finishing speaking, he ignored the two and walked out of the tavern after paying. Chapter 4 Battle against Garp. Finding a hotel at random, Lin Feng collapsed on the bed and communicated with the system. What about the mission rewards? There are also the pirates you killed before, those with points, right? Did you steal the system? Ding. My uncle graduated from the School of Systems, not the School of Accounting. The voice sounded a little angry, as if he thought Lin Feng had insulted his professional ethics. All right, I know you're good, let's reward you first. Ding. Congratulations to host for getting AS** exchanging pill, 200 bottles of Dragon Yin wine, and Kong Wu Shu. You get 100 points for killing pirates. Hearing this, Lin Feng suddenly had an idea in his mind, who should not say that this S** exchanging pill is a good thing, and who should use it. Of course there is no need to say more. I don't care about the wine. The most important thing is the Wukong technique, which is really good, and the golden legend belongs to it. Lin Feng went out of the room and walked towards the dense forest on the island. Seeing that there was no one around, he cast the Wukong technique and flew up in a flicker, flying slowly over the island. Ho ho! Lin Feng excitedly produced the phenomenon of human atavism. Gradually, the speed became faster and faster, and after a while Lin Feng landed on the beach by the sea. The consumption is a bit high, the system. Ding! All the moves and skills of the host consume your energy and magic energy in your body. To put it bluntly, you are too weak. It makes sense, but Lin Feng couldn't refute it, so he took out the fire dragon gun and simply practiced here. Sky Strike. Dragon Tooth. Round Dance Stick. Every move carried strong magical fluctuations, and the seaside was filled with strong magical vindictiveness, even permeating to the depths of the dense forest. Bogart, do you feel it? Garp, who was teaching Luffy and Ace a lesson, said with a serious expression. Go and have a look, you two brats stay here. Garp rushed out after finishing speaking. Bogart hurriedly followed. Luffy and Ace looked at me and I looked at you, smiled at each other, and followed behind quietly. After a while, Garp and Bogart came to the outskirts of the dense forest. Feeling the unusually strong energy around them, Garp frowned and did not speak. This kind of energy has never been seen before, and it feels very violent, Bogart said. Well, hurry up and go see what's going on. Lin Feng at the beach naturally doesn't know this. At this moment he just wants to get stronger quickly, seriously practice all the skills he has mastered so far, and gradually enter a very mysterious state. The magic fluctuations around his body instantly become more active and violent. As the movements gradually slowed down, Lin Feng also withdrew from the state just now, feeling the changes in himself. Lin Feng wondered. System, what was it just now? Ding. It's a deep realm. In layman's terms, it's just a feeling. Lin Feng didn't know what to say for a moment. It's just a feeling. Lin Feng felt that this should be somewhat similar to the legendary Epiphany. Without thinking too much, with a thought, I checked the personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation, Battle Mage. Weapons, Rusty Red Tassel Gun, Dragon Gun. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick. Passive Skill, Magic Chaser. Combat Power Rating, Top Colonel Level. Points, 600. Wealth, 1.35 million Baileys. Items, 200 bottles of Dragon Yin wine, 1 denatured pill. System Evaluation. Rookie. Looking at his skill list, Lin Feng found that he didn't have a big move, just the kind of big move that sounds amazing when he hears it, and he doesn't know when the system will give it to him. Lin Feng brat. Advertisement. Lin Feng was in a daze. When he heard someone calling him, he turned around and saw 4 people. Of course they were Garp, Bogart, Luffy, and Ace. In fact, as early as Lin Feng came to feel, Garp and Bogart arrived, and not long after, Luffy and Ace also arrived. The two who followed disobediently piled up a few bags on their heads. It was obvious that Garp was full of love after being hit a few times. Fist. Vice Admiral Garp, why are you here? Looking at the 4 of them, his gaze paused briefly on Luffy and Ace. Why did I come here? Garp curled his lips and said helplessly, look for yourself, it has affected most of the island. Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard the words, and looked around, and saw a messy coast and woods in sight. He was also a little embarrassed, and instantly turned into an embarrassing expression, scratching his head and saying, well, I'm sorry, I really didn't pay attention. Suddenly, a huge fist hit. Lin Feng was startled, raised his hand to parry with the fire dragon gun, but was still pushed back several meters away. That's amazing. Garp said in surprise, seeing Lin Feng actually received his punch. What are you doing? Lin Feng knew that Garp was not malicious, so he said helplessly. Boy, join the marine. What's the situation? Is it so casual? No, I refuse. Lin Feng put away the dragon gun. I want to be a man like the wind, travel to every place on the sea, eat all the delicacies on the sea. I want to conquer this sea. I want to be Poseidon. You want to be a pirate? Garp clenched his fist and walked towards Lin Feng. This will let the old man's fist full of love help you get rid of the wrong thoughts. Don't come here. Who told you that I'm going to be a pirate? Garp was stunned and said, since you don't want to be a pirate, I will be a marine with me. It happens that my 2 grandsons are also going to be a marine. The 3 of you are together, and you are about the same age. By the way, boy, how old are you? 15. Ha 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 ha, Ace is just like you, and Luffy is 12 years old. You all join marine, and you will definitely become the brightest star in marine in a few years. Garp put his hands on his waist and couldn't stop laughing. At this moment, Luffy behind Garp said loudly, I want to be a pirate, I want to be the king of pirates. One Piece is me, it's me, it's me. Seeing the fight between the two, and then looking at Garp in front of him, Lin Feng was taken aback. Hiss. What a dark face. Bang. Times 10 inches. The naked eye can see that there are a few more big bags on the heads of the two. It hurts. Why did you hit me again? Garp said angrily. If you two want to listen to Grandpa, you must become a marine, and you, kid, if you become a pirate, I will send you to impel down with my own hands. Lin Feng had a wry smile on his face. He knew why Garp must have Luffy and Ace as marines, because in this way he could justifiably protect them, but why did he still have his own business? Don't worry, even if I don't become a marine, I won't become a pirate either. Is there nothing else in the sea except marines and pirates? Lin Feng said indifferently. Okay, kid, trust you for now, but you have to fight me. Nah, I want to fight you too. Luffy squatted halfway, swinging his arms like propellers. Me too, Ace said at the side. Lin Feng was instantly petrified, and the family wanted to beat him up. Well, Vice Admiral Garp, I'll fight with you. Lin Feng was also very curious about what he could do now. Advertisement, what about us? Next time, anyway, there is plenty of time. Garp took off his jacket, handed it to Bogart who was watching the show, and then said to Lin Feng, come on, boy, attack with all your strength. Ding. The system issued a mission. Fight against Garp and force him to use armament hockey. Quest rewards. Battle Mage passive skills Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Task failure penalty. All skill proficiency is reduced by 10%. Hey, Lin Feng said in his heart that this is not embarrassing. Who is Garp, forcing him to use hockey? Without thinking about it, Lin Feng jumped back and landed 100 meters away from Garp. There was a wave of crimson magic in front of him, and the dragon gun appeared in his hand, and he squatted with his legs apart. At this moment Lin Feng is extremely focused. He knows how powerful this man in front of him is. Staring at Garp intently, magical energy focused on the tip of the spear. Suddenly Lin Feng stepped forward and rushed towards Garp with a dragon gun. Haha, the momentum is not bad, Garp grinned as he watched Lin Feng rushing over. Soon, Lin Feng rushed in front of Garp, jumped up and turned over, threw out the spear in his hand, and smashed Garp fiercely from top to bottom with a waltz stick. Garp swung a punch while avoiding it sideways. Lin Feng jumped back to avoid it. Garp immediately followed up, turning the punch into a kick. The forward kick seemed to borrow the speed of the punch just now, making it more tricky and swift. Lin Feng didn't have time to dodge, and pushed out with a palm. Falling flower palm. Accompanied by countless sakura flowers, magical energy gushes out and collides with Garp, slowing down Garp's attack. Garp is puzzled. This kid fights with a special effect of sakura flowers. Looking back, Lin Feng's spear was stabbing like a lion majesty. It would be nice if someone else could dodge the blow, but who is Garp? I saw him cutting out with both hands, crossing towards the spear with a cross. This is going to be empty-handed. Lin Feng's long spear still stabs forward. Seeing that it can't be retracted, he directly activates the skill, Longya. Garp clasped his palms together and shot downwards. The tip of the gun was shot directly into the ground. Lin Feng jumped up with the spear in his hands and kicked Garp. Unmoved, Garp blocked Lin Feng's attack by raising his hand to block, and then quickly punched Lin Feng in the air with his other hand. It would definitely be uncomfortable if it was hit. Immediately casting the Wukong technique, Lin Feng flew up and floated in the air. Garp was stunned, and the three watching the battle were also shocked. Is this the fruit ability? Lion fruit? I didn't hear that the golden lion is dead, Garp said suspiciously. Maybe it's another fruit. After all, there are many unseen fruits in the sea. Bogart walked over and said. That's right, forget it, don't think about it. Garp looked at Lin Feng in the sky and shouted loudly. Boy, what did you eat, devil fruit? No, I didn't eat devil fruit, then how can you fly? You guess. Garp's face darkened. Brat, come again. Okay, the last move. Lin Feng flew high into the sky, looking at Garp below. Magic waves permeated his whole body, rich magic energy gathered, and several magic chasms floated behind him. Vice Admiral Garp. Can I meet armament hockey? After finishing speaking, Lin Feng yelled and swooped down. The magic chaser opened the way first, and an explosion occurred around Garp. Garp looked at this huge energy and stepped forward, not intending to dodge. The arm color was covered to block the damage caused by the magic chaser explosion, and then the iron fist swung out and collided with the tip of the fire dragon gun. A burst of violent energy scattered from the middle. Boy, this shot looks right. As soon as Garp finished speaking, he exerted a sudden force in his hand, and Lin Feng flew backwards with his gun and fell into the sea. Chapter 5 Becoming Brothers. Floating on the sea, Lin Feng looked up at the sky. Hey, life is not easy, sighed Lin Feng. At this moment Lin Feng felt powerless, he was still too weak. And there is no powerful move at present, it is really difficult. Look at this sea, it was all created by Garp. System. Ding. The rewards have been issued. Congratulations to host for obtaining the passive skills of Battle Mage, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. So sensible. There is no need to rush, the work efficiency of the system has improved, and I must give it a 5-star praise. Lin Feng flew back to the coast and looked at Garp thoughtfully. This old man is really strong. He just played this game, and he probably didn't even count as a warm-up. Did you see the east blue? It's all water from Garp. Ha ha ha, let's go and eat. Garp laughed loudly. Meat, I want meat. Ace came over and said, Brother Lin Feng, let's go, let's have some food together. Lin Feng looked at him, and thought of his ending. He couldn't help feeling a little bit sad, but didn't say much, and put his arm around Ace's shoulder. Go, I'll buy you a drink. A group of people walked towards Makino's tavern talking and laughing. Luffy hurriedly opened the door and rushed in and lay down on the bar counter. Meat, Makino, I want meat. Luffy, be polite. Ace pressed Luffy's head and said, Makino, please prepare some more food, we have a lot of people, thank you. Lin Feng looked at his back, smiled and said nothing. Everyone sat down around a table lively. Lin Feng, you were so handsome just now, are you an ability user? Also, your weapon is also so handsome, can you show me? Luffy's eyes twinkled with stars, and he approached Lin Feng with a big face in front of him. Lin Feng was sprayed with saliva all over his face. Ace grabbed Luffy back. I'm sorry brother Lin Feng, my younger brother is like this, sometimes he is unreasonable, and I am also very distressed. Looking at Ace who was apologetic and embarrassed, Lin Feng smiled helplessly, wiped his face and said, It's okay, aren't you curious? Well, actually, I really want to know. I'll stay here for a while, why don't you try it yourself, let's eat first. Lin Feng took out a few bottles of Longying wine and put them on the table. Come, drink. Watching this scene, Garp and the others opened their mouths again. What kind of ability do you have? It's nothing, it's a small trick, and you can decorate with gadgets. Lin Feng opened the wine and said to several people. Come, drink. It has to be said that the three of them, the grandpa and the grandson, are very talented in hosting a banquet. It was obviously just an ordinary dinner, but the atmosphere was made extremely lively and cheerful by several people. He ate meat and drank heavily, even Garp, and ate countless desserts, and later even Makino joined in. Ding. The system releases a task. Before returning to Shimotsuki village, increase the proficiency of all low-level skills to 100%. Mission reward. Battle Spear. Fire Dance Flowing Flame, all Battle Mage skills. Lin Feng was stunned, all skills. When did the system become so generous? Lin Feng couldn't believe it at all, and the wine in his hand stopped in midair. What's wrong with you, brother Lin Feng? Ace simply sat next to Lin Feng and asked with a half smile. After regaining consciousness, he coughed dryly. Ahem, it's okay, I will practice with the two of you for the rest of the time. No problem, I just want to leave tomorrow. Lin Feng, you help me teach these two boys a lesson. Every day they know how to go to sea to be a pirate. Garp said immediately. Vice Admiral Garp, what you said is right, we are discussing each other. Garp narrowed his eyes. I don't know about you, kid. Your current strength is already comparable to that of the Naval Headquarters officer, or even stronger. It's a pity that you don't become a Marine. Advertisement, seriously, boy, follow me to be a Marine. I will teach you personally. You will definitely become the youngest general in Marine, and maybe the youngest admiral. Lin Feng has a bit of a headache. If Marine can really implement the justice that belongs to Marine, then Lin Feng doesn't mind joining Marine. But the reality is that Marine still has the world government and the celestial dragons who are doing all kinds of evil. Thinking about it, he can't accept it. Forget it, I prefer freedom. Maybe I will join the Marine after I figure it out. Then Vice Admiral Garp, don't make it difficult for me. Lin Feng said rather perfunctorily. Garp naturally heard it, and stopped entanglement. After everyone finished eating, they left the tavern. After saying goodbye, Lin Feng went back to the room alone, thinking about how to quickly improve skill proficiency. Not enough. The state like today is something that cannot be met. It is unrealistic to expect to feel it every time. After thinking about it, it seems that there is only fighting, and the more fighting, the better. Looks like it's been a busy time since then. Luffy, Ace, wait, you're in trouble. Early the next morning, Lin Feng was about to get up, when suddenly there was a hasty knock on the door. Lin Feng, get up, get up. Hey, Luffy, you can't do this. Lin Feng opened the door and saw Ace was teaching Luffy a lesson. Come here so early. It's not this guy who has been clamoring to challenge you early in the morning. There's absolutely nothing you can do about him. Hey, play a game with me, no problem. Have you eaten yet? Ace handed over a piece of food. I've eaten, this is for you. What a caring and gentle guy, just be gentle when he hits you later, Lin Feng murmured to himself. Behind the mountain, in the woods. Looking at the two people in front of him, Lin Feng sighed a little. Both of them are important figures in this world. Although Ace is about the same age as Lin Feng, he is a bit shorter in height. Luffy is only 12 years old and only about 1.5 meters tall. Come on, you two attack together. Come on, Luffy. Oh. I saw Ace rushing over with a hose in hand, while Luffy stood still. Huxia model. His hands became longer, and two fists hit Lin Feng. Luffy. Your attack is too monotonous and straightforward, it is easy to be seen through and avoided. Ace, I'm not strong enough, come again. Kicking Ace, he rushed up to the two of them and dealt a burst of damage. After a while, the two lay on the ground. Lin Feng squatted beside him and said, Ace, your physical skills are not bad, the most important thing for you now is to exercise your body. Luffy, you also need to strengthen the development of rubber fruit. After thinking about it, Lin Feng continued, do you know hockey? Ace and Luffy glanced at each other. I heard from my grandfather, but he didn't teach us, he said he would only teach us after joining the Marine. Hockey is divided into 3 types, Conquerors, Armed Color, Knowledge Color. I won't talk about Conquerors, this can't be obtained through exercise, but both Armed Color and Knowledge Color can be mastered through exercise. So your next goal is to master at least one kind of hockey before I leave. You have to keep training your physique, and I will keep fighting against you every day. Ace and Luffy smiled at each other, stood up and looked at Lin Feng, come again. Time flies, September of the following year. In nearly a year, both Ace and Luffy have improved very rapidly, their talents have been fully revealed, and their weapons have been initially mastered, except for Lin Feng. In the words of the system, why do you want that thing? During this period, Lin Feng asked Ace to throw away the water pipe, gave him a red tasseled gun, and taught him basic marksmanship. Advertisement Luffy is not interested in marksmanship, but often drools at Lin Feng's dragon gun, and Lin Feng completely ignores him. I'm leaving. Sitting in Mikino's tavern, Lin Feng said to the two. Ace and Luffy, who were eating big mouthfuls, suddenly stopped what they were doing. For them, this was the first time since Sabo's death that someone stayed with them for so long, and even regarded Lin Feng as a brother like Sabo. Hearing that Lin Feng was leaving, both of them felt a little sad. Looking at the two, Lin Feng was also a little touched. But he still opened his mouth and said, don't be sad, Ace, you're going to go to sea in a few months. Ace is already 16 years old, and he will be 17 on January 1st next year. 17 years old is the day they agreed to go to sea. Well, yes. Speaking of this, Ace is not sleepy, no, not sad. Pirate, before I leave, let me give you a gift for going to sea, Lin Feng said and took out the dragon gun. I know you have always wanted a good weapon, so I will give you this. Ace stood up in surprise, looked at the dragon gun, and then at Lin Feng. He had been coveting this dragon gun for a long time. The expression on his face changed from joy to confusion, and said with difficulty, I still don't want it. Huh? Why, haven't you always liked dragon guns? But this is your weapon, what will you do if you give it to me? Hearing this, Lin Feng was also taken aback. This guy was as gentle and considerate as ever, and he was a little moved. Lin Feng stretched out his other hand, and a fiery red spear appeared in his hand. It was longer and heavier than the fire dragon spear. 2.5 meters long and weighs 480 catties. Look, I still have more, don't worry about it, don't tell me you don't want it. Lin Feng looked at Ace with a smirk. Seeing this, Ace hurriedly took over the fire dragon gun. Yes, why not, you be ****************. Luffy stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. Lin Feng shivered in fright. What kind of monster is this? Eyes staring like copper bells. What about me, what about me? What are you in a hurry for? It's still early for you to go to sea. Luffy lay on the table like a deflated balloon and pouted. Cut, preference, Chihuahua's preference. Seeing Luffy like this, Lin Feng couldn't help him. Stop shouting, I will prepare a gift for you when you go out to sea. Lin Feng, this. Come on, we're brothers, aren't we? Luffy is my brother too. Yes, we're brothers, Luffy yelled, grinning. Ace also smiled happily, they hadn't been this happy for a long time after Sabo's accident. That evening, the three of them came to the beach. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, Ace, Luffy, after you go out to sea, no matter what happens, you should stay calm and don't be impulsive, you know? Also, it is absolutely not allowed to harm any ordinary civilians, otherwise I will arrest you and send them to Vice Admiral Garp. Although the two were a little puzzled, they still agreed. Okay, I'm leaving, see you later on the sea. Jumping into the boat, Lin Feng pulled up the sails and sailed away from the shore without looking back. Lin Feng, I will come to you, me too, wait for me to go to sea. Hearing the voices of the two, Lin Feng smiled, clenched his fists and raised them towards the sky. Chapter 6 Sword Heart Seed System. Can we reach Shimotsuki village before tomorrow night? Ding. Sure, it's not a big problem. That's fine. Step back, Xiao Tong. XXX. 4x. 4x. Is this scolding me? Even the notification sound is gone. So scary. Lin Feng is the first time to see such a system. Unexpectedly, he is also a master of Huxia Quintessence. Lin Feng stopped talking, opened the personal panel and looked carefully. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heartbreaking, the Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, the Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky soars and the Dragon Flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the sky, fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls Liuyan Close Black Lens Bracket -20% proficiency. Passive skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Combat rating. Vice Admiral level points, 600. Wealth, 1.3 million Baileys. Items. 150 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, 1 denatured pill. System review. The child has grown up. Looking at the dazzling array of skills, Lin Feng smiled crookedly. As long as the proficiency of these skills is improved, the strength will not increase rapidly. The system. What are you doing? Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Are you updating and optimizing? Where's the notification sound? Are you allowed to make progress? Just optimize the program. Sunere face. What do you think about our relationship? Isn't it good? Open black lens bracket. Just say something. Don't do this. It's disgusting. Close black lens bracket. Hey, look, we have been in love for so many years. Tomorrow is your sister-in-law's birthday. Don't you want to give me some gifts? Super plus. You mean you want to be my big brother? Close black lens bracket. Brothers and sisters, look at your brother and sister's birthday. I'm so sorry, if this spreads, other systems will laugh at you. Oh, look at that system, it's so stingy, we don't want to play with him. Do my best. TMD, you are so cheap. Why are you so shameless? I can give you things, but I can exchange them with points. Alright, there are some things. System produced Mangekyo Sharingan, Kenshin Seed. This. Incoherent, Mangekyo, don't get excited, you can only choose one. Lin Feng's heart ached, and he clutched his chest, as if he had made an extremely difficult decision. Sword Heart Seed Bar. Open black lens bracket friendly price, 500 points, thank you. Close black lens bracket. So expensive. Just be content with it, these two things usually don't have 10,000 points, you can't even see their shadows. Okay, then Mangekyo Sharingan, you keep it for me, don't lose it. Lin Feng took out the wine and drank a few swigs vigorously, as if venting his grief over missing Mangekyo, he fell asleep in a daze. The night passed, the glaring sun shone on the face, look at the sun in the sky, it was almost noon. Advertisement. There was not much distance left, the boat was put away, Lin Feng soared into the sky, drew a white light in the air, and flew in the direction of Shimotsuki village. It didn't take long for the island in the distance to grow bigger and bigger. When it finally arrived, Lin Feng flew directly over Yixin Dojo and saw Koshiro fighting Kuina and Zoro at the same time. It seems that the two have made great progress. Chance, cut him. Oops, left, stab him in the back, don't rush forward at this time, Zoro you idiot. The fight below is in full swing, and the above is also watching with excitement. After watching for a while, Lin Feng landed directly in the middle of the training ground, and as soon as his feet landed, Kuina threw himself into his arms. You're finally back, you liar, it's been so long, Kuina said with a choked voice. Caressing the girl's hair, Lin Feng said apologetically, I'm sorry for the delay. Just come back, this time I must follow you, no matter where you go. At this moment Zoro and Koshiro came over. You're finally willing to come back, brat. Lin Feng, when you were away, Kuina would go to the beach to practice sword every evening, I guess it must be waiting for you to come back. Zoro hugged the back of his head with a mean smile. Stinky Zoro, what nonsense are you talking about? Kuina pulled out Snow Sakura and slashed at Zoro. Lin Feng didn't care about them, after all, Kuina ran away because of shyness. Hey, old man, I'm back. I'm old, not blind, Koshiro said angrily. Lin Feng took out a bottle of Dragon Yin wine. Good wine, do you want to drink it? Koshiro's glasses flashed a bright light. Enter the house. In the room, the two sat down facing each other. Koshiro took out a chessboard and Lin Feng poured wine. In the past, the two played chess often, and Lin Feng's chess skills were barely passable. This wine is good, tell me, what have you been doing for so long? While playing chess and drinking, Lin Feng recounted what happened in the past year. I didn't expect you to meet Garp. In fact, being a marine is indeed a good choice, at least it will be much safer. But I still can't accept it. I know, you grew up clamoring to kill the celestial dragons, now? When Koshiro adopted him as an adopted son, Lin Feng made up a story for himself because he was persecuted by celestial dragons in his hometown and was exiled to Shimotsuki village. He took a sip of wine. Now, actually, as long as they don't mess with me, I'm not interested in them. In order to reassure Koshiro, Lin Feng can only say this. Otherwise, how could I not be interested? A celestial dragon's 10,000 points. Kill 1 and there's a Mangekyo Sharingan, old man, Kuina 17. I saw just now that she has the strength of a swordsman, and she has also mastered the weapon color, even Zoro. What have you given them this year to grow so fast? Lin Feng asked suspiciously. It's not because of you. Kuina wanted to become stronger this year, even that kid Zoro did. Later, I saw that it was almost enough, so I taught them hockey. Koshiro was very helpless, he didn't want Kuina to go to sea. Let it be, old man, if you can watch her for a while, can you still protect her for a lifetime, not to mention, don't you still have me? Not taking Zoro. No, Zoro has his own way to go. Lin Feng smiled when he thought of the boy from Windmill Village who was laughing and joking all day long. That night, as usual, there were 4 people again, and Zoro's Sengfan skills were much better than his sword skills. Advertisement. Lin Feng and Kuina sat together, and when Lin Feng took out the Jianshin seeds, all 3 of them felt a fierce and majestic sword intent emanating from it. This is a birthday present for you, Kuina. Since coming to this world, Lin Feng has celebrated Kuina's birthday every year. What's this? Zoro asked first. Sword Heartseed, taking it will greatly enhance a person's perception of the way of the sword. For Lin Feng to come up with this magical thing, Koshiro is no stranger to it, but he is also curious, does this thing really have the effect Lin Feng said? Kuina looked at the Jianshin seeds in his hand, glanced at Zoro, then looked at Lin Feng and asked, is there any more? Lin Feng knew what Kuina wanted to say. In fact, if he didn't have any spares, he would definitely give Zoro one. Well, let me ask. Immediately Lin Feng said in his mind. System, can you give me a credit for this thing first? Yes, but then you will have to pay double the points, which is 20,000. Damn, it's so dark. Open black lens bracket credit is the need to pay the price close black lens bracket. Row. Then Lin Feng said to Kuina. I just looked for it and found that there is still one. Without waiting for Kuina to speak, Lin Feng took out the Jianshin seeds he had just bought on credit and handed them to Zoro. After getting along for so many years, both Lin Feng and Kuina regard Zoro as their younger brother, and he is also Koshiro's apprentice, half-son. But, Lin Feng, this is too precious. Take it, eat it quickly, otherwise, you go to sea alone. Do you want everyone to worry about you? Kuina looked at Zoro very seriously, and Zoro was very moved by that irrefutable expression. It's okay, go on, Kuina will leave with me soon, as a younger brother, do you want us to worry? Seeing that Zoro still didn't respond, before Zoro could react, Lin Feng punched Zoro in the stomach. Slapped him directly in the mouth. Brother Lin Feng, take it easy. At this moment, Zoro burst out with a strong breath, which made it hard to breathe. It worked? Koshiro and Kuina looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng waved his hand to show that he didn't know either. System, is there any problem? It's okay, it's normal. Close black lens bracket. Lin Feng felt relieved. Don't worry about him, let's eat. After everyone finished eating, Zoro gradually got used to the power. How do you feel? Lin Feng asked. It's great, I feel that my mind is very clear, I have a lot of insights that I didn't have before, and even my strength has improved a lot. It seems that Jianshin seeds can not only help kendo, but also improve physical fitness. Take your time, the fusion of Jianshin seeds is a long-term process, and it will continue to surprise you in your future growth. Well, thank you. Kuina, thank you too. Kuina ignored him and said to Lin Feng, when are we going to see? In 2 days, stay at home with the old man, no need. Koshiro got up to leave. Lin Feng said to Kuina. Look at him, he's still stubborn, obviously he can't bear you. Chapter 7. The town that begins and ends 10 days later, on a big ship, Kuina nestled in Lin Feng's arms, looking at the endless sea ahead. Naturally, the boat was snatched from the pirates before. A week ago, after bidding farewell to Koshiro and Zoro, the two started their 2-person world. Lin Feng looked at the girl in his arms and asked, how is it, are you still used to it? Fortunately, it's just a little too deserted. After a week, apart from occasionally encountering some unsightly pirates and Lin Feng letting her fight a few times, there was basically nothing to do. Haha, it's boring, but we'll be in Rog soon. Is that the place where One Piece was executed? Well, yes, towns with beginnings and ends. The town of Rog, near the entrance to the East Blue, Grand Line, the hometown of One Piece Gore di Luogia, was also executed here. The words before the execution set off the entire sea, and the ambitious people in this world went to sea one after another to find the so-called Great Secret Treasure, which created this chaotic era of great pirates. After Luogia's death, Rog Town became a holy place in the hearts of pirates. Pirates who sailed from all over the world would basically come here to have a look at the execution platform standing in the center of Rog Town. After another hour, I finally saw a small island full of houses and buildings. Stop the boat at the port. Lin Feng led Kuina down, because they are not pirates, so they can enter the port openly. Looking at the archway above the port that says Log Town, there are countless shops of all kinds on the surrounding streets, densely populated and extremely lively. System release task. Stand on the execution platform of One Piece King Gold di Luogia and mock everyone with what you have learned all your life. Task reward. 30 Atom Woods, brewing method of Dragon Yin Wine, 500 points, close black lens bracket. Atmosphere. 30 Atom Wood. Lin Feng just wants to build a good boat, but this task is because I think I can't die fast enough. No longer entangled, Lin Feng and the two walked along the street. Kuina was very happy to taste this, eat that, and bought a lot of things, while Lin Feng kept looking at the various shop signs on both sides. He is looking for the tavern named after Gor di Luogia. If there are the most things here, it must be the bar. There are a variety of bars, and the pirates are a group of people who drink and enjoy themselves. Lin Feng's eyes were dazzled. There are many marines on the street, seemingly searching for bounty hunters or pirates hiding in Rog Town. Even Lin Feng was stopped for questioning. No way, he's so handsome and eye-catching. Hey, take a bite. Kuina handed over a skewer of barbecue. What are you looking for? A tavern. Lin Feng ate the grilled meat in one bite, and continued walking with Kuina's hand. He didn't ask anyone for directions. Anyway, there's plenty of time, and wandering is the most comfortable way. As for whether you can find it, it all depends on fate. Sometimes I have to say that fate is such a wonderful thing. I just walked in a different direction for a few minutes, and I saw this tavern from a distance. It's just that what Lin Feng didn't expect was that he would meet Smoker here, followed by a female marine, and they just opened the door and went in. Lin Feng and the two also walked over. Just as they were about to push the door open, they heard a roar coming from inside. Smoker, get out of here, you are not welcome here. Pushing open the door and walking in, there were only Smoker and the female marine. Advertisement. Everyone also looked at Lin Feng and Kuina. Yo, I didn't expect people to come to this tavern. Boy, are you a pirate? Smoker said, taking a puff of his cigar. Lin Feng looked at the silver-haired man in front of him, with his upper body bare, a large coat with the word Justice written on his back, and a seastone-studded weapon 10 hands on his back. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't look like a marine, but a rogue bully. No, immediately Lin Feng looked at the female marine next to Smoker, and it really was you, Tashigi, who looked exactly like Kuina, almost like twins. The two women also saw each other, and they both looked incredible, very surprised. Boss, bring me a glass of rum. Lin Feng took out a handful of Baileys and put them on the table. Legend has it that the One Piece King Luogia once drank rum in this tavern, and he also wanted to taste what the One Piece had drunk. The boss accepted the money, turned around and took out a bottle of rum and poured it for Lin Feng. This wine is very strong, drink it slowly, I'm not responsible for getting drunk. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, I have a wife. Lin Feng looked at Kuina, only to find that the two girls had already chatted. Not only did the two look alike, but they were also swordsmen. Lin Feng wondered if Koshiro did something good in the early years. Why aren't you leaving? The tavern keeper said to Smoker. Ha ha ha, I haven't had a drink yet. Smoker laughed, showing no intention of leaving. It's because of you that my business has gone bad. Boss, give him a drink, please. Lin Feng interrupted suddenly. The boss poured Smoker a glass reluctantly, and then snorted at Smoker to express his dissatisfaction. Ha 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 ha, boy, thanks, what's your name, Lin Feng? Huh? Lin Feng from Shimotsuki village, how do you know? Ha ha ha, it really is you. Vice Admiral Garp mentioned you a year ago when he passed by the town of Rog. In fact, Garp told him at that time that if he meets a person named Lin Feng from Shimotsuki village in the future, try to make friends with him and find a way to invite him to join the marine. Smoker looked at Lin Feng curiously, as if he was thinking about what was so strange about this kid that he was valued by Vice Admiral Garp. Have another drink. Lin Feng put down his glass and said, it turned out to be that old man, is he alright? Smoker heard the words and said, I don't know, but I heard that Vice Admiral Garp seems to be injured and is recuperating in the headquarters. How about it? Why don't you go with me to naval headquarters to visit him? Although I don't know what's so magical about this kid, it's always right to trick him back to the headquarters first. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. What was he thinking? Do I seem so easy to deceive? Is that old man Garp like that easily hurt? How awesome is that enemy? Garp can't go to the Four Emperors' territory alone to seek death. But it's not bad to go to naval headquarters, anyway, he's not a pirate, so he's going to check it out as a tourist. Advertisement. Well, it's not impossible, but I have to wait until I finish my work. Oh, is there anything more important than visiting Vice Admiral Garp? Smoker handed over a cigar. Would you like one? Lin Feng turned to look at Kuina. Can I have a cigarette? No, look, no. Smoker was stunned by Lin Feng's operation. If you don't smoke, just say you don't smoke. What kind of thing is this? Bullying single dogs. Wow, can I see it? Lin Feng and Smoker heard the reputation, and it turned out that Kuina and Tashigi took out their swords and introduced them to each other. Tashigi's sword, Xiaoyi Shiyu, one of the 50 good swordsmen. The nature of Kuina is Snow Sakura. What's its name? Tashigi asked excitedly. Snow Sakura. Tashigi gently stroked Snow Sakura's blade. Lin Feng watched this scene, and suddenly felt a little envious of Snow Sakura. Why haven't I heard of it? It shouldn't be. How could such a good sword not have any reputation before? This is definitely at the level of a big sword. Snow Sakura was given to her by me, and you can also think that I built it. Lin Feng lied calmly. It's good to have an extra identity, and I can explain the origin of the things in the future. Otherwise I always say that I got it by accident, and others will have to believe it. Could it be that all the accidents in the sea were made by you alone? This is too much. Tashigi and Smoker looked at Lin Feng in shock. Are you a blacksmith? Ahem, that's right. Kuina watched this scene calmly. She knew that Lin Feng was fooling people again. Then can you forge it for me, and I'll pay you, okay? Tashigi has a longing look on her face. Although her strength is not very good, her love for swords is no less than anyone else. Her dream is to take back the famous knives in the hands of all those who do evil and don't want them to be dusty. It has to be said that it is a very great dream, and its difficulty is even greater than being the Pirate King. It's not impossible, if you have time, Lin Feng replied very confidently. Anyway, as long as you have points, you have everything, and it's time to kill 2 celestial dragons for fun. Okay, time to get down to business. Anyone want to come with me? I want to see what you're up to, Smoker said, standing up. After leaving the tavern, under the guidance of Smoker, several people walked towards the execution platform. Although Kuina was a little curious, she didn't ask too much. She held Lin Feng in one arm and was held by Dashigi in the other, and Smoker seemed extra redundant beside her. Chapter 8. Soon, everyone arrived at their destination, the central square of the town. Lin Feng looked up at the execution platform tens of meters high and said, I'm about to start. The 3 of them were at a loss, not knowing Lin Feng's plan. I saw Lin Feng slowly leaving the ground and flying towards the execution platform. Lin Feng, what are you doing? Come down to me quickly. Seeing this, Smoker roared loudly from below. The sea soldier guarding the execution platform also hurriedly took out the loudspeaker and shouted at him, Boy, stop quickly, if you don't want to be arrested. Kuina, what is Lin Feng going to do? Get him down quickly, the execution platform can't go up. Tashigi said anxiously, holding Kuina's hand. Kuina covered her face helplessly. She had a premonition from the beginning and knew it was not a good thing. Don't worry, it's okay. Although he always does some nonsensical things, there will be no major problems. While the few people were talking, Lin Feng had already flown to the top of the execution platform, and he stood firmly on the ground with both feet, feeling a little embarrassed in his heart. This is where the One Piece died. There are more and more people under the execution platform. Ordinary people, pirates, and marines all gather here, wanting to see who is so ignorant. Look, there are people on the execution platform. Does anyone know? What is he going to do? I don't know, he's finished anyway. Lin Feng, if you don't come down again, I'll really arrest you. Smoker was visibly annoyed. Lin Feng looked at him and handed him a malicious smile, and then began to mobilize the magical energy in his body, coughing twice, moistening his throat. Everyone. The voice came out with a burst of magical energy, and Lin Feng's voice was heard throughout the town of Rog. I'm going to say something next. I hope everyone will listen carefully and hear clearly. Everyone below was in an uproar again, not knowing what Lin Feng was going to do. I want to say, everyone present, I am not targeting anyone, but everyone, they're all rubbish. For a while, the audience was silent, then. FK. Beep beep. Who is this kid, so arrogant? Damn it, FK him. Similar voices came and went. Lin Feng also broke out in a cold sweat as he watched the furious pirate marine below. This hatred is pulling, so steady. No, am I not a battle mage? How did I become an MT? Am I the man who wants to hate the king? Forget it, don't think about it. Glanced at the Kuina 3 people below, took off and left. The wind is blowing. Along the way, Lin Feng was cautious, circled a few times, avoided a group of people who were shouting at him, found a place near a tavern where there was no one, and landed. He took out a piece of clothing from the system space and put it on his head, walked into the tavern. Lin Feng sat down and ordered a glass of wine. System, hurry up. Amazing, Xiao Lindsay, I never thought you would be so good at mobilizing hatred, you are so good at it. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement, isn't it because of you? You will play to death sooner or later. What about the reward? Already sent to the system space. At this moment, the door of the tavern was pushed open, and the 3 of Smoker walked in. Lin Feng, what on earth are you trying to do? Smoker asked, standing in front of Lin Feng. Lin Feng patted the seat beside him. What's the rush? Sit down and talk. Tell me, what's your purpose? If it weren't for seeing that you haven't done anything bad, and that you're someone valued by Vice Admiral Garp, I'd arrest you now. Ham, if you're right, then you have to beat me. What did you say? Do you think I really don't know how to do it? Smoker was about to explode with white smoke all over his body. Look at you, I'm in a hurry again. What purpose can I have? Don't you think this is very interesting? You said how handsome I would be if I ran in front of the 4 emperors or naval headquarters and yelled like this. You dare? Just kidding. Don't be angry, what a big deal. Lin Feng took out 5 bottles of Dragon Yin wine and handed it to Smoker. Here, let me make the apology, okay. Who do you think I am? You use this to test Marine? Smoker said loudly as if insulted. Lin Feng opened a bottle and handed it over. Try it. Exclusive brewing, not available elsewhere. Smoker took it and took a sip, then said in a daze, 20 bottles. No, how much do you think I have? Just 5 bottles. At least 10 bottles, otherwise this matter will be difficult. Make a deal. Grass, a plant. Shout out, Smoker regrets that. HMPH, I'm leaving for the headquarters tomorrow at the latest. Lin Feng asked suspiciously. It's so early? We haven't played enough yet. Smoker looked at Lin Feng's face, and the more he looked at it, the more angry he became. It's not your good deed. I won't arrest you now. You still want to hang out. If others see it, how will I explain it? Okay, let's go to your marine base for a night, right? Let's go. Smoker said angrily and walked out, holding 10 bottles of Dragon Yin wine in his hand. Tashigi also hurriedly followed. Let's go too, Lin Feng said to Kuina. As soon as the 2 reached the door, they saw Smoker suddenly turn around and stare at Lin Feng. You cover your face, I'm afraid you will be beaten to death. Lin Feng was rather embarrassed, and Kuina chuckled softly beside him. The Marine base in Rog Town is the largest Marine base in East Blue. At this time, on the training ground of the base, two girls who looked quite similar collided fiercely. It didn't take long, and it ended soon. Toshigi is no match for Kuina at all. Not to mention that Kuina has already mastered armament hockey, and he is a swordsman himself. Although Toshigi's swordsmanship is not bad, he basically has no power to fight back in front of Kuina. Kuina, you are so amazing, you are obviously 1 year younger than me. Toshigi was very unhappy, the two obviously look so similar, have the same age, and have the same hobbies, why is there such a big gap in strength? Before Kuina could speak, Lin Feng immediately rushed forward. Toshigi, get on my boat, Kuina will practice sword with you every day, and I can give you a new sword when I forge it. Also, you follow this old smoker every day, what are you doing, can he teach you how to practice swords? No. Smoker almost went crazy when he heard it. This guy dug my people in front of my face and slandered me. Smoker is very angry, Smoker wants to hit someone. Lin Feng, I want to duel with you, advertisement. No fight, no fight, no fun. Kuina, I'm going to the port, you go back to your room and wait for me. Lin Feng soared into the sky, flew towards the port, put the ship into the system space, and flew back and forth quickly without stopping for a second. Night in the room, Kuina sat on the bed with her knees hugged, her head buried in her chest, and Lin Feng stood beside the bed after washing. Well, go to sleep. Yeah. Kuina tore off the quilt and lay down with her back to Lin Feng. Lin Feng walked over, lay down next to Kuina, stretched out his arms to hug her, and obviously felt Kuina's body tremble. Smelling the body fragrance from the girl, Lin Feng lost sleep. Damn Smoker, one room for such a big base, damn, well done. On the other hand, Smoker pulled out his phone bug and contacted Garp at Naval Headquarters. What did you say? Are you sure you will bring that kid Lin Feng over? Well, sure, let's go tomorrow. Smoker, well done, good job. Vice Admiral Garp, there's one more thing. Then Smoker told about Lin Feng's incident in Rog Town. Ha ha ha, this kid is really interesting, okay, I'll wait for you at the headquarters. Early the next morning, everyone came to the port pier, and there was already a marine warship waiting here. Standing on the deck, Lin Feng put his arms around Kuina and exclaimed, it's so big. Why don't we grab one? Smoker came behind the two of them with a cigar in his mouth, and he heard what he said just now. I said Lin Feng, why can't you calm down for a while, why are you always thinking of finding trouble for nothing? Just kidding, don't be nervous, the weather is so nice, why don't we make gestures? Lin Feng smiled maliciously. Come on, I'd like to see what's great about you. Let's talk about it first, let's compare fist and kick skills, don't play too big, warships can't stand it. Standing in the middle of the deck, surrounded by a circle of marine soldiers, Toshigi is holding Kuina's arm. Those who don't know must think that they're twin sisters. Who do you think will win, Colonel Smoker or this Lin Feng? Of course it's Colonel Smoker, how old is that kid? Gamble? Gamble, are you ready? Smoker, Lin Feng put his fists up in a stance. Without further ado, Smoker made a sneak attack, Lin Feng quickly dodged. Dead Smoker, don't talk about martial arts. Your smoke is white, but your heart must be black. Smoker didn't seem to hear it, and seized the opportunity to continue to attack Lin Feng fiercely. Lin Feng kept babbling while parrying. Hey, that's amazing. Why are you so serious? You hate me so much, could it be that you really want to kill me? If you do this, let me tell you. Hey, opportunity, take a deliberate punch from me. Smoker jumped back to dodge. You are so noisy. Lin Feng smiled and punched again, and Smoker also punched, and the fists collided instantly, and the explosive force of the fist collision knocked the weaker sailors around to the ground. The two jumped away, and then Smoker took a few steps forward, swung his right hand, and punched Lin Feng's face. Seeing this, Smoker withdrew his fist and changed it into a kick. The fist was short and the foot was long, and a whip kick hit Lin Feng's abdomen. At the same time as the kick hit, Lin Feng's fist landed on Smoker's face. Neither of the two suffered a loss, and then the two fought again. After fighting each other for a while, the two ended in a tie. Of course, they didn't use all their strength, otherwise the result would be a different situation. Chapter 9 Naval Headquarters, Marineford Host, Lin Feng. Occupation: Battle Mage. Weapons: War Spear, Fire Dance, Flowing Flame. Skills: Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heartbreaking, the Dragon Breaks the Army, the Dragon Soars to the Sky, the Dragon Soars in the Sky, the Dragon Flashes in the Sky, the Flying Dragon is in the Sky, Fights to Break the Mountains and Rivers, and the Wind Rolls Liuyan Close Black Lens Bracket -25% Proficiency. Passive Skills: Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Combat Power Rating: Top Vice Admiral Level Points, 600. Wealth: 1.05 million Baileys. Items: 30 Atom Woods, 140 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, and 1 denatured pill. After half a month of sailing, crossing the calm belt along the way, I finally arrived at the destination of this trip. The marine warship will not be discovered by the Sea Kings because it is equipped with Seastone. At the same time, it is equipped with external wheel power and can sail on the calm belt. I have to say that it is convenient to enter the Grand Line by rubbing the marine warship without going through the reversing mountain. Naval Headquarters. Marineford. It is the strongest fighting force in the entire marine, and maintains law and order work all over the world in the name of absolute justice. It is known as the symbol of peace in the Great Pirate Era. Looking at the majestic building in front of them, Lin Feng and Kuina sighed at the same time. It's so spectacular. Lin Feng felt that this trip was really worthwhile, and he had to punch in and take pictures as souvenirs. The warship sailed into the port after a routine inspection, and Lin Feng saw an old man wearing the Marine Justice Code standing by the port, holding a pack of senbei in his hand. This old man actually came here in person. What an honor. Lin Feng opened his mouth and said. Kuina looked at Garp and asked, this is the legendary marine hero, Vice Admiral Garp? Don't be intimidated by these names, he is a bad old man. Puff, Kuina laughed instantly, how could you say that? Before the warship stopped, Lin Feng pulled Kuina up and flew up, and quickly landed in front of Garp. Yo, old man Garp, I hear you're dying. Smoker, who was walking down from the warship, staggered and almost fell into the sea. What? Who said that? Was it you, Smoker, that the old man killed him? Garp asked, looking at Smoker approaching. No, how is it possible? Smoker quickly waved his hand in denial. Toshiki and Kuina on the side looked at each other, and both read a smile from each other's eyes. Garp stepped forward and put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulders. The old man took you to meet Sengoku. The old man is also very interested in you. Lin Feng said reluctantly. I just came to see you. Why did you see him? You don't want to form a group to trick me into being a marine, do you? Besides, I just arrived, so don't rest. Ahahaha, you can see it. Didn't I cover it up well enough? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Lin Feng is sweating madly. You must have eaten the fruit of amnesia. Garp didn't care so much, and led Lin Feng and his party to Sengoku's office. Along the way, Lin Feng saw the senbei in Garp's hand and ate one after another. Is this stuff so delicious? Lin Feng stared at Garp very puzzled. Why don't you try it? Boy, what are you staring at me for? Garp had just finished speaking when he saw a hand reach out to avoid his senbei. Advertisement, halalala. A bag of senbei was poured into his mouth. Well, the taste is really good. Lin Feng boy, you are dead. Sengoku can't keep you, I told you. Garp was so angry, in this life, except for that B*********** D Sengoku, who would dare to snatch his senbei, and now there is another one. An iron fist hit Lin Feng. Lin Feng was startled and hastily turned around. Why, I've used up all the armor colors, so don't be so ruthless. HMPH, brat, this old man will beat you to death today. Lin Feng saw it, and it was impossible to beat it. Flipping his right hand, Hu Liuyan appeared, which was even more powerful than the fire dragon spear. Raising your hand is a big move. Fu Long Shang Tian is the strongest mixed damage skill of the Battle Mage. Almost instantly, the magical energy gathered in the sky to form a giant dragon hundreds of meters long, not in a hurry to attack, and kept accumulating magical energy. Garp didn't do anything either. He also wanted to see the results of Lin Feng's practice this year. Seeing this scene, countless marine officers and soldiers were stunned. Who is this? Is this naval headquarters? Was this attacked? In the office, Sengoku, Kizaru, Aokiji, and Suru sat together. Akainu was away and went out to perform a mission. It was obvious that this was a gathering of conservatives. Several people were waiting for the arrival of Garp's group. They were all very interested in the admiral-looking boy Garp said, so they temporarily put aside their work and gathered together. At this moment, a dragon chant came to everyone's ears. This is a dragon? Could it be that guy Kaido? Sengoku immediately stood up and rushed out the door. Several other people followed immediately. When they arrived at the scene of the incident, they looked at the giant dragon in the sky that was nearly a kilometer long, with solemn expressions. Come on, Lin Feng roared, and the dragon rushed towards Garp roaring. Sengoku was about to order Admiral to take action, when Smoker ran over and saluted, Marshal Sengoku, Aokiji Admiral, Kizaru Admiral, Suru Vice Admiral. What's going on here? Crane Vice Admiral asked. Well, Vice Admiral Garp did it first, because Lin Feng ate his senbei. Smoker thought it was funny to say this reason. However, Smoker still put the responsibility on Garp. After all, this is naval headquarters, and the impact of such a disturbance is not good, and it can be regarded as a kind of protection for Lin Feng. Is this kid Lin Feng? Sengoku asked, pointing at Lin Feng. Boom. A loud noise accompanied by the sound of the dragon's chant spread throughout most of naval headquarters. Several people watched, and Garp's two fists were covered in color, bursting out with an extremely strong momentum, and a pair of iron fists hit the giant dragon fiercely, and it was difficult to distinguish between top and bottom for a moment. Aokiji. Aokiji stretched out his hands upon hearing this. Ice Age. Thick and tall ice walls protected everyone present, including the buildings. Lin Feng looked at the stalemate scene in front of him, with a flash of determination in his eyes. A year ago, he was rubbed on the ground by Garp. Today, a year later, he wants to know how far he is from the world's top combat power. Sky Dragon Flash. The second stage skill of Fulong Xiangtian will cause huge magic damage, break the Overlord body. Here defined as the armed color, depending on the strength, has a powerful blowing effect and produces group damage. Garp suddenly felt bad. This time was absolutely uncomfortable. He had to use all his strength to defend and counteract. Otherwise, if too much energy spread out, big trouble would happen. Rumble. The magic energy spread out and hit the surrounding ice wall. The scene was filled with smoke and a mess. Ha 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 ha, yes, Lin Feng boy, I didn't expect you to be able to do this, it really hurts. Ha ha ha. Although Garp looked very embarrassed, he was obviously not injured. Lin Feng looked at Garp and sighed, it's you, advertisement. The big move that has accumulated energy for so long, just makes Garp feel pain, and Garp has been defending. Hiss. The most armed man is so terrifying. Even Lin Feng suspects that this old man will definitely conquer us, and he is very strong. You too, are you pretending we don't exist? Garp? Sengoku's voice came with a hint of anger. Garp pretended to have nothing to do with me when he heard the words, picked his nose and looked to the other side. Looking at Garp's expression of what can you do with me, Sengoku can't help it. After so many years of comrades in arms, it can be said that no one knows this guy better than him. HMPH, quickly bring Lin Feng to my office, shame on me. Aokiji and Kizaru took a deep look at Lin Feng, turned around and left. Only Crane Vice Admiral came over and said to Lin Feng. You are Lin Feng, you are really good, come with me, leave that old fellow Garp alone. Lin Feng smiled in embarrassment and didn't know what to say. He demolished other people's houses when he first arrived. It seemed inappropriate to say anything, so he quickly greeted Kuina and followed. In Sengoku's office, everyone was seated, all eyes were on Lin Feng. Even though Lin Feng was thick-skinned, he still felt a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Sengoku took a sip of tea and said, Lin Feng, we all know about your situation, how about joining Marine? Good guy, cut to the chase. This is, leave no room for retreat. Here, Marshal Sengoku, don't take you like this, I'm still a child. Lin Feng played shameless to ultimate. Oh, then let's talk about the compensation. The losses caused today can be roughly calculated. If there is no 5 billion Baileys, we can't get it down. Sengoku said slowly. Little boy, compared to me, you are still tender. Lin Feng was shocked. I thought I was shameless, I didn't expect there to be such a master, but who's general? I'm not kidding, of course. Let me tell you the truth. For someone as powerful and talented as you, the key is that you are still young. As long as you appear at sea, whether you are a pirate or not, you will become the center of Uzumaki. Sengoku paused and continued. You can't feel it yet, but when you become famous, you will receive the attention of countless forces. Some people want to win you over, and some people want to kill you, unless you really want to be a Haitian thief. Otherwise Marine is your best destination, unless you retire from now on and never eat on the sea again. Lin Feng thought for a while after listening, and had to say that what Sengoku said was very reasonable. The tree wants to be quiet but the wind doesn't stop. This is how this world is. Troubles don't come to you just because you don't look for them. The system issued a task. My fate is up to me, who dares to cause trouble, come and kill one. Please host refuses Marine's solicitation. Task reward. Mangekyo Sharingan produced by the system. Mission failure penalty. Deprive host of 3 skills immediately. Whoa, this is it, Mangekyo. In order to insist on myself, I, Lin Feng, will never join Marine, absolutely not for other reasons. Marshal Sengoku, and everyone, thank you very much for your attention to me, but I have my own insistence, please forgive me for refusing. Give me a reason. Sengoku's face was a bit ugly, the kid just couldn't listen to what he said. I have 2 questions here. If Marshal Sengoku can answer me, first we'll join Marine. Say. Sengoku took a big gulp of tea. First question, what would you do if a group of pirates slaughtered civilians in front of you, Marshal Sengoku? Of course kill them all, otherwise what else can I do, I'm Marine. Sengoku said firmly. Everyone also nodded in unison. Marine's justice, and the second question, what about celestial dragons? Sengoku's face darkened in an instant. Lin Feng, do you know what you're talking about? Of course I know, that's my problem. Sengoku took a deep breath, sighed helplessly, and was speechless for a long time. Aokiji looked at Lin Feng thoughtfully. Chapter 10 Mangekyo Sharingan. Sorry, I personally respect you all very much. You are all heroes. First believe that Marine must be a just Marine. However, Marine's justice has constraints and shackles, and it cannot be fully implemented. This has nothing to do with the justice in my heart. Conflict. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he sat quietly. He knew how much these words had dealt a blow to these old guys. The world government, or the celestial dragons, have been domineering for so many years and have done all kinds of bad things. They also want to change the status quo, but they can't. Garp slapped the table suddenly. Humph, celestial dragons are trash. Everyone looked at him, but didn't say much. This place is his own, let him vent. Lin Feng, since this is the case, I hope you promise me one thing. No matter what time you are not allowed to harm civilians, and you are not allowed to join any pirate group, or create a pirate group yourself. Can you do it? Sengoku looking at Lin Feng helplessly, he seemed to have aged a lot at this moment. No problem, you go. Don't worry, we've finished talking about joining Marine, let's talk about other things, such as cooperation. Ahem, Marshal Sengoku, look, you are Marines, and your duty is to eliminate pirates, but pirates are not the only ones doing evil in this world. What do you want to say? As a Marine, there must be things you want to do but can't, or say you can't do, but I can, such as Shichibukai, or Tianlongren. Lin Feng's words hit everyone's hearts like a heavy hammer. What is this guy talking about? Does he know where this is and who are sitting here? And I promise to do it cleanly without leaving any evidence, how about it? Ho 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 ho, what a scary young man. Kizaru, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke. Lin Feng, what place do you think this is? Sengoku shouted loudly. You be asterisk 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 D. You can't talk about this kind of thing in private. There are so many people here, I don't want to lose face. Well, I'm sorry, just pretend I didn't say it. Lin Feng also realized that this is not the place to talk about it. Hurry up, I'll be annoyed when I see you. Okay, everyone, I'm going out first. Lin Feng ran away after speaking. Seeing Lin Feng going out, Crane Vice Admiral said, Sengoku, Lin Feng, what do you think? He's an A** hole. Sengoku criticized Lin Feng first. As if the anger in his heart had been vented, he continued. This guy is capable, talented and ambitious. Although I don't know what he will do, I'm sure the world will be in turmoil again because of him. Maybe this is an opportunity. Coming out of the room, Lin Feng couldn't wait to ask. System, the mission has been completed, right? My eyes are my eyes. What's the hurry? The fusion of Mangekyo Sharingan is very painful. Are you sure you want to be here? Close black lens bracket. Is it like this? Then what ability can I get? Open black lens bracket Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, Distinguished Heavenly Gods, Flame Control, Kamui, Susanoo. Close black lens bracket. So much? Are all of them okay? If you want to fart, you can only choose 2 now, but in the future, you can choose 2 more, you know, 1 for 10,000 points. Close black lens bracket. Lin Feng thought he was saving points for buying Mangekyo, but unexpectedly, the big head is behind, bundled sales, profiteers. Sorry, Celestial Dragons, Advertisement, Kamui, Susanoo. These 2 abilities, advance and attack, retreat and defend, are necessary for killing and stealing goods. Reminder, although the ability consumes magical energy, it will still burden the eyes. If you use it too much, you will be blind. What should you do at this time? Close black lens bracket. Number 998, number 98, just 18,888, take home the Eternal Mangekyo. Close black lens bracket. Grass. Immediately Lin Feng found Kuina, and the 2 were taken to the family area. In the room, Lin Feng sat on the bed and said, Kuina, I need to absorb something, which is similar to Zoro's situation back then. Please help guard the door so that no one can come in. Well, be careful. Do not worry. Click, Kuina closed the door and went out. Come on, system, merge the Mangekyo Sharingan. Suddenly, Lin Feng felt his eyes start to heat up, followed by a tingling pain, and even tears of blood flowed out. Lin Feng, who was covering his eyes, almost fainted from the pain, but unfortunately he didn't. Kuina, where's Lin Feng? Outside the room, Garp came. Vice Admiral Garp, Lin Feng is practicing, it will take a little time. Garp probed and looked. The brat is mysterious. Yes, Kuina, your father is Koshiro, right? Yes, Vice Admiral Garp. Kuina was a little puzzled, not knowing why he suddenly mentioned his father. I heard that guy from Smoker say that you were very capable. You are worthy of being that guy's daughter. How about it? Are you interested in joining Marine? Garp said with a smile. In his opinion, as long as Kuina is dealt with, Lin Feng will not believe it. Kuina looked at Garp and was a little speechless. This Vice Admiral Garp is trying to steal people's hearts and never die. Is this planning to get Lin Feng through her? Vice Admiral Garp, you don't have to do this, I know him well, and what he decides won't change. It's a pity. Garp sighed deeply. The current Marine is increasingly lacking in talented young people, and it's not enough. Ha ha ha, old man Garp, you really persevere. Lin Feng opened the door and walked out, and the Mangekyo Sharingan had initially fused. Garp did not continue to talk to Lin Feng about joining the Marine, but changed the topic to ask. Boy, let me ask you, how are Luffy and Ace doing? I don't know how it is now, but I was fine when I left Fengshi village, and my strength has become much stronger. Thinking of those 2 guys, Lin Feng also showed a smile. In 2 months, Ace will go to sea. Do you want to meet him then? Master Garp, do me a favor. HMPH. When you need it, the old man is usually a stinky old man, so don't help. He turned his head away from Lin Feng while eating the senbei. Are you sure you don't want to help? Then my 2 Adam trees seem to have to be kept and burned for fun. Garp stopped sending the senbei to his mouth, staring at Lin Feng. What are you talking about? Adam wood. Is it the Adam wood I know? Advertisement. You must know that Adam wood itself is a very rare thing, and it is rarely sold out, only occasionally on the black market. How about it, too? Do you want it? This is for you. Nonsense, tell me, what are you doing? This is Baoshu Adam, who wouldn't want it? It's not a big deal. The first thing is, I hope you can help me find some swordsmen from your Marine, such as Momosagi Vice Admiral, or your Adjutant Bogart. Huh? Why are you looking for them? Practice swordsmanship with Kuina. Kuina, who was watching the excitement, was stunned suddenly. She didn't expect Lin Feng to find Marine to be her training partner. Garp looked at the 2 of them. Ha ha ha, boy, you're quite interesting. It's okay, I agree, but you have to talk about Momosagi yourself, and she happens to be in the headquarters. Second thing, I want you to teach Kuina Marine 6 styles. That's against the rules, she's not a Marine, Garp pouted. Lin Feng smiled. You are not a rule-abiding person either. Garp froze for a moment. That's true, but your wine, 30 bottles. Lin Feng didn't expect Garp to ask for wine. It's no problem, I'll give you 50 bottles, and you can help me give those who accompany Kuina to practice sword for me. Hey, good boy, not bad. Garp laughed and patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. Ha ha ha, let's go eat first, the old man will take you to see our Marine's food. For the next month, Lin Feng and Kuina lived in the Naval Headquarters family complex. Garp is pretty reliable in his work. After a month, both Momosagi and Bogart come to practice sword with Kuina from time to time. Especially Momosagi, now that the two are sisters, even the job that was originally asked by Garp was snatched by her, and she has to teach Kuina Marine 6 styles herself. Now Kuina has not only made great progress in swordsmanship, Marine 6 styles has also mastered shaving and moonwalk, and the rest can be learned slowly after knowing the method. Momosagi is very unhappy now. Her pretty face is full of dissatisfaction with Lin Feng, because Lin Feng is going to take Kuina away. I said, Momosagi Vice Admiral, you don't have to perform the mission? I want you to take care of me. I can't go on vacation. Sister Kuina, let me tell you, you must pay close attention to things like men, otherwise you will be messing around at any time. Momosagi didn't care about Lin Feng at all, just said to Kuina. This woman gave me eye drops before I was leaving, to see if I didn't teach you a lesson. Lin Feng thought through gritted teeth. Lin Feng directly took out his own boat and appeared in the port in an instant. Momosagi was so shocked to see this scene that his mouth grew wide. Lin Feng took the opportunity to pull Kuina over and said triumphantly, "Goodbye, Momosagi Vice Admiral." The two flew to the boat. Kuina looked at the man beside her, and suddenly laughed out loud. I didn't expect that, you were quite stingy. HMPH, you said so many bad things about me, what's wrong with being mad at her to death? Lin Feng, don't let my old lady meet you, or I will cut you with a sword. Lin Feng turned around and saw Momosagi standing on the bank roaring angrily. It's really the roar of the East Lion. Set sail, let's go. Sabadi Archipelago, Chapter 11 Sabadi Archipelago. Near Naval Headquarters, there is the largest mangrove tree in the world, the Archipelago mangrove. Since the roots of the tree are always exposed to the water, the Sabadi Archipelago is formed. The biggest feature of Sabadi Archipelago is the special natural resin secreted by the roots of alquaman mangrove due to respiration. The resin expands with air to form bubbles, which then fly into the sky. Bubble cars, bubble Ferris wheels, houses built on bubbles. Bubble culture permeates every place in Sabadi. The whole island is composed of 79 trees, and there are towns and facilities on each tree. People call the archipelago of these 79 islands the Sabadi Archipelago. Since Naval Headquarters is not far from Sabadi Archipelago, it took only half a day to sail. Putting away the boat, Lin Feng flew over with Kuina, which can save a lot of parking fees. From the moment you set foot on this island, you must never leave my sight, understand? Lin Feng said seriously. Well, I see, I listen to you, because Sabadi is the only way to the New World in the second half of the Grand Line, countless pirates and merchants gathered in this place. There are also many human traffickers and bounty hunters, even buying and selling humans, mermaids and murlocs. However, these are allowed by the world government. They are obviously right next to Naval Headquarters, a travesty of marine justice. Maybe it's because there are so-called world nobles here, that is, the place where celestial dragons often haunt. The celestial dragons are descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government 800 years ago, and they always call themselves descendants of the creator. Because they think they are grand, they don't even want to breathe the same air as ordinary people, so they always wear bubble hoods on their heads. In the eyes of the celestial dragons, all other races are their slaves. Therefore, no matter how bad the celestial dragons are, no matter how cruel the things they do, as long as someone dares to offend them, the Admiral of Headquarters will be dispatched. This is also the reason why Lin Feng keeps Kuina close. Since shopping is a woman's nature, Lin Feng took Kuina to the number 30 area, which is the shopping area of Sabadi, and it happened that Lin Feng also needed to add something. Along the way, Lin Feng and Kuina were amazed by the beautiful scenery of Sabadi and various things they had never seen before. They also rented a bubble car for 500 baileys. After shopping in the shopping area for nearly 2 hours, Kuina bought a lot of things, a change of clothes, favorite snacks, and various Sabadi specialties. Lin Feng bought a few knives and a few masks at random. He was going to practice a trumpet and wear a vest to handle things. Lin Feng, I'm hungry. Kuina pouted. Didn't you eat a lot of snacks just now? Kuina stared at Lin Feng with wide eyes. How can it be counted? Lin Feng looked at the sky, and it was indeed time for dinner. Let's go, I'll take you to a place. Then Lin Feng took Kuina and flew to Area 13. If I remember correctly, Shaki's rip-off bar is there, and Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy captain of the legendary One Piece Luogia, is also in this place. Soon the two came to Area 13, and after searching for a while, they came to a relatively dilapidated vaulted cylindrical building. The two went to the door and pushed it in. In the semicircular bar facing the door, a woman with short black hair and a spider-patterned blouse was looking over with a cigarette in her mouth. Welcome, what do you want? Shaki looked at the two with interest, but he didn't expect there to be a fat sheep at this time. In fact, the business of the Shaki bar is not good, and its reputation can be said to be very bad. The people on the island basically know that the rip-off bar is not just a name. Advertisement. There used to be pirates who made troubles, but after being cleaned up, they became honest. You must know that Shaki's own strength is not bad, let alone Pluton Rayleigh. So much so that it is now possible to deceive those pirates who are coming to the Sabadi Archipelago for the first time and preparing to go to the New World. However, the main source of income for the Shaki bar is not based on this, but on information. Just order something to eat. Lin Feng and the two sat directly in front of the bar. Soon, Shaki brought over some food and handed it to Lin Feng, then leaned on the bar counter, resting his chin in one hand and holding a cigarette in the other. He took a breath and said, "You guys just landed in Sabadi today, right?" Kuina spoke first. "That's right. It seems that you are not pirates, but rather like a young couple who came to travel. People like you are really rare. Generally, people who travel from outside will go to the tourist areas in the 40 to 49th areas. Very few someone is coming to this illegal place from 1 to 29th. Lin Feng looked up at her. "You're right, apart from traveling, we are mainly here to find people. By the way, when will Rayleigh come back?" "Who are you? Who told you that Rayleigh is here?" Shaki's face changed instantly. He didn't expect that someone would come to Rayleigh. This is not a good thing. "We have no malicious intentions, don't worry. I just heard that the legendary One Piece's first officer lives in seclusion here, and wants to come and visit." "Do you think I'll believe you?" Shaki didn't let his guard down because of Lin Feng's words. Just then, the bell at the door rang. A tall man with long silver white hair and beard, glasses, and a long vertical scar on his right eye walked in. "Who is looking for me?" "That's right. It's Pluton Rayleigh. It's me, Mr. Rayleigh." Lin Feng stood up and said. "Oh, you are?" Rayleigh came over and pulled up a stool to sit at the bar. "My name is Lin Feng, and it was Vice Admiral Garp who accidentally mentioned to me that you were here, so I stopped by this time to visit." "Old man Garp. So you're Marine?" "No, he invited me, but I declined." "Ha ha ha, interesting, but I don't believe that you just stopped by to see. Tell me, what can I do for you?" People like Rayleigh are obviously not something that Lin Feng can fool with just a few words. "Hey, Mr. Rayleigh, you have a taste of this wine." Lin Feng took out the Dragon Yin wine and handed it to Rayleigh. "You won't poison you." Rayleigh took it in his hand and looked at Lin Feng. "Well, it's very poisonous, the kind that can poison Kaido to death," Lin Feng said very seriously. "Ha ha ha, you kid is really interesting. Gulu gulu." Rayleigh opened it and took a few swigs, wiped the corners of his mouth and said loudly, "Good wine." "You're looking for Rayleigh because of the wine?" Shaki asked from the side. "Yes, Shaki, you too." Shaki took a sip of the wine in Rayleigh's hand. "It tastes really good, and it's strong." Advertisement. After seeing that both of them tasted it, Lin Feng said, "I have the recipe of this wine here. I guarantee that this is the only one in the world. I can give it to you, but I have a request." "Tell me." Shaki became interested. "I hope to use it to open a tavern all over the Grand Line. Of course, this is just an appearance, mainly for gathering information." Shaki took a puff of smoke. "If it's just gathering intelligence, I don't need Rayleigh, but well. 55 points. Lin Feng said directly before Shaki finished speaking. "Boy Lin Feng, at first glance you are a person who does great things." Shaki was instantly happy. Lin Feng gave her the method of brewing wine, and took out several bottles of wine and said to Rayleigh, "Mr. Rayleigh, drink." "Ha ha ha, drink." We all know that Rayleigh is a gambler and alcoholic. Soon, the two drank a bottle each, and Rayleigh held up the bottle and shouted, "It's cool, I've never had such a strong drink." "That's right, Lin Feng boy, there is news that celestial dragons will come over tomorrow. You should be careful on the island." Shaki warned from the side. "Oh, celestial dragons? When exactly?" Lin Feng's eyes lit up, as if he saw a lot of points waving to him. Rayleigh was a little speechless. "What's the matter? Most people avoid celestial dragons. Why are you so excited about celestial dragons?" "Morning, because there is a giant slave in tomorrow's auction. I don't think those disgusting celestial dragons should be missed." "Giant race. How courageous, not Al-Buff's giant," Shaki explained. Al-Buff is a kingdom of giants located in New World, known as the most powerful country in the world. "I see, Mr. Rayleigh, let me tell you some news." Lin Feng turned to Rayleigh and said. "What news? Let me tell you, it won't be that Marine is going to arrest me." "Of course not. It's about your captain, One Piece King Gordy Luogia." "What?" Rayleigh stood up instantly. His son is still alive. Rayleigh opened a bottle of wine, gulped it down, and continued after a long time. "Are you sure what you said is true and you're not joking?" "What are you lying to? His name is Potter Cass Ace. This name is Luogia's child. How is he now?" Rayleigh smiled slightly, as if remembering something. "Well, the strength is also very good." "Oh, where is he?" "East Blue, home of Vice Admiral Garp." "Garp, ha 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 ha, so that's the case. I really didn't expect it. Luogia, you be asterisk 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 D." Rayleigh suddenly laughed. "Come on, keep drinking, tell me about him." "No problem." Chapter 12. The slave auction. Early the next morning, Lin Feng and Kuina came to the Shaki bar again. "Yo, kid, you're here so early." Rayleigh joked when he saw Lin Feng. "Well, I have something to do, let's eat something first." After speaking, he sat down. Rayleigh, however, looked at Lin Feng and smiled meaningfully. "I said, you kid, maybe you're really thinking about celestial dragons. I noticed it yesterday. You are so smart, Luogia, does he know? So you really want to attack? Are you not afraid of trouble? That's celestial dragons." Rayleigh was not surprised to hear that Lin Feng was going to deal with celestial dragons. What's wrong with celestial dragons? Celestial dragons are humans too. No, they're worse than pigs. There's nothing to be afraid of. Besides, I'm not stupid, so I won't leave any evidence. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. "As long as you know what's in your mind, I don't care if you mess with Admiral." Rayleigh turned and took out 2 bottles of wine. "I drank too much last night. Come on, sober up." "This old guy, forget about drinking to death." Lin Feng gave him a blank look and ignored him, and led Kuina to the front desk. After a while, Shaki came out with food. After breakfast, Rayleigh looked at the two and said, I'll go with you and join in the fun. Okay, wait a minute. Immediately Lin Feng stared, and a pair of red eyes appeared. Kamui. Lin Feng left a space mark in the Shaki tavern, so that he can come out from here after entering a different space. His eyes returned to normal, and he looked at Rayleigh, who opened his mouth wide in surprise. I'm going, what are you doing? You scared me. What ability do you have, such terrifying eyes? In just a short time, Rayleigh felt a palpitating force coming from Lin Feng's eyes. It's nothing, it's just pink eye disease. You brat, you will be struck by lightning if you deceive the old man. Rayleigh was not happy. Obviously, he knew that Lin Feng didn't intend to tell him. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Lin Feng thought of a man with big ears. Okay, let's go. Soon, the three of them came to the entrance of the auction house in Mangrove District No. 1. Looking at the auction house that was close at hand, Lin Feng took out his mask. Handed one to Kuina. Be careful, don't wear it now, so as not to attract attention. Looking at Rayleigh again, he gave him a look. Ha ha ha, I don't need it, I don't need it. Rayleigh laughed loudly with his waist thrust in, as if he was afraid of not attracting attention. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng led Kuina into the auction room first, and Rayleigh smiled with the corner of his mouth curled up, and followed in. The auction house in Sabayati does not require any admission qualifications, anyone can enter, but if you want to participate, you need to ask the staff for a number plate to bid for. Lin Feng took a number from the service staff, he had to do a full set of acting, and after he came back, he found a seat at random. Rayleigh sat down next to the two, looked at the number plate in Lin Feng's hand and said, Boy Lin Feng, there is something you want in this auction. What's your budget? Budget? What is that? I don't have any money. Lin Feng looked at the number plate in his hand and said in a calm tone. No way, are you going to grab it directly? Lin Feng nodded. If you have something you like, of course you have to grab it. Why spend money? Rayleigh stroked his white beard. Okay, I'm waiting to see the show today, and the scene will be bigger later, it hasn't been this interesting for a long time. With the passage of time, more and more people came to the auction house, and many people from various forces and nobles came. Lin Feng has been paying attention to the movements in the auction house, and he doesn't know whether the celestial dragons will come. He is looking forward to it. He has been in this world for so many years, but he has never seen those mentally retarded things with his own eyes. Finally, just as the auction is about to start, two guys in bubble hoods show up, celestial dragons. I saw that they were each leading a slave who was lying on the ground. Both of them were men with scars all over their bodies, both new and old. There was no longer any light in his eyes. Celestial Dragons was followed by a group of people in suits, and if nothing else happened, they should be people from CP, an organization directly under the world government. Seeing this scene, Kuina on the side said softly, Is this the Celestial Dragons? It's disgusting. Lin Feng smiled and didn't speak. After the Celestial Dragons sit in the exclusive seats reserved for them in the auction house, the auction will officially begin. Soon, on the display stand, the lights turned on. Advertisement. A man in a tuxedo, yellow top hat and star glasses stepped out. Ha ha ha, everyone, I've been waiting for a long time. In an instant, there was cheering in the auction hall. Okay, let's start today's auction. The host of this auction is still my disco. Today's sale is very rich. The auction house has prepared a lot of treasures for you, and there are many high-quality slaves. I hope everyone can buy what they want and satisfy their slaves. After the words fell, the venue became noisy again. Countless people were discussing cautiously. I have slaves today, I'm really looking forward to it. If only it were a young and beautiful mermaid. Do you still want to fight the celestial dragons for mermaids? Ha ha. Don't dare. Don't talk nonsense, it will be troublesome if you are heard. Quote. Sounds like these echoed in the venue, and soon the first product was pushed onto the display stand. It was a square-looking thing covered with a red cloth, and it was impossible to tell what it was. Everyone was very curious and stared at it. As the red cloth opened, a huge cage appeared on the stage, and there was actually a person inside. A woman. Or a little girl, with a slave collar around her neck. She looked around in despair, tears streaming down her face, her body trembling uncontrollably. Disco walked around Catwoman handsomely, raised the microphone in his hand and said, Everyone. This is today's lot number 1, Catwoman Little Cook Betty. There was another commotion in the auction room, and no one expected that the first lot would be of such high quality. Countless greasy LSP saliva flowed out. Product number 1 is a rare Catwoman, not only a little cook, look, but also has this miraculous figure, you must not miss it. Believe me, she will bring you a wonderful experience, then, start bidding the price is 1 million Baileys. As soon as the host finished speaking, someone bid immediately. 1.2 million. A bloated man in a suit couldn't wait to hold up the number plate in his hand, and he looked like a nobleman. 1.5 million. 2 million. Betty looked at these crazy people, her eyes were full of despair, she knew that the days to come would be spent in endless abuse, until she died. In the end, Betty was photographed at a price of 3.8 million Pele. Rayleigh looked at Lin Feng and smiled slightly, how about it, what do you think? Yes, it's disgusting, Lin Feng said blankly. That's the way it is in the world, where the big fish eat the little fish, and countless races are kept as slaves, unless you have the power to change the world, Rayleigh continued. Slave auctions are a normal thing in Sabayati, no one will find it strange. I agree with what you said, but although I can't save everyone, but now, since I have met you, there is no reason not to take action. Lin Feng turned to look at Rayleigh and smiled. It's up to you, I'm old, I can't control that much anymore. The two did not continue their conversation, and the auction continued. Items were auctioned one after another, including various treasures and slaves. Halfway through, one of the celestial dragons shot a pirate slave. The next item is the last one. You must have been looking forward to it for a long time. Now let's take a closer look. On the display stand, an extremely tall man who also wore a slave collar was brought up. The difference was that he was wearing seastone handcuffs on his hands and feet. Oh my god, it's really a giant race. I really didn't expect that there have been no giant slaves in the auction for so long. There was a lot of discussion in the audience, and the disco on the stage began to introduce this giant. This is the last commodity for today, the giant slave Grode Asa. You must know that the giants have a strong physique and good fighting power, so this is very rare, and the strength of this giant is also extraordinary. Don't hesitate, everyone, the starting price is 50 million Baileys. After Disco finished speaking, there was no one bidding for the auction. The price was really too high, and even if it was auctioned, it might provoke revenge from the giant clan. For a while, many people couldn't make up their minds. Finally, after a while, someone has made a decision. 60 million, 80 million, advertisement, 100 million. Now that someone made the move, those wealthy nobles stopped hesitating and took action one after another. The price soon reached 300 million, the venue gradually became quiet, and no one spoke. Number 55 bid 300 million, is there anyone else bidding? Disco said loudly. 300 million for the first time. 500 million, I want it. When the voice came, everyone immediately looked, it was celestial dragons. Everyone didn't dare to breathe for a while, for fear of being targeted. The nobles who had previously bid 300 million were completely frightened. Not surprisingly, no one has the guts to compete with celestial dragons. Seeing that the auction was over, everyone dispersed. Lin Feng turned to Kuina and said, let's get started, leave the celestial dragons to me. Kuina, go and deal with the nobles who took pictures of the slaves, is that okay? Do not worry. Well, put on the mask, that's right, put on it. Lin Feng casually took out another fiery red robe, which Lin Feng asked the system for temporarily. Old Rayleigh, I'm leaving you alone. Ha ha ha, let's go, I'm waiting to see what's going on. Rayleigh laughed loudly, shaking his hands out of the auction house with his hands in his pockets. Lin Feng and Kuina got up one after another, put on masks and robes, went straight out, and acted separately. Outside the auction house, Lin Feng squatted on a tree and waited for the celestial dragons to appear. A few minutes passed and they still hadn't come out. Lin Feng got a little impatient, and everyone else had left. What's the matter with the celestial dragons? Another few minutes passed, and finally the celestial dragons emerged. The two celestial dragons each rode on the slave they just bought, and the older one kept beating the giant slave with a whip, swearing non-stop. You trash, you are disobedient, I will beat you to death, hurry up, damn slave. The giant lying on the ground looked angry, but he didn't dare to do anything, he gritted his teeth and crawled forward slowly. With the appearance of the celestial dragons, people around them knelt on the ground one after another, not daring to lift their heads, for fear that if they accidentally offended the celestial dragons, they would be executed or captured as slaves. At this moment, a man in a red robe and a mask suddenly came out. Tisk tisk, what a majesty, as expected of celestial dragons, how disgusting. Almost instantly, Lin Feng was surrounded by a group of CP agents. What are you talking about? You untouchable, why don't you kneel down when you see us? We are the descendants of God, you lowly fellows are all slaves. Kill him. After hearing the celestial dragon's order, a group of CPs attacked Lin Feng one after another. Lin Feng didn't want to talk nonsense either, and Mangekyo Sharingan started. Kamui Hollow. Then an astonishing scene appeared, all CP's attacks passed through Lin Feng's body without any exception, without causing any damage to Lin Feng. Shock celestial dragons for 10,000 years. Lin Feng just walked towards celestial dragons with a sword in hand. Whenever he was attacked, the body part that was attacked would automatically turn into a different space. Stop him and protect me, you bastards. Celestial dragons yelled in horror. Although the CPs were still in shock, they still rushed forward. Suddenly, Lin Feng moved, the sword in his hand waved, and his figure flickered rapidly among the crowd, one sword at a time, and after a while, only one person was left alive. Walking up to the giant slave as if no one else was there, he raised his hand and transferred his slave collar and seastone handcuffs into the different space intact, saying, you wait for me inside. Before the giant could react, he was also sent into a different space by Lin Feng. The giant under him suddenly disappeared, and the celestial dragons fell directly to the ground. The other celestial dragons also looked at Lin Feng in horror and said loudly, what are you doing? I am celestial dragons. I am a god. If you dare to touch us, you will be finished. Marine Admiral will come to kill you personally. Now kneel down and beg for mercy. I can make you a slave of this god. It was rare for Lin Feng to listen to his nonsense, so he raised his hand and cut off his arm with a sword, and the screams of celestial dragons reached everyone's ears in an instant. Everyone looked at Lin Feng dumbfounded. How dare he do that? Those are celestial dragons. Lin Feng smiled and looked at a group of Marines who had just arrived around him, then turned to the CP who had been killed by him before, and said, "These two bastards will be kidnapped by me from now on, do you have any objections?" "You, who are you?" "The leader of the dragon-slaying organization, Shui Tong. Please tell the world government, 10 billion, you are still here in half a month, and use the money to redeem people." Lin Feng looked at them indifferently. Then, goodbye. Holding a celestial dragons in one hand, Lin Feng disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 13 Celestial Dragons Kidnapping Incident. In the different space, the giant Groat Asa looked around in confusion, a little nervous, he didn't know where he was, and he didn't know who that person was just now, but he knew that he was rescued. Suddenly, 3 people appeared in his eyes, and when he saw clearly, his whole body froze, and he saw Lin Feng holding the celestial dragons like 2 dead dogs. Lin Feng said lightly, "Don't be dazed, you read it right." Asa reacted, and immediately knelt down on one knee and said to Lin Feng, "Thank you for saving me, no matter who you are, please let me follow you." Lin Feng knocked the celestial dragons unconscious and threw them on the ground. Looking at Asa, he felt that the other party's proposal was very good. It was really deserted with only him and Kuina on board, and there were many things that needed to be done by putting them on. Seeing Asa's innocent face, Lin Feng said slowly, "It's fine to follow me, but if I find out that you have other intentions, I will kill you with my own hands." Although bringing Asa, the target is too big and easy to be targeted by others, but Lin Feng didn't care that much. Now the whole Sabayati land is in chaos, so many slaves ran away. What happened to him picking up Asa? Is there a problem? No. Looking at Asa, who is nearly 10 meters tall, Lin Feng felt a little headache and troublesome. "You stay here for a while, I will leave some food for you, these 2 celestial dragons are handed over to you, as long as you don't mess with them just die." "Yes," Asa replied immediately. "I'll go first." Lin Feng immediately left the different space, and teleported from the previously marked space coordinates. In the Shaki bar, Kuina and Rayleigh had already returned, and suddenly there was a wave of fluctuation in the space in the bar. Lin Feng appeared in front of them, and they were all shocked. "Good boy, you are finally back, the little girl is much faster than you." Rayleigh began to mock as soon as he saw Lin Feng. "What can I do, the celestial dragons have never come out." Lin Feng said angrily. "I saw it, Lin Feng boy, what kind of ability is that, so pervert?" Rayleigh continued. "Didn't you say it, pink eye disease?" Rayleigh was speechless, but Lin Feng didn't say anything, so he couldn't ask more questions. Lin Feng then discovered that there was an extra person in the bar, Catwoman Betty. "Are you not injured?" Lin Feng asked Kuina. Kuina smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine. Those nobles were all killed without leaving any traces. It's just that some civilians saw them when they did it. It's okay, as long as you're fine, what's the matter with this little girl?" Lin Feng looked at Betty. "After I rescued her, she said she had nowhere to go, and I thought we needed a cook on board, so I brought her back, and no one saw her when she came back." As soon as Kuina finished speaking, Lin Feng rushed to Betty and said, "Betty, right. Is your cooking delicious?" Lin Feng couldn't help being excited. When he and Kuina were sailing together, they both cooked for each other. It was really unpalatable. The two of them could only eat some ready-made food, but it didn't work after a long time. Betty was frightened. Before she was with Kuina, she felt that she had met a good person, but now she felt that she was a bit sloppy. "Not bad, not bad." Betty bit her lip lightly and said in a low voice. The 2 cat ears moved, looking very cute. "Ha ha ha, that's great, you will be my crew member from now on." Lin Feng laughed and rubbed Betty's head with one hand. "Tisk tisk, this hand feel is really comfortable to stroke a cat." On the other side, naval headquarters is full of Marin. In Sengoku's office. "What? People are missing, what are you doing, Kizaru?" Sengoku yelled at the phone bug. "Ah la la, I have come here as fast as I can, but the person has long disappeared. The guys from CP9 said that the celestial dragons have been kidnapped, and the other party wants 10 billion. It's scary." Kizaru took it easy talking. "What? Kidnapping? 10 billion. Find out who it is right now." Advertisement. Sengoku turned off the phone bug, and Garp said, "The celestial dragons were kidnapped. Who else would do such a good thing?" "Garp, shut up, why are you stealing my senbei again?" Sengoku was very upset, but it wasn't because of celestial dragons were not even as good as senbei in his eyes. If it weren't for being forced by the world government, Sengoku wouldn't bother to take care of this kind of shit. Blue blue. The phone bug rang. As soon as Sengoku answered, the voice came out roaring. "Sengoku, how do your marines do things? Even in Sabayati, people can run away. Are the current marines useless? Do you want to do it as a marshal?" The voice of 5 elders growled and scolded Sengoku. Sengoku felt unhappy. Lousy as the marine marshal after all, it's too embarrassing for you to have such an attitude. "People run away in front of CP. Sengoku said stiffly. "HMPH. If you didn't get caught, it means that you marine have neglected your duties. We already know the other party's request, and we will prepare the money. When the transaction takes place in half a month, you marine will catch me no matter what." The call ends without giving Sengoku a chance to speak. "How about it? It's not easy to be a marshal," Garp said gloatingly at the side. "You are still laughing, this time the opponent is not easy." Sengoku took a sip of tea and continued. The information from the CP said that the leader who claimed to be the Dragon Slayer, Shui Tong, was very strange. With a pair of red eyes, not only could he not be hurt by any attack, but he could also kill himself or someone else just made it disappear out of thin air. Could it be a new fruit ability? Garp wondered, he had never heard of such an ability. I don't know yet, just wait for news from Kizaru. Shaki bar. Lin Feng and the others were eating in full swing. Little Betty, your craft is really good. Yeah. Lin Feng and Kuina praised Betty while eating. Betty was so overwhelmed by the praise that she was very shy and lowered her head and tugged at the corner of her clothes. Thank you, as long as you like it. Boy Lin Feng, what are you going to do next? Rayleigh asked. What else can I do? Just wait. Lin Feng ate a large piece of barbecue in one bite and spoke indistinctly. But you really dare to ask for it, 10 billion Baileys. Shaki took a puff of cigarette and said suddenly. Thinking that he could not earn so much money after doing intelligence for so many years, Shaki felt so sore. Why don't he try to kidnap a celestial dragons himself? Why don't you dare? Don't make more money, so you can marry a wife in the future. Who is your wife? Kuina immediately shy. It's not you. What did you say? Ha. All three of Rayleigh, Shaki and Betty laughed. On that day, several people just ate and drank like this till night. By the next day, the sea was boiling, and word spread that the celestial dragons had been attacked and kidnapped. Sitting in Shaki's bar, Lin Feng held a glass of wine in one hand and a newspaper in the other, and said, This Morgans is amazing, the effectiveness of the news is extremely accurate. Morgans, Zone Bird Fruit Albatross Form Ability, one of the emperors of the underground world, the president of the World Economic News Agency. The main business is to find out all kinds of news and then publish newspapers, which are called big news. You have made such a big fuss, he won't let it go. Rayleigh walked over and handed Lin Feng 2 reward orders. Look, it's a reward. Advertisement. Lin Feng accepted the reward order, and Kuina also came over. Both of them had a big headshot wearing a mask on the reward order, and Lin Feng's red pupils were particularly eye-catching. The leader of the Zonlong organization, Shatong, has a reward of 500 million Baileys. A member of the Zonlong organization, an unknown female swordsman, with a reward of 80 million Baileys. Ha. The unknown female swordsman, Kuina, it seems that I will give myself a code name next time, ha. Lin Feng couldn't hold back his laughter after reading the reward order. Boom. Kuina punched Lin Feng on the head. She is very depressed now. It's fine if she doesn't have a code name. The bounty has not exceeded 100 million. It seems that she didn't kill hard enough. At this time, a news bird had just flown away on the Moby DK, and Marco the Phoenix, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, held the newspaper in his hand with an incredulous expression on his face. What's the matter, Marco? Foil Vista came over and asked. Vista, the captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, holds 2 Western swords. He is a very calm dual sword swordsman and one of the best swordsmen in the sea. Marco handed him the newspaper in his hand. You can read it yourself. Vista took it and looked at it quickly. FK, awesome, there are still people who do this kind of thing, go and tell Dad. The two hurried to Whitebeard's room. In the room, Whitebeard had an infusion tube inserted into his body, and several young and beautiful nurses stood around him. There was a knock on the door. Come in. Marco Vista pushed the door open and entered. Marco was the first to say, Father, big news, watch it quickly. As he spoke, he sent the newspaper over, and after Whitebeard had finished reading it, he said, Gu la, the brave guy, it's really interesting, I really want to meet this blood pupil if I have the chance. Vista stepped forward and said, Father, you said that this dragon-slaying organization is not going to stare at celestial dragons specifically, hunting them down. This is a headache for the world government. I'm interested in that guy named Shatong. I also think that this blood pupil should be very strong. The first reward is 500 million, which is not easy. If one day encounters it, it will be a trouble. Marco said cautiously. Googling, I'm Whitebeard. Bring the wine, little ones, let's have a party. Whitebeard laughed. Marco helped his forehead and said helplessly, Father, you should drink less wine. ... Red hair pirates. Everyone is eating on board. Shanks, big news, big news. Lackey Lu rushed towards Shanks with his fat body. Oh, what happened? Shanks put down the bottle. As soon as he stuffed the newspaper into Shanks' arms, Lackey Lu stuffed a piece of barbecue into his mouth. I didn't expect it, it seems that the sea is going to be messed up, said Beckman, who leaned over to Shanks. Ben Beckman, the deputy captain of Red Hair Pirates, has sailing experience, a clear mind and extremely high combat effectiveness. As a character whose strength can be compared with that of the Captain Red Hair Shanks, one of the 4 emperors, even the powerful people of New World will tremble when they see him, so the Red Hair Pirates are also called the Double Emperors. Yeah, the balance that was so hard to maintain is about to be broken. Shanks said heavily after reading the newspaper. It seems that it is necessary to meet this blood pupil for a while. The same scene also happened to the Beasts Pirates of Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors' Big Mom pirates. All over the world, people are amazed by the daring behavior of the dragon-killing organization. Most people think that this is courting death, but they are secretly happy that someone finally took care of those hateful celestial dragons. Chapter 14. I have a good life. Open black lens bracket host. Host. Close black lens bracket. Dog thief. Close black lens bracket. Lin Feng was lying on the bed thinking whether 10 billion would be less. Suddenly, He was frightened by the system's voice. You are sick, you scare me to death. Open black lens bracket yes. So no more rewards. Close black lens bracket. Big brother. Which one of our two brothers will give it to whom? Come on, smash me to death with rewards, don't be polite. Lin Feng changed his face instantly, extremely shameless. A total of 3,400 points are obtained by killing enemies. So much. The little guy the first killed this time is different from the little guy the first killed before, with different strengths and backgrounds. Understood. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he checked his personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship. Air Dance. Sky Strike. Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst. Falling Flower Palm. Round Dance Stick. Tyrant Broken. Strong Dragon Pressure. Phantom Dragon Tooth. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Dragon Out to Sea. Angry Dragon Piercing Heart Breaking. The Mighty Dragon breaks the army. The Crouching Dragon soars to the sky. The sky soars and the dragon flashes. The Flying Dragon is in the sky. Fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls. Luyum Close black lens bracket minus 30% proficiency. Passive skills. Chaser of Magic. Will of the Fighter. Armor Grandmaster. Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui Hollow. Kamui Transfer. Kamui Space Distortion. Susano. Fusion Degree 20%. Combat Rating. Can barely reach the Admiral level. Points. 4,000. Wealth. 1.02 million Baileys. Items. 28 Atom Woods, 30 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, and 1 denatured pill. System. How long will it take for the Mangekyo Sharingan's fusion degree to fully increase? Lin Feng feels powerless now. Now that he uses the pupil technique, he can't exert its due power at all. To put it bluntly, the time is short and he is still weak. Open black lens bracket 8 years. Close black lens bracket. 8 years. By then Luffy will be the Pirate King. Open black lens bracket. Host can use points. Close black lens bracket. Hearing this, Lin Feng had a bad feeling, and tried to ask. How many? 1 point of fusion is 500 points. By the way, remind the host that the remaining skill proficiency of a battle mage averages 1 point of proficiency and 500 points. Wolf of Wall Street, you. The capitalists call you an expert after seeing it, you are too expensive. The proficiency of battle mage skills increases in the later stage. Lin Feng estimates that if he can do it slowly by himself, it will take a few years. It's worth the money. If you don't have points, just say it, poor. Close black lens bracket. You scold me again. Let me tell you, don't bully the young man and understand it. It was obvious that he was out of breath. Open black lens bracket. Hehe. Then Kuina broke up with you, and since then the host has gone on the road of divorce. Close black lens bracket. You're enough. Lin Feng's hair was covered with black lines, as if a well appeared on his head. In the next few days, Lin Feng and the others found a deserted island to practice on their own. Kuina takes little Betty to practice sword every day, and Rayleigh acts as a sparring partner for the two. To put it bluntly, he is the master. Advertisement. Lin Feng found a place alone to polish his spear skills and improve his skill proficiency. Finally, after 5 days, he raised a precious 1 point. This is because by chance and coincidence, he once again entered a state similar to an epiphany. No, this is too slow. He put away Huawu Luyan and sat cross-legged on the ground. System release tasks. Build a ship that really belongs to you. Reward 2,000 points. 2,000 points for each crew member recruited. System, you are amazing. I now have 3 crew members, which means I can get 6,000 points. After speaking, Lin Feng suddenly felt that something was wrong. I wipe. Asa. Lin Feng hastily opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. Kamui Transfer. Kamui Transfer. You can open a space channel to transport yourself or surrounding objects into the Kamui space, and the transmission takes about 2 seconds. Entering the Kamui space, before he could stand still, he saw a huge black fist hitting his face. No, it hit his whole body. FK. There was no time to dodge. Before Lin Feng could react, the passive skill Armor Grandmaster and the Mana Shield were activated at the same time, resisting the punch forcefully. Grass. Lin Feng flew upside down, drawing an arc. After a while, Lin Feng flew back quickly. Asa, what are you doing? Do you want to kill me? The simple and honest Asa touched the back of his head and said with a grin, Boss, you haven't come in for so many days. I'm bored by myself. I have nothing to do except eat, sleep and play celestial dragons every day, so I can only practice by myself, hehe. You call that blind practice? That's right, you're armed, right? You've practiced quite advanced. You know how to arm, right? What about knowledge? Hey, a little bit. Then your strength is pretty good. Lin Feng exclaimed. Hey. Lin Feng flew up and slapped Asa on the head. Okay, stop smirking. Where are the 2 celestial dragons? I heard Lin Feng asking about business. Asa immediately replied, they're not dead. I give them something to eat every day. Look over there. Huh. They're like a dog. Lin Feng looked over and saw 2 ugly celestial dragons wriggling on the ground. What the hell is this? Let's go. I'll take you out to get some fresh air. Without staying longer, Lin Feng took Asa and appeared on the uninhabited island. Now Lin Feng does not dare to open the Mangekyo Sharingan for a long time, let alone open the Kamui space for a long time. It consumes a lot and hurts the eyes. Come on, practice with me to see how strong you are. Lin Feng said while standing on Asa's shoulder. Yeah, okay, boss. Lin Feng jumped up and landed opposite Asa. Here we come, be careful. After the words fell, Huawu Luyan rushed out, a red light flashed in the air, and stabbed straight at Asa Dragon Tooth. Asa did not dodge or dodge, the armed color instantly covered, and the Dragon Tooth hit. Dragon Tooth special effect, stiffness. Make the enemy fall into a momentary state of rigidity. However, at the moment of hitting, Asa tightly grasped Huawu Luyan with one hand. Asa, who was hit by the Dragon Tooth, fell into a brief moment of stiffness. Lin Feng seized the opportunity heavenly strike. Huawu Luyan picks out, misses. Asa has escaped from the rigidity, what a sight. A back jump to avoid Lin Feng's sky strike. Advertisement. Depend on. Hockey is really difficult. Lin Feng continued to attack, falling flower palm, strong dragon press, overlord break, round dance stick, each skill was used by Lin Feng. Although they are not big moves, Asa can also fight Lin Feng well. There is a return. This guy is really good at gymnastics. Lin Feng sighed. Asa, take this move, he shouted while attacking. Asa didn't speak. For him, it was already a little difficult. He didn't know why. Although his armor could block Lin Feng's direct attack, he still felt as if his body was being continuously eroded by something. He didn't hesitate, but responded to Lin Tian with an attitude. The angry dragon pierces the heart. Lin Feng and Huawu Luyan seemed to merge into one, condensing into a dragon-shaped fighting spirit and stabbing Asa in an instant. Ha! Asa used all his strength, and the covered armed fist collided with Huawu Luyan. The dragon-shaped fighting spirit didn't stop, it directly hit Asa's body, and the huge magic fighting spirit directly knocked Asa into the air. Boom! The giant's tall body hit the ground, kicking up waves of dust. Lin Feng walked towards Asa unhurriedly, Huawu Luyan put away, and squatted next to Asa's head. How is it, are you okay? Boss, I'm fine, a little injury is fine. Asa squeezed out a smile. Take it yourself, I don't have a ship's doctor now, your physical fitness will be fine in 2 or 3 days. Above the island, Lin Feng held one of Asa's fingers and flew towards where Rayleigh and the others were. Asa's screaming never stopped from the beginning. Boss, slow down, lower down. Lin Feng's eardrums hurt from his noise. I really didn't expect such a big guy to be afraid of heights. After a while, Lin Feng discovered the 3 of Rayleigh, Kuina and Little Betty were fighting with Rayleigh, Little Betty is soy sauce. Boom. Asa was thrown to the ground. Hey, I'm still practicing. Lin Feng greeted the 3 of them. Stop beating, I'm going to die of exhaustion. I can't stand the torment when I'm old. Rayleigh said to the second daughter. The 3 stopped their swords in unison and walked towards Lin Feng. Kuina gave Lin Feng a hug, and then looked at Asa. Is this the giant family from the previous auction house? What's going on? The new crew member is very good, about the same as you. Lin Feng smiled, and now Kuina has also mastered the color of knowledge. Asa got up from the ground, and said to everyone with a smile, hello, my name is Asa, and it was Lin Feng who saved me. Hey, big man, you were rescued too. Little Betty jumped out, looking very happy, obviously the 2 met at the auction house. Betty, that's great, I thought you were taken away. Asa was also very pleasantly surprised. Rayleigh came over and put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulder. Boy, I'm done drinking. Helplessly looking at the alcoholic, Lin Feng took out a few bottles of dragon yin wine and said, come on, let's have a banquet. A group of people live a leisurely life on this uninhabited island like this. Practice, hold banquets, practice, hold banquets. There were only 2 days left before the agreed date, and Lin Feng and the others decided to go back early to make preparations. If there were no accidents, they would have a head-on conflict with Marine Admiral this time. Even Lin Feng did not dare to be careless in the slightest. Compared with Lin Feng and the others who are living leisurely these days, Marine's side can be said to be ready for battle, and everyone is on the verge of an enemy. After all, whoever dared to kidnap celestial dragons, had to make them cautious. At this time, Sabayati was surrounded by Marine, and Admiral Kizaru went out in person, and most of the criminals on the island fled after hearing the news. Admiral Kizaru, whose real name is Pelusalino, is one of the most powerful admirals of headquarters in Naval Headquarters and a Logia, sparkling fruit, capable user. Character is unpredictable, adhering to the concept of ambiguous justice. In charge of the Marine Science Unit led by Senmomaru. In the Shaki Bar, everyone gathered here, and there was no tense atmosphere. Everyone knew that Lin Feng would go there alone the day after tomorrow. Boy, be careful when the time comes, don't fall, I can't save you. With Erlang's legs crossed, Rayleigh leaned on the chair with a wine glass in one hand, looking at Lin Feng with a smile. Can't you just wait for me to order? Ha ha ha, as long as you have confidence, come and drink. Chapter 15 Fight Kizaru, Lin Feng injured. After resting for a day, the night before the appointed time, Lin Feng entered the Kamui space and left space imprints on the bodies of the 2 celestial dragons. Only then did Lin Feng know that one of the celestial dragons was the guy who sank Sabo back then. Holy Marco. This TM is really, what a coincidence. Then Lin Feng tortured him for a while, and then he left the Kamui space. In the early morning of the next day, the number 1 mangrove area was completely controlled by Marine, and there were people from the world government. If I guessed correctly, they should have come to send money. Different from Marine's strict treatment, Lin Feng slept until noon, woke up slowly, finished his food in a leisurely manner, put on his mask and robe, greeted everyone, and went directly to 1 number area. In Area 1, Kizaru Admiral moved a chair and sat leisurely at the entrance of the auction house, crossed his legs and cut his fingernails, wore sunglasses, and his mouth was crooked. It's really troublesome. I must ask Sengoku for more information this time when I go back. Overtime pay. Zon Taomaru stood aside with a wry smile and said, as Kizaru's disciple, he knows his father's character best. Suddenly, Kizaru suddenly raised his head and looked forward. Yes, Lin Feng appeared. In an instant, countless marines aimed their weapons at Lin Feng. Oh, the scene is quite big, it's scary. Lin Feng saw Kizaru on the chair, and immediately began to imitate him. Question mark. This guy doesn't play cards according to the routine, he actually grabs his lines and doesn't talk about martial arts. Are you Shui Tong, the leader of the dragon-slaying organization? These eyes are really scary. Kizaru remained unmoved and insisted on his own style. That lazy expression, as if everything in the world has nothing to do with him, very cheap and wretched. Lin Feng ignored him, and looked at the CP member standing not far away. The money is with you, throw it here, I will give you the money, let's finish the work quickly and go back to each house and find each mother, I am very busy yes, don't waste your time. Kizaru stood up and said to the CP, give him the money and keep the celestial dragons safe first. Then he looked at Lin Feng again, where is the person? Thump. The 2 dying dragons were thrown out of the Kamui space by Lin Feng and fell to the ground. Take it, what a disgusting guy, why is it so stinky? Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. This is celestial dragons, who has seen such miserable celestial dragons, one of them even lost an arm. Kizaru did not expect such a situation. Young people nowadays are so scary. The CP person was not so calm, pointing at Lin Feng and said, you, how dare you do that? Lin Feng was speechless, he had done everything, why did he ask these things? Don't you want your hands? Hurry up and get the money, or I will tear up the ticket. Kizaru looked at Lin Feng, intending to snatch him over directly, but after careful consideration, he gave up. He didn't dare to take the risk. If he caused Lin Feng to tear up his ticket because of him, he didn't want to take the responsibility. The CP people carried several big boxes and walked towards Lin Feng vigilantly. Stop. Put there, open. When he reached a distance of several meters in front of him, Lin Feng stopped immediately. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to say anything, they could only obey obediently. After Lin Feng checked it, he was right, immediately activated Kamui transfer. The space around several large boxes began to distort, and in about 2 seconds, a full 10 billion Baileys entered the Kamui space. This, the CP person hadn't finished speaking. Bang bang. Lin Feng kicked the 2 celestial dragons under his feet, and kicked into CP's arms. Advertisement. The CP people hurriedly carried the celestial dragons away and began to give first aid. They were afraid that the 2 celestial dragons would die because the rescue was not in time, and they would all have to be buried with them. Lin Feng watched this scene with a smile on the corner of his mouth, looked at Marine who was surrounded even closer, and was about to run away. System release task. Reckless. In a fight with Marine Admiral Kizaru, make him say it's terrible 3 times, and say to him, have you ever lost? Mission reward. Unknown. Mission failure penalty. Mangekyo Rinnegan fusion degree reduced by 10%. Lin Feng's face turned black. What kind of mission is this, and he still can't expose himself, what can he use to fight, just with the current short and weak pupil technique? I really want to refuse, but this punishment is like forcing someone into prostitution. At this moment, countless gunshots sounded, and countless bullets struck. Lin Feng did not move, allowing the attack to pass through his body. The red eyes stared at Kizaru. It was difficult to deal with. Kizaru's ability was just enough to restrain Kamui. His speed was too fast. The moment Lin Feng attacked, his body would turn into a solid body, and this moment would definitely be captured by Kizaru. Kamui space distortion. 9 out of 10 will miss. Magical ability. Not elementalization. Scary guy. What? One time, right? Lin Feng chuckled. Have you ever been kicked by light? Just as Kizaru's voice came out, a light speed kick had already been kicked towards Lin Feng's head, and the light speed kick passed through Lin Feng's head. Sure enough, it's really troublesome to miss the kick. Susanoo. Lin Feng's Susanoo is fiery red. Has Susanoo ever seen a full body with a height of about 20 meters? It's really small, short and weak, it must be done quickly. Lin Feng took out a sword, and Susanoo also evolved a sword. Ouch, it's so scary, but my mission is to arrest you, I really can't help it. Although Kizaru was talking, the attack didn't stop. Bachi Chong Guyu. After Kizaru photonized and flew into the air, countless light bullets emitting golden light rained down, closing all possible dodging directions. With no time to dodge, Susanoo wrapped Lin Feng around, resisted the wave of attacks, and then flew a sword towards Kizaru. Amazon Cloud Sword. Kizaru also condensed a lightsaber to fight Lin Feng. As time went by, Lin Feng became more and more difficult to support. It's such a terrible defense, but it can't be broken. It seems that we need to use a little more force. Kizaru was still shouting, and the attack became more and more fierce. A heavy sword slashed on Susanoo. Lin Feng spat out a mouthful of blood, and a trace of blood tears flowed from the corner of his eyes. Kizaru. Lin Feng shouted loudly. Are you ready to surrender? It seems that you can go back to rest early. Kizaru said to himself. Kizaru, have you ever been defeated? Arrogant guy. Kizaru shot several beams again from his hand. It's terrible, Kizaru Admiral, let's fight again next time, goodbye. There was a distortion in the space. Lin Feng's figure has disappeared. Kizaru put down his raised hands. Ah, I ran away, it's too bad, the old man is injured, the opponent is so strong. Old man, it's hard to explain to our marine that he escaped. Zon Taomaru said worriedly. Advertisement. Oh, it's really troublesome. The enemy is too strong. The old man is injured, so it should be fine. Kizaru cocked his mouth and didn't care at all. Shaki bar. Lin Feng came back here through the Kamui space, and he spurted a mouthful of blood as soon as he appeared, and almost lost his footing. Lin Feng. Kuina immediately stepped forward to support him. Rayleigh also stepped forward. How did you get like this? Did you fight Kizaru? I'm fine, just take a rest. Kuina helped Lin Feng to his seat and sat down. I'll go get something to eat. Shaki turned and walked towards the kitchen. Tell me what happened, Rayleigh said. Lin Feng took a few deep breaths and finally calmed down a bit. I had a fight with Kizaru, because I can't reveal my identity, there are too many restrictions. With Lin Feng's current strength, even if he makes a full shot, it can only reach Admiral's level, and it is even more difficult to parry under certain restrictions. Rayleigh pulled a chair and sat on it, leaning his head on his arms. That's Admiral, it's hard to deal with it with all your strength, and you still retain your strength to fight him. Fortunately Kizaru didn't take it seriously. Don't you want to try it, hee. Bold brat, celestial dragons just gave them that. Rayleigh couldn't believe that Lin Feng would just let those two celestial dragons go. How is this possible? Stay back and wait for the show. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. In the middle of the night, Lin Feng had almost recovered. Calculating the time, celestial dragons should have been in the Holy Land Mariajoy by this time. It is estimated that they have finished their treatment and are sleeping. Kamui transfer. A few seconds later, in a palace in the Holy Land Mariajoy. Lin Feng quietly appeared in a room. His uncle's is really luxurious. At a glance, there are all kinds of extremely luxurious furnishings. Saint Charmarco slept very soundly on a huge bed in the room. I don't know if he had some sweet dreams. Lin Feng stepped forward slowly, took out a sword, and wiped it on his neck. Saint Charmarco remained in his dream forever. Follow the same pattern to another celestial dragon's room. It didn't sleep. Sitting on the bed, he kept losing his temper, and there were smashed things everywhere on the ground. When he saw Lin Feng suddenly appearing, he was completely terrified and speechless for a while. His body was trembling unceasingly, and he kept stepping back, with beads of sweat running across his face. In order to prevent him from yelling and causing other troubles, Lin Feng stepped forward, the sword light flashed, pierced its throat, and nailed him to the head of the bed. It is estimated that no one would have thought that celestial dragons would die in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. After the matter was over, Lin Feng returned to Sabayati's own room. System, where are the rewards for daytime missions? Congratulations to host for obtaining the system-produced Supreme Big Sword Fubuki, Big Fast Sword Red Lotus, Autumn Leaves, a bottle of eye drops, 1000 points. Can this eye drop repair the damage caused by the overuse of Mangekyo Sharingan? Open black lens bracket certainly. No, it's just a psychological comfort. Close black lens bracket. TCH, you are playing with me, why not replace it with wine? Then I checked my points. 31,000. At this time, Lin Feng felt that he was a local rich man who got rich overnight. Chapter 16 Leaving Sabayati Land. Unable to conceal the excitement in his heart, Lin Feng was ready to spend it well. System, Eternal Mangekyo, Arrangement. Open black lens bracket no problem. Close black lens bracket the voice of the system is also a little excited. Big list, how much commission does this get? One more Tsukuyomi. Lin Feng had no shortage of attack methods, so he wanted to play with an illusion. Okay, arrange. Close black lens bracket. Add another 10% proficiency in combat skills. Boss is big. Wait, not enough points. Close black lens bracket. What? How much is left? Lin Feng asked in surprise. After deducting the consumption of Eternal Mangekyo and Tsukuyomi, there is 2,112 left. Unexpectedly, after only consuming 2 things, I went back to before liberation overnight. System, can I buy something with 112 points? Lin Feng asked. 2,112 really doesn't look good, OCD. Open black lens bracket host can buy wine, 2 bottles for 1 point. Considering how generous the consumption of host is today, 112 points will give you 250 bottles. I decide close black lens bracket. You are only 250, and your whole family is 250. After complaining, Lin Feng went to sleep cursing, he was really tired today. The next day, when the sun was high, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he did was to check his personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapon. Spear, Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heart Breaking, the Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, the Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky, the Sky Soars and the Dragon Flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the Sky, Fights to Break the Mountains and Rivers, and the Wind Rolls Luyun Close Black Lens bracket minus 31% proficiency. Passive Skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Susano, Fusion Degree 15%. Combat Rating. Can barely reach the Admiral level. Points. 2000. Wealth. 10 billion 1.02 million Baileys. Item. The Supreme Sword Blowing Snow. Big Sharp Knife Red Lotus, Autumn Leaves. 270 bottles of Longyan Wine, 28 sticks of Atom Wood, a bottle of eye drops, and a denatured pill. System. How did my fusion degree decrease? Open black lens bracket normal, breakthrough requires more experience points close black lens bracket. Then how many points do you need for a little integration now? Lin Feng asked nervously. 500, no change. That's good news. But when will this be 100%? In Shaki's bar, after everyone had breakfast, Lin Feng said, Shaki, we're leaving. So fast. There are some things to do, and the tavern and intelligence matters will trouble you. Lin Feng then gave Shaki 1 billion Baileys. This is an investment to open a tavern, and the name of the tavern is Scarlet Tavern. Shaki had a cigarette in his mouth. Of course it's no problem. Don't you want to play for a few more days? No, it's been holding you and Mr. Rayleigh so long, and I can be back any minute, you know. Okay, boy, here, I'll give you a phone bug, I'll contact you if there's something to do. Shaki took out a phone bug from the cabinet and threw it to Lin Feng. Advertisement. Thanks. Then Rayleigh sent everyone to the port. Lin Feng took out the boat, and after saying goodbye, he took Kuina, Little Betty, and Asa on board and left. Before boarding the ship, Asa was also pulled out of the Kamui space by Lin Feng, and he was allowed to stay on the deck for the time being. At this time, the sea boiled again because of Lin Feng. Shock. The leader of the Zonlong organization fought in Sabayati. Admiral Kizaru left calmly. Kizaru was suspected of being injured. If before, people thought that Lin Feng was bold and dared to attack celestial dragons, then now he has to add his unfathomable strength. After all, he can fight against Admiral and escape successfully in the end, so he must have strength. Not long after sailing, a news bird landed on Lin Feng's boat. After buying a newspaper, everyone gathered around to read it. Lin Feng shook his head wryly when he saw the shocking headline on the newspaper and then looked at the content. This Kizaru, even pretending to be injured, must be trying to avoid responsibility and take the opportunity to take a vacation. Looking at the new reward order in the newspaper, Shui Tong, the leader of the dragon-slaying organization, offered a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Lin Feng wasn't surprised at all when he didn't see the news that the celestial dragons were killed. Shijiazheng Fu will definitely not talk about such embarrassing things. It's just that this time it must be completely targeted by the world government. Maybe it will be a thunderbolt at some point, and you need to be more careful in the future. System, is there any good thing, the kind that can make people bigger and smaller? Lin Feng has always been troubled by this problem. Unless Asa is not allowed to appear as the dragon-slaying organization in the future, if he goes out to kill and steal goods in the future, even if he wears a mask and robes, he will definitely be discovered. Of course, 200 points. Row. Congratulations to host for getting a magic pill, which can make the whole or part of a person's body bigger or smaller freely by up to 2 times, and get 2 magical 4-corner underpants as a gift. Well, the system, you can buy this thing with points, right? Lin Feng asked wretchedly. Then there's no problem. Lin Feng took the small pill in his hand and walked towards Asa contentedly. Asa, eat this. Lin Feng threw the pill to Asa. Then Lin Feng saw the struggle on Asa's face, and then took the pill. The 2 women also came over and saw Asa's appearance and couldn't help asking, what's the matter? Lin Feng also looked at Asa, a little puzzled, does this thing have any side effects? Host, don't make wild guesses, the products produced by the system must be high-quality goods. Well, hey, why do you have this expression? It's not poison, as if I'm going to harm you. Lin Feng said to Asa. Huh, isn't it poison? I heard that some people use poison to control others. Asa was particularly surprised. At first, he thought Lin Feng was going to use this method too, which scared him to death. Snapped. Lin Feng jumped up and slapped Asa on the head. What nonsense are you talking about? This is a good thing, feel it carefully. Oh, yes. Asa immediately closed his eyes and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes carefully to feel the changes in his body. After a while, Asa's body began to grow bigger. Boom. Lin Feng jumped up and punched again. What are you doing? Do you want to destroy the boat? Make it smaller. Oh, Asa immediately manipulated his body to shrink, 8 meters, 5 meters, and did not stop until 2.5 meters. The original clothes completely covered Asa. You two go into the house. Lin Feng said to the second daughter. Immediately Lin Feng took out 2 magical 4-corner shorts and handed them to Asa. Put these on, and you don't have to worry about your clothes being torn in the future. Hey, Asa was visibly shy. Advertisement. Smile. Put it on, I'll give you a set of clothes, and change quickly. After everything was done, the second daughter also came out. Little Betty, it's time to cook. Yes, Captain. Little Betty responded cutely, straightening her body. Kuina walked up to Lin Feng and took his arm. Where are we going next? The capital of the 7 waters. Go build a big ship first, and go for a walk by the way. It's the world-famous shipbuilding Holy Land. I heard it's very beautiful there, and there are sea trains. Kuina was very happy when she heard that. Apart from practicing swords every day, her favorite thing is to play with Lin Feng. Well, That's right. Since the capital of Seven Waters is not far from the Sabayati archipelago, although their ship was relatively slow, they still arrived at their destination before dark. Standing on the deck, several people looked at the incomparably magnificent city that looked like a huge fountain from afar. Is this the capital of Seven Waters? It's so beautiful. Little Betty danced excitedly. Asa raised his finger and pointed forward. Boss, we are here to build ships, it looks amazing. Ha ha ha. Yes, you stand still, I'm going to speed up. Falling Flower Palm. With Lin Feng's current strength, Falling Flower Palm is many times stronger than before. With a palm strike, the whole ship took off on the spot, drew a semicircle in the air, and finally landed perfectly at the port of the capital of Seven Waters. It's done. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said triumphantly, and then he saw the three people who were still in shock. I said, you are too good at it, and this scared me. Lin Feng. After punching and kicking, Lin Feng got off the ship with a bag, and put everything into the system space before getting off the ship. This stolen pirate ship has completed its mission like this. With Kuina's sword slashing out and sinking into the bottom of the sea, this is its best destination. Just entering the capital of Seven Waters, several people are looking around. The capital of Seven Waters is still lively at night. Brother, you guys just came here. Would you like to rent a blue? It's very convenient and the price is cheap. A middle-aged man came over and said. The waterways in the water city are quite complicated. In addition to the transportation on the flat water surface, there are also waterways extending down from the heights of the water city. Local residents will raise a creature called Brew as a means of transportation on water. In addition to being used for water transportation, Blue has a strong carrying capacity and can also be used to assist in moving. Lin Feng knew about Bruce, but the three Kuina at the side didn't. Little Betty quickly asked curiously, Captain, what is Bruce? Hey, that's the one, the grass mud horse on the sea, you can go and have a look. Lin Feng said, pointing to Brew in the pond not far away. Boss, rent a double and 2 singles. Okay, no problem, 1,000 for a double, 500 for a single, a total of 2,000. The boss said with a smile. Just paid. What? There was a burst of exclamation, and everyone looked at it, and the little Betty was licked by the mud horse. Ha ha ha, I got the trick. Lin Feng laughed outright. Captain, did you already know? You must have done it on purpose. Little Betty walked up to Kuina with her mouth pouted. Sister Kuina, the captain bullied me. Seeing this, Kuina smiled helplessly. The two of them were also like this on the boat, fighting and fighting all day long. The boss brought over Bruce who had placed the seat. Please sit down, everyone. Lin Feng nodded. Kuina, you are with little Betty, and Asa and I are one by one. After the four of them sat on it, the three blues turned their heads and grinned at the same time, showing a big white fang. The corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. Why is this thing so obscene? I really want to beat it. Let's go. Take us to the commercial street here, we can't do without your meat and water. Lin Feng knew that Bruce could understand, so he ordered directly. The eyes of the three blue eyes lit up. Hey, this human being can deal with it. So he rushed out as if he had been beaten with chicken blood. Chapter 17 Seven Water Capitals. Driving on Blue slowly on the waterway, various merchants and hawkers on both sides of the waterway yelled at several people. Pretty lady, try my mizeshi takoyaki. Brother, my shui shui manto is very good, buy two. Along the way, several people were almost full. What water meat, water takoyaki, water pear, water manto. Lin Feng bit the last mouthful of watery meat, and sighed with satisfaction, it's so moist. Boss, this is too delicious. Yes, Captain, can we buy more when we leave? Little Betty also said hastily. Didn't I give you money? I'll buy it myself when the time comes. Lin Feng gave everyone a large sum of money as soon as he got off the boat. At this moment, a person suddenly rushed out of the alley on the bank. Lin Feng recognized him at the first sight, with blonde hair, sunglasses on his head, a cigar in his mouth, and old overalls. One of the 5 foremen of Dock No. 1, Barry, a shipbuilder in the capital of water, is good at rope manipulation. Barry, pay back the money, don't run away. Ghosts don't run away, I have no money now. After speaking, he ran away. Lin Feng looked at this scene and smiled and didn't care. Next, everyone parked Bruce on the shore, ready to go ashore for a stroll. Let's go, I'll take you to go shopping. Lin Feng waved his hand and said proudly. Yeah, Captain is so kind, I like you so much. Little Betty rushed up to give Lin Feng a bear hug. Ahem, let's go. It is said that shopping is a woman's nature. At this time, not only Little Betty, but also Kuina is quite excited, and the spirit of shopping is burning. Almost 2 hours later, Lin Feng deeply realized how terrible it is to go shopping with a woman. Boss, why do they only look at it and not buy it? They are so tired after shopping around. You ask me, how do I know? Just follow along. Lin Feng said very speechlessly. Lin Feng did buy a lot of things, such as daily necessities, to replenish the supplies on board. After walking around for a while, when I was about to go back, I was stopped by a group of people at the corner of the street. Hey, Captain Bud, I just saw that this group of people bought a lot of things and spent a lot of money. Yeah, we robbed them, just as we don't have much money left after repairing the ship. Tisk tisk. There are 2 chicks, look at this figure, the figure is really good, but I don't know if it sounds good or not, he. Hearing this, Kuina frowned slightly, put her hands on her waist, and was about to step forward to clean them up, when Captain Bud stepped forward and said, "Boy, hand over all the money, otherwise these two ladies will be killed. It's going to be a disaster. My brothers haven't touched a woman in a long time." Advertisement. "You are pirates," Lin Feng said flatly. "Ha ha ha, that's right, we are the Jackal Pirates with a total bounty of 20 million Baileys. Hurry up and do as I say, or you will suffer today." Bard smiled triumphantly. In his opinion, most people are frightened when they hear about pirates, let alone the Jackal Pirates. These people must have been scared out of their wits. "Asa, it's time to work," Lin Feng said indifferently. Yes, a figure leapt out from behind Lin Feng, and within 10 seconds, the group of pirates lay on the ground and howled. "Master, I was wrong, please forgive me. We lose money, ah." The sound of begging for mercy resounded through the streets, and the surrounding melon eaters were chatting in each other's ears. "Boss, are you going to kill them?" Asa asked back. Kill. As for what these people said to the two women just now, Lin Feng did not intend to let them go. "Wait a minute, brother." Lin Feng looked in the direction of the voice, and it turned out to be Barry. "Why, you know these pirates and want to protect them." Lin Feng's voice was a little cold. Barry held a cigar in his hand. "Of course not, it's just that this is the capital of Seven Waters after all, so killing people in the street won't affect them well, even though these people are all pirates." "Oh, but what does this have to do with me, Asa, do it?" "Hey, wait a minute." Barry wanted to stop him, but a sword was placed around his neck in an instant. "Miss, what are you doing? Ah. Why are you dressed like this? How can you show so many legs, shameless woman?" Barry shouted in pain, covering his face with one hand and pointing at Kuina. "If you talk nonsense again, I will kill you." Kuina was very angry. She was molested by the pirates just now, and now she is being called shameless. On the other side, Asa came back neatly. "Boss, it's settled. Well, let's go, find a hotel and have a good rest." Just as they were about to leave, Barry chased after him. "Brother, are you just here? Don't you have a place to live yet?" "Well, what's the matter?" Lin Feng didn't understand what Barry was going to do. "I have a good idea, I'll take you to the most luxurious hotel here, and you can stay at half price, how about it?" Continue. Seeing that Lin Feng didn't care much, Barry still bit the bullet and said, "I just have one request, can you lend me some money?" Lin Feng looked at him and really had an idea in his heart. "Why, you were hunted down by your creditor again." "How do you know?" Barry asked in surprise. One of the 5 foremen of the famous #1 dock in the city of Seven Waters, how could he not know him? You say yes, Barry. Advertisement. "Well, I didn't expect you to know me, so that would be even better. Little brother, lend me some money, and I'll return it to you when I go to the casino and win." Barry stepped forward and put Lin Feng's shoulders on his shoulders and said with a smile. Lin Feng patted his hand off. "Do you think I will believe it? But I have an idea, do you want to hear it?" "Huh, what? I can lend you money, and even help you pay off all your debts, but I have one condition." "Say what you say." Barry was a little excited. The day when he doesn't have to hide from debts is coming. "I want you." Lin Feng stared at Barry. "What? This is not good." Barry had an ugly expression on his face, and wanted to refuse, but he was entangled for a while when he thought of the beautiful day of paying off his debts. Lin Feng saw what he was thinking, and slashed Barry's head with a hand knife. "What are you thinking? I mean, I want you on my boat." "What? On your bed?" Hearing this, Barry took a few steps back in fright. "I mean, I want you to come on my boat and be my shipwright." Lin Feng wanted to beat him to death. "Phew, I was scared to death, but you want me to be your shipwright? Are you a pirate?" Barry asked quickly, relieved. "Not pirates." "Oh, even so, I won't get on your boat," Barry said firmly. Lin Feng was not discouraged either, and threw 1,000 Baileys to Barry. "Trust me, you will change your mind. Let's go, take us to the hotel." "Come on, little brother, you are a good person." "Am I being issued a good person card?" Lin Feng looked at him, thinking about how to get him on board. Barry walked in front of the crowd, turned around and asked Lin Feng, "Brother, are you here for a trip?" "Well, sort of, but we're here mainly to build a ship." "Oh, you want to build a ship? Yes, so you have to introduce Mr. Bingshan for me." Bingshan, also known as Ace Bagu, is the mayor of the water capital and the president of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company, and one of the disciples of the legendary shipbuilder Tom. "Oh, I want to see my teacher, he's very busy." Barry took a sip of his cigar, looking embarrassed. 2,000 Baileys. My teacher has been doing a lot of activities recently, so he's too busy. 3,000 Baileys. In fact, he still has some time to squeeze, but he can't guarantee whether he will be able to do it tomorrow. 5,000 Baileys. How embarrassing. Little brother, I'll take you there tomorrow. Barry rubbed his hands without the slightest seriousness just now, very wretched. Lin Feng looked at Barry's happy face, and sneered in his heart, "Just wait, this is your selling money. You think you have earned, but I will never lose." Chapter 1825 Adam Woods. 8 a.m. Bang bang bang. There was a hasty knock on the door, waking Lin Feng to awake from the sweet dream he was sleeping with. Checking the time. Who is it? It's early in the morning, rushing to the grave. Kuina and others all know that Lin Feng likes to sleep late, so Lin Feng thinks it must not be them. It's me. Who the FK are you? Barry, brother, I'll take you to see my teacher, you forgot. Barry shouted outside the door. Only then did Lin Feng react. Wait. 10 minutes later, the group gathered at the hotel entrance, rented blue and set off with Barry. I said, why are you here so early? You haven't woken up yet. You've been complaining for a long time, but it's not enough. My teacher will go to the dock to inspect it this morning, and he just took you there. Fine. The people took blue and came to the central street of the water capital through the Minato elevator, where the shipbuilding island is also located. It's more prosperous here. Yes, Sister Kuina, this place is so beautiful. The two women chatted one after the other. It didn't take long to arrive at the number 1 dock of Shipbuilding Island. Barry went in to report that outsiders were not allowed to enter without the permission of the iceberg. Not long after, Barry came over with a man and a woman. The man was wearing a red striped suit, a blue crew cut, and a beard. He looked like an iceberg. The woman next to her has blonde hair tied into a ponytail, a small golden suit, a hip skirt, and black silk. High heel, long legs, looks quite capable. Iceberg's secretary, Khalifa, is also an agent of the world government and a member of the secret organization CP9. Hey, brother over there, I heard that Barry said that you want to build a boat, are you his friend? The iceberg shouted to Lin Feng from far away. Mr. Bingshan, pay attention to your image. Khalifa reminded from the side. After Bingshan walked in, Lin Feng said, hi, Mr. Bingshan, my name is Lin Feng, and I'm Barry's friend. I'm the boss of this city. Bingshan, you want to build a ship, right? Bingshan looked very cold with his hands folded on his chest, thinking that this should be very impressive. If I didn't know what you were like, I would have been bluffed by you. Advertisement. Yes, a most wonderful ship. Oh, you have so much money? Bingshan asked suspiciously. Of course, but if you know what I'm going to use to build a boat, I think you'll build it for me even if you don't need money. Lin Feng also showed a mysterious expression. Bingshan remained calm. Are you so confident? I don't know what you are talking about, can you let me see and see? Of course it's fine, but are you sure you're here? Excuse me, please come with me, Khalifa, and prepare tea for the guests. Okay, Mr. Iceberg. Khalifa turned and left. Everyone followed the iceberg into dock number 1, where countless workers were busy, and countless ships were either being built or repaired, which looked very spectacular. How do you feel? Bingshan couldn't help but feel a little proud when he saw the expressions on everyone's faces. It's great, it's a nice place. Lin Feng was not stingy with his praise, this is indeed a good place, bringing together the best boatmen in the world. The tea is here, tell me, what are you talking about? Bingshan took the tea from Khalifa. Lin Feng also took a glass, thank you. Mr. Bingshan, I wonder if you still remember the Oro Jackson. After taking a sip of tea, Lin Feng said to Bingshan. You mean the ship of One Piece Luo Jia? Bingshan was a little excited, as if he guessed what Lin Feng was going to say. That's right, it's the boat that your master, Mr. Tom, built for Luo Jia out of the precious tree atom. Then what do you mean? Bingshan had already stood up. For a shipbuilder, it was their dream to build a ship out of atom wood. Even he has never built a ship out of atom wood. That's right, it's the treasure tree atom. Here, are you sure you didn't lie to me? Bingshan was a little suspicious. Don't get excited, I haven't finished yet. What I want to build is not just a boat made of 1 atom wood, but the best boat made of 25 atom wood. What did you say? Bingshan opened his mouth wide, and his saliva almost flowed to the ground. Even Khalifa on the side was shocked, and even wondered if he heard it wrong. You didn't lie to me. Bingshan asked again. Seeing this, Lin Feng waved his hand, and 25 huge atom woods were neatly placed on the ground. It's really atom wood, ha ha ha. Bingshan laughed and walked forward, lying directly on the atom wood, stroking it with both hands, as if. He didn't even care how Lin Feng took out so much atom wood, but Khalifa who was on the side noticed it, pushed his glasses and didn't speak. Advertisement. There was a lot of movement here, and it immediately attracted the attention of many people. Lin Feng glanced over a few people walking towards him. Wearing a boat jumpsuit, black top hat and a pigeon on his shoulder is Rob Lucci. One of the 5 foremen of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company's number 1 dock. The pigeon on the left shoulder is Hadley, a cat with the leopard form ability, and a member of CP9. The square-nosed man wearing a white cap and orange overalls is Yamake's Kaku. One of the 5 foremen of the Carrera Shipbuilding Company's number 1 dock. Niu Fruit Giraffe form ability, is also a member of CP9. The remaining 3 were Barry and the other 2 foremen, Bipoli Lulu with disheveled hair, and Thaleston, a bearded man with strong limbs and a simple mind, with a tattoo of boatman on his left chest. The system releases a task. Subdue CP9, task reward, immediately 3 devil fruits and 1 magic pill. Points 2000. Close black lens bracket. Whoa, it's time to live. Originally Lin Feng didn't want to take care of these things, so he was forced to do so. This time, the 5 foremen of dock number 1 were all present. Lin Feng looked at Lucci and Kaku, then looked back at Khalifa, and smiled meaningfully. What's the matter, Mr. Bingshan? Kaku asked. Ha ha ha, good news, this gentleman is going to build a boat with atom wood, ha ha ha. Bingshan now addresses Lin Feng as Mr. Kaku looked at the 25 pieces of atom wood, and was speechless for a while. Although they are agents of CP9, they have been undercover here for 2 years, so they naturally know the value of atom wood. Hello, I'm Lucci, may I ask how you used so many atom wood to build a boat? At this moment, the pigeon on Lucci's shoulder spoke. What's the matter? The bird actually spoke. Little Betty said in surprise. Lin Feng knew what was going on, so he said, it should be ventriloquism. This time it was Lu Qi's turn to be surprised. Sir, you are really amazing, you can tell it at a glance. The pigeon on the shoulder continued. Lin Feng smiled and ignored him. He could speak but didn't speak well, so why pretend? Mr. Bingshan, no problem. I want to build the best ship in the world, with the fastest speed, the strongest hull, the best entertainment facilities, and can go to every place on the sea. No problem, of course no problem. Bingshan agreed in one gulp. Kaku asked, don't you need to install weapons? No, I don't like that thing. Then he looked at Bingshan. Can my ship jump in line? How long will it take to build it? Oh, my dear Mr. Lin Feng, how can your business be called jumping the queue? It's called VIP treatment, VIP service. Bingshan didn't know what being offline was at all at this time, and such words were extremely natural. As for your ship, according to your request, the construction period will not be short, and it will take at least 2 months if you try your best. It's okay, I hope you will do your best to build it. Mr. Lin Feng, don't worry, leave it to us. Not enough, Mr. Bingshan, if possible, I would like to talk to you alone. Okay, come with me to my office. Bingshan readily agreed. Chapter 19 CP9 Planted. In the office, Lin Feng and Bingshan sat on the sofa, while the three of Kuina stood guard at the door. Mr. Lin Feng, tell me. Lin Feng thought for a while and said, this ship, if possible, I hope that your junior brother Carter Frame, who is now Frankie, can build it with you. In an instant, Bingshan's face turned pale. You, who are you? He never expected that the secret that had been hidden for many years would be revealed like this. Don't be nervous, I'm not a bad person, I even know that Frankie has the blueprint of the legendary ancient weapon Pluton, but I'm not interested in that. Pluton is one of the 3 ancient weapons with the name of God. What exactly do you know? Bingshan had gradually calmed down at this time. I know a lot more, such as the agents placed by your side by the world government. I have world government agents by my side, how is this possible? Nothing is impossible, Mr. Bingshan. Bingshan said solemnly. Tell me, who is it? If you lie to me, your ship will not want me to help you. Haha, if it's true, you'll know if you call me over and ask. Then tell me. The first one is your secretary, Khalifa. Bingshan's face became even uglier. Go on. Kaku, Rob Lucci, they are all members of the secret organization CP9 of the world government. After speaking, Lin Feng leaned on the sofa and looked at the iceberg. After a few minutes, Bingshan spoke up. Is there only 3 people? There are indeed only 3 people around you, don't you think there are too few? You mean my side, you mean. Bingshan grasped the point at once. There's another one, Bluno Bar, you know, that guy. It's actually him. Bingshan even went there for a drink, and in his impression, Bluno was an honest man. Well, that's right. If you don't believe me, you can call these people over. You can rest assured that they are not my opponents. Lin Feng said. Okay, I'll arrange it now. Just to remind you, you'd better call all 5 foremen, call them individually, it's easy to arouse suspicion. I know. After Bingshan made arrangements, the 2 just sat in the room and waited without speaking. Lin Feng called the 3 of Kuina in. The 2 girls sat beside Lin Feng, and Asa was ordered by Lin Feng to guard the gate. After a while, no one could be let out after they came in. About 10 minutes later, there were footsteps outside the door. Here we come, Lin Feng said to Bingshan. Boom boom boom. Come in. Bingshan's voice at this time could not hear any emotion. Mr. Bingshan, did you ask us to come here for something? Could it be that this gentleman's ship has some new requirements? Kaku said as soon as he came in. Advertisement. Close the door, Lin Feng ordered Asa. The 6 people who came in were very puzzled. Khalifa was about to ask Bingshan, but Bingshan spoke first. Barry, Lulu, you guys with a big beard come over here. The 3 of them didn't know what they were going to do, but they were obedient and stood behind Bingshan. Bingshan sighed, and then looked at the remaining 3 people. You 3, I really didn't expect that I treat you so well, you are actually from the government, especially you Khalifa, I trust you so much, you unexpectedly, hey. Hearing this, the 3 of them looked at each other, and they all saw the shocked look in each other's eyes. At the same time, they also knew that they had been exposed, so they didn't speak, and directly violently prepared to hold the iceberg hostage. But as soon as he took a step, a huge aura directly crushed the 3 of them and they couldn't move. The magical energy swept across the room, but it didn't hurt anyone else. Lin Feng is now more and more proficient in controlling his own energy. Don't move around, or I will be very troublesome, Mr. Bingshan, you must have seen it, so I don't need to say anything more. Lin Feng said lazily. Bingshan nodded. Who are you? Do you know who we are? Lu Qi, who had been silent all this time, actually spoke. CP9, who doesn't know, it's so secretive. You know you dare to do this, you are provoking the world government. Lu Qi continued to roar, but his voice sounded soft. The 3 people who were oppressed by Lin Feng's momentum were already drenched in sweat. This man is too powerful, they are not able to compete at all, this is what Kaku and Khalifa think at this time. What's going on here, Mr. Bingshan? Barry was a little confused. Why was he called out as soon as he came in, and after Mr. Bingshan finished speaking, the 3 of Lu Qi actually wanted to do something to him, and then they were suppressed by Lin Feng. What happened? Mr. Bingshan, you or I? I'll do it myself. Bingshan sighed heavily, adjusting his mood. Then Bingshan told the three of Barry the ins and outs of the matter. After listening, Barry was stunned for a while, and then looked at the three of Khalifa angrily. You three bastards, lackeys of the government, Mr. Bingshan treats you so well, you actually want to harm him. After speaking, he rushed up to beat someone, but Bingshan grabbed him. What's the rush, Barry? Lin Feng said and looked at Lu Qi and the others. Actually, I originally planned to find you out and kill you directly. The three of them broke out in a cold sweat when they heard the words. Now, I can give you a chance to live, it depends on whether you want to join me or join my organization, work for me, or die, choose one. Impossible, we will never do anything for you, the world government will not let you go. Lu Qi still did not give up. HMPH. You are stubborn. Lin Feng released more powerful magical energy, and pressed the three of them to their knees. Kuina, you and Asa go to the Blue No bar and catch him, Barry, you show them the way. Well, no problem. The three replied at the same time. Then Lin Feng looked at the three of them again, but said to Kaku, Kaku, you are only 20 years old. That's right, the old man just turned 20. Kaku raised his head reluctantly and said. Calling himself an old man is his habit. How about you come aboard my boat and be my shipwright? The old man will not board your boat. Don't refuse in a hurry. Listen to me, I'm still very optimistic about you. I heard that the members of your CP organization started training at a very young age. They live in dire straits every day. The mechanical life makes you almost lost feelings, right? Lin Feng finished speaking and looked at Kaku. Advertisement. Kaku didn't speak. Lin Feng continued. 2 years undercover, how is life here? Are you happy? Answer me. Kaku is very embarrassed. From the bottom of his heart, he prefers life here, but the thoughts instilled by the CP organization since he was a child cannot be changed in a short while. Say, open, happy. Then do you like life here or go back to that cold organization, living in fear every day, being ordered around by stupid celestial dragons, and will be executed if you are not careful? Lin Feng continued, every sentence hit the nail on the head. Kaku's heart. Khalifa on the side also froze in place. But this is our mission, we. Bullshit mission, your mission is to help celestial dragons and the world government do evil, if you catch pirates every day like Marine, I can still respect you. Lin Feng said loudly. Lu Qi, I know that you are their actual captain, and they all listen to you. You decide, whether they live or die. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qi who was on the side. At this time, Lu Qi also calmed down, and he definitely couldn't beat him. Mr. Lin Feng, I have to admit that you are very strong, but even if we obey you, aren't you afraid of being chased by the world government? Lin Feng smiled. Lulu, Tellstone, you two go out first. The two reacted and walked out immediately. Don't talk about today's matter. Bingshan warned. Yes. Lin Feng sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, took out a bottle of Longyan wine, opened it and drank it. Come on, Mr. Bingshan, Barry, let's have a drink together. Both of them felt very speechless. What are you doing? Why should it be so outrageous? Don't be dazed, drink some wine, what I'm going to say next may scare you. Lin Feng said with a smile. By the way, do you have any juice here? Bring some to my little Betty. Lin Feng stroked little Betty's soft head with a pampering expression, it was so comfortable. Yes, Barry, you can get it. It didn't take long for Kuina and Asa to come back with Bluno bruised and swollen. Boss, this guy wanted to run away, but was almost killed by his sister-in-law. Asa yelled as soon as he came in with a loud voice. Kuina turned back and punched him away, then walked to Lin Feng's side. I'm back. Well, you're not hurt. He's weak. Bluno, who was thrown on the ground, was about to cry. What is murder? This is it. Okay, everyone is here, and your other members are not here, so don't worry about it. Lin Feng walked up to Lu Qi with a glass of wine. You just asked me if I'm afraid of the world government, right? Then do you know about the dragon slaying organization? Hearing this, let alone Lu Qi and the others, even Bingshan and Barry were taken aback. Of course they knew about the dragon slaying organization. After all, they had just read a report on the dragon slaying organization 2 days ago, and that newspaper was still in Bingshan's drawer. Could it be that you are a member of Zonlong? Lu Qi asked. Yes and no. What's the meaning? To be precise, I am the leader of Zonlong. Lin Feng said after taking a sip of his wine. Chapter 20 CP9 taken. What? Everyone who didn't know Lin Feng's identity exclaimed except Bluno, who was lying on the ground and injured. Lin Feng, are you Shatong? Bingshan stood up and walked in front of Lin Feng. That's right, the wine is good, isn't it? Is this about the wine? You have a big heart, I really don't know what you are thinking, you can let us go out and you can talk about it. Bingshan said anxiously. Damn, this is one more secret to keep, what a worry. What are you afraid of? I believe you. You have kept Pluton's secret for so long. I don't care about it. Forget it, but why did you keep Barry? Because I want him to be my shipwright. Lin Feng said calmly. You don't need to let him know about this. Lin Feng looked at him and said, sooner or later, my identity will be exposed, and it will be disadvantageous if I don't know it. Wouldn't it be better to know it earlier? Barry on the side couldn't stand it anymore. What are these two people doing? Why are you talking as if I am already Lin Feng's shipwright? Well, do you want to ask my opinion? Barry tried to say something. Oh, what's your opinion? Why do I have to join you? Can't I stay here? Okay, but can you tell me why you don't want to be my shipwright? Barry hesitated. I just want to stay here and be with my teacher. Bingshan was a little moved and patted him on the shoulder. Lin Feng laughed and said, why are you accompanying him? He's not old, and he's not about to die. Are you waiting for his funeral? You kid can talk, you. Bingshan was dissatisfied. What do you mean by giving me a funeral? Think about it yourself. I don't care about you, I'm still busy. Lin Feng looked at Lu Qi again. Have you thought about it? You only have one chance, but you have to take it well. Lu Qi raised his head. Can we discuss it? No problem, I'm very kind. After speaking, the Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan was opened directly. Kamui transfer. 2 seconds later, under the horrified eyes of a group of people, Lu Qi entered the Kamui space. Advertisement. Lu Qi, are we really going to join Lin Feng, that Zanlong? Khalifa said, pushing his eyes with one finger. Do you think we have any other options? In this case, he will be hunted down by the world government. Kaku said aside. HMPH. Kaku, I think you really want to leave the CP, and if you don't agree, we will die now, and we are worried about chasing and killing. Lu Qi analyzed the situation for everyone. We can pretend to agree first, and make plans after we survive. Well, that's it. At this moment, Lin Feng's figure appeared in the Kamui space. Hey. How is the discussion going? We promise you. Lu Qi replied on behalf of several people. Hee, smart choice, take this. Lin Feng took out a few pills. I won't trust you easily. This. Several people were in a dilemma. They wanted to pretend to agree first before making plans, but they didn't expect this person to be so careful. It seems that you have other ideas. If you don't want to, then go to hell. After speaking, the magical energy permeated Lin Feng's body, and walked towards several people step by step. Wait, let's take it. Lu Qi immediately took the lead and took the pill. Seeing this, the others knew that they could not resist, and obediently ate them all. Well, very good, I will give you the antidote on time every year in the future, go out with me now. In fact, what Lin Feng gave them was the laxative taken from the system. In Bingshan's office, the 4 members of CP9 stood obediently, and Lin Feng did not restrict their movements anymore. Next, you are still the same as before, what should you do? First build my boat, you know. Yes, go out, I still have something to talk to Mr. Bingshan. After several people went out, Bingshan looked at Lin Feng and said, can they believe it? Don't worry, there will be no waves. In the next time, you call Frankie and help me build the boat as soon as possible. In case Frankie's identity gets out. Don't worry, it won't. It doesn't matter if it leaks out. Let Lu Qi pass the news back. The design of Pluton has been snatched by the Zanlong organization. Lin Feng said indifferently. But even so, Frankie will not agree to help you build a boat, because of some things, he no longer builds a boat. Oh, yes, then you didn't remind me earlier because of your master, Mr. Tom, then forget it. Lin Feng has no intention of trying to persuade Frankie, so let Luffy do this kind of thing, I don't have that kind of eloquence. You be ********D, why do you know everything? Bingshan felt that the man in front of him seemed to be an all-knower. Lin Feng waved his hand, but did not answer. In the next 2 months, Lin Feng took Kuina, took the sea train, and visited the food town near the water capital, the city of Spring Queen, and the carnival town. The relationship between the two gradually heated up, and they almost crossed the red line and charged into battle. Advertisement. On this day, just as Lin Feng brought the 3 of them back to the capital of 7 Waters, they received news from Bingshan, and they immediately walked to the headquarters of Carrera Corporation. In Bingshan's office, Khalifa, Lu Qi, Kaku, Bluno, Barry, and Bingshan, a total of 6 people are waiting for Lin Feng here. As soon as he opened the door and entered, Lin Feng asked. Mr. Bingshan, is the ship finished? It's almost there. Let's do one last inspection and it will be delivered to you tomorrow. Bingshan looked very happy. In that case, tell me how much it is. No need, I feel very honored to be able to participate in the manufacture of such a ship. Lin Feng shook his head and said, that can't be done, 1 yard is worth 1 yard, and the money that should be given will not be less. Knowing that Lin Feng couldn't be beaten, Bingshan said, well, the main material of the ship is provided by you, and you can give me 500 million Baileys in total. Okay, no problem. Then he looked at Lu Qi and the others and asked, how's your practice going? Long before Lin Feng took Kuina to play, Lin Feng taught hockey's practice method to Lu Qi and others. Although hockey's practice is not difficult for us, it is not so fast. It will probably take a long time. Lu Qi said on behalf of several people. Well, hurry up. A few people are still a bit talented, but compared with Luffy and the others, they are still far behind. A guy like Luffy who can learn 6 styles in one fight is still too pervert. Mr. Bingshan, there is one more thing to ask of you. Lin Feng got up and said to Bingshan. I'm not used to you being so formal all of a sudden. This is necessary. I have a younger brother who will go to sea in about 3 years. Maybe he will come here one day. I will trouble you to take care of him then. Ha ha ha, no problem, I thought it was something. Bingshan agreed, patted his chest. Lin Feng also smiled. I still have 3 pieces of Adam wood here, and I will give them to you for safekeeping, as a gift for him to go to sea. I didn't expect you to have Adam wood, it's really surprising, but you are really a good big brother. Hee, that's right, his name is Luffy. If possible, my other brother will be on his boat, named Zoro. If you meet him, please help. From Lin Feng's point of view, Zoro, a road idiot, probably won't be able to get out of East Blue if he doesn't meet Luffy. Okay, how many younger brothers do you have? Bingshan was very speechless. As for Lucci and you guys, just continue your undercover work here as before, don't expose yourself, I will notify you if there is anything. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. Several people replied. Chapter 21 The Star. Set sail. Early the next morning, the entire port of Water Capital was immersed in a sea of joy, because today, a ship was about to set sail, and this ship was the best ship that Carrera had built since its establishment. Lin Feng, our new ship will be ready to sail soon. Kuina was rarely as happy as a child. Yes, I'm really looking forward to it. Lin Feng also couldn't hide his inner excitement. Little Betty jumped up and down beside Lin Feng. Captain, can Betty choose a room with a window? Betty likes watching the sea from the window the most. Ha ha ha, no problem. Boss, can I take the helm? I used to be a navigator. Oh, why didn't I hear you say it? Hey, haven't you ever sailed much before, and have never had a chance? Asa said while scratching the back of his head. Haha, fine, it's not a problem. Lin Feng was also very happy. Although there was no navigator before and nothing happened, but it was luck, and Lin Feng really didn't have much time to sail at sea. What's more, when entering the new world in the future, there will be more and more dangers on the sea, and it's really impossible without navigators. A few people talked and laughed and went to the port, where Bingshan and the others had been waiting for a long time. Ha ha ha, you are finally here, just waiting for you. Bingshan laughed and walked over. Khalifa is still his secretary, standing beside him. I'm really looking forward to it. The ship should be coming out of the dock soon. Well, it will be here soon, don't be intimidated. Bingshan winked and said. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Feng saw the gate of the dock open, and a huge ship was transported out of it. Okay, it's so big. Kuina and the others exclaimed. Lin Feng is not much better than them. In his opinion, although this ship is not as big as Whitebeard's Moby DK, it is only a little smaller, and the entire hull is basically made of atom wood. This size is just right, although there are not as many people as the Whitebeard pirates, but there are many entertainment facilities on this ship. When the ship stopped at the port, Lin Feng carefully looked at the ship that belonged to him. The main color of the hull is red, the bow is a huge golden five-pointed star, the towering mast is integrated with the huge canvas in the hull, and there is also a huge five-pointed star on the sail. How about it? The appearance is designed according to your requirements. Bingshan asked. Okay, very good, it's really more majestic than imagined, let's go, get on the boat and have a look. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he couldn't wait to fly up directly. There is a green lawn on the bow deck, and there is also a lawn on the stern deck, but some orange trees are planted, surrounded by little garden, and the observation room in the middle is a full 3-story high. Then it took Lin Feng and his group nearly an hour to see the whole ship: bar, chess room, library, swimming pool, equipment room, training room, kitchen, large bathroom, boys' dormitory, girls' dormitory, captain's cabin, etc. The entire ship has 6 floors inside, and the interior decoration style is designed according to Kuina's preferences. All kinds of furniture, equipment and decorations are extremely luxurious. In this regard, Lin Feng spent nearly 200 million berries. It's great, I finally have my own boat. Lin Feng smiled from the bottom of his heart. Let's go, say goodbye to Mr. Bingshan and the others. Under the boat, Bingshan looked at Barry beside him and said, you really don't want to go out with them, this is an opportunity, go see the world. Barry was a little hesitant. He really wanted to go sailing and see the world. He has built so many boats, but he has never really sailed. This may be the regret of most boat builders in their lives. Mother-in-law, I don't remember teaching you this, Barry, go, don't stay with me here, I'm not old. Bingshan continued to persuade. Teacher, advertisement. Hey, Mr. Bingshan, we are leaving. Lin Feng and his group walked up to Bingshan. Yes, take this kid with you. Barry, is he willing? Lin Feng couldn't remember that Barry had agreed to his invitation. I agreed, I also want to see this sea, and I will become stronger if I follow you, I plan to teach the people of world government a lesson. Barry looked firmly and said. Ha ha ha, welcome, Mr. Shipwright, come aboard with me. Wait, I have to go back and pack my things. What else do you charge? There is everything on the boat. Lin Feng grabbed Barry's clothes and dragged them to the boat. Back on the deck, Lin Feng stood at the bow and looked at the sea, with Kuina, Betty, Asa, and Barry behind him. Captain, what's the name of our ship? Little Betty asked a question that no one else thought of. The Star. Like the shining stars in the night sky, we will become the most shining one in this dark sea. Barry said with a cigar in his mouth. Not bad, Zodiac. Boss is amazing. The captain looks like someone who has read books. Lin Feng, let's go. Lin Feng looked back at several people. Star. Set sail, set sail. Watched by Bingshan and the staff of No. 1 dock, the Shingshan disappeared into the sea. On a sunny morning, Lin Feng moved out a large deck chair and parasol, and lay on the deck with Kuina basking in the sun, while Asa and Barry were fighting against little Betty. Drinking the juice in his hand, Lin Feng was talking to the system in his mind. I said the system, can devil fruit really not be chosen? No, this is the rule. Don't you have any sympathy to talk about? Open black lens bracket. No, don't worry, it won't be bad. Close black lens bracket. Ruthless, let's send out the rewards for this period of time. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations host. Obtain Logia Mumu fruit, Zone Human fruit, Phantom Beast elf form, Paramesha poop fruit, Magic pill. Get points 6000. Why only 6000? System, people from CP9 are not counted as crew members, are they? Open black lens bracket. What do you think? Close black lens bracket. Why? Originally, I wanted to take advantage of the loopholes in the rules, but the system is getting smarter. Open personal panel. Advertisement. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear, Fire Dance, Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing, Heart Breaking. The Mighty Dragon breaks the army, the Crouching Dragon soars to the sky, the sky soars and the dragon flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the sky, fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls. Luyun close black lens bracket minus 32% proficiency. Passive skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Suzano Fusion Degree 16%. Combat Rating. Can barely reach the Admiral level. Points. 7,800. Wealth. 9.2 billion. Item. The Supreme Sword Blowing Snow. Big Sharp Knife Red Lotus, Autumn Leaves. 200 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, Logia Mumu Fruit, Zone Human Fruit, Phantom Beast Elf Form, Paramesha Poop Fruit, Magic Pill, a bottle of eye drops, and a denatured pill. Kuina, do you want to give you something? Lin Feng pulled Kuina over and let her lean into his arms. Kuina gave Lin Feng a blank look, and now this guy is getting more and more shameless. What is it? Lin Feng pursed his lips, his eyes flickered. You give me a kiss and I'll tell you. Lin Feng is flirting on one side, and on the other side. Hey, look, the captain is starting to be a bad person again. That's right, Sister Kuina is so pitiful, her mouth was ruined by kisses. 4-2s, blow up. Asa threw out 4 cards viciously. Barry scratched his head, something was wrong, where did the 4-2 come from? Didn't he play 333-22 before? I want it, 5-2s. Little Betty accepted. Asa stretched out his thumb in surprise. You are amazing. It's a trivial matter, it's not worth mentioning. The cat's ears were erected fiercely, with a proud face. What am I playing with? You is not the same thing. Where did your 5-2s come from? Barry now wondered if he had gotten on the wrong boat. I don't eat devil fruit. As I said, I am a pure swordsman. Kuina looked at the elven fruit in Lin Feng's hand, it was not unusual at all. Lin Feng is helpless, no one wants to give away such a good fruit, if Kuina eats it and turns into an elf, ho ho, Lin Feng's fantasy will be shattered. Then I'll give you this. Lin Feng took out Fushui. This is of the highest level, called Fushui. This time, Kuina didn't refuse, she held it in her hand immediately, stood up and raised Fubuki, facing the sea with a sword. The sword energy was cut out, and there was a huge sound, and a trace hundreds of meters long was cut out on the sea. Sister Kuina, is this the new knife the captain gave you? Little Betty ran over and looked at Fubuki in Kuina's hand enviously. Yes. Then he looked at Lin Feng again. I like it very much. Chapter 22 Everyday. Welfare Payment Day. Lin Feng also stood up. Ahem, everyone, as your captains, today is the day we irregularly distribute benefits. Captain, are you giving out gifts? Barry asked excitedly, smoking a cigar. Little Betty's eyes were shining with gold. Well, that's right, come on, let's take a look. Lin Feng waved his hand, and many things appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Dakue Dao Red Lotus, Dakue Dao Autumn Leaf, 3 devil fruits in a bottle. A bottle of eye drops. Boss, where did you go to rob? Yes, Captain, we are not pirates, we cannot do such things. Lin Feng's face darkened. If you want more, what nonsense are you talking about? Little Betty immediately stepped forward and grabbed Honglian. Yes, I will. Lin Feng wasn't surprised to see Little Betty's choice. Under the influence of Kuina, this girl wanted to become the second greatest swordsman in the world. Captain, are these devil fruit? Barry asked curiously. Well, yes, these 3 are Logia Mumu fruit, Zone Human fruit, Phantom Beast elf form, Paramesha poop fruit, are you interested? After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked at the 2 of them. Captain, is this spirit fruit the kind of spirit I know? Barry asked tentatively. Ahem, that's right, in fact, I think it's better for girls to eat this fruit. Barry gave a thumbs up. The captain is wise, and the hero sees the same thing. Is there anything else you 2 want? Boss, is this poop fruit the kind of poop I know? Lin Feng nodded. I am also helpless, what can I do? Seeing Lin Feng nodding, Asa looked at Barry. You eat that mumu fruit, I won't eat it. I just got on the boat, it's not good, you should eat it. Barry felt that it was a bit unreasonable for him to snatch the devil fruit from Asa just after getting on the boat. You eat. Asa gave it to you, you can eat it. This fruit is really not suitable for Asa, and there will be more in the future. You don't need to push me to let it go, hypocritical. Lin Feng watched the 2 of them pushing back and forth. If you don't stop it, you don't know when it will be delayed. Barry took Mumuguo and was about to thank him when Lin Feng said again. Besides, you are the weakest on this boat. If you don't get stronger quickly, you will be delayed. What, isn't there that little fellow Betty? Barry was very unconvinced. Ho 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 ho, I didn't expect you to be so shameless. Compared to a chef, you're still a little girl. I have to stay away from you. I despise you. Lin Feng covered his mouth with one hand and pointed at his mouth with a shocked look on his face. So thick-skinned, I despise. Asa despised Barry with the same gesture as Lin Feng. Hey, Uncle Barry is so bad. Little Betty said while hugging Kuina. Well, despise him. After the quarrel, Lin Feng looked at Asa. When you are free, you are in charge of Barry's practice, physical skills, hockey, and you can't let him down. You have to make him feel that life is a very painful thing. Yes, boss. Advertisement. Hurry up and eat the devil fruit now. The ability to develop the fruit is up to you. I can give you some advice once in a while. Lin Feng said to Barry. Barry felt as if he was about to finish the calf from today, and said weakly, oh, then I will eat now. That's right, you must eat all the devil fruit, so as to exert the greatest effect, you know, you must eat all of it. Lin Feng instructed very solemnly. Huh, isn't it enough to take a bite? Who said that? They know nothing. Let me tell you, the strong people in the sea are all eaten up now. Oh, I got it, woo, vomit. Snapped. Asa slapped Barry on the mouth. Swallow it, you will almost waste it. Looking at Lin Feng's eyes, Barry felt like a sinner. Why did he not live up to it? The captain took out such a precious logia fruit, and Asa gave it to him again, so he couldn't let them down. After a burst of mental brainstorming, Barry suppressed the discomfort and ate the devil fruit in big mouthfuls. Seeing his painful expression, Lin Feng and the others almost couldn't hold back. Ah, I did it. It's so unpalatable. Barry shouted to the sky. Stop howling. Try your ability first. Oh yes. Well, come on, please start your performance. Then Barry began to show the abilities he had acquired. Barry raised his hand, and a branch appeared out of thin air, which seemed to be able to be used to directly attack or entangle, winding, blue and silver twine. You can only make one branch. How could it be? As he spoke, he exerted all his strength, and another tree appeared immediately. Quote. Barry was a little embarrassed, so he pressed his hands on the ground, and suddenly a tree grew on the deck. Papa, awesome, you are so G talented. Lin Feng clapped his hands and squinted at Barry. Hey, don't be in a hurry, take your time, it's not a high level of development after eating it just now. Barry was so embarrassed that he dropped his cigarette. Hee, if you litter cigarette butts and damage the lawn, you will be fined 500. Thank you. Captain, you are so cruel. Kuina stepped forward suddenly and pulled out Fubuki. Stand still, let me try to cut it. Barry backed away in fright. Hey, is it really okay for you to say such terrible things so calmly? Kuina raised his sword and walked over. Don't move. Captain, you still don't care about your wife. Barry shouted in despair. Click. Barry was split in half. Lin Feng was a little surprised when he saw Barry's split body. He always thought that the elementalization of mumu fruit should look like a pile of sawdust, but he didn't expect it to be pure wood element. There is a green glow in the middle of the body that was cut in half. The wood element is right. Advertisement. Captain, I'm dead, I'm going to die. While his body was half opening his mouth, Barry kept talking. What are you crying about? He's not dead. See for yourself. Lin Feng was a little speechless, this guy didn't look very smart. It's really all right, it scared me to death. The two eyes looked at each other and said in surprise. Okay, change back quickly, it's a shame. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Lin Feng said. Now, Barry, you and Asa go to practice, little Betty, you cook, and Kuina, you help me guard, I want to practice, I need some time. Yes, Captain. After several people left, Kuina stood at the bow of the boat with her sword in her arms. Let's go, I'll help you guard. Lin Feng nodded and sat cross-legged on the deck. He took out the magic pill and swallowed it in one gulp. According to the system, this thing can double your current magical energy, and it can also be purified, making it even more powerful. As soon as he took the pill, Lin Feng felt the magical battle energy in his body leak out uncontrollably. This incomparably powerful energy encompassed the entire Xingqian ship, and the wanton and violent magic fluctuations swept across tens of miles. Lin Feng tried his best to control the runaway magic fighting energy in his body, appearing to be in great pain. Kuina, who stood watching from the sidelines, not only struggled to resist the magical Doujin coercion unintentionally released by Lin Feng, but also had to guard the boat to avoid accidents. This phenomenon lasted for nearly 2 hours, and finally ended with Lin Feng's panting. Comfortable, pervert, At this moment, little Betty ran over and held Kuina's hand. Sister Kuina, it's time to eat. Little Betty, you know your sister Kuina, doesn't your captain need to eat? Captain, go, ignore this pervert. Kuina picked up little Betty and went to the restaurant. Lin Feng shook his head and followed. While everyone was eating, a warship quietly sailed in the direction of the Xingqian. After eating and resting, Asa found Lin Feng. Boss, there is a warship not far from us. Warship. Don't worry about them, we're not pirates. Lin Feng followed Asa to the deck and said as he watched the warship approaching. However, as the distance got closer, Lin Feng realized that something was wrong. Apart from a few marines, the warship was basically all men in black suits. At this time on the warship, a celestial dragon stepped out on the deck, with a face full of excitement, looking particularly happy. Because he received a report from his subordinates that he found a ship in front of the warship, and it was suspected to be the ship built by the capital of Seven Waters using 25 atom woods that the previous world political Fu intelligence said. So I couldn't wait to run out. Haha, it really is that ship, my luck is really great. A dog-legged man in black stepped forward and said, Master Francis Saint, are we going to capture this ship? Of course, this ship will be my car from now on. Quickly, call me that Marine Vice Admiral. Celestial dragons shouted excitedly. If you grab this ship, you'll be in good hands with the rest of the celestial dragons. You must know that although celestial dragons are rich, they can't stand atom wood, which is rare. Chapter 23 Meet the celestial dragons again and seize the gold in the sky. After a while, a bearded man with an expressionless face, 2 long knives around his waist, and a skull much longer than ordinary people walked out. It was one of the Black Arm Zephyr disciples of the original Marine Admiral, who belonged to Stallo Berry Vice Admiral under the command of Admiral of Headquarters Kazaru. Francis Saint, what do you want from me? Stallo Berry still looked expressionless, and he was really displeased with these wastes who would only eat and wait for death to do evil. Seeing him like this, Celestial Dragons was also very angry. But the most important thing now is to snatch the ship. You immediately kill all the people on that boat, and then snatch the boat. I want to bring it back to Mariajoy. Stallo Berry looked in the direction of Celestial Dragon's finger, startled in his heart. Isn't this the ship of Lin Feng mentioned by Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp? Good guy, this is where we met. When the Xingqian was being built, information about the Xingqian and Lin Feng had already spread to the tables of the major forces. Stallo Berry remembers that the world government asked Marine to find out where the 25 atom trees used to build the Zvezda came from. It is even possible to plunder the Xingqian directly on the grounds of unknown history. It's just that he was stopped by Marshal Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp later. It is said that it was because of the kid named Lin Feng. Saint Francis, our mission is to escort the celestial dragons, and the other party is not a pirate, so we have no reason to act. Stallo Berry didn't even look at the celestial dragons. He didn't want to offend Sengoku and Garp with the stupid celestial dragons. As for the celestial dragons, don't make trouble. As long as you don't kill them, the world government won't deal with him a Marine Vice Admiral at all. After all, we still have to consider Marine's face, right? Although Marine doesn't have much face with the 5 elders. You trash, how dare you disobey my order, a bunch of Marine trash. When you return to Mariajoy, I will definitely order the world government to execute you. Celestial dragons shouted angrily, and the whole group jumped on the deck. Single quote. Stallo Berry made Tianlong furious by acting like you said what you said, and it was over if I ignored you. In fact, he was also troubled in his heart. It was a mission to escort the gold in the sky, and the damned celestial dragons insisted on following him, causing trouble every day, and Marine had to wipe his A. Since this is the case, let me show you my skills, all of you, give it to me. Celestial dragons commanded dozens of men in black with distorted expressions. As the direct subordinates of the celestial dragons, these men in black were naturally very obedient. When Lin Feng's ship approached, they immediately cast Marine 6 styles and stepped into the air, attacking the star. Naturally, Lin Feng also noticed this, and when he found something was wrong, he released his magic grudge, covering the entire warship, and it was clear what happened on it. Hey, it's celestial dragons again, I'm really looking for death. Lin Feng looked at the few people standing beside him and said, Berry, little Betty, go on, try to exercise yourself, we will be on the sidelines, we won't let you something happened. Okay, Captain. Berry rubbed his hands and agreed excitedly, but little Betty beside him was a little scared. Seeing this, Kuina stepped forward and touched her head to comfort her. Don't be afraid, do you still remember what I taught you, and show it to your heart's content. Yeah, got it, Sister Kuina. Little Betty pulled out her red lotus and looked ahead firmly. She had to be brave and strong, and she couldn't always let Sister Kuina and the captain protect her. While speaking, a group of men in black had already rushed onto the Xingqian, and rushed towards several people. Little Betty and Berry faced each other immediately. Berry still uses his rope skills, occasionally releasing a few branches to entangle the enemy. Little Betty is waving the red lotus to fight with others. Whenever the two are in danger, Kuina and Asa will quickly step forward to knock people into the air, and continue to give guidance from the sidelines. Lin Feng stood quietly at the bow of the ship and watched Stallo Berry, then suddenly soared into the air and landed on the warship. Yo! Lin Feng walked towards Stallo Berry. You are Lin Feng, Stallo Berry said first. I didn't expect someone to know me. It's an honor. Stallo Berry said with a smile. There are not many Marine generals who don't know you who have had a big fight with Vice Admiral Garp when they first arrived at the headquarters. The two chatted enthusiastically as if they were friends who had known each other for a long time. What are you doing? Don't hurry to arrest him, are you going to betray? Celestial dragons on the side looked at Lin Feng with a ferocious face. Lin Feng smiled and said, where is the phone bug? Contact Sengoku, or I will kill this pig. Stallo Berry reluctantly took out his phone bug to contact Sengoku. He was not willing to have a conflict with Lin Feng. Naval Headquarters. Moshi Moshi, Sengoku said, picking up the phone bug. On the deck of the warship, Stallo Berry immediately reported after hearing the voice. Marshal Sengoku, it's an emergency. Our warship transporting heavenly gold has encountered Lin Feng. The celestial dragons want to snatch Lin Feng's ship. It has already happened. Conflict. Advertisement. Sengoku asked nervously, how's the situation over there? Marine wasn't involved, it was people from the world government who did it. So far there are no casualties on both sides. Lin Feng probably did it on purpose. He asked me to contact you. It's fine if Marine doesn't participate, you let him talk. Lin Feng, Marshal Sengoku. Stallo Berry just turned his head to ask Lin Feng to answer the call, when he saw the celestial dragons on the side take out a pistol and aimed it at Lin Feng. Boom. Gunshot. Not to mention that things like guns can't hurt Lin Feng at all, let alone that Lin Feng is not stupid enough to let his guard down. The magic vindictiveness erupted, suppressing the entire warship, and everyone except Stallo Berry was immobilized. Lin Feng turned his head and stared, his sharp eyes seemed to cut celestial dragons into pieces. Celestial dragons was terrified, snot running. What's wrong? What happened? Sengoku shouted loudly on the phone. Open. Shoot. What? Did Lin Feng kill the celestial dragons? Sengoku was jumping anxiously like an ant on a hot pot at the moment. Just when Stallo Berry was about to speak, Lin Feng moved, Huo Luyan picked out instantly, and a fat arm was thrown into the air, splashing a spray of blood. Celestial dragons collapsed to the ground in pain, but Lin Feng didn't stop. Huo Luyan pierced out again, this time missing an ear. If I see you doing something you shouldn't do again, I'll cut you into a stick and soak you in shit. Stallo Berry at the side was already stunned. Although Marine didn't want to see the celestial dragons, and even wanted to kill them, he was just thinking about it. Lin Feng's ruthless approach made him stunned. Talk. What's the matter? What happened? Hearing the screams from the phone bug, Sengoku was about to collapse. If celestial dragons were killed, it would cause a lot of trouble. Break it. Break it. Stallo Berry said intermittently. What's broken? Can't you talk about it? Do you still want to do it? Lin Feng cut off celestial dragon's hands and ears. Taking a deep breath, he finally finished speaking. What? What is he going to do? I'm so mad. Lin Feng walked up to Stallo Berry. Give it to me, I will tell. Take the phone bug. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, long time no see, I still miss you a little bit. Don't talk about it, kid, what are you doing? Do you know that those are celestial dragons? Sengoku became angry when he heard Lin Feng's unserious words. Oh, of course I know. Knowing that you still do it, why are you so courageous? It's not that I made the first move. I was in self-defense. I have no choice. If you don't believe me, ask Mr. Vice Admiral. Sitting on the deck of the warship, Lin Feng didn't care about the surprised eyes of others. Who dares to talk to Marshal Sengoku like that? Is he an illegitimate child? Possible. You, tell yourself how you plan to end it. If you can't come up with a solution for such a big matter, Marine can only arrest you. Sengoku said helplessly. Don't get excited, I promise no one will know that I did it. You kid, what do you want to do? Don't you want to kill people to silence your mouth? Sengoku panicked. Doesn't this mean that everyone who knows the inside story will be slaughtered? That won't work, I can't touch any of the Marines. Anyway, I've already done it. After I kill the world government's people, I'll put the blame on that dragon-slaying organization. When Sengoku heard it, damn it, it's doable. Recently, that Zonlong hasn't moved much, just trying to see if he can catch someone out. And celestial dragons, as long as no one sees it, it will die if it dies, and it's fine if someone takes the blame, and whoever makes it seek death by itself. Are you sure you won't touch Marine's people? Sengoku asked after a moment of thought. Of course, I'm an honest person, and first personally respect Marine, after all, it's not easy for you. Lin Feng said while sitting on the edge of the boat and looking at the people in the boat. Although Stallo Berry on the side didn't know what the two were talking about, but after hearing this sentence, he was quite emotional and felt that Lin Feng was a good person. Okay, you put Stallo Berry on the phone. Hey, the old man is looking for you. Lin Feng returned the phone bug to Stallo Berry. Old man. Sengoku was really angry here. Advertisement. Moshi, Marshal Sengoku. Remember, just listen to Lin Feng's arrangement for the time being. This matter is too big for you to handle. Let him solve it by himself. Sengoku quickly explained. Yes, no problem. Stallo Berry was happy in his heart. Isn't this just telling him to leave the mess alone, let him clean it up, and he doesn't know anything. After hanging up the phone, Lin Feng looked at him and said, you know everything. I'll do it now. After finishing speaking, he ignored him, grabbed the celestial dragons and threw them into the starship. Kuina, Asa, put them all down, just keep them alive, don't let them die. In less than a minute, under the cooperation of Kuina and Asa, dozens of men in black fell to the ground one after another, with broken hands and broken feet, howling in pain. Seeing this scene from a distance, Stallo Berry sighed, this kid is really ruthless. When he was in a daze, Lin Feng walked up to him and said, look into my eyes. Stallo Berry was startled, and subconsciously looked at Lin Feng. A pair of blood-red eyes seemed to sweep towards him with endless killing power. You are. Before he finished speaking, the man fainted on the deck. Lin Feng then used the powerful ability of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to directly erase the memories of the remaining sailors. Since Stallo Berry has mastered observation haki, it is difficult to forcibly eliminate it, so Lin Feng only temporarily sealed his memory, and he may not be able to wake up in a short time. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng wounded all the Marines one by one, entered the warship by the way, and took away the batch of heavenly gold handed over to the world government. Before leaving, he still left a blood-red eye on the deck of the warship. For acting, he had to do a full set. Back on the Xingqian, Lin Feng slaughtered the men in black, looked at the celestial dragons beside him and said, I leave it to you, it doesn't matter what you want, as long as you don't kill them. After speaking, Lin Feng walked aside and took out the phone bug that came along and called Sengoku. On the other hand, Barry clenched his fists and walked towards the celestial dragon step by step with a creepy smile, looking more like a villain than a villain. Little Betty was a little scared. In her previous conception, celestial dragons were superior, who would dare to touch them? Go, cut a few swords, and you won't be afraid anymore. Kuina still encouraged Betty like a confidant big sister. At this time, in naval headquarters, two old men, Sengoku and Garp, were drinking tea and waiting for Lin Feng's news. Sengoku, you said Lin Feng really has a temper and dares to do something. Garp looked quite happy when he said this. Sengoku glanced at him. That means no one saw it, and he's not a pirate, otherwise you could still laugh. After eating a pack of senbei, Garp put his feet on the table. Don't you say it, no one saw it, I won't believe it, you will be upset if celestial dragons were slaughtered, if it wasn't for the people who killed the dragon to mess things up the whole world knows, and Marine doesn't bother to catch them. Garp, can't you keep your voice down? Don't say that outside, you idiot. Oh, really? Then just pretend I didn't say anything. Gulu gulu. The phone on the table rang. Sengoku picked it up immediately. Hi. Yo, long time no see, Marshal Sengoku. Damn, didn't this just talk, when will this kid be serious, speak well. Cough. Then Lin Feng told Sengoku about it. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a roar. You can kill the celestial dragons now, and take away the heavenly gold, how can you be so capable? Sengoku roared while blowing his beard and staring. Marshal Sengoku, you have to do a full set of this act. If you kill someone, you won't steal the gold. Who will believe you if you tell me? Don't worry, how about sharing half of Marine when the time comes? This. Sengoku was extremely entangled in his heart. If he said he didn't want the money, it must be fake. The Marine military expenditure has always been controlled by the world government, and the annual military expenditure is only so small. Say yes, it doesn't suit my identity, so I can't open my mouth to some extent. At this moment, Garp snatched the phone and said, Boy Lin Feng, I heard everything you said. We will cover this matter for you. This money should be regarded as your filial piety to the old man. You can't play tricks. Sengoku is listening, perfect. Let Garp want it. Anyway, he has thick skin. Come on, old man Garp, you can't trust me, I have time to see you. Ha ha ha, okay, you're a good kid. Just after Lin Feng finished speaking, he suddenly remembered something and continued, Old man Garp, recently, if you receive any news, don't get excited, I'm afraid you will accidentally die of anger. Well, what did you say? Garp still wanted to ask carefully, but Lin Feng had already hung up. Chapter 24 Arriving at Gaia Island. Lin Feng took out all the gold in the sky, covered the entire deck in an instant, and piled it up into a hill. Countless gold, countless treasures, and some rare items. Everyone's eyeballs popped out, and Kuina's usual high-cold demeanor could no longer be maintained. Lin Feng, is this really all right? Lin Feng knew what she was worried about, held her hand and comforted her. It's okay, we won't be investigated. Thump. Barry jumped directly into the pair of shining treasures, turned over and said to Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, Captain, I have never seen so much money in my life. Although we are not pirates, this is better than pirates. I can grab it. Choose if there is anything you like, take a few, and give half of the rest to Marine. Oh, why, Captain? Little Betty said with a pout. Be obedient. It was rare for Lin Feng to explain, mainly because it was hard to say. Afterwards, several people each picked out a few things they liked, and Lin Feng put away all the gold and silver treasures. System. Estimate how much Bailey these are worth. Not much, 19.1 billion. It's really not much, and there are still a lot of odds and ends. This should be the heavenly gold paid by some small countries. It is estimated that there are more than one or two. No wonder there are no rare things. Just give Marine 6.6 billion, it sounds nice. Lin Feng checked his wealth, 28.3 billion. After another 2 days of sailing on the sea, we finally arrived at our destination. Gaia Island. The purpose of coming here is naturally to go to the legendary Sky Island. Advertisement. At the port, dozens of various pirate ships are parked. This is a town where pirates gather, and the pirates will fill up the record pointer here in order to go to the next island. The recording pointer is a special spherical compass. Record the magnetic force of mutual attraction between islands and islands to guide the direction of the next island. So every time I go to an island, it will take hours to months to fill up the records of the compass, so that I can set off to the next island. As the Xingqian entered the port, a large number of pirates poured out of Mogu town, talking about the Xingqian. For these little pirates with a bounty of less than 100 million, or even a few million, most of them have never seen such an awesome ship. And some smart people have already set the owner of this unusual ship in front of him as a person not to be provoked. But no matter where, there are always some ignorant guys, and someone in this group of pirates is already playing the idea of the star. After everyone disembarked, Lin Feng waved his hand, and the Xingqian disappeared into the port, completely breaking the minds of those who were holding back bad ideas. Countless pirates stared wide-eyed and opened their mouths, unable to believe everything in front of them. This. Juggling. Those pirates with the idea of the star are even more confused. What's the situation? It's over before it even started. Even Barry and others who had never seen this scene looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Let's go. I don't know much. Lin Feng took the lead and walked in front. Walked towards the interior of Magic Valley Town. Along the way, when the pirates saw Lin Feng approaching, they stepped aside and stood on both sides of the street. Everyone came to a tavern to sit down, ready to eat something first. Boss, serve more food. Lin Feng casually greeted the boss, and then took out a few bottles of Dragon Yin wine. Advertisement. Captain, what are we doing here? Barry looked at Lin Feng curiously with a cigarette in one hand and a drink in the other. Hee, have you guys heard the legend of Sky Island? What? Sky Island? Barry yelled loudly. When the other people in the tavern heard the word Sky Island, they immediately burst into laughter. In their view, Sky Island was simply a bluff, and they didn't expect that people would still believe this kind of lie. Hearing the laughter of the pirates, Barry and Asa stood up and prepared to deal with these guys. Leave them alone, let me tell you about the origin of Sky Island. Hearing this, let alone Lin Feng and his party, other people in the tavern stretched their necks and prepared to listen carefully. After taking a sip of wine, Lin Feng moistened his throat and began to say, first of all, Sky Island did exist. About 400 years ago, Gaia Island and Sky Island were originally the same island, shaped like a skeleton. Once on this island, countless gold and silver treasures were piled up. Almost 400 years ago, half of Gaia Island was washed up into the air due to the upwelling currents near the sea. Along with natives, animals, and most of the gold and antiquities. The part that goes up into the sky is the skull's head and face, and the part that stays on the ground is the skeleton's teeth. Quote. It's too unbelievable, Captain, that's an island, so don't rush into the sky like this. Little Betty opened her mouth in disbelief, causing Lin Feng to rub her head. Of course it's true. The One Piece King Luo Jia has been to Sky Island before. Throwing out another big news. The tavern exploded in an instant. Someone even stood up and said to Lin Feng, boy, it looks like that. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? Hit. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Asa rushed out, hitting the guy's face with a huge fist, smashing through a wall and flying out. The other pirates were stunned, sweating coldly. The boss who had just come out with the food saw the situation and didn't know what to do, so he froze in place. Don't worry, the money will be paid to you. Bring the food first, Lin Feng said to the tavern owner. Chapter 25 Upwelling Currents. After taking a few bites, Asa suddenly raised his head. Boss, according to what you said, the North Blue explorer Mont Blanc Nolindo died too unjustly. Well, you're right, he's quite unlucky. Lin Feng then told the story to everyone. About 400 years ago, Nolindo and his crew came to Gaia Island to escape the storm, and found a mountain of gold and silver treasures. When he returned to his hometown in North Blue and told his story, he was asked by the king to return to Gaia Island to find gold. However, at this time, Gaia Island has been washed up into the sky. When Nolindo brought people to Gaia Island again, he committed the crime of deceiving the king because he could not find the golden land. He was dubbed the title of King of Big Talk. To this day, Nolindo the Liar is a well-known fairy tale in North Blue, and the protagonist Nolindo is described as a fool and a liar who often tells lies. As a result, the descendants of Nolindo had a miserable childhood and were ridiculed by countless people. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng looked at several people and found that Kuina was also listening with gusto. Then Captain, how do we get to Sky Island? Little Betty asked. Lin Feng smiled mysteriously. You will know when the time comes, let's eat first. The Sakura peach pie in this store is good. Asa ate a Sakura peach pie. It's unpalatable. ×4. After everyone ate happily, they left under the apprehensive eyes of the pirates. Find a hotel to live down, waiting for the arrival of the next day. According to the system, a new round of upwelling currents will occur tomorrow. After a night of nothing, the next day, Lin Feng gathered everyone for breakfast and arrived at the port early. Immediately after boarding the boat, drive in the direction given by the system, as time passes. Suddenly, the sky that was still sunny just now became extremely dark in an instant. Ah, little Betty exclaimed. Lin Feng, what's going on? Kuina asked quickly. Anyone who encountered such a situation would inevitably panic. Don't worry, everyone, it's just that the sun is covered by the clouds. Barry wondered if Lin Feng was fooling them. Captain, the cloudy weather over there is usually called cloudy, and this doesn't look like it. Lin Feng glared at him. As long as you talk too much, this is a cumulus cloud, no matter how thick it is, it will not produce airflow, nor will it rain, and block all sunlight, so the sunlight is because the clouds are too thick. Impenetrability is what causes this phenomenon of day turning into night. Everyone barely understood what was going on after listening to it, but they still felt a little unbelievable. However, at this time, the wind on the sea suddenly became stronger, and the waves became higher and bigger. Coming. Lin Feng looked at the sea vortex that began to appear in front of him, turned his head and shouted to Asa, Asa, adjust the direction and drive towards the vortex. In less than a minute, Uzumaki grew bigger and bigger, even reaching a size of nearly a kilometer in diameter. The star just entered the range of Uzumaki. Lin Feng ordered again, Everyone put up the sails immediately. Everyone quickly carried out the captain's order. When everything was ready, everyone stood at the bow of the boat, looking at the terrifying Uzumaki ahead. Little Betty's body even trembled a little. This terrifying scene shocked everyone's heart, including Lin Feng was no exception. Ship, Captain, are we really going to enter this Uzumaki center? Barry trembled, obviously frightened. Advertisement. Lin Feng responded lightly. That's right, are you scared? Hearing Lin Feng's ridicule, Barry also took courage and took a puff on his cigar. HMPH, I'd be afraid, what a joke. The wind was getting stronger and stronger, and the waves slapped on the Shingshan, splashing waves tens of meters high. Uzumaki spun faster, but the star was heading straight for the center of Uzumaki. Oh my god, it's the Sea Kings. Little Betty pointed at the huge Sea Kings in front of her and exclaimed. Don't worry about them, pay attention to everyone, find a place and hurry up. As soon as the voice fell, the Shingshan jumped directly into the center of Uzumaki and fell rapidly. What? Dying. Suddenly the falling ship stopped, and several people looked up, and the surroundings had returned to calm, and the huge Uzumaki disappeared without a trace. Woo, I was scared to death. I thought I was going to die. Barry sat down on the ground. Asa wiped his face with his hands, not sure if it was sweat or seawater. The two girls held Lin Feng's arms respectively, not daring to let go. Be careful, the main event is coming. Lin Feng shouted at everyone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone didn't dare to neglect, and immediately found a place to hurry up. The sea level where the Shingshan was located began to rise slowly, and the sea seemed to be boiling. In an instant, a powerful ocean current rose into the sky with a strong wind, and the Shingshan also caught up with this ocean current at this time, galloping towards the sky along the huge sea pillar. Everyone, set sail immediately. Lin Feng shouted that he had already started to do it. With the joint efforts of everyone, the sails were quickly opened. Taking advantage of this strong current and the soaring wind, the Shingshan flew close to the huge sea pillar. No way, we are really flying upwards. Boss, you are too powerful. It's incredible, Captain. Several people were shocked. Standing on the vertically upward cabin, each was amazed. Looking at the cumulus cloud that was getting closer, Kuina looked at Lin Feng. Is it almost there? Soon the upwelling current ended, and the Shingshan pierced through the cumulus cloud like a sharp sword, and everyone's sights became brighter at this moment. Soon, the boat landed steadily on top of a vast expanse of white clouds. Advertisement. This is Kakai, which is located at an altitude of 7,000 meters above the sea, and it can also be called White Sea. Mom, it's actually true. We've really come to Sky Island. Captain, pinch me. Barry began to play tricks again. We are really lucky. Asa, who has always been quiet, also said. Several people stood in a row at the bow, looking at the sea of clouds below. Is this a cloud? Why doesn't it fall? Little Betty began to ask in her soul. The others also looked at Lin Feng in unison. They are all people who are eager to learn. Lin Feng sighed and explained to everyone. This is sea clouds, which are very buoyant and can allow ships to sail on them. As for how they are formed, you can't understand. Okay. Don't look at it, sit down and get used to it immediately. The oxygen here is very thin, don't be in danger for a while, everyone will be unable to exert their strength. Hearing that several people sat cross-legged on the deck, it didn't take long for everyone to get used to it. Lin Feng looked at the messy deck and said, let's tidy up the deck and the cabin together, we will continue to set off in a while. Half an hour later, everyone changed their clothes. Lin Feng pointed to the distance. Did you see the waterfall cloud over there? What is that? Is it really a cloud? It's spectacular. It really looks like a waterfall. Lin Feng pointed to the front and shouted. Sail, set sail. Target the waterfall cloud. Yes, several people were very excited. The Shingshan was driving slowly on the sea clouds. Ah, what is that? Little Betty quickly hid behind Kuina in fright. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately soared into the sky, slashing out with fire dancing and flowing flames. Strong dragon pressure. It slammed on the bulging monster's head fiercely, splitting it in half from bottom to bottom. Lin Feng took the opportunity to grab half and threw it on the deck. Little Betty, this is yours, see if you can make something delicious. Little Betty pulled out the red lotus, and poked the monster's corpse one after another. What is this? It's so ugly. This should be an empty fish, a specialty of Sky Island. There is such a thing, open your eyes, little Betty, come on, I'll try it when it's done. Barry said with glowing eyes. It didn't take long for the Shingshan to get closer and closer to the waterfall cloud. Hey, there's a door down there. Speed up. Soon the boat was under a huge golden arch. The gate of heaven. Captain, we won't die. Little Betty was still naive. A slap was placed on Little Betty's head, and she rubbed vigorously. Don't talk nonsense. The boat had just entered the golden arches when a short old lady in a pink dress with a bald head and a pair of small wings came out from the building beside her. With the camera in her hand, she snapped pictures of Lin Feng and others on the boat. Look, she has wings on her back, is it an angel? Little Betty shouted. Captain, I feel like my illusion has been shattered, why is the angel like this? Barry covered his mouth in pain. The old lady put down the camera and looked at several people. I am the surveillance officer of the Gate of Heaven. Amazon, are you here for sightseeing or for war? Chapter 26 Sky Island meets Canis. Of course I'm here for sightseeing. Do you think so few of us are here for a war? Lin Feng said angrily. It doesn't matter which one it is, if you think about the upper class, please pay the fee to enter the kingdom of heaven first, 1 billion IQ per person, this is the rule. Amazon said with an expression on his face. 1 billion. You are here to steal money, old woman, believe it or not, I will send you to the real kingdom of heaven. Barry became anxious when he heard that, he had never seen so much money in his life. Lin Feng slapped him across the face. Why are you in a hurry? What he said is the currency of Sky Island, if you change it to Pele, it's 100,000 yuan per person. Huh, is that so? Lin Feng jumped off the boat and gave her 500,000 Baileys, and then jumped back on the boat. Lin Feng didn't want to become an intruder because he didn't pay the fee. At that time, the guards from all over Beibaihe would come to arrest them and disturb their trip. Get ready, let's go. Lin Feng said to everyone. Regarding this sentence, the few people are now as frightened as birds, and immediately find a place to grab it like a conditioned reflex. Suddenly, 2 huge pincers emerged from the bottom of the Xingqian and grabbed the outer edge of the ship, and a huge shrimp lifted the Xingqian and rushed out. Come on, Pippy Shrimp, Lin Feng shouted from the bow. Soon, Pippy Shrimp took the Xingqian up a winding cloud path, leading straight to the sky. The road to the Cloud River is a cloud canal artificially built by the people of Sky Island using the island cloud's mind, connecting the Baihai and Beibaihe. The island cloud is another kind of cloud in Sky Island besides the sea cloud. It is a soft and elastic cloud that floats on the sea cloud. People can walk on it. The residents of Sky Island live on the island cloud. Pippy Shrimp is extremely fast, walking quickly along the cloud canal at the 18th bend of this sky road. Soon, Xingqian was sent to Beibaihe at an altitude of 10,000 meters. As soon as the boat stopped, everyone felt dizzy and almost vomited. It's so uncomfortable, I want to vomit. Yeah, I'm going to accept my fate. Captain, what was that just now? Express Shrimp. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he looked around and saw an island not far away that was clearly artificially built by Doujin, with a smile on his lips. Hey, here I come. Asa, start the boat and stop it on the shore. Everyone had just stopped the boat, jumped off the boat one by one, and stepped on the soft island cloud, feeling extremely novel. However, at this time, a group of guards wearing white berets lay on the shore, creeping towards Lin Feng and his group. Huh, Captain, look quickly, don't they know how to walk? How pitiful. Yeah, I didn't expect that the people of Sky Island can't walk, or is it their custom? Asa rubbed his big head and couldn't figure it out. Lin Feng just stared at them, could it be that this group of guards came to deal with them? It shouldn't be, we are legal tourists who have paid. Thinking in his heart, this group of white beret guards had already crawled in front of everyone. Advertisement. A group of guards suddenly stood up, stood at attention, put their left hand on their head and stretched out their index finger and little finger. Hasso. Ah, Captain, what are they doing? Little Betty asked while shaking Lin Feng's hand. Hey, I should be saying hello. It's you, the legal tourists who came from Shanghai, and the monitoring officer notified them. The leading guard asked loudly. Well, that's right, because you are legal tourists, you can obtain the right to visit freely, but there are some places that you absolutely cannot enter, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Oh, I declare in advance that we are a white beret unit and a unit directly under the priest. You'd better go sightseeing honestly and don't have other thoughts. Is there anything else? If there is nothing else, we can leave. Lin Feng couldn't wait to go to Angel Island to play. Let's go, everyone. Regardless of these people, Lin Feng led the crowd along the ladder not far away. Wow, everything here is made of clouds. Even houses are built on clouds. Several people were surprised by all kinds of novelty items along the way. Perhaps it is because there are basically no outsiders on Sky Island. There are very few hotels in the entire Angel Island. Along the way, there are all aboriginals with a pair of small wings on their backs. Everyone looks at them with curious eyes. Lovely Avenue, the busiest street in Angel Island. Lin Feng, don't we still have to sleep on the boat? Kuina asked standing in the middle of the road. That's not enough. Hello, are you from Shanghai? A pleasant voice came from behind. When they turned around, they saw a tall Sky Island girl in a pink dress with ball-shaped light yellow double braids at the end and a harp on her back. There is a little white fox at his feet. Canis. Lin Feng recognized it immediately. Ah, this young lady, how can you show so many legs, it's too shameless. Barry rushed to Canis and shouted, pointing at the girl's legs. Everyone around looked over. Boom. Kuina landed a fist on Barry's head, even using hockey. Hello. Don't worry about this B*******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************̈ Kuina stepped forward and asked. Well, everyone, follow me. Canis shyly walked in front of the crowd and led the way, still thinking in his heart, are all people in Shanghai so conservative? Thanks. After a while, a group of people came to the door of the only hotel on Angel Island. It's here. My house is not far away. If you have time, you can come to my house as a guest. I want to hear the story of Shanghai. Canis said to Lin Feng and the others with a smile while hugging the little fox. Advertisement. No problem. Let's rest for a while, come in together if you don't mind. Lin Feng was already trying to trick the little girl. Is it really possible? Canis asked in surprise. Let's go, Sister Angel. Little Betty put on a harmless smile and instantly captured Canis. Several people found their own rooms, and when Lin Feng was about to go to Kuina's room to chat, there were bursts of exclamations coming from the next door. Yeah, what is this? My god, can you make furniture out of clouds? There is a ghost, the shell has spoken. Lin Feng opened the door and went out, and happened to meet the two Kanas who came out of Kuina's room. Let's go and see what's going on. After gathering everyone in Lin Feng's room, Kanas explained to everyone, what you saw just now are the shellfish unique to Sky Island. They all have different functions, and they are the shellfish culture unique to Sky Island. Then everyone learned about different shellfish from Kanas. For example, Yinbei. It can record and play sound, as a tool for conveying information or entertainment. Lamp shell. It can emit light for a period of time, and it can also emit light by itself, as an indoor lighting tool. Water shell. It can store water and be used as a firefighting tool. Video shell. It can record and play video, and it can be used for guarding and monitoring at the entrance of Sky Island. Weebei. It can store smell and be used as an aroma device. It can also play pranks, such as storing farts. Yanbei. It can store fire and then spray it out. There are many different kinds. After Kanas finished explaining to everyone, little Betty hugged Kanas's Yunhu and sat next to her and told her the story of Qinghai. I heard Kanas amazed again and again. It's awesome. I haven't been out of Angel Island since I was a child. I really envy you. Lin Feng, who was tired of Kuina at the side, was about to speak when he heard this, but he didn't expect that Kuina was faster than him. Kanas, do you want to go to Qinghai? Kuina asked. I've never left here, and my father is still here. Kanas said awkwardly. Lin Feng also thinks this is a problem. The system releases a task. Take Enel, the god of Sky Island, as a crew member. Mission rewards are unknown. Mission failure penalty. Body hair grows 10 times longer. Stop talking about this, Kanas, please take us for a stroll in the next 2 days. Lin Feng got up and said to Kanas. Yeah, okay, I'm going to rest first, you guys talk slowly. Chapter 27. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the captain beating Thor. In 2 days, Kanas took a few people to play the entire Angel Island, and also took everyone to play Waiba. Waiba is a means of transportation unique to Sky Island. It can drive on the Sea of Clouds, just like a sea motorcycle. Angel Island, Cloud Beach. Lin Feng, are you really going to Apayado? It's dangerous there, and God will punish you. Kanas looked at the crowd with great concern. Sister Angel, don't worry, our captain is very strong, that God is definitely not the captain's opponent. Little Betty said while clenching her fists. She's right, Kanas, Lin Feng is very strong, you just stay here and wait for us to come back, it won't be long. Kuina also said. Ha ha ha, get on board. The island where the god lives, known as the Sanctuary, is actually part of Gaia Island that was washed up by the rising current 400 years ago on Sky Island. Not far away, Lin Feng and others have arrived near Apayado in a blink of an eye. This is the only place on Sky Island that owns land, and at this time on the edge of the island, the 4 god-tier officers under Thor Enel are already waiting here. Lin Feng and the others stopped the boat, and just as they stepped onto the island, they were met with fierce attacks one after another. Barry, you protect little Betty, Kuina, Asa, get rid of them. Lin Feng confronted the 2 priests alone, namely Kong Animal Husbandry, Om, and Kong Guard Chief, Nirvana. Kuina and Asa faced Daigo Yumori and Sky Knight Shiro respectively. These 4 so-called priests may be regarded as strong in Sky Island, but facing Lin Feng and the others, they have no power to resist. Both Kuina and Asa were also the ones who mastered hockey, and quickly settled their respective opponents. What, Captain Lin Feng, I should have let me go up if I knew this earlier. Little Betty pouted very dissatisfied. Next time, we are in a hurry, your angel sister is still waiting for us. Lin Feng said while pinching little Betty's round face. Okay, then let's hurry up, I want to watch the captain beat that god. Come on, everyone, I will take you to fly there. The magical battle energy gushed out from Lin Feng's body, enveloping several people, and immediately soared into the air. On the other side, Apayado is deep. A tall man wearing a white turban, bare upper body, 4 thunder drums behind his back, a gold ring on his hand, and bloomers on his lower body reclined on the seat. Things are getting interesting. Similarly, Lin Feng has already covered the entire island with magic vindictiveness. When he saw Enel lying on the seat and yawning while digging his ears, he felt amused. Small size, this will let you see what a fist the size of a sandbag is. Soon Lin Feng and the others flew over Enel. Yahahahaha, I didn't expect that a few bugs from Qinghai would dare to offend this thunder god. Enel looked at Lin Feng and the others who had landed on the ground and laughed. In his opinion, this is just a slightly stronger bug. He is Thor. In fact, although Enel seems to be lazy here, in fact, his personality is particularly tyrannical and his strength is also very strong. Not only has the powerful Logia Thunder Fruit ability, but also has the ability of the Heart Network. The Heart Net is a power that can feel the breath of the surroundings, and can even perceive the enemies outside the line of sight or the attacks of the enemies with them. Advertisement. It can be said to be an advanced use of observation hockey combined with the ability of Thunder Fruit. Hee, brat, you really don't know the heights of heaven and earth. Barry stepped forward and said. Haha, are you trying to defy the god? Enel stood up suddenly and took out a golden stick in his hand. The power of thunder and lightning wrapped around the body. Seeing this, Barry quickly retreated. Well, Captain, you should do it. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him. Aren't you very brave? Besides, you are also Logia, or Mumuguo, not conductive. What are you afraid of? He doesn't know hockey, you can try it. Lin Feng pushed Barry out. Yeah, I'm not conductive. Thinking of Barry, he rushed forward. Come on, Discharger, Lousy will meet you. Yeah, stupid guy, you're going to be terrified. Enel laughed and stood still. Barry faced Enel with both hands, and several thick branches appeared out of nowhere and stabbed Enel fiercely until they penetrated Enel's body. Ha ha ha, mortal, have you seen it? This is the power of God. Enel looked at his pierced body after elementalization and mocked with disdain. While speaking, lightning burst out from Enel's body, piercing Barry's body in the same way at an extremely fast speed. Go to hell, disobedience to God. How are you okay? Seeing that Barry had the same ability as him, Enel's eyes widened. I was so surprised that I almost couldn't close my mouth. Dominating Sky Island for so long, Enel is the first time to meet someone with the same ability as himself. Uninformed brat. Barry ignored it and continued to attack. Captain, can Barry beat this Discharger? Betty Jr. looked at the two fighting. I can't beat it. It hasn't been long since Barry ate the fruit. The degree of development of the fruit is unmatched, and the opponent is also very knowledgeable. Enel's strength is indeed not something that Barry can shake, and it is enough to rely on the same ability of Logia to compete for a while. Enel got serious. Barry couldn't touch each other at all, but Enel could keep attacking Barry until Barry was tired and could no longer be elemental. The current trend on the field is exactly what Lin Feng thought. Barry had no strength left, and Enel pressed the long stick in his hand against Barry's chin. Sure enough, this Thor is the strongest, ha ha ha, who will be next? As he spoke, he looked towards Lin Feng. I'll go. Kuina was stopped by Lin Feng as soon as he took a step. If you go, I'm afraid he will be killed by your sword, and my trip will be in vain. I'll do it myself. Just as Enel's electric hand was about to kill Barry, a huge fist slammed into his face. Enel flew directly tens of meters. I was beaten. What's the situation? Enel's face was full of shock. It's been a long time since he ate the thunderfruit until now. Advertisement. Enel got up from the ground with cold sweat on his forehead. Why? Why did you hit me? It's impossible. Lin Feng raised his hand, and the fist covered with magic grudge appeared in Enel's eyes. Magic? Enel was taken aback. What is that? Asa raged again, heading straight for Enel at breakneck speed. Things that can hit you. Damn it, I'm Thor. Enel didn't even want to hide. 200 million volts. In anger, Enel resorted to the strongest move, releasing all the 200 million volts of lightning all over his body, and surrounded himself with all the released lightning, thereby transforming into the giant Thor. HMPH, the angry dragon pierces the heart and breaks. Lin Feng, who was wrapped in magic fighting spirit, turned into a long fighting spirit dragon with the fire dance flowing flame and hit Enel directly. The terrifying thunder and lightning hit the magic grudge, and there were wrinkles in the air. The lightning was overflowing, and the magic grudge was also raging crazily, accompanied by a piercing roar. Huowu Liuyan directly smashed through Enel's thunder and lightning, and just when it was about to hit, Huowu Liuyan disappeared. Lin Feng's punches the size of sandbags rained down on Enel, punching to the flesh. Enel spurted out a mouthful of old blood, and looked at Lin Feng in horror. Who the hell are you and why? I'm a god. Make you god, let you god. It was Lin Feng's fist that answered Enel. Why are you not afraid of my lightning, but you can still hit me, and you have such a powerful force? Enel continued to growl. Lin Feng stopped and looked at him jokingly. Promise me one condition, and I'll tell you. HMPH, it's impossible, I'm a god. Boom, another punch. Would you like to talk? Lin Feng stared at Enel viciously. Stop hitting, you. Boom, will you agree to my conditions? What are you doing? Boom, answer or not. Enel covered his face with his hands and was about to cry. Yes, I promise. What conditions are you talking about? Huh? Didn't I tell you? What a fart? Enel yelled unwillingly. Boom. Is this the attitude to talk to the captain? What captain? Enel asked, clutching the big bag on his head. Lin Feng put his face in front of Enel and showed a terrifying smile. Hey, either go to Qinghai with me or die. How about it? Choose one. Chapter 28. A lot of small money. What? Go to Qinghai? Enel was a little scared when he heard that. These people in front of him are scary enough. If Qinghai is full of people like Lin Feng, he will not be able to survive. Why? Seeing you like this, don't you want to? I remember you just agreed. I don't like people who don't keep their promises. Lin Feng raised his fist again. Enel hurriedly raised his hand to stop. Wait, I agree, but I have a few questions. Oh, I can't see it. You're quite studious. Ask. Enel sat cross-legged on the ground and asked, why did you hit me? Lin Feng had already guessed that he would ask this. You care about this question? Asa, please come here. When Asa heard Lin Feng's call, he rushed over immediately. Boss, what's the matter? Is this kid disobedient? How about I beat him up? Hey, I'm a god. Enel was angry. No matter who came up, he would beat him up. Boom. To shut up, Asa, punch him with your weapon, lightly. Okay. Asa raised his armed fist and punched Enel on the head. Ow. You guys are too deceitful. Enel was really hit hard by this punch. Lin Feng looked at him and said, did you see it? This is called armor color, something that can hit you. Hearing this, Enel didn't care to get angry, and ran forward to grab Asa's dark fist. armed color, what is it? As long as you join me, I can let him teach you this, and you can challenge me at any time, and as long as you win, you can leave at any time. Lin Feng continued without caring what Enel said. Well, are you people from Qinghai so strong? Or are you the strongest in Qinghai? Enel asked in a tentative tone. Although I am not the strongest, there are many people who can kill you with one punch. How is this possible? I'm a god. How can there be so many people stronger than me? Enel didn't believe it at all. You will know when you arrive in Qinghai. HMPH, anyway, I just don't believe it. Yo, also arrogant. Okay, don't talk nonsense, take me to Shandora. Are you looking for gold? Nonsense, hurry up. Lin Feng kicked Enel's A. Shandora was once known as the City of Gold on Guy Island. Everything in the city is made of gold, especially a golden bell in the city. Along with a Pyardo, it was washed up on Sky Island by the upwelling current. Then Enel obediently led Lin Feng and his party to the ruins of Shandora. Soon, everyone came to the legendary Golden Land. At the same time, there is a historical text here, which records information about ancient weapon Poseidon. It's just that Lin Feng is not interested in this. Lin Feng and his party looked at the countless gold, drooling everywhere. Money, it's all petty money, advertisement. All kinds of houses and buildings are made of gold, and there are mountains of gold everywhere on the ground. Enel looked at this scene and said proudly, oh, I don't know much. Humph. Enel, you built a spaceship, right? Arc Proverbs. Are you finished now? Lin Feng said with a sneer. This guy even mocked himself for his ignorance, and see if lousy stripped your panties off. You, how do you know? Enel was surprised, the biggest secret was actually known. Don't worry about how I know, I declare now that the gold you used to build the spaceship belongs to me. Enel was in a hurry, that was the spaceship he used to go to the infinite land, the moon. No, I don't agree if you kill me. Lin Feng came over and patted him on the shoulder and said, why are you so stubborn, you are going to Qinghai with me, why keep it, why not take the gold to Qinghai? That doesn't work either, that's my painstaking effort. No matter what Enel said, Lin Feng turned around and started collecting gold. Pile. 2 piles. Lin Feng felt that he was about to go numb, how much must it be? An hour later, the entire golden city was almost bald, leaving only a big golden clock, and Lin Feng also left a box of gold and silver treasures beside it. Leave it to those who are destined. Immediately afterwards, Enel led everyone to the place where the Ark was under Lin Feng's hegemony. Looking at the unfinished but still huge spaceship in front of him, Lin Feng couldn't help but glance at Enel. This guy is a talent. System, can you strip the gold from this spaceship? Open black lens bracket, no problem, close black lens bracket. Then Enel saw his beloved spaceship disintegrate in an instant, and all the gold disappeared. His mouth was wide open, his eyes were full of tears, and he almost knelt on the ground and cried loudly. System, the mission is complete. Congratulations to host for obtaining some of the abilities of Arc Proverbs, which have been installed on the star. Congratulations to host for obtaining 3 random devil fruits and 1 Jianshin seed. Yo, is it so rich? Lin Feng was very excited, the reward this time is really good. Enel looked very angry at the expression on Lin Feng's face. In his opinion, Lin Feng was so happy because he got the gold on his arc. He is very upset now. Ha ha ha, let's go, revolving heaven makes the island. Lin Feng and his group returned to the shore of Apayado, only to find that the Xingqian was surrounded. Hey, it's these Sandians, Enel said and raised his hand, surrounded by lightning, and he was about to make a move. Boom. In the future, without my permission, you can't kill casually. Lin Feng warned, this guy has no common sense, if he goes to the sea and kills at every turn, that's fine. Lin Feng looked back at the group of Sandias, who were the descendants of the Aborigines on part of the Guy Island washed up by the rising tide 400 years ago. After Apayado was brought to Baibaihai by the soaring ocean current, the people of Sky Island, who had never seen the land, regarded it as a holy place, invaded Apayado, and renamed it Island of the Gods. The expelled Shandians waged a 400-year war with the Sky Islanders in order to regain their homeland. Enel, I'm going to kill you. The Sandian warrior Weber was about to launch an attack with his incendiary cannon on his shoulder. Advertisement Lin Feng's magical fighting spirit emanated from his body, and the Sandias were crushed to the ground. Enel is my man now, and there will be no Thor in Arpayardo from now on. I don't care about the conflicts between you and the people of Sky Island, let me get out of the way now. Lin Feng had just finished speaking, and before the Sandias could make any moves, an old man riding a Pegasus and wearing armor appeared in the distance. What's that, Captain? It's so ugly, little Betty said, looking at the pink Pegasus with black Madara spots. It's just a big bird that ate devil fruit, Lin Feng said speechlessly. This thing is really ugly, like wearing a pair of pink Madara long johns, really hot eyes. Yeah, it's the old god Ganfor, the old guy is really alive. Enel looked at Ganfor with disdain. You guys are from Qinghai, right? Young people. Ganfor said just after he landed and looked around at the Sandias lying on the ground. That's right, you are Ganfor, the former ruler of Sky Island. Indeed, but after this guy came, everything changed. Ganfor pointed to Enel and said to Lin Feng. You guys still dare to point at this god? Do you want to die? Enel regained his godlike aura in the face of these people. Boom. Be honest. Ganfor saw Lin Feng beat Enel into obedience, his old face was full of disbelief. This. Enel will go to Qinghai with me in the future, so there will be no Thor in Arpayardo in the future. Speaking of which, Lin Feng withdrew the magical vindictiveness that was emitted and said to the Sandia, Listen, you two, you can decide for yourself whether it is peace talks or wars, but you must not hurt Sky Island. Kill innocent civilians, or I will kill you next time I come to Sky Island. Lin Feng activated the Mangekyo Sharingan, and the magical battle energy turned into a powerful pupil power that directly hit the depths of everyone's soul. What's your name, young man? Asked Gamfor, Lin Feng. Thank you, Lin Feng. You helped us solve the biggest trouble. Don't worry, I will do my best to let the people of Sky Island and Shandia live together peacefully. Gamfor also looked at Enel at a glance. The biggest trouble is him. Enel also glared back at Ganford, but didn't dare to do anything else. Lin Feng's fist hurt too much. Weber, who got up from the ground beside him, also said, if possible, we Shandians don't want to go to war anymore. Too many people have been sacrificed in the past 400 years. Lin Feng is really inexplicable seeing the development of this situation. Forget it. Sell your own affairs, and we're leaving. On the Xingshan, Lin Feng came out of the cabin. He just went in and checked it. Sure enough, the Xingshan has an extra electric drive device. It seems that Enel, the discharger, will be of great use. Returning to Cloud Beach on Angel Island again, everyone saw Konus holding a harp and playing for everyone before disembarking. Ha ha ha, Konus, you really have been waiting here. Sister Angel, we are back. This little girl is really nice. Captain, take her in. Boom. Barry has a big bag on his head. This is right, there is ambiguity. Chapter 29 Konus embarks at night. Lin Feng and his party held a banquet on the Star, and Konus and her father Pagia were also there. When they knew that the man with big earlobes in front of them was the god they were talking about, both of them were extremely terrified. But now, after seeing Enel being fisted by Lin Feng a few times, it doesn't feel that way anymore. Mr. Lin Feng, are you leaving tomorrow? Pagia handed Lin Feng a grilled empty fish. That's right, we'll be leaving tomorrow. It's been several days since I played in Sky Island. Apart from the excitement and curiosity when I first came here, there is really no other fun. Pagia glanced at Konus, and found that her expression was a bit gloomy, so he continued, Mr. Lin Feng, if you don't mind the trouble, bring Konus with you. Father, what are you talking about? How can I leave you here by yourself? Although Konus was touched to hear her father's words, it was absolutely impossible for her to leave her father alone on Sky Island. Pagia raised his hand and patted Konus's head. We Sky Island people have never left here in our whole life. I don't know whether it is luck or misfortune, but as your father, I know that you like to hear people talk about things outside since you were a child. Story. Go. Child, the scenery that father has never seen in this life, you go and see it instead of father. Father. Konus threw herself into Page's arms and cried loudly. The others also looked astonished. What the hell, they were fine just now, why did they start crying? Only Enel sat aside with the wine and meat, and ate very unconvinced. Well, would you like to listen to me? Both father and daughter looked up at Lin Feng when they heard Lin Feng's voice. Konus, after you go to Qinghai with us, you can come back at any time, and you can also take your father to Qinghai to play and then send him back. Lin Feng felt that as a boss, it was necessary for his employees to solve their worries. Really? Konus asked, looking up. Of course. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, leaving a spatial imprint on the beach of clouds. Seeing Lin Feng's red eyes, the father and daughter and Enel were startled. Konus and Pagia were purely afraid, while Enel seemed to feel a breath from hell. Okay, it's done. Even in Qinghai, I can take you back to Sky Island in an instant, Lin Feng said proudly. Pagia didn't know if what Lin Feng said was true or not, but he still said to Konus. Mr. Lin Feng said so. Konus, go to Qinghai. Well, okay, thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. On the second day, under the leadership of Konus, everyone purchased a large amount of supplies, including countless empty shellfish, various fruit and vegetable wines, and even bought 20 bottles of Weeba. With Pagia seeing him off all the way, the Xingshan arrived at the starting point of the Yanhe Road. Seeing Konus' father and daughter bid farewell as if they were parting for life and death, Lin Feng covered his face helplessly. Advertisement. After a while, Konus boarded the boat with Yunyu Cece in his arms. Asa, Barry, furl the sails. Ready to go. Then the Xingshan jumped down along the road of Yanhe, and everyone was holding onto the fence tightly. Suddenly, everyone flew up as if they lost their center of gravity. Lin Feng immediately released a magical vindictiveness covering the entire ship to prevent anyone from flying out. Everyone stood firmly on the boat and watched the Xingshan fall rapidly at a height of 10,000 meters. Konus took out his whistle and was about to call the big octopus baron, but was stopped by Lin Feng. The big octopus baron can grab the ship, inflate itself, and send the ship back to the ground safely like a parachute. Lin Feng, if we fall like this, we will all die. Konus, who was interrupted by Lin Feng, almost cried. Hey, don't be afraid, just wait and see. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he stood at the bow of the boat and looked down. The excitement is coming, everyone. Fire dancing and flowing flames waved out. Fulong soars to the sky. Lin Feng unleashed a big move, and in an instant a dragon of fighting spirit thousands of meters long appeared in the air. Everyone on the boat stared with their mouths wide open, and Enel was even more horrified. If Lin Feng had used this trick at that time, he would probably have died. Under the control of Lin Feng, the battle dragon flew to the bottom of the ship, picked up the Xingshan, and flew towards the sea. Seeing the sea getting closer and closer, everyone's hearts slowly calmed down. The long dragon of fighting spirit dissipated, and the Xingshan landed gently on the sea. Putting away the Huohu Liuyan, Lin Feng looked at everyone. How about it, let's have fun. I thought I was going to die again, Barry was startled again. It's too scary, Captain. Little Betty's ears were pricked up. Kuina walked up to Lin Feng, still looking shocked. Lin Feng, next time you do something like this, please tell me first. That's right, Captain, you always scare us, ×5. Oh, childish. Enel, try saying it again. Lin Feng noticed that Enel was mocking himself every now and then, and the slapstick became more and more fierce. Enel didn't talk back, and walked aside to look at the sea that he had never seen before. It was also the first time for Konus to see the sea. Although he had a smile on his face, he couldn't hide his concern for his father. Lin Feng noticed her situation and disappeared in place in an instant. Advertisement at this time, Pagia had just returned to the Island of Angels, standing at the place where Konus often played the piano on the beach of clouds, wiping tears sadly. He was completely unaware of Lin Feng's appearance. When he reacted, he found himself standing on a boat. Father. Konus threw himself into his father's arms. Both father and daughter couldn't believe it at this time, what Lin Feng said before was actually true. After the father and daughter calmed down, Pagia said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin Feng, thank you. It's okay, haha, let's talk first. Lin Feng walked into the cabin, took out the deck chair and lay down on it. Everyone else went about their own thing, and Enel suddenly seemed out of place by himself. Walking to Lin Feng's side, me too. Lin Feng knew what he was talking about. Inside, move it yourself. Not long after, Enel moved a recliner and lay down next to Lin Feng. This guy must be sick, such a big deck has to lie next to me. Hey, can't you lie down somewhere else? It's weird. No, I like it here. At this time, Pagia and Konus came over. Mr. Lin Feng, please send me back. Lin Feng sat up. Won't you stay longer? It's hard to come to Qinghai once. Haha, no need, there will be opportunities in the future if Mr. Lin Feng doesn't mind the trouble. Lin Feng laughed loudly. Okay, let's go, I'll take you back. Before leaving, Pagia said to Konus. Listen to Mr. Lin Feng carefully and don't cause trouble. A few seconds later, Lin Feng had already returned. Continue to lie on the chair and bask in the sun. Konus, you go to Kuina and ask her to take you to choose a bedroom, and tell little Betty by the way, let her make dinner after she rests. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. Call the captain. Yes, captain. Seeing Konus's well-behaved appearance, Lin Feng felt that the post of captain's secretary might be suitable for him. Oh, pervert. Boom. After the lesson, Enel Lin Feng began to count the harvest of the trip to Sky Island. 2BM Chapter 30 Group Eating Fruit, Tongzi, little Tongzi, come out. Open black lens bracket. You are very arrogant now. Close black lens bracket. Hey, brother system. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations to Seder host for getting zone cow and horse fruit, paramecia clone fruit, paramecia nightmare fruit, 6,000 points. Close black lens bracket. 6,000. Do pets also count? Open black lens bracket. Good mood. Close black lens bracket. Yes, you are the uncle. Everything you say is right. Do the math. How much is that gold worth? Open black lens bracket. I'm afraid to scare you. Close black lens bracket. Are you looking down on me? I, Lin, have never seen anything. Open black lens bracket. 320 billion. Close black lens bracket. Shen Bumi Sao. Are you sure? How is this possible? Lin Feng bounced off the recliner, startling Enel. What do you think? Other people take some small bottles and cans, but you are good enough to move the house away. This is because Shandora's gold has been lost for hundreds of years, will be more. But this is too much. Now I suspect that there must be a big gold mine on the former Guy Island. After speaking, Lin Feng immediately lay down and checked the personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation, Battle Mage. Weapons, War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heartbreaking, the Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, the Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky, the Sky Soars and the Dragon Flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the Sky, Fights to Break the Mountains and Rivers, and the Wind Rolls Liuyan. Close black lens bracket. Minus 33% proficiency. Passive skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Susano, Fusion Degree 16%. Combat Power Rating. Admiral Level Points, 13,800. Wealth, 348.3 billion. Item. Autumn Leaf of the Big Quick Knife, 150 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Elf Form, Paramecia Poop Fruit, Zone Ox and Horse Fruit, Paramecia Clone Fruit, Paramecia Nightmare Fruit, a Jianshin Seed, a bottle of eye drops, and a denatured pill. With nothing else to do, Lin Feng took out eye drops and dripped 2 drops on himself, not to mention, it felt very comfortable. Close your eyes, think back to the experience of that time. Now the strength has also improved, and there are several crew members. It has reached this point in a short period of time. Lin Feng is very satisfied. As a hangar, it should be like this. At night, all the people who had just finished dinner gathered on the deck and lay down in rows, watching the stars with the sea breeze blowing. The dinner was prepared by Konus and Lil Betty. I have to say that the meals cooked by the two beauties are really delicious. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that this fellow Enel learned to smoke from Barry. Now seeing the two of them leaning back on the chair and enjoying the puffing, Lin Feng wanted to go up and beat someone up. Conus, you are welcome to join us. Lin Feng raised a glass of wine and said to Conus who was lying on the other side.
Thank you, Captain. What about me? I'm Thor. Am I so invisible? Enel spoke hastily to emphasize his existence. Ah, Lin Feng glanced at everyone. Everyone, come here, the captain has some good things for you. After getting Mumuguo Berry, he immediately knew that this was a regular program on the ship, the day of welfare distribution. Captain, what good stuff. Barry rushed over with bright eyes, and the soot fell on Lin Feng. Barry knew something was wrong. Is it too late for me to apologize? Boom. G. Smoking. I know it every day, it's so annoying. Lin Feng punched him flying, then got up and took out something and put it on the table. Zone Human Fruit Phantom Beast Elf Form, Paramesha Poop Fruit, Zone Ox and Horse Fruit, Paramesha Clone Fruit, Paramesha Nightmare Fruit, and a Sword Heart Seed. Hiss, 5 devil fruits. At this moment, Barry rushed back again, seeing so many devil fruits on the table, he looked at Lin Feng in shock. Captain, are you actually a devil fruit wholesaler? Advertisement. Enel also came over curiously, reached out and grabbed one and wanted to stuff it into his mouth. Asa who was behind him immediately grabbed his hand. Hey. Do you want to die? You can only eat one devil fruit, if you eat too much, you will die. HMPH, I'm a god. Although Enel was very stubborn, fortunately he was not stupid, and he stopped talking after putting the fruit back.
Okay, let me distribute things first. Lin Feng picked up the Jianshin seeds and handed them to Kuina. Hey, you should get them this time. Kuina didn't refuse this time. Jianshin seed was just right for her. Well, I want it. Although Kuina already has a sword heart seed, but this thing is not too much. Then Lin Feng looked at the rest of the people. Asa, Conus, and Betty, who haven't eaten devil fruit yet, are just the 3 of you. Betty Jr. took the lead in saying, I don't eat, I have a sword and that's enough. Conus hesitated and said, Captain, do I have it too? But I just got on the boat.
After getting along with Lin Feng and the others these days, Conus also knew the value of devil fruit. She didn't expect that she could get one just as soon as she boarded the boat. Sister Angel, it's okay, Uncle Barry got the devil fruit right after he boarded the boat. Hey, little girl, who are you talking about, Uncle? Just you, Uncle Smoker. Looking at Conus, Lin Feng knew that she was embarrassed, so he picked up the fairy fruit and put it in her hand. Captain, this fruit is more suitable for you, eat it, we are a family from now on, you are welcome. He's right, eat it quickly and let everyone see what an elf looks like. Kuina followed Lin Feng's words. Seeing everyone's anticipation, and looking at the elf fruit in his hand, Conus slowly opened his small mouth and took a bite, with a distorted expression. Just when she was about to continue eating, she was stopped by Lin Feng. Okay, just take one bite, it's useless if you eat too much of this thing. Barry was watching the show next to him. He knew how bad devil fruit was, so he just wanted to see how other people ate it. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he was stunned, and it took a few seconds to react. Boat, Captain, didn't you say you want to eat all of it before? You lied to me. Lin Feng just remembered that there was still this problem, and his brain immediately went into overdrive. How is it possible? The Logia fruit is different from this one. If you don't believe me, ask Enel if he ate all of it back then.
Barry turned his head to look at Enel, with a resentful expression on his face. Really? Enel clasped his hands in a particularly arrogant look. Of course I finished eating. In fact, Enel didn't know it was devil fruit at the time, and the reason why he ate it was simply because he was hungry. Barry took a deep puff of cigarette. Sure enough, I knew the captain wouldn't lie to me. Lin Feng couldn't stand it any longer, and turned to Conus and asked, how do you feel, has there been any change? Everyone's attention was also drawn back by Lin Feng, and they all looked at Conus.
Just as Conus was about to speak, he suddenly floated up, and the small wings on his back fell off, replaced by a pair of transparent wings that were several meters long and glowed with pale golden light. The tied hair suddenly spread out and fluttered, and the whole person turned into an elf from head to toe, with slightly long pointed ears, blonde hair, blue eyes, delicate skin, tall figure, and looked noble and elegant. The whole body seems to be surrounded by starlight, which is extremely mysterious. System, what is this? Open black lens bracket. Natural energy can also be understood as life energy. Close black lens bracket. So advanced. Can I eat devil fruit? Open black lens bracket. You have close black lens bracket. Huh, why don't I know? Open black lens bracket. Fantasy, technology, system fruit. Close black lens bracket. Ha ha. After understanding the power on Conus, Lin Feng said, Conus, show off your ability. Conus nodded, and immediately flew out at an extremely fast speed. He flew around the Xingqian several times and stopped in midair, with both hands in the posture of drawing a bow. Everyone saw a pale golden longbow and arrows condensed in her hands. Whoosh! With an arrow shot, a golden light pierced the sky and disappeared without a trace. Yo, it turned out to be an ADC. Lin Feng sighed. Flying back to the deck, Conus stood in front of Lin Feng and said shyly, Captain.
Oh, your ability is pretty good, what else? Lin Feng was dumbfounded just now. Also, it's not convenient to use it here, advertisement. Lin Feng smiled and said, ha ha ha, it's okay, I'll talk about it next time I have a chance. Thank you, Captain. The captain is always here for me when you need it. Konus wanted to change back to his original form as soon as he finished speaking. But I found that except for the state of retracting the wings and various blessings, the appearance cannot be changed back, which means that it has completely become an elf.
What should I do, Captain? Konus looked at Lin Feng pitifully. Hiss. So cute. Lin Feng was stunned again. Hiss. It hurts, my waist. Lin Feng looked back. Kuina was sticking behind him, twisting the flesh around his waist. Does it look good? It's nice. Appreciate it. Just appreciate it. Nothing else, trust me. HMPH, pervert. Lin Feng looked back at Konus embarrassedly. Actually, it's pretty good, just leave it at that. The change is not too big, just get used to it.
Yes, Sister Angel, you are so beautiful now. Little Betty came over enviously and held Konus's arm. I regret it a bit, I'm so envious, what should I do? Lin Feng stopped looking at this side, picked up the clone fruit and threw it to Asa. Hey, this is good, eat it. Asa knew that Lin Feng would not harm him. Since Lin Feng said so, it must be a fruit suitable for him, so he opened his mouth and took a bite before throwing it away. Barry was dumbfounded again, and at this moment he was finally sure that he must have been tricked by Lin Feng, a trick. Both looked at Lin Feng with teary eyes, as if they were saying, why treat me like this? But now everyone's eyes were on Asa, and no one noticed him at all. Not long after eating it, Asa started to show it directly. Suddenly 3 more Asa appeared in front of everyone's eyes, exactly the same. Hello, Captain. The 3 Asa clones said neatly. Wow, 4 big guys. Barry stepped forward and walked around the 3 avatars while reaching out his hand to touch here and there, making the avatars disgusting. If you touch me again, I'll let you know what it means to be a male plus a male. Lin Feng pulled Barry aside and turned his head, and said to Asa, it's interesting, does this mean that everyone has independent thoughts? It doesn't count. They don't have emotions. They're similar to normal people in other places, and they have half of my strength. It's just that there are only 3 of them now, and they can't last for too long. After Asa explained, everyone understands. Lin Feng was also very surprised. He didn't expect the avatar to be so strong. It seems that you will take the route of gang fights in the future, that's enough, put it away. Lin Feng then picked up a devil fruit again, and everyone's eyes also looked over. Looking around, Lin Feng found that it seemed that he couldn't send it out again.
In the end, his eyes were fixed on Little Betty. Little Betty, why don't you eat it? What? Lin Feng stuffed the nightmare fruit into Little Betty's arms, touched her head and said, eating it won't affect your sword practice, and you don't want everyone to protect you every time you encounter danger. Only by being strong can we help everyone. Little Betty looked at Kuina, not knowing what to do for a moment. Her 2 cat ears were shaking. Kuina sighed and stretched out his hands to rub Little Betty's head and said, listen to Lin Feng, quickly become stronger, you will encounter many dangers in the future, don't worry, I will always teach you swordsmanship. Under the persuasion of the 2, Little Betty ate the nightmare fruit after all. In fact, she was not so attached to the sword. In the beginning, it was only caused by blind worship because Kuina saved her. After Little Betty ate the fruit, her appearance didn't change, but her temperament was different. It gave people a very dark feeling, like a dark loli. Afterwards, Little Betty also showed everyone the abilities of the nightmare fruit. Currently there are only 3 abilities. The first one is being able to enter other people's dreams to do evil. This ability is of little use. The second is to be able to create the most fearful or difficult scene in an enemy's life, causing confusion and loss of combat effectiveness for a short time. Or create an enemy's most desired dream, so addictive that it is difficult to wake up. The last thing is to be able to transform yourself into a nightmare of evil spirits, which greatly enhances your own combat power. Any attack can shock the enemy's spirit, causing dizziness and weakness.
After knowing the ability of the nightmare fruit, Lin Feng complained in his heart, isn't this just illusion? Tsukuyomi? After all the things were distributed, several people had their own fun. Barry, Enel, Little Betty, and Asa played the mahjong taught by Lin Feng. Konus stood alone at the bow of the boat playing the piano, and Yunyu Sisi lay at her feet, sticking out her tongue to lick her from time to time. In the middle of the night, everyone dispersed, and Lin Feng stood alone on the deck. What's wrong? Kuina came to the deck and hugged Lin Feng from behind.
Lin Feng grabbed her hand and said, it's nothing, I'm just feeling a little bit emotional. Now that we have so many partners, we won't feel deserted on the boat anymore. Oh, that's alright, I want to sleep with you tonight. Let's go, it's so late. Chapter 31. That man rode the boat with a sword. As the night passed, no one knew what happened in the room. When I woke up in the morning, I found that Kuina was no longer in bed. On the deck, only Konus was here, seemingly exercising the ability he had just acquired. Good morning, Konus, where are the others? Lin Feng casually picked up food from the table and stuffed it into his mouth and asked. Morning, Captain, they're all in the training room. Konus said with a smile. He walked over to Konus and took a curious look. What are you? Konus smiled sweetly, but said nothing. Instead, he pointed his hand at Lin Feng, and a golden light poured into Lin Feng's body.
Lin Feng instantly felt inexplicably relaxed, and the tiredness he had just woken up was gone. Captain, are you comfortable? A pair of bright and big eyes approached Lin Feng. This is one of my abilities, which can restore physical strength and improve state. Looking at the elf-like face in front of him, Lin Feng took a deep breath and said, yeah, very good ability, it seems that you have developed it well. It's more than that. After Konus finished speaking, he walked to the little garden on the deck and picked a flower that was about to wither. A green light fell on it, and Lin Feng saw that the flowers that should have withered immediately became full of vitality and brilliance. What are you? Lin Feng was a little excited, it was too heaven-defying. If this is applied to humans, wouldn't it be human flesh and bones? Hearing Lin Feng's words, Konus turned around and ran to Lin Feng's side, holding his arm and said, "Life energy, I can use it to heal other people's wounds and restore their vitality." Ahem. Lin Feng withdrew his arm in embarrassment, pretending to be calm and said, "Excellent, we won't be afraid of getting hurt from now on." After chatting with Konus for a few words, Lin Feng entered the cabin and came to the training room. In the large training room, Asa fought against Enel and Barry alone. Both of them were beaten with black and blue noses, because Lin Feng said that they were not allowed to use the fruit ability. The two avatars dealt with them, and he also had a hard time fighting with the avatars. He understood the role of the avatars. On the other hand, Kuina is still practicing swordsmanship with Little Betty. The difference from before is that now Little Betty will use the ability of the nightmare fruit in sparring. Creating negative illusions is of little use to a strong-willed person like Kuina. On the contrary, when Little Betty uses illusions that can make people addicted, Kuina is actually tricked. At that moment, Kuina saw herself and Lin Feng, with a son and a daughter, living happily together. Little Betty seized the opportunity in the moment of stupefaction and raised her sword to sneak attack. A smug smile appeared on his face, and Little Betty seemed to have won at this moment. Just when he was about to succeed, the sword light flashed, and Kuina slashed at Little Betty with a sword, of course not with the blade. The small body hit the ground, and he raised his head with a face full of unwillingness. "Why? It's obvious that I've been tricked." "HMPH, you're just too weak," Kuina said with a guilty conscience. Advertisement in the illusion, if Lin Feng wants to do that kind of thing to her to scare her out, he must never say it. Lin Feng came over and looked at the two girls with a smile. "Would you like to have a fight with me?" Kuina and Little Betty were taken aback. To be honest, they seldom compete with Lin Feng because Lin Feng is not a swordsman. "It's okay, but you probably can't use it here," Kuina said with a smile. "It's okay, let's go through a few simple tricks." After Lin Feng finished speaking, Huohu Liuyan had already appeared in front of him. Little Betty quickly got up and faced Lin Feng with the red lotus in her hand. "Captain, let's go." Little Betty attacked Lin Feng from the front, while Kuina stood still. "Huh, aren't we together?" Lin Feng shouted while stepping back quickly. "Do not." Lin Feng didn't say anything anymore. Little Betty has already killed again. Without using any skills, Lin Feng used basic marksmanship to fight back and forth with Little Betty. Seeing the smile on Lin Feng's face, Little Betty turned into a nightmare and fought with Lin Feng again. It's a pity that Little Betty's fruit ability is basically useless against Lin Feng. In the end, Lin Feng raised his battle spear, and then a falling flower palm gently blew Little Betty behind Kuina. Lin Feng proudly walked up to Little Betty. "How are you doing, little swordsman?" Little Betty, who was lying on the ground, instantly jumped up. "Captain, why are my abilities useless to you? It's too shocking." His tone sounded very pitiful, as if he had been bullied. Lin Feng pondered for a while and said, "Well, look into my eyes." Little Betty obeyed, and with just one glance, she found that she had come to a strange space, which was full of eerie atmosphere, which made people shudder. When she was at a loss, Lin Feng appeared in front of her. "This is an illusion space, you can feel it here, there should be unexpected effects." After speaking, Lin Feng's figure disappeared. In the training room, Kuina looked at Little Betty who suddenly fainted and hugged her in her arms. "Take her back to the room and rest for a while, we'll call next time," Lin Feng said. "Well, then I'll go to the deck to blow some air." Kuina picked up Little Betty and walked out of the training room. On the other side, the three rough guys also finished fighting. Seeing Lin Feng walking over, Enel immediately said, "Lin Feng, when I learn the color of arms, I will definitely defeat you." Boom. Iron Fist of Love. Call the captain, how many times have I told you? Also, if you want to beat me, you are still 10,000 years too early. Enel, advertisement, Enel, if I were you, I wouldn't talk until I couldn't beat the captain. I doubt you are masochistic. Barry joked when he saw Enel being repaired. You don't understand God. Oh, tough. Lin Feng looked at Enel. If you have nothing to do, go charge the boat and let the boat run faster. Enel really wanted to resist, but he didn't dare, but he kept complaining in his heart, that he was the god of Sky Island, Thor, and was used by Lin Feng to generate electricity. How bullying God. At noon, everyone was on the deck. Lin Feng looked around, Barry smoked a cigarette and looked at the sea. Asa lay in the sun, Enel was electric fish, Konus played with Yun Cece, and Kuina was in his arms. Little Betty had just been released from the illusion by Lin Feng, and she was crying so hard. Although Lin Feng hadn't stabbed her for a year, many days had passed in the illusion space. At this time, I was lying on the fence and doubting my life. As soon as he ate a fruit fed by Kuina, he heard the little Betty lying on the fence shouting loudly, "Come and see, there are people over there." Everyone stood up and looked around, and sure enough there was someone. After seeing who was coming, Kuina said first, "It must be him." Well, it's him. Kuina was very restless, and Lin Feng never expected to meet this man here, Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Short black hair, eagle-like sharp yellow eyes, a short beard, a black top hat with white fluff, a wine-red patterned shirt, a black windbreaker, white trousers, and black short boots. On his chest is a cross knife, and behind him is the world's strongest black knife, Yi. Just as Lin Feng was thinking, little Betty shouted again. How is this man rowing a boat with a sword? It's so strange. Hawkeye on the boat in the distance suddenly stopped what he was doing and looked this way. What's the matter? Lin Feng helped his forehead helplessly. A sharp momentum came from Hawkeye. Before Lin Feng could say anything, Enel behind him had already rushed out. HMPH. Go to hell, you stupid mortal. How dare you provoke this god? Enel's mouth slightly raised a smirk, his body turned into a bolt of lightning, and he killed Hawkeye at an extremely fast speed. During this period of time, he was suffocated. He was always taught by Lin Feng on the boat, and now he finally met an outsider and dared to challenge him with arrogance. Isn't this courting death? At least from his point of view, the golden stick twirled wildly in his hand, and thunder and lightning rained down on Hawkeye. However, Enel's attack missed it all, and the overwhelming lightning did not hit the opponent. The eagle-eyed figure quickly flashed close to Enel, and the black sword Yi cut out, colliding with Enel's golden stick. Enel was split and flew back to the deck uncontrollably, and was caught by Asa. How is this possible? Enel exclaimed. Seeing him like this, Lin Feng knew that this guy was not convinced, and quickly said, Okay, stop making trouble, you are not his opponent. In fact, if Enel fights with all his strength, he can still hit a few tricks, but whoever made him think that the opponent is weak, and he was beaten away when he went up, which is really embarrassing. HMPH, I'm a god. Enel was still stubborn, but Enel knew that Lin Feng would not fool him with such a thing, but he didn't understand, are all the people in Qinghai so strong? Qinghai is very dangerous, I want to go back to Sky Island. Chapter 32 Hawkeye had landed on his own boat at this time, looking at Lin Feng and the others standing at the bow, he had already recognized the boat. For the first time on the Grand Line, the ship is more famous than the captain himself. Both of them looked at each other. From Lin Feng's point of view, as the world's #1 swordsman, Hawkeye's strength is unquestionable, absolutely outrageous. As a Shichibukai, he raised the upper limit of Shichibukai's strength by himself. If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency is Mr. Hawkeye Mahawk. Lin Feng spoke first. It's me, you are Lin Feng, the owner of this ship, you are so young. Hawkeye's magnetic voice sounded. Lin Feng laughed loudly and said, Ha ha ha, Mr. Mahawk, why don't you come up and sit down, I have good wine here. Hearing that there was good wine, Mahawk stared at Lin Feng with sharp eyes. Really? If so, I'm sorry to disturb you. After speaking, Hawkeye jumped from the boat and landed on the deck of the Star. Glancing over, his eyes suddenly stayed on Kuina's fubuki, but he didn't look much, instead he stared at Lin Feng, as if to say, where's the wine? Lin Feng also understood what he meant. Don't worry, of course you have to eat meat while drinking to enjoy drinking. Lil Betty, bring some food, we're going to have a banquet. Okay, Captain. Although Little Betty was curious about who this scary-looking eagle-eyed man was, she obediently went to the kitchen because of her captain's words. I'll help her, it's quicker. Konus also followed. In addition to Lin Feng and Kuina on board, Asa and Barry also knew Hawkeye. The names of people's shadow trees, like Hawkeye, are really few in this sea if they don't know them. Both of them couldn't believe it at this time. After all, this is not New World. The probability of meeting Hawkeye here is real. Asa, go and take Mr. Mahawk's boat into the cabin. After Lin Feng ordered, he beckoned Hawkeye to sit down. Kuina also sat on the sidelines, just staring at Mahawk, as if he was about to launch a challenge at any time. It's just that she now knows that the gap between the two is too big, so now is not the time. Hawkeye wasn't embarrassed at all, and sat down naturally. Why did you appear here? Lin Feng asked curiously. Hawkeye said nothing. Isn't it lost? Silence? Really lost? Hawkeye really didn't want to talk about this topic and quickly said, the record pointer is broken. Lin Feng put on a look that I understand and said, look, this is fate, or you can join me. Having known Garp for so long, Lin Feng has also learned Garp's style of poaching people immediately. Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng. Are you always this direct? Advertisement. No, it's because of you. Look, I have wine and swordsman here, how wonderful. I reject. I can also compete with you. Reject. The two chatted with each other. Soon, Little Betty and Konus came up with meals. A big table was set up on the deck, and the banquet began. Hawkeye held Lin Feng and took out some dragon yin wine, took a sip and said, that's right, the taste is even better than what I drank at Saboti's. I didn't expect you to have such good wine. Oh, did you drink it before? Well, this wine is the most famous in Saboti now, but your wine tastes better, Hawkeye explained. Lin Feng did not expect that Shaki would start the wine business so soon. Lin Feng raised his glass and touched Hawkeye. Actually, the wine you drank in Saboti is also mine. Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng but didn't say anything. Enel, who was drinking alone at the side, finally couldn't hold back. Hey, Lin Feng, who is this guy, is he really strong? When Enel asked this question, people who didn't know the identity of Hawkeye looked over. Hawkeye himself had no intention of speaking. Lin Feng could only explain. Dracul Mahawk, the world's #1 swordsman. Those who know Hawkeye's identity are no longer surprised, and those who don't know that the title of world #1 sounds very powerful, such as the idiot Enel. #1 in the world? Then you are better or he is better. Hawkeye also looked at Lin Feng, as if wondering what he would say. Lin Feng really wanted to beat Enel right now. This guy asked sharp questions. I haven't fought before, so I don't know, Lin Feng said perfunctorily. Enel was a little dissatisfied with this answer and continued. Is there anyone better than him? Have. This time it was Hawkeye who spoke. HMPH, I don't believe it. Hawkeye stopped talking, looking very cold, just looked at Lin Feng as if he was saying where did you find him, like an idiot. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, he felt that it was necessary to make up for Enel. Advertisement, that Barry, you have time to educate Enel on these common sense things. Ha ha ha, okay, Captain. Barry laughed loudly, smoking a cigar. After a meal, both Hawkeye and Lin Feng drank a lot of wine, and they were still drinking while lying on the deck chair. I said where are you going next? Lin Feng asked. Go back to Kuina Island. Come with me to Sabaody, we will find a place to fight. You are not a swordsman. Lin Feng sat up and unleashed his magical grudge, and looked at Hawkeye playfully, thinking that Hawkeye would definitely be seduced. Feeling the magical fighting spirit, Hawkeye was as Lin Feng expected, and his cold face couldn't hold back. What are you? I've never seen it before. Hee hee, you'll know after just one game, don't you want to try it yourself? Lin Feng looked like a villain. HMPH, yes, hey, then you can stay with us for a few days. Seeing that Lin Feng and Hawkeye have already made an appointment, Kuina also came up to him. I want to fight with you too. Surprisingly, Hawkeye did not refuse. He said decisively, no problem, I also want to compete with you. Seeing that Hawkeye agreed, Kuina left contentedly. In the evening, Lin Feng soaked in the big bathtub with eagle eyes, each holding a glass of wine. Your boat is really good, Hawkeye said in a rare initiative. That's it, how about it, I'm interested, I knew you would like it, join, you will never be disappointed. Lin Feng immediately turned on the flickering mode when he heard Hawkeye's words. Hawkeye glanced at Lin Feng speechlessly. There are quite a few people staring at your ship right now, and they won't let this piece of cake go before you show your strength. Yo, are you caring about me? Hawkeye stopped talking immediately, feeling a little sick to him. Lin Feng doesn't care about this, you mean I have to find someone to fight, and it has to be that strong? If that's the case, then you were right? Hawkeye, who closed his eyes and enjoyed it, hummed softly, as an answer to Lin Feng's words. Then why are you helping me? Could it be that you're really ready to join? Seriously, what's the point of being a Shichibukai? You have to be ordered by the world government? Hawkeye opened another bottle of wine and poured a glass. Just treat it as repaying your favor for entertaining me, and I'm a pirate, so you're not afraid that I'll get on your boat, and you'll be hunted down too? Hey, what are you afraid of? I have someone in Marine. Lin Feng patted his chest and said. Ah. Lin Feng never thought that Hawkeye would be fooled into boarding the boat by him just like that. If Hawkeye agreed to him so easily, then Shanks would probably faint in the toilet. Get up and put on your clothes. I'm going out first, you can soak yourself. Chapter 33 Mahawk pays for all consumption for the next 5 days. Hawkeye stayed on Lin Feng's boat, during which Lin Feng always invited him from time to time, but he was always rejected. This kind of thing just needs to be thick-skinned, there's no rush. Lin Feng believes that one day he will succeed in fooling Hawkeye ashore. Because of the existence of the electric device in Enel, Lin Feng and his party can return to Sabaody today. Just stop the boat on the shore, looking at the familiar scenery, Lin Feng felt that Saboody's place was really a treasure, no matter how many times he looked at it, it was so beautiful. Is this the island of Qinghai? It's really beautiful. Konus, who landed on the island of Qinghai for the first time, was completely fascinated by the fairyland-like scene in front of him. Enel's reaction was not so big, his face was nothing more than that, but he was still looking around curiously. Asa, little Betty, you guys take Konus, Enel, and Barry to go to the island and have a good time, and you can buy whatever you want without saving money. So many days at sea. Lin Feng felt that they should have a good rest. Okay, Captain, don't worry, I will definitely buy a lot of clothes and food, and I won't save money. Little Betty was the first to raise her hand and said happily. I will protect them well. Honest Asa's words were so true. Well, that's right, watch Enel and don't let him get into trouble, Lin Feng urged. It's really that Enel is too stupid and easy to make things happen. Enel was very unconvinced. What's the matter, do I, Thor, look like the kind of person who doesn't have a brain? Lin Feng, I think you're targeting me. Oh, that's right, you'd better not cause trouble, or I'll let you taste the fist of love. Lin Feng threatened him directly. Of course, if someone troubles you, that's another matter. If someone takes the initiative to cause trouble, beat me to death. That's right, everyone can't reveal the fruit's ability unless it's a last resort, you know. Several people have no objection to this matter. Lin Feng has long said that they have a secret identity as a member of Zhanlong, and they must always keep their identity secret. Even the big drums behind Enel were replaced by Lin Feng's system. After Asa and his party left, Lin Feng, Kuina, and Hawkeye were going directly to Shaki's bar. Soon a few people came to island number 13. As they walked, Lin Feng suddenly remembered something. It seems like Shaki and Rayleigh haven't been in touch since leaving Sabaody. The phone bug he took away was directly thrown into the system space by him, and he completely forgot about it afterwards. I don't know if they have contacted me, but they said that they would inform him at any time if they had any information. Advertisement. Just thinking about it, the three of them had already arrived at the entrance of Shaki Bar, pushed the door open, and there were actually quite a few people. Lin Feng looked at the pirates who were about to be slaughtered, and smiled inwardly, but he didn't stop, and walked straight to the bar. The three sat down and didn't see Shaki, who should be in the kitchen. As for Rayleigh, he probably didn't know where to hook up the little girl. That person looks familiar. Well, it's a little bit, I seem to have seen it somewhere. Keep your voices down, that man is Mahawk, hiss. Some pirates in the bar still recognized Hawkeye's identity. After all, this outfit is too recognizable, especially the black knife yi on the back. There was no sound in the bar in an instant. Some were ready to leave, and some were curious about how Hawkeye came to this place, and it was such a small and dilapidated tavern. I didn't see it, but you're quite popular, Lin Feng joked with his hand on Hawkeye's shoulder. Boring. Kuina chuckled and said, as expected of the world's #1 swordsman, these people will not be your fans. As the saying goes, husbands and wives follow each other, and the two of them started to make fun of Hawkeye. Hawkeye shook his head helplessly. That's why he didn't like crowds, it was too troublesome. Yo, isn't that someone, so he didn't die? Just then, Shaki came out with a cigarette in his mouth. Hey, Shaki, long time no see. Long time no see. Kuina also greeted happily. Shaki took out a few bottles of wine, including Lin Feng's Dragon Yin wine, and other wines, opened them and poured them for the three of them. It's just that when she saw Hawkeye, her eyes paused slightly. For someone like her who was involved in intelligence, how could she not know Hawkeye? Although he was a little curious about how this lonely man got together with Lin Feng, he didn't open his mouth to ask. After you left, I contacted you, but some people, I don't know if it was on purpose, have been unable to get in touch, and thought they were in the Dead Sea. Handing the wine to Lin Feng, Shaki said, pretending to be angry. Advertisement. Lin Feng was a little embarrassed, but it was his fault. Shaki, sorry, I forgot when the phone bug was put away. HMPH, not reliable. After drinking a glass, Lin Feng asked, any news during this time? Shaki rolled his eyes at him and said calmly, yes, say it here. Lin Feng understood what she meant, turned around and shouted at the pirates in the bar. Everyone, the venue is cleared, and Mr. Mahawk will pay for the consumption of the entire venue. Hurry up and get out. When the pirates heard this, although they were a little dissatisfied, they all ran faster than anyone else. In less than 10 seconds, only Lin Feng was left. Hey, you're quite domineering, but you're a bit shameless, don't you think so, Mr. Mahawk? Shaki looked at Mahawk with a playful look. I'm used to it. As for Lin Feng, he has to tease him from time to time. He has experienced countless times in the past few days on the boat, and sometimes he even wants to kill Lin Feng. Lin Feng smiled cheaply. Shaki, let's talk, they're all our own. Taking a look at Hawkeye, Shaki ignored him. Since it was brought by Lin Feng, there is no problem. Since you left, the Scarlet Tavern has been working. Now we have our strongholds in the first half of the Grand Line as long as there are many people. Some time ago, I received news that a group of people from the world government are checking your whereabouts everywhere. Lin Feng was not surprised after hearing this. This is not an unexpected thing. After all, judging from what I have done before, it is strange that the pigs in the world government don't deal with me. It is not that Marine is still there. Search? It wouldn't be surprising if it was just an ordinary Marine or CP, but this group of people was led by celestial dragons. During this time, they shot and killed many people, including ordinary people and pirates. Did the celestial dragons do it themselves? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's right, a total of 3 celestial dragons and a group of people from the world government are looking for you everywhere. Lin Feng nodded and said, it seems that the celestial dragons are not all waste. They occupy the best resources and wealth in the world. It is reasonable to have a few smart people, but I don't know what level they are. Hawkeye on the side spoke at this time. Don't underestimate world politics. Celestial dragons are not that simple to rule the world for 800 years. That's for sure. The lion fights the rabbit with all its strength. I will despise them strategically and kill them tactically. Are you interested in making a big deal together? Lin Feng raised his wine glass and held it in front of Hawkeye. Hawkeye clinked his glass in a face-saving way. No, I'm not afraid of trouble, but I won't make trouble for myself. It's boring, what a ruthless person. Chapter 34. Little Enel. Shaki nodded and took out a reward order. You asked to pay attention to his news before, so you have been watching here. This kid is making a lot of noise now. Lin Feng accepted the reward order, and it turned out to be ace. I didn't expect to be rewarded so soon, it's amazing. Where is he now? Lin Feng asked. They've all entered the new world. So fast? Lin Feng was a little surprised. This guy is moving too fast. He is still wandering in the first half of the Grand Line. Ace has already gone to New World? After taking a puff of cigarette, Shaki complained to Lin Feng again. You have the nerve to say that when that kid came to Sabaody before, I kept contacting you just to tell you his news. Who knew you couldn't be contacted at all? Lin Feng scratched his head and said, has that old fellow really met him? I've seen it, and there was a fight. Really, I'm too old to be idle. Ha ha ha, that's really interesting. Where's the old man really? Lin Feng asked. It must be to gamble, or at the auction house. Where else? Shaki complained to Rayleigh blankly. Hawkeye put down his glass and asked, the Rayleigh you're talking about is Silver Rayleigh? Yes. Interested? Do you want to fight him? I didn't expect such a character to live in seclusion here. Hawkeye completely ignored Lin Feng's words. At this moment, the door opened. I didn't expect that someone like you, Hawkeye, would appear here. Everyone looked back, and it really was this white-haired old man. Long time no see, Rayleigh. Rayleigh pushed the glasses with the hand holding the wine bottle, pretending to see Lin Feng just now. Oh, this is Lin Feng boy. I'm worried that I can't contact you during this time. The devil will believe you. Advertisement, you heartless brat, what are you doing back this time? Lin Feng thought for a while and said, I got some money recently, and I plan to start a small business in Sabaody. Oh, little money? Only ghosts will believe you. Rayleigh sat down on the chair and responded to Lin Feng. Throwing a bottle of wine to Rayleigh and then said, "Really, can I buy land here in Sabadi, the big one? I want to build an arena here." Rayleigh, who had just opened the wine, was suddenly stunned. "You are so rich now. And why are you building an arena? This thing is not easy to do." "Hey, you'll know when the time comes, let me tell you if there is any." "Yes," Shaki said beside him. Lin Feng was overjoyed and said, "Then please keep an eye on it for me, and start working on it after a while. When the time comes, we will partner up and do big business." "It's okay, little thing. That's fine. There's one more thing. I'm going to duel with Hawkeye in a few days. Help me spread the news. The more people know, the better." Lin Feng suddenly put his arms around Hawkeye's shoulder and said with a smile. Hearing this, Rayleigh became more excited. "There is such a thing, when, I have to join in the fun." 5 days later, on a nearby uninhabited island, "Okay, Mahawk." Hawkeye had no objection to this, it was the same any time for him. "Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it, Mahawk. You have to be careful, this kid is not easy, especially his weapon." Rayleigh laughed and sold Lin Feng. Hawkeye nodded. Hawkeye paid special attention to the battle with Lin Feng, and the strange energy made him extremely curious. "Can't wait to play solo with Lin Feng." At this time, at the port of Sabadi, a warship stopped here. "My Lord Wilcox, my Lord Reginald, my Lord Heloise Palace, I've arrived at Sabadi." A man in black walked into the cabin and reported to the 3 celestial dragons. The celestial dragon sitting in the middle stood up. "Let's go. I heard that the scenery here is not bad, and I will go to the auction to see what interesting things there are." Advertisement, ha ha ha. "I'm going to buy some beautiful female slaves." Reginald laughed and stood up. Heloise covered her mouth and said, "Me too. I don't know if there are any strong slaves. Thinking about it will make me very excited." "Ha ha ha, Heloise, it's a pity that you killed those slaves after using it once." "Aren't you too, Reginald? How many slave girls have been killed over the years?" On the other side, Area 33, Soap Bubble Park, Conus and Little Betty are playing here. Asa stands alone not far away to protect them. This honest man is always so reliable. Barry took Enel to the hot spring together. "Hey, dead smoker, is this really a hot spring? Why'd I think it's not serious?" Enel asked while soaking in the pool. When he first entered this store, those women were touching him and kept praising him for being strong. They almost couldn't hold back and wiped out this broken place. "What do you know, you idiot? Whoever is a decent person goes to a decent place." He took a puff of a thick cigar and put on a wretched smile. "You will know later, buddy. I promise you will like it. What do you mean by being a god of thunder in the sky? You should follow my brother and me go through this human suffering." Enel saw that Barry's words were sound and logical, so he believed it. "Soak in the hot spring honestly with your eyes closed." Soon, a group of scantily dressed women walked in. Enel was instantly dumbfounded. "Oh, this little brother's muscles are really strong, it feels so comfortable to the touch." "Yeah, everything that should be big is big." A woman reached out and grabbed Lil Enel. Yes, let me touch it." Enel pushed these women away in a panic. "Don't come here." Barry next to him put his arm around one. "What are you doing? You scared them, come on, learn from my brother, hey, yes, just don't move like that, just enjoy it." Gradually, Enel gradually became active from being uncomfortable at the beginning. At this time, he had a thought in his mind, is this the suffering of the world? It smells so good. Chapter 35 Enel? Slave? Soap Bubble Park. Conus and Betty Jr. are riding the Ferris wheel. "Sister Angel, shall we go to the shopping street to buy clothes later?" Little Betty pouted and squeezed into Conus's arms. Touching Lil Betty's soft head, Conus said dotingly, "Okay, I'll help you pick some by the way." Soon the Ferris wheel ended, and after getting off the top, the two found Asa not far away, and the three walked to the shopping street together. For Conus, who came to Sabadi for the first time, everything here made her curious. Along the way, Little Betty was a tour guide for Conus. Although she was not so familiar with it, it did not affect her performance in the slightest. The two girls were happily shopping, while Asa's body was covered with various large and small pockets. This kind of thing had happened more than once, and he was used to it. Asa kept observing the surroundings with his eyes. This is not a safe place, and something wrong may happen at any time. No, he has already noticed a group of people walking towards here in the distance. People on the side of the road knelt down one after another. He wasn't sure if they were celestial dragons because they weren't wearing bubble hoods, but they didn't look like they were easy to mess with. Remembering Lin Feng's previous advice to try not to cause trouble, Asa rushed into the shop immediately, preparing to leave the place with the two girls. "Conus, Little Betty, there's a situation here, let's get out of here quickly." The two women don't talk nonsense, so don't ask too many questions at a time like this, and immediately follow Asa to prepare to leave. Just stepped out of the store, ready to leave. However, it was a bit late, and the appearance of the three running away at this time was very eye-catching among the group of kneeling crowd. "Stop! Who are you?" A man in black shouted. The three naturally ignored him and continued to rush towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. "Go! Get them back!" "Yes, Lord Wilcox." A dozen men in black rushed out of the team, and chased in the direction where Asa and the others left. "Wilcox, I just saw a beautiful woman among the three. I've never seen one like that before. Did you fall in love with it?" Reginald said wretchedly. "HMPH, don't confuse me with you. I'm just going to punish these pariahs for disrespecting the celestial dragons." Advertisement Wilcox as the celestial dragons doesn't like slaves like the other celestial dragons. In his eyes, those celestial dragons who are eating and waiting to die are simply a disgrace, but he attaches great importance to the majesty of the celestial dragons. He does not allow anyone to challenge the majesty of the celestial dragons, otherwise he would not bring people to capture Zhanlong himself people. In the Shaki bar, everyone is chatting, blue. The phone bug rang. After Shaki answered the phone, various people said, I just talked about those guys, and they have come here so soon. Lin Feng knew who he was talking about after hearing the words. Oh, could it be that they already know that I'm here? No, it's probably just a coincidence. Hawkeye naturally heard the conversation between Lin Feng and Shaki. Human curiosity drove him to listen attentively, but the aloof character said couldn't open his mouth to ask. It's hard. On Ace's side, the three fled the scene as quickly as possible, and it was impossible for those men in black to catch up. After going around a few times, the three of them immediately rushed to the Shaki bar, and they had to tell Lin Feng quickly what happened here. As for Enel and Barry, after the happy time between the two, Barry is ready to take Enel to the next project. Unfortunately, the two also encountered celestial dragons, but not Asa. When Barry wanted to drag Enel away, the reckless man said, HMPH, B************* D smoker. Who told you to tell me what to do with me? It's a shame that you want my god to escape. After Barry's painstaking persuasion, Enel finally made Enel understand that this is not an escape, but a strategic retreat. When the two were about to leave, it was already too late. There are so many impolite pariahs, why don't you kneel down when you see us? Are you provoking the celestial dragons to provoke the world government? Wilcox almost couldn't suppress the anger in his heart. What's going on today? Haven't these people heard of celestial dragons? Or they were deliberately provoking him, even ignoring him when they encountered two waves of people. The three people were run away by them before, and now he was very angry, and decided to personally kill the two untouchables in front of him. Wilcox, give me that big man. I want him to be my slave. A seductive voice sounded. Heloise is indeed a big beauty in appearance. Even people kneeling on the ground will secretly glance at her voice, and even forget their fear for a moment. Who told you to look up? You scumbags dared to peek at me. I'm going to gouge your eyes out, Heloise said viciously.
Advertisement. The man in black behind him has already stepped forward to catch those who raised their heads. Enel, who was just about to leave directly, stopped when they heard Heloise's words. It was because Barry heard that she was going to attack ordinary people. In his opinion, if Lin Feng was here, he would definitely not ignore this situation. Enel is also very angry now because of the sentence that he was asked to be a slave. After so many years, this is the first time someone asked him to be a slave. A few flashes of lightning flashed across, and those who grabbed those ordinary people were directly hit by lightning. Enel held the thunderbolt in his hand and stared at Heloise. Stupid woman, what did you just say? The three celestial dragons were also completely enraged by Enel's words and actions. You lowly pariah, you offended the descendants of God and don't know how to repent. I will break your limbs and throw you into the slave pile. After Wilcox finished speaking, he jumped up, and Armament Hockey covered his fists and went straight to Enel. Ever since he met Armament Hockey, Enel has been extremely careful about this thing and trained himself hard. Although he has not mastered it yet, it is still very easy to avoid the attack with the speed of Shuangwen fruit. Unless the opponent is much stronger than him, obviously the three celestial dragons on the opposite side are not within this range. Instantly turned into a bolt of lightning to avoid Wilcox's attack, at the same time, countless thunderbolts exploded out, bombarding indiscriminately. HMPH, Logia, it's really difficult. Wilcox didn't panic at all, and moved quickly to avoid a large number of attacks, without any flinching to get close to Enel's body. Seeing that Wilcox was unable to take down Enel, Reginald pulled out his sword and went straight to Barry, wanting to deal with Barry first. How could it be possible for Barry to sit still and wait for his death, and when he pressed his hands to the ground, several big trees rose from the ground, and countless branches twisted in the air. Seeing this, Reginald slashed out with his sword, trying to break through the defenses of these trees. However, in the next second, the trees seemed to come alive, and the branches attacked him from all directions, and they were immediately entangled by the branches without any precautions, and began to attack him frantically. Reginald was furious at the thought that he was caught by the opponent as soon as he came out, and the same Armament Hockey appeared and broke free from Barry's shackles. Wilcox on the other side is also uncomfortable. Thunderfruit's ability is really pervert. If the opponent doesn't get close to you, he will attack you from a distance. Even if he uses the shaved in Marine 6 styles, he can't catch up. After all, the three of us have only mastered the use of hockey. It seems that coming out this time was too careless. Wilcox thought so. Seeing that the two of them couldn't take down each other, Heloise shouted hysterically, contact Naval Headquarters quickly and ask Admiral to come over to help. I want all these untouchables to die. After speaking, he even bombarded and killed the kneeling people around him. Seeing celestial dragons behave like this, these people immediately scattered and fled. They might die if they ran, but they would definitely die if they didn't run. People watching from a distance or pirates also left one after another. Admiral is coming soon, and if he doesn't run away and stay here, he will definitely be unlucky. Chapter 36. That's it. Waste. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Received the call. Sengoku one head that was too big. The celestial dragons had another accident in Sabayati, and he disagreed with the three celestial dragons who said they would come out to capture the dragon. It's all right now, I've encountered a hard stubble, what a waste, I dare to run out and mess around if I think I have some skills. Is this sea really that simple? But Sengoku didn't have time to think about it now, so he quickly called his subordinates to call Kizaru. Yo ho ho ho, why do you want me to wipe the A of celestial dragons again, what a disgusting guy. Kizaru's voice sounded outside the door. Seeing him coming in, Sengoku immediately said, you go to Sabayati, you are faster, you must save the lives of the celestial dragons. Kizaru turned and left after listening. Still muttering in his mouth. It's really troublesome, people nowadays are so courageous, so scary. Then it turned into a ray of light and quickly rushed towards Sabayati. What happened here spread to the Shaki bar immediately. Lin Feng was about to go out and rush over, when the three of Asa just opened the door and came in. Captain, we have encountered celestial dragons. Asa, who had just entered the door, said loudly. I already know, you stay here, I have something to go out. After explaining, Lin Feng rushed out the door and flew up. Seeing Lin Feng leave, the three of Asa were at a loss. Shaki knew Asa and little Betty, and immediately walked over and said, sit down and rest first, is this little girl your new partner? She's really pretty. Hey, Shaki, long time no see, I miss you. Little Betty hung on Shaki like an octopus. Shaki fondled little Betty's head. Come down quickly, be careful of the smoke burning you. Canis greeted Shaki shyly. Shaw, hello Shaki, I'm Canis. Come in and sit down. Shaki warmly greeted them. Hawkeye and Rayleigh, who were drinking alone, said almost at the same time, have you met the celestial dragons? It wasn't until the three of them realized that little Betty said anxiously, yes, they wanted to arrest us. The captain said not to cause trouble, so we ran away. Interesting, Hawkeye said. Advertisement. You ran away, but it seems that your companions have already fought with the celestial dragons. Rayleigh said carelessly with one foot leaning on the chair. Canis quickly asked. Could it be Barry and Enel? They actually fought, what should we do? Since boarding the ship, several people have taught Canis a lot of knowledge about the sea, and they also know about celestial dragons. In her words, these celestial dragons are more inhuman than the gods of Sky Island. Ha ha ha, don't worry, Lin Feng has already rushed over. Rayleigh laughed. Kuina came over with the food and handed it to the three of them. Don't worry, Lin Feng will take care of it, and the Marine Admiral will be here soon. Thinking of Lin Feng's relationship with Sengoku and Garp, Kuina felt that this matter should not be so difficult to solve. On Enel's side, Will Costa was still fighting with him, while Reginald and Heloise were besieging and killing Barry. After fighting for a while, Enel also made a real fire. You reptiles, I am going to kill you, 60 million volts Brontosaurus. A Brontosaurus made of thunderbolts rushed towards the celestial dragons who were besieging Barry, and was caught by the blast before it could dodge in time. It's just that Barry was also affected by the presence on the field. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and quickly escaped from the explosion range after elementalization. What are you doing? You want to kill me? Barry growled dissatisfied. HMPH, stupid dead smoker, get out of the way. Enel waved the golden stick and prepared to continue attacking the three of them. Barry quickly stopped him. Hey, what do you want to do? You can't kill him now, do you want to cause trouble for the captain? Hearing this, Enel stopped his movements. It's already beaten, why not just kill it? Is it possible that you will be fine if you leave now? You really can't kill him now anyway. If I'm guessing right, the captain should already know about the situation here and come here. Let's deal with it after he arrives. Wilcox returned to the injured Reginald and Heloise at this time, both of whom were injured. Everyone go up together, surround and kill the one that uses wood, and I'll hold the one that discharges electricity. Wilcox ordered loudly. All the men in black acted at the same time, preparing to cooperate with Reginald and Heloise to take down Barry first. At this moment, Lin Feng flew down from the sky. Looking at the situation here, Lin Feng also had a headache. Why something happened right after returning to Sabayati? He doesn't want to confront the world government as Lin Feng now, but he can't appear as Shatong now, otherwise it will definitely arouse suspicion. Captain, you're here, Barry said, looking at Lin Feng who fell from the sky. Advertisement. Well, what's going on? Didn't you tell me not to cause trouble? Lin Feng asked. That woman actually wanted me to be a slave. If you hadn't said not to cause trouble, I would have killed her. Enel said, very dissatisfied. You are not causing trouble, Lin Feng complained in his heart. Okay, that's all, wait until I get rid of these people. The magical vindictiveness instantly stunned the audience. Except for the three celestial dragons who were still a little bit strong, everyone else fell to the ground, and some even fainted. Seeing this scene, celestial dragon's heart skipped a beat. Who are you? The three asked almost simultaneously. Hee, I'm your father. Lin Feng didn't talk nonsense, and punched each of them in front of him. The three of them seemed to be wearing pain masks, and swill mixed with blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Lift Wilcox up like a chick. Lin Feng took a serious look and said, that's all you guys are here. Are people from the world government pigs? How dare a trash like you let you out to make trouble? Wilcox was extremely uncomfortable being carried by Lin Feng, and the humiliation in his heart made him lose his mind even more. You are dead. The world government will not let you go. Marine Admiral will come soon. When you are arrested, I will slowly torture you to death, ha ha ha. Wilcox shouted frantically. Snapped. A slap in the face. You are AF ******* G talent, you still can't see the situation clearly. Wilkster froze, slapped. He couldn't believe that when he had been insulted like this. Reginald and Hainuo Yi Si at the side couldn't accept Wilcox being slapped. No one has ever dared to do this. When have they ever been insulted like this? There has never been. Instantly angry, the two attacked Lin Feng at the same time, trying to save Wilcox while he was off guard. However, the reality is so cruel. Lin Feng raised his hand and slapped each of them away. Damn, overestimate yourself. Chapter 37 Kizaru arrives. Lin Feng is preparing to give it a profound education. At this moment, a group of Marines had gathered around. It's the Marine garrison from Sabayati. Lin Feng looked over, his eyes froze, and he actually met someone he knew. Yo, Momosuke, why are you here? Lin Feng greeted warmly. Lin Feng, why is it you? I was on a mission nearby, and rushed over when I received the news. Momosuke looked at Lin Feng in surprise after finishing speaking. Before receiving news that someone was fighting celestial dragons in Sabayati, she was still wondering who was so bold. In her opinion, it should be pirates. Lin Feng threw Wilcox on the ground casually and walked towards Momosuke. Ah, it's been a long time, you are still so beautiful. When a group of Marine soldiers saw Lin Feng approaching, they were very nervous, and all their weapons were aimed at Lin Feng. Put down your weapons, don't worry. Momosuke told the Marines. Then he looked at Lin Feng again. What are you doing? Why are you still fighting with celestial dragons? Do you know that you are in big trouble? Lin Feng also smiled when he heard the words. They want to arrest my people as slaves. What do you think I should do? You are just three trash. Dare to provoke me. I am acting in self-defense. Momosuke looked helpless after knowing the situation. What's the matter? Even so, you can't leave now. Just wait here. Kizaru Admiral has already rushed over. Looking at Lin Feng's playful smile, Momosuke became angry. She really didn't know how to deal with this matter. She had no intention of arresting Lin Feng at all. Let's wait for Kizaru to come over and let him deal with it. If you don't want to leave, you can still see the goddess Marine. Lin Feng took out a stool from the system space and sat in front of Momosuke. Enel, Barry, tie up those three waists, don't let them be rescued. He ordered them loudly. The two were also obedient at this time and moved quickly. Wilcox tried to fight back, but was knocked unconscious by Enel's slap. Advertisement. Lin Feng, you can't do this. Momosuke said hurriedly when she saw Lin Feng's people were still attacking the celestial dragons. He took out a bottle of wine and handed it to Momosuke. Here, have a drink. HMPH. Hurry up and save the person first. Momosuke ignored Lin Feng and ordered to Marine. Just as Marine was about to step forward, a huge momentum burst out. Don't move around, I don't want to shoot you. The Marine soldiers dare not take another step forward. Momosuke rushed to Lin Feng and snatched the bottle. You still drink, I think you drink too much, what on earth do you want? Don't get excited. If you save someone, what am I going to take as a hostage? Which admiral is it? It can't be that dead face of a Kainu. Lin Feng took out another bottle and opened it nonchalantly. Death, dead face. Hearing that Lin Feng actually called a Kainu like this, all the Marine soldiers were stunned. This guy is really awesome, doesn't he even pay attention to a Kainu? Momosuke also has no choice. You just wait, I'll see how you end up. Huh, why did I end up? I haven't asked the world government for an explanation. The person who wanted to arrest me still attacked us. Shouldn't the mental damage and medical expenses be paid? You see, both of my crew members injured, almost dead. Lin Feng said indifferently, not paying any attention to everyone's surprised eyes. They want to ask Momosuke, don't you know him? Has this person always been so shameless? I'm too lazy to talk to you. After Momosuke finished speaking, he turned his head and looked at the celestial dragons who had been tied up by Enel. Whenever celestial dragons just wake up, they are greeted with a big P** sigh. Direct physical hypnosis. Good guy. Lin Feng was incomparably amazed when he saw this scene. What is method? Did you see it? It is the method. Unexpectedly, Enel is also a craftsman. Just after celestial dragons was stunned by Enel for an unknown number of times, Kizaru finally arrived. Seeing Lin Feng sitting on the chair, he was slightly surprised and then looked at the three miserable celestial dragons. Advertisement. Hiss. Kizaru gasped, who are these three pig heads? Brother Lin Feng, I really didn't expect it to be you, what a surprise. Came a wretched voice. Hearing a familiar voice, Momosuke hurriedly turned around, and it was Kizaru. You are finally here, and this scene will be entrusted to you. Lin Feng stood up and said, Kizaru Admiral, long time no see, you know me, abide by the law and never cause trouble, this is not celestial dragons trying to trouble me, I have to fight back. Well, even if this is the case, I can't let you just leave like this, it's so troublesome. Kizaru said lazily, he was very unwilling to take care of this nonsense. It was enough trouble not to catch the dragon-slaying person last time, but this time I encountered such a mess. What's the matter? Kizaru, is the babysitter of celestial dragons. Still a backer. Then there's no other way, let's have a fight. Lin Feng threw away the wine bottle, his momentum soared in an instant, Huawu Luyan was already in his hand. Scary guy, at this old age, can't you be gentle? Kizaru said while crossing his hands on his chest. Bachi Chong Guyu. Good guy, come up and zoom in. Kizaru attacked first, while Lin Feng cleverly used the terrain to dodge quickly, and if he couldn't dodge, he deployed a mana shield to defend. Everyone, step back immediately. Momosuke yelled loudly, if they were involved in the battle between the two, the Marine soldiers would die in vain. Enel, take the celestial dragons and step aside. Lin Feng also ordered loudly. Yo ho ho, you are still distracted from fighting with the old man, what a terrible guy. I don't know why, Kizaru always likes to chatter when fighting, maybe it's because he's not serious. In this short moment, Kizaru caught Lin Feng's movement. Two golden lights shot towards Lin Feng in an instant. Before Lin Feng had time to dodge, he had no choice but to use his mana shield to resist. What Kizaru possesses is not just a gorgeous attack style, he is not proud of it, he is called the Monster Admiral, but he will not be too humble, because no matter how humble or proud, it may lead to deviations in judgment on the battlefield. In every battle, he will not take it lightly, and always control his strength precisely, for fear of killing others. In terms of power control, Kizaru has a sober self-confidence, not to mention the whole world. In naval headquarters, Kizaru ranks second, and no one dares to claim the first. Advertisement Chapter 38 Battle Kizaru. After resisting Kizaru's attack, Lin Feng didn't stop, and took advantage of the situation to counterattack, without even the slightest hesitation, he just rushed forward. Tian Kongyan sword. Kizaru condensed the photon in his hand and formed a sword of light, which met Lin Feng who rushed forward. The sound of the collision of Huawu Luyan and Tian Kongyunjian has not stopped since the beginning. As expected, Kizaru is still a master of swordsmanship. He had the upper hand at the beginning, but as the fighting time got longer, Huang's face became serious. Lin Feng was extremely satisfied with this kind of melee combat. During this period of time, more than a dozen magic chasms had condensed on Lin Feng's body. With the blessing of the magic chasms, Lin Feng would only get stronger as he fought. However, not only Chaser, but the passive skill Fighter's Will is also activated in the fight with Kizaru. As time goes by, Lin Feng's speed, strength, attack and defense will all be greatly improved. Kizaru noticed this, and although he didn't understand what was going on, he immediately turned into a golden light and distanced himself. You be D, you are getting stronger and stronger, it's really scary. After just fighting like this for a while, Kizaru already had an insight into the situation. The Marine Monster Admiral is not exaggerated. Kizaru's fruit ability, hockey, and combat awareness are all top-notch in the sea. Lin Feng knows this very well. Kizaru, who has experienced many battles, is not so easy to be bluffed. Pull away after finding something wrong. Another burst of overwhelming light came. With such a dense attack, Lin Feng tried his best to evade while spreading the mana shield. The figure of Lin Feng performing Wukong continued to shuttle between the trees, and Kizaru's attack was too fierce, it was simply suppressed by firepower. Kizaru retreated and hid while Lin Feng quickly tried to get close to him. The magic chasers on his body burst out, meeting Kizaru's attack in the air. The explosion resounded throughout the island. Pass through the smoke from the explosion without any hesitation. The angry dragon pierces the heart and breaks. A dragon of vindictiveness spun and rushed towards Kizaru. Facing the fierce blow, Kizaru dodged easily, and said at the same time, "It's terrible, it will be terrible if you get hit." After his own attack was easily avoided by Kizaru, Lin Feng was a little helpless standing still. The sparkling fruit and observation hockey were really suspected of cheating. Wind Roll Luyun. The Huawu Luyan spun in Lin Feng's hands at a high speed, causing bursts of magic waves, and the entire island was quickly covered by magic vindictiveness. Advertisement. Different from simply releasing magic battle energy, after Fengwan Luyun is cast, the magic fluctuations contained in the air will limit the display of knowledge, or reduce the enemy's perception. Feeling this strong energy, Kizaru became more cautious in his heart. However, Lin Feng's actions did not stop. Jiaolong goes to sea. The spray-like magical grudge that Huawu Luyan shakes out in an instant also quickly covers the world. The cooperation of Fengwan Luyun and Jiaolong going out to sea made the entire island appear like clouds and mist, and the line of sight became extremely poor. Kizaru immediately found that not only the color of knowledge was limited, but also the visual range of the eyes was also limited. Lin Feng was not affected at all, and acted immediately after sensing Kizaru's position. Change direction. Charge. Soon to Kizaru. Naturally, Kizaru would not sit still, countless golden lights shot out. The figure also keeps retreating. This distance is too short, because of the environmental constraints. Lin Feng actually didn't realize it until he was not far in front of him. One step at a time, Lin Feng's offensive continued unabated. The mana shield splayed, and he charged forward against Kizaru's attack. Soon, the two were fighting together again at close quarters. On the edge of the island, Momosuke leads Marine to guard here, also here are Enel and Barry, and 3 celestial dragons. The two sides confronted each other, but neither made a move. They both understood that everything was handed over to the two who were fighting in the center of the island. Enel, do you think the captain can win? That's Admiral, Barry said worriedly. For most people, Marine Admiral is a figure of legend, one of the most powerful men on the sea. On the other hand, Enel is full of confidence in Lin Feng. In his opinion, there is no one who is stronger than Lin Feng. Otherwise, wouldn't he be too embarrassing as a god? Almost 2 hours passed. In the dense forest, Lin Feng's figure was hidden in the dense fog, constantly moving around Kizaru at high speed. Restricted by the environment, Kizaru was a little unclear about Lin Feng's movements, and also changed positions quickly to prevent Lin Feng from attacking. The golden light in his hand kept flickering, shooting towards the direction where Lin Feng might appear. Advertisement. Lin Feng, who still couldn't find a chance, simply stopped in his tracks. Pointing the spear point to the ground, he began to continue his magic fighting spirit. The magical vindictiveness gathered at the spear tip, forming a spiral wave. The flying dragon is in the sky. The fire dance flowing flame swung out, and the magical grudge instantly formed a spiral air flow that pierced through the sky and attacked fiercely at Kizaru's position. Like a tornado, a gust of wind swept across the entire island. Kizaru put his hands on his chest immediately, and then stretched them out. Countless light particles gathered in front of his body, and a beam of huge caliber shot out. Two huge energies collided above the island, and the deafening sound spread throughout Sabayati. On the island where the two were located, vegetation, trees, and rocks were flying in the sky, and the violent energy destroyed the entire island. By the time the smoke dissipated, the foggy environment created by Lin Feng had also dissipated. In the center of the island, there was a large piece of bare land. Lin Feng and Kizaru stood in the middle and looked at each other. Ha ha ha, Kizaru Admiral, do you still want to fight? If this continues, there will be no winner. Standing beside Huawu Luyan, Lin Feng laughed loudly. In fact, with Lin Feng's current strength, it must be Lin Feng who will suffer in the long run. After all, Kizaru's strength is also the top in Admiral. Unless you add Mangekyo Sharingan's full strength, it can only be a tie. Naturally, Kizaru didn't want to continue the fight, he was still tired if there was no result. The world government doesn't pay overtime pay, so it's fine to make up your own mind. It's not that I don't try my best, it's that the opponent is too strong. After thinking about it, Kizaru put his hands in his trouser pockets, and returned to that lazy look again. What a scary guy, but you must not take celestial dragons away, or I will be in trouble. Seeing this, Lin Feng also knew what Kizaru meant. Of course, how can Kizaru Admiral be blamed? Hey, this kid is interesting, Kizaru's mind instantly became active. However, I have a few requests. When Kizaru was thinking about how to have a good relationship with Lin Feng in the future, Lin Feng's but came. Huh, what do you want? Kizaru asked while taking out the nail clippers while cutting his nails. Lin Feng had black lines on his face. Brother, can you be serious? We are negotiating. Chapter 39 Threat World Government. After this incident, the world government and I are on the same page. You should know that I can't just give you people and let you take them back. Lin Feng finished speaking and looked at Kizaru. Kizaru nodded slightly after listening, not knowing what he was thinking. Lin Feng continued. Since the celestial dragons must be released, it is not too much for me to ask. Ask. Do you want money? Kizaru asked. I don't want money. This time Kizaru couldn't figure it out. Then what do you want? With your strength, you do have the capital to negotiate with the world government. Don't worry about it, you definitely can't be the master. Then what do you say? I asked to speak to the 5 elders. Are you serious? Kizaru was stunned. What was the kid going to say, asking 5 elders to come forward? Lin Feng rolled his eyes. Of course, I can still lie to you. Kizaru pondered for a while and said, I'll contact Sengoku first, you wait. Sengoku, who was at naval headquarters at this time, had already received Momosegi's report. When he knew that this incident was related to Lin Feng again, he could hardly control himself and yelled at Garp. Listen yourself, it's this kid again, is he so restless? He's everywhere. Garp leaned on the sofa and said while eating senbei, Sengoku, please keep your voice down, I am challenging the record of eating senbei. Sengoku lost his temper for a moment, rushed over to grab the senbei from Garp and poured it into his mouth. You be asterisk 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 D, you are not a son of man. Garp stared at Sengoku in disbelief, almost broke the record. This be asterisk 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 D Sengoku. Be sure to steal all his snacks next time. Garp no longer entangled in the matter of senbei, but instead said, this time, Lin Feng's matter is difficult to handle. If you can't suppress it, it will spread to the Grand Line by tomorrow at the latest. Seeing Garp getting serious, Sengoku said seriously, yeah, this time it's up to him. Just then, the phone bug rang, Sengoku picked it up, and it was Kizaru. After Kizaru finished speaking, Sengoku and Garp looked shocked. Has Lin Feng's strength grown to this point? Garp asked while holding the phone bug. Advertisement. Yeah, what a scary brat. Kizaru looked at Lin Feng in front of him, feeling a little sad. You let Lin Feng speak. Sengoku said. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, how's your health? Lin Feng started to be serious after taking the phone call. Sengoku took a deep breath and asked, tell me, what will you do before you let him go? Hey, what you say makes me look like a kidnapper, how indecent. Sengoku's hair was almost graying, and Lin Feng was still arguing with him. Really Garp could bear it, but Sengoku couldn't bear it. Say it quickly, don't talk to the old man. Sengoku roared that Tianzun possessed him. Cough cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat and said, Marshal Sengoku, you should know the whole story of this incident. I am passive and defend myself. Well, go on. As for my personal wishes, naturally I don't want to tear myself apart with the world government. I believe the world government doesn't want to, and Marine doesn't want to. After all, I'm not a pirate. It's not worthwhile to make enemies for me, right? What Lin Feng said was on point, and Sengoku also thought so. If Lin Feng was not strong enough and caught, it would be his own fault. But according to Kizaru, the world government isn't that stupid if it's pushing people like Lin Feng against them because of a few dead but not dead celestial dragons. Sengoku thought for a while and said, then what is your request? When Lin Feng heard this, he knew that it was almost done. I don't want money, I just want an island in Sabayati, just the one where I fought with Kizaru today, and I want the world government to recognize my legal identity. I don't want to get up the next day and see my reward order. After listening to Sengoku, he felt that the request was not too much, but the second legal status was a bit uncertain. Lin Feng slapped celestial dragons and world government in the face, and the world government might not agree. Even if he is not against Lin Feng, at least he must do the superficial work, such as offering a bounty or something, otherwise he will lose face. The first request is fine, but the second one is a bit difficult, and you know why. Sengoku said after a moment of silence. So I asked to talk to the 5 elders, or you tell them, if you don't agree, I'll fly over Mariajoy and drop something, or I'll do nothing in the future and attack world government bases and warships. Lin Feng put on a look of agreeing or not, and Kizaru's wretched face twitched while watching. Good guy, directly threatening the world government. But Lin Feng has this capital, his strength is powerful and strange, and he can fly. Are you threatening us, kid? Sengoku was a little annoyed, the old man knew it was the case, but couldn't you be more tactful? Now the old man is talking to you, not 5 elders, no face. Lin Feng was stunned. Huh, am I not threatening enough? Advertisement. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng boy, please don't say a few words, this old guy Sengoku's face is pale with anger. Garp's wanton laughter came from the phone bug. Hey, old man Garp, why don't you come to Sabayati and let me buy you a drink? You think this old man is just as free as you? I'm busy with business every day, so I don't have time to make trouble with you. Garp took out a pack of snacks from somewhere and said while eating. I believe you be ************, you are a very bad old man. You are still busy with work. Get busy picking your boogers. Garp, you stole my snacks again. Roared Master Sengoku on the line. Sengoku, don't talk nonsense. Garp squinted his fingers and glanced aside. Am I the type to steal snacks? The old man never eats snacks. Just words. Immediately Lin Feng heard the noise of the two through the phone bug. Lin Feng looked at Kizaru with strange eyes. Aren't there few normal people in the upper echelons of your marine? It's really hard for you. Kizaru, who was trimming his nails, tilted his head and looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. Lin Feng reacted and put his hand on his forehead and said, sorry, I forgot that you are not normal. After a while, the phone bug quieted down. Sengoku reorganized his emotions and said, I will tell the world government about your request, just wait, and I will notify you later. The phone bug hung up. Lin Feng looked at Kizaru, how many nails does this guy have? Come on, go to Momosuke and wait. After speaking, Lin Feng left without waiting for Kizaru, the wretched nail monster. On the edge of the island, both Marine and Enel looked nervously at the jungle. It had been a while since the terrifying attack. I don't know what the result will be. No one came out for a long time. Who won? Could it be that? Perish together. So ruthless. Chapter 40. How about 2 kicks? At this moment, everyone saw a figure walking out. Yo, hello everyone, I've kept you waiting for a long time. It's Lin Feng. Marines are already messy. Now that Lin Feng has come out, doesn't it mean that Kizaru Admiral has lost? Got stabbed, comma. Fortunately, before the panic spread, Kizaru also came out not far behind Lin Feng. Hiss. Judging by the posture of the two of them, they are not injured, except for the slightly dirty clothes, there is no other change. Seeing the two coming out, Momosuke immediately went to meet them. What's your situation? It's a draw, what else can I do? Lin Feng looked at her and said casually. Although Momosuke also guessed the result, she still couldn't believe it when she heard it with her own ears. Has Lin Feng been able to compete with Kizaru? How old is he? Stared at Kizaru with slightly suspicious eyes. Are you being lazy again? Kizaru obviously knew what his reputation was like, so he pouted and said, Brother Lin Feng's strength is really frightening. If we continue to fight, we won't be able to tell the winner. Hey, Kizaru Admiral, thank you so much this time, I have the opportunity to buy you a drink. Lin Feng walked towards Enel immediately after speaking. Kizaru didn't understand what Lin Feng said, thank me. Thank me for what? The nail clippers in his hand also stopped. It took a while to react. Grass. A plant. A look of astonishment appeared on his wretched face. This kid tricked me, this old sixth. Don't talk about wood. Momosuke nodded again and again, as expected, Advertisement. Enel, why haven't the 3 pigs woke up yet? Lin Feng asked when he saw the still unconscious celestial dragons at Enel's side. Snort. Enel kicked Heloise's A**. They're too loud, and they'll start muttering as soon as they wake up. I'm afraid I can't help but kill them. While talking, Reginald woke up, looked at Lin Feng and the 3 of them, and dared not say a word. Lin Feng saw that Enel's big ear scraper had already swung over. Hastily stretched out his hand to stop him. Stop hitting, I'll ask a few questions. Enel withdrew his hand and turned his head to the side. What is there to ask? What can this kind of garbage know? Ignore Enel's words. Lin Feng stretched out his foot and stepped on Reginald's head. I'll ask you to answer. Be honest. If you dare to tell a lie, I will hand you over to the guy next to you. Reginald nodded frantically. He was really scared. Who are these people, especially the discharger wearing a hood over there? He is simply inhuman. She didn't even give a chance to speak, and she fainted when she woke up, Tell me, why are you different from other celestial dragons? How many are like you? Lin Feng asked. Reginald said nothing, obviously unwilling to speak. Boom. Lin Feng gave it a big P** sigh with his feet. Say it or die. Panic. Really panic. Reginald couldn't help looking at Kizaru not far away, but saw that Kizaru and Momosuke had sent Marine away, leaving only the two of them. Hello. You guys are Marines, shouldn't you come and save yourself? Everything is gone. Why no one came to save him? Look, 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 I'll let you see, tell me. He greeted again with a few kicks. Reginald, whose face was covered in blood, vomited blood and found that his teeth had fallen out. I said, we were selected and cultivated by the world government from all the celestial dragons, with the purpose of taking over important positions in the world government in the future. Listening to Reginald's slurred words, Lin Feng nodded slightly and continued to ask, are there many people like this? What's your level? And what important positions are you talking about? To be honest, don't try to lie to me. After a pause, Reginald still bit the bullet and said, not many, there are more than a dozen in total, we are considered average, and the strongest few are generally the next CP chief, and will even be regarded as the next 5 elders to cultivate. Oh, so, how many CP chiefs are there, and what kind of strength are they? Reginald, who had already said so much, seemed to be unable to hold back, and said without a trace of hesitation, I don't know how strong it is, but it is said to be very close to Marine Admiral. Lin Feng didn't ask any more questions after hearing this, and ordered Enel to knock him out, and then went to Kizaru's side. How horrible you are to treat celestial dragons like this in front of us. Momosuke also said, can't you restrain yourself? Advertisement. But Lin Feng didn't care, and said casually, I didn't kill them, what are you afraid of? Don't you guys hate celestial dragons? Why don't you go up and kick them now when no one sees them? Momosuke is sweating madly, what kind of nonsense are you talking about? We are Marine, can we do this kind of thing? But the next second, she was stunned. I saw Kizaru's figure instantly arrived next to the 3 celestial dragons, and then they kicked one by one. Yo ho ho ho, it's no different when you kick it up, just like ordinary people. Ha ha ha, Kizaru Admiral is really different. Lin Feng laughed and walked over. Leave Momosuke alone to toss in the wind. Not long after, Sengoku contacted Lin Feng. Lin Feng, 5 elders agreed to your request, but they also put forward conditions. As soon as the call was connected, Sengoku cut to the chase. Lin Feng was not happy when he heard it, and even raised conditions, these old clappers are really thick-skinned. What conditions? Tell me. They can agree to your request, but you cannot enter New World for 5 years. What kind of condition is this? Are you afraid of making trouble yourself? No, can they control where I want to go? Sengoku has a headache, it's really hard to talk to both sides. 3 years. As long as you promise, it will be as if nothing happened this time. You can't just give up at all. The world government also wants to save face, so it can't be rushed. Listen to Lin Feng, it's not a big problem, now the whole team doesn't have top combat power except him, and it really needs to settle down for a while, so that everyone's strength can be quickly improved. Otherwise, when we get to New World, we can't rely on him for everything. What's more, 3 years is just right. With the emergence of the era of extreme evil, the sea will become more chaotic. I can promise not to enter New World voluntarily within 3 years. Lin Feng said after thinking about it. After the two parties finally settled, Lin Feng handed over the 3 half-dead celestial dragons to Kizaru. It's just that Lin Feng has left space marks on them long ago. When the time is right, they will be killed. Brother Lin Feng, after the matter is over, I have to buy me a drink and soak in the hot spring when I come to Sabayati. You just cheated me. Before he left, Kizaru hadn't forgotten about Lin Feng cheating him. It is estimated that after returning, there will be rumors circulating in the marine that he does not work hard. Chapter 41 Gravity Space. Lin Feng called Enel and Barry back to the Shaki bar. As soon as he entered, everyone's eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. Is it settled? Rayleigh asked. Well, it's not too bad, it hasn't gotten out of hand. Lin Feng sat down at random. Kuina came to Lin Feng, poured him a glass of wine and handed him a glass of wine, then massaged Lin Feng's shoulders. Be tired, we can't help you much this time. The faces of Asa and the others turned red when they heard the words. Yes, I can't help anything, or my strength is too weak. Lin Feng drank a glass of wine, looked at several people and said, don't worry, we will stay in Sabayati for the next 3 years, and you must work hard to improve your strength during these 3 years. Captain, are we going to stay here for 3 years? Why? Canis asked the doubts of everyone present. Lin Feng looked around the crowd and said, this is the condition proposed by the world government, and we really need to settle ourselves down and improve our strength. At this time, Hawkeye suddenly stood up and looked at Lin Feng. I am looking forward to the duel with you. Then he left. You're leaving now. Remember to come over for a drink tomorrow. Lin Feng shouted to Hawkeye who walked out the door. Lin Feng then turned his head to look at Shaki. Shaki, the land for the arena is already available, maybe I need to trouble you to find the construction team. Shaki took a breath and said, did you even take care of the land after you went out? Laughing, Lin Feng explained, it's the island where I fought with Kizaru today, and it's mine now. You're not bad, you actually built an island, which one is it? Rayleigh laughed and slapped Lin Feng. It should be number 49. Shaki heard the words and said, okay, this is a simple matter, and you will communicate the specifics of what you want to build. Well, is there any news about the duel with Hawkeye? Lin Feng asked. It's been said that Morgans will be contacted, he's in charge of the campaign. Lin Feng suddenly thought of something and said, can you spread the word about what happened today? The world government will definitely want to block the news. Shaki smiled and said, Morgans will not refuse such news. After explaining everything, Lin Feng left the Shaki bar with all the crew. Everyone came to Hotel Street and found a hotel to stay. In the room, Lin Feng lay on the bed a little tired, ready to take a nap. Congratulations to host for completing the hidden mission, undefeated against the world's top fighters. Advertisement. Huh, what sound? System. Oh right, almost forgot the system. System, you haven't shown up for a long time. Open black lens bracket. It's only been a few days, what to pretend close black lens bracket. You said hidden missions just now. Is there a reward? Congratulations to the host for getting 3000 points, 100 times gravity space, can be individually adjusted for the individual entering. Gravity space. What the hell? System, explain. Open black lens bracket. My stupid host. Gravity space can be used to temper the body in Polish hockey. The space can be large or small, the minimum is 100 square meters, and the maximum is 100,000 square meters. It turned out that Lin Feng was overjoyed after knowing the purpose of the gravity space. Can it be used against the enemy? Lin Feng asked quickly. How cool it would be to suddenly hit the enemy in battle. After the gravity space is taken out, the position can only be changed once a year. Hearing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to dismiss this idea. What a pity. Then Lin Feng opened the personal panel to check. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship. Air Dance. Sky Strike. Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst. Falling Flower Palm. Round Dance Stick. Tyrant Broken. Strong Dragon Pressure. Phantom Dragon Tooth. 100 Dragon Meteor Strike. Dragon Out to Sea. Angry Dragon Piercing Heart Breaking. The Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army. The Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky. The Sky Soars and the Dragon Flashes. The Flying Dragon is in the sky. Fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls. Luyun close black lens bracket minus 34% proficiency. Passive skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Suzano Fusion Degree 16%. Combat Power Rating. Admiral Level. Points. 16,800. Wealth. 348.3 billion. Items. Gravity Space, Autumn Leaves of the Big Sword. 20 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, Paramesha Poop Fruit, Zone Cow and Horse Fruit, a bottle of eye drops, and a denatured pill. The next day, Lin Feng brought everyone to Area 49 early in the morning. The battle with Kizaru yesterday had completely destroyed the area, and the central area was completely in ruins. As this caused by the captain and that admiral. It's terrible. Little Betty stood in the ruins and looked at the shocking scene with her mouth wide open. Advertisement. Yeah, I don't know when we will be able to reach this level. Kanis, who was beside him, hugged Yunhu and said in amazement. TCH, that's all, I can do it too. Boom. What are you talking about? Are you armed? After being hit by Lin Feng, Enel was quiet. Lin Feng went to the open space, displayed the gravity space, and adjusted it to a size of 10,000 square meters. In an instant, the land in front of Lin Feng sank, and some of the gravel and wood on the ground were crushed, making this space look a bit dark. Then he looked at the 6 people. Next, you will practice here. The 6 of them looked extremely shocked. Kuina stepped forward and asked, Lin Feng, is this a new ability for you? You are too pervert. The others nodded in agreement. That's right, Captain, your strange abilities are emerging one after another, and we are under a lot of pressure. Barry said depressedly, taking a puff of cigarette. If you are under a lot of pressure, hurry up and practice, and become stronger as quickly as possible. What's the use of this, Captain? Why don't you go in and try it out, little Betty? The little girl hesitated for a moment, whether she should be the first to go in or not. This looked scary. After hesitating for a few seconds, he nodded heavily. Come in, I want to be the first to go in. Lin Feng smiled. This little girl is not bad, at least she has courage. Okay, go in and be careful. After speaking, Lin Feng adjusted little Betty's gravity to 5 times. Everyone looked at her expectantly. Taking a deep breath to adjust her state, little Betty stepped into the gravitational space. Everyone saw little Betty lying on the ground the moment she entered. Boat, Captain, it's so uncomfortable. Little Betty moaned weakly. With little Betty's current physical fitness, 5 times the gravity is almost just right, and it won't really hurt her. Hold on. Don't bark, get used to it slowly, and it won't hurt after you get used to it. After speaking, Lin Feng looked back at the remaining 5 people. Go in one by one, and line up. Chapter 42 Everyday. Betting on Enel. I come. Seeing Enel stepping forward, Lin Feng adjusted him to 20 times without hesitation. Enel felt that even little Betty could bear it, so there was nothing he couldn't. There was no hesitation, and no defense. Full of confidence, Enel just went in and lay on the ground like little Betty, unable to move. How is it possible? I don't believe it. Enel growled with difficulty. Lin Feng didn't care about him at all, and continued to say to everyone, every one of you go in, I will apply different degrees of gravity according to your body strength, don't worry about getting hurt, try to adapt after you go in, it will be very helpful for you to develop armament hockey. Quote. Kuina and the others nodded upon hearing this. Barry asked at this time, Captain, how much gravity are the two of them now? Little Betty's is 5 times, Enel's is 20 times. Enel, who was lying on the ground, was a little happy when he heard that his own was 20 times. See, this god is 20 times, you scumbags. Who will enter next? Kuina looked at Lin Feng. I'll do it. Well, 30 times, go in. Lin Feng's words were like a heavy hammer hitting Enel on the head. Enel's current strength is basically relying on thunder fruit, and his physical strength is not very strong. After Kuina entered, she didn't lie down directly on the ground, but her body was slightly bent, and she stood with some difficulty. Do you want to add more? Lin Feng asked. 40. Kuina casts her armed colors and prepares to resist 40 times the force of gravity. Lin Feng didn't hesitate either, so Kuina's body sank suddenly, half kneeling on the ground. Okay, that's it. After speaking, Lin Feng looked at the remaining 3 people. Then Asa, Barry, Connus. 40 times, 15 times, 5 times. Yunhu Cece 0 times. Advertisement. After everyone went in, Lin Feng adjusted his gravity to 50 times and went in together. Lin Feng only felt that every cell in his body was heating up, and his body was extremely heavy. But it didn't affect him much. In front of everyone, except for Asa and Kuina, everyone else lay on the ground. Get used to it slowly. Don't worry, stand up a little bit, try to hold on for as long as possible after getting up, and go out by yourself if you can't stand it. That's right, it's probably very good to practice physical or sword skills here. After explaining, Lin Feng found a place to sit cross-legged. Although he couldn't use hockey, he could still strengthen his physical body. After releasing the magic fighting energy, Lin Feng found that it became difficult to control the magic fighting energy. It seems that this gravitational space can not only exercise physical strength, but also improve the strength and control of magic grudge. Lin Feng felt that he had found a treasure this time. Regardless of other things, he immediately sank into practice. As time passed little by little, everyone also adapted to their own gravity. Little Betty and Connus are already pumping their fists, Enel and Barry are fighting, or should be fighting each other, you punch me, I punch you, like 2 idiots. Kuina, who had already mastered the color of weapons, fought fiercely with Asa, and the fight was inseparable. Soon it was noon, Little Betty and Connus went out to rest, and went to buy some lunch by the way. After a while, Barry, Kuina, and Asa all came out. Only Enel and Lin Feng were left inside. Barry, why didn't Enel come out, he can carry it so well. Barry smiled wryly. That idiot insisted on arguing with the captain, saying that he would only come out when the captain would come out. When everyone heard the words, they all had such expressions. Then he's going to suffer a lot, or let's take a gamble on how long he can last. Kuina was unexpectedly black-bellied. Yes, I'll bet 10,000 Baileys for 2 hours. Barry responded first. As a gambler, he would never miss anything about gambling. Little Betty bounced and said, I bet for 1 hour, 10,000 Baileys. It's only an hour, isn't it too short? That guy may have carried it. Barry said. HMPH, it's only an hour, you guys don't understand. Little Betty's expression of winning is very cute. I also think it's too short. I bet for 2.5 hours, 10,000 Baileys. Honest Asa also participated. Then I'll bet for an hour and a half, and it's also 10,000 Baileys. Connus's moving voice sounded. Kuina saw that it was not bad, and made a bet. Okay, since this is the case, I will be a witness, and you can't renege on your debt. Advertisement. Everyone looked sideways. What's the situation? You, the initiator, don't participate. Kuina smiled and said, come on, hand over all the gambling money, and I will keep it. Several people were very speechless. They took out 10,000 Baileys and handed them to Kuina. Afterwards Betty Jr. and Connus went to buy lunch. Asa, your avatar fruit is well developed, and you can produce 4 avatars. Kuina turned back and said to Asa. In the battle just now, Kuina fought very hard. She still had the upper hand at the beginning, until Asa used the fruit ability, she was a little tired to deal with it, and the avatar and the main body seemed to communicate with each other, and the coordination was extremely tacit, which was particularly difficult to deal with. Asa felt shy when he was praised, touched the back of his head and said, no way, sister-in-law's sword skills are amazing. It's a good wave of business blowing each other. Barry watched eagerly from the side, feeling depressed. I've improved too, okay. Why is no one praising me? Kuina felt very funny looking at Barry's appearance. Barry, you are also very good. Hey, the captain's wife really has sharp eyes. The 3 chatted like this, but less than an hour later, Enel was seen walking out of the gravitational space. Hey, what kind of plane are you flying? Don't you want to carry it hard? Barry rushed up and asked. 10,000 Bailey lost like this. HMPH, it's none of your business. Enel walked aside and lay down on the ground. This, my money. After a while, Lin Feng also came out. Lin Feng couldn't help laughing when he learned about the bet between several people. Ha ha ha, you actually bet against Enel. How about it? Who wins? Little Betty won, Kuina said. I knew it was her, this girl really is. Barry immediately stepped forward and asked, Captain, how do you know she won? Ha ha ha, you can ask her yourself later. As soon as he finished speaking, two beauties, one big and one small, came back with a lot of food. With happy steps, little Betty was even happier when she saw Lin Feng and Enel. Dinner, cried little Betty. Chapter 43 Shock. The celestial dragons failed to commit violence but were. They took out stools and chairs from the system space and put them on, and everyone sat down one after another. Barry stuffed a big chicken leg into his mouth, and asked while eating, Little Betty, how do you know that Enel will come out at this time? He glanced at Barry proudly, put down the takoyaki in his hand, wiped his greasy mouth and said, Hee, it doesn't matter when Enel comes out, what matters is when the captain comes out. Yes, then how do you know when the captain will come out? Barry still couldn't figure it out. You are so stupid, because the captain told me to eat at this time. I'm stupid. Barry was dumbfounded for a moment. You are cheating. What cheating? This is intelligence. Uncle Barry is not trying to renege on his debt, he is also reckoning on a little girl's debt, he is really a vile and bad uncle. Contempt. Enel immediately made up the knife. Barry was depressed. It's not about money, it's about the dignity of my god of gamblers. Come on, when did you ever win? Lin Feng added a knife. Smoothie. Canis added the knife. From Asa. Barry, who wanted to cry but had no tears, could only rely on food to regain the dignity of the god of gamblers. After a while, after the meal, everyone found a piece of grass to sit in a row. Lin Feng said, Canis, play the piano for everyone to listen to. The gentle Canis took out his harp and sat cross-legged on the grass. In this way, everyone leaned on the ground and listened to the beautiful piano sound leisurely. Even Enel, a guy who didn't understand the style, closed his eyes and began to enjoy it. At this time, Holy Land Mariajoy, World Government. In a huge room in Pangu City, 5 old men lost their temper while reading today's newspaper. The eye-catching headline in the newspaper made several people even more angry. Shock. Celestial dragons were R*****D instead of being violent. Shock. Lin Feng Sabayati, the captain of the starship, fought against Marine Admiral Kizaru, a dead end. Advertisement. Shock. The 3-year agreement between world government and Lin Feng. Shock. Lin Feng will duel with Shichibukai Mahawk. This Morgans is getting bolder and bolder, daring to report everything. Said the old man with a cane. HMPH. Don't know what to do, said the dumpy old whitebeard. The tall and thin old man standing in front of the window turned his head and said, There is also that Lin Feng, who dares to threaten the world government, we must not just let him go like this. The blonde old man on the sofa also agreed. At that time, the chief CP should be sent to cooperate with Kizaru to take him down directly. Several people talked with each other. The silent bald old man who had been sitting on the sofa embracing first-generation Onikiri, one of the supreme swordsmen, suddenly said, Okay, next time I have a chance, I'll kill him myself. Naval Headquarters Meeting Room. Marshal Sengoku, Marine Hero Garp, Marine 3 Admiral Akainu, Kizaru, Aokiji, Marine Staff Officer Suru Vice Admiral, and some other Marine high-level all gathered here. Sengoku, who was sitting in the main seat, held a newspaper in his hand and looked at the crowd. What do you guys think about this matter? It's just that the voice fell, and for a long time, no one spoke. Garp was eating snacks, Kizaru was cutting his nails, and Aokiji was leaning on the chair half asleep. Only Akainu sat upright, but did not speak. The other marine generals couldn't speak anymore after seeing this. Didn't you see that the bosses didn't speak? In the end, Crane Vice Admiral couldn't stand it anymore, and said, As for the duel between Lin Feng and Hawkeye, we don't know the purpose yet, but this kind of character still has to be guarded against. Sengoku breathed a sigh of relief when he saw someone talking. It would be embarrassing if he was ignored. That's it. Therefore, the duel between Lin Feng and Hawkeye can't be left alone. At that time, the major forces will definitely send people to join in the fun. We can take advantage of this opportunity to make arrangements in advance and carry out an encirclement and suppression of pirates. At this time, Akainu suddenly slapped the table and said, Go, old man, I want to see who this guy who dares to threaten Marine is. It's scary, Sakazuki, you'd better not underestimate him, Lin Feng is very strong. Kizaru said without raising his head while cutting his nails. HMPH, no matter what, you're just a kid. I think you let the water go on purpose last time. It's a shame to Marine. Akainu looked at Kizaru angrily, but the latter ignored him at all. Seeing this, Sengoku hurriedly stopped him. Why did his own people start arguing? Okay, Sakazuki, don't talk nonsense. After the meeting, you rushed to New World. Recently, Kaido and Whitebeard are fighting again. You have to guard to prevent things from getting bigger. Then he said, Kuzan, then you go with Garp. Garp, who was concentrating on eating melons, was stunned. What the hell, who did he provoke? Advertisement. He ate some senbei in one bite and hurriedly said, I don't want to go, I just catch some little pirates, what's the use of that? Sengoku didn't care what his old friend said at all, staring at the sleeping Aokiji. Kuzan. You slept in the meeting again. Aokiji was awakened by the roar, his eyes slightly opened. Huh. Is it over? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned his head and saw Sengoku's livid face. Oh, Marshal Sengoku, why are you so angry? Forcibly suppressing the unknown anger in his heart, Sengoku said word by word. The old man said that this time Lin Feng and Hawkeye will fight, let you go with Garp. Aokiji nodded and said, No problem, I also want to meet brother Lin Feng. Sengoku's expression finally became better when he heard this. And you, Garp, can you stop eating? The second half of the Grand Line, New World. On a small island where pirates gather, in a very inconspicuous tavern. Madara, with black hair and T*S on each cheek, wears an orange cowboy hat with smile and sad badges pinned to the brim. At this time, he was holding a copy of today's newspaper in his hand, and looked at it with a smile on his face. Captain Ace, what are you laughing at, so happy? A person next to him asked. Ha ha ha, Deus, look at this. Ace said and handed over the newspaper in his hand. Masked Deuce, the ship doctor of the Spades Pirates, the first crew member of Ace, met Ace on a deserted island. The name is very similar to Ace, it was chosen by Ace casually. Born in a wealthy family, both parents are doctors, and he was originally a medical student. Always liked to wear a mask. The dream is to write awesome ocean adventures. Deus took the newspaper and read it. After reading it, he said, Captain, this Lin Feng doesn't look very old. I didn't expect to be so strong. He even fought Admiral to a close, and even had to fight that Hawkeye. The other crew members on the side discussed Lin Feng after reading the newspaper. Watching this scene, Ace smiled and said, ha ha ha, of course, he is very strong. Oh, do you know him, Captain? Deus asked. He's my brother. Ace raised his hand and pointed behind him. This dragon gun is a gift he gave me to go to sea. When we competed, I never won. After Ace finished speaking, the crew of the Spades Pirates looked at him in shock. This Lin Feng is actually the captain's brother. Yeah, what a surprise. The captain also said he never won. This Lin Feng is so strong, so do we have a strong backer? Deus also joked. Ace immediately objected. That can't be done, we have to rely on ourselves, but if he knows that I am in danger, he will definitely come over, and I am the same. Ace took off the dragon gun behind him and wiped it gently, and his thoughts returned to the days in Windmill Town. Chapter 44 Hawkeye, 100 times the gravity. East Blue, Windmill Village. Luffy pushed open the door of the tavern. Makino. Give me meat, I want meat. The figure rushed directly to the bar counter, beating the table with both hands. Makino said with a sweet smile. Luffy, don't rush to eat meat, let me show you something. Makino handed Luffy the newspaper on the counter. Luffy took a look and shouted, Lin Feng, it's Lin Feng. After reading it, he said dissatisfied, this guy Lin Feng didn't become a pirate, but it's okay, hee. Makino looked at Luffy happily and didn't bother, went into the kitchen silently and took the meat out. On the Moby DK of the Whitebeard Pirates, Whitebeard read with interest the newspaper brought by Vista. That's good, goo, la, the young people nowadays are really getting more and more interesting. Vista said. Father, for this duel, do you want to contact Marco, he happens to be not far over there. Well, let him get in touch with this little guy named Lin Feng. Red Hair Pirates, Red Force. Shanks and the rest of the crew were equally shocked after reading the newspaper. A blood pupil just came out, and Lin Feng appeared again, what a troubled time. Shanks sighed while sipping his wine. That blood pupil has been missing, let's try to get in touch with this Lin Feng first. Okay, Beckman, it's just that we can't catch up with this duel. I really want to see if Hawkeye will lose. It's a pity, Shanks said disappointedly. As Hawkeye's bad friend, he really wanted to see how this guy was beaten up. Hawkeye. Thank you. On the same day, after knowing the news, all major forces unanimously sent spies to Sabayati. Countless good people also gather here. That night, Lin Feng and the others returned to the hotel after practicing for a day. They couldn't help laughing while looking at the newspaper in their hands. What is this? Shock Ministry. Lin Feng put down the newspaper and went back to his room to rest. One night passed, and the next day, Lin Feng didn't go to practice with a few people, but came to Shaki Bar alone. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Hawkeye. Just as he was about to say hello, Hawkeye turned around and said, You missed your appointment yesterday. Huh, Lin Feng didn't understand what it meant. Advertisement. You said you asked me to drink yesterday, where are you? Lin Feng suddenly realized that this was the case. Hiss, I didn't see that Hawkeye was quite serious, but he really let him go. Hey, I forgot something yesterday, don't be angry, I'll take you to a good place later. Lin Feng stepped forward and put his arm around Hawkeye's shoulder and said with a playful smile. Hawkeye was speechless. He didn't like people hugging his shoulders very much. He had said it many times, but this guy didn't listen at all. It's just like someone, so shameless. In the past, there was only one such friend, but now there is one more. Life is not easy, Hawkeye sighed. Shaki, where did Rayleigh go? Lin Feng asked. While cleaning the counter, Shaki said, who knows, what else can that guy do besides bet? Hiss, there is a lot of resentment. Ahem. That's fine, that's right, the duel between me and this guy will be arranged on a nearby uninhabited island. Well, no problem, I'll let the news out. After finishing the matter, Lin Feng looked at Hawkeye. Go, I'll take you to a place. Seeing Lin Feng's mysterious appearance, Hawkeye couldn't help being a little curious, and followed him. Area 49 is already occupied by Lin Feng, no one dares to come here. In the center of the island, Kuina and others are practicing in the gravity space. After a day of adaptation yesterday, everyone is now adapted to their own gravity. Soon, Lin Feng came here with eagle eyes. Looking at the huge gravitational space in front of him, Hawkeye asked curiously, "Is this the good place you said?" "That's right, let's go in and try." Hawkeye himself is not a nonsense person, so he didn't say any more, and just went inside. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately adjusted Hawkeye's gravity to 50 times. As soon as Hawkeye entered, he felt an invisible pressure. His body paused for a while, and he quickly got used to it. Lin Feng, who followed and saw this scene and said, "As expected of you, how about it, do you want to increase it? Can it be enlarged?" Hawkeye asked. Of course, as Lin Feng said, he increased Hawkeye's gravity a little bit. 55, 60, 70, 75, 80. Lin Feng didn't stop until he added 80 times. Advertisement. However, Hawkeye's movements only slowed down, and it seemed that he was just struggling. Immediately, Lin Feng also adjusted his gravity multiple to 80. After continuous training with Magic Grudge, Lin Feng's current physical strength can completely match the top powerhouses in the world. That's right, it's a good place. Feeling the invisible pressure on his body, Hawkeye praised rarely. Lin Feng smiled. He could see that this guy was very satisfied, and he was one step closer to his goal. Quietly, Lin Feng adjusted Hawkeye's gravity multiplier to a maximum of 100 times. Unprepared, Hawkeye's body suddenly sank, almost lying on the ground. After reacting, Hawkeye slowly stood up straight, staring at Lin Feng with sharp eyes. "You did it on purpose. Ha ha ha, why do you always have a bad face?" Although Lin Feng laughed loudly, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. He is indeed a top expert, and the influence of 100 times the gravity is not too big. It seems that the top powerhouses in this world will not have low physical strength. Although Hawkeye's physical strength can withstand 100 times the gravity, this place is indeed a rare good place for him to practice. "Captain, our multiplier can be increased." As soon as Lin Feng sat down cross-legged, Barry came up to him. "Are you sure it's going to be promoted so soon?" Lin Feng asked. "Well, yes, everyone has adapted." Lin Feng looked around and found that everyone was already moving freely, so he said, "Okay, no problem." So Lin Feng started to adjust everyone's gravity multiplier. Little Betty, Canis, 10x. Barry, 20 times. Enel 25 times. Kuina, Asa, 50 times. As expected, after the adjustment, everyone except Kuina and Asa fell to the ground again. The difference from yesterday was that the few of them adapted quickly and managed to stand up. It takes a little longer to adapt this time, lay a solid foundation, and don't rush to increase the multiple. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he began to practice on his own. The magic battle energy radiated out. Lin Feng tried to keep compressing it, controlling it with great difficulty. His whole body was drenched in sweat after a while. 2 hours later, Lin Feng walked out of the gravitational space. Hey, it really is difficult to develop new moves. With a sigh, Lin Feng went to buy food alone. Chapter 45, Playing Sabo and Marco. Lin Feng soon came to the nearby number 48 area, which is a tourist area with many businesses. Walking on the street, the nearby crowd consciously backed away when they saw him. Now Lin Feng's reputation in Sabayati can be described as thunderous. After the news of the battle with Kizaru spread, people here became afraid. Just like now, I was afraid that I would accidentally annoy Lin Feng and be killed by him. For this scene, Lin Feng was also very helpless, and the explanation was useless. Just walking on the street, Lin Feng kept looking at the vendors on both sides. In the distance, there were also 2 groups of people watching him. That person is Lin Feng, the captain of the Xingqian. A pleasant voice sounded. The boy next to him nodded and said, "It must be, look at the reactions of those people, and it's exactly the same as in the portrait. I just can't believe that he is so strong at such a young age. He looks about the same age as you." "You mean I'm weak?" The boy looked back at the girl. "No, I mean if we can win him over, it will be a huge help to us." "That's right, go, follow." 2 figures, a man and a woman, soon appeared on the street. The other side. "Captain, that person is Lin Feng. It doesn't look like he is very powerful. Just talking nonsense, you can tell whether it's serious or not." "Yes, that's right, can you see the captain?" Boom. "Ouch, is that what I mean? I mean don't judge a book by its cover, you idiot." "Captain, let's follow. Go." Soon Lin Feng bought the food. Although the process was a bit strange, those kind merchants were always unwilling to take his money, which made Lin Feng very distressed and sighed that there are still so many good people. After putting everything into the system space, Lin Feng stepped back. "See it? Well, his ability is really convenient, I'm so envious. Let's go, we will go out when there is no one else." Lin Feng had long noticed that there were people following him nearby, but after the magic battle energy dissipated, Lin Feng was a little confused. At first Lin Feng thought that the agents of the world government were spying on him, so he didn't take it seriously. Advertisement. But on closer inspection, something is wrong. Why are there 2 groups of people? What's the situation? So Lin Feng stopped after walking to area 49. The 2 groups of people in different directions behind also stopped at the same time to hide their figures. "What's going on? Did he find me?" the girl asked softly. "It should be. After all, a strong man like him should have noticed it long ago." "Then what to do? Observe first and then talk." "Captain, have we been discovered?" "Yes, it's normal to be discovered by him, don't panic." "Then what to do? Let's observe first." Lin Feng was speechless. Is it necessary? Also monitor in 2 directions. Come out. Don't force me to do it, a bunch of rats. Lin Feng said calmly. Sure enough, it was discovered. ×2. Then what to do? ×2. Get out. ×2. 2 groups of people came out of the hiding place at the same time, and saw each other after walking a few steps. Who are you? ×2. After looking carefully, the girl suddenly said in surprise, You are Marco. Captain of Whitebeard Pirates' first team. Who are you? Marco exclaimed in surprise. Haha, are you Mr. Marco? The boy asked in the same way. Marco has a headache, it seems that I asked you first. On Lin Feng's side, he was a little speechless looking at the situation of the 2 groups of people. They were actually 2 different forces. What made Lin Feng even more troublesome was the identities of the 2 groups, not to mention Pineapple Head Marco. The important thing is that the boy is actually Sabo. He has short blonde hair, wears a top hat with windproof glasses, and holds a long water hose in his hand. After Lin Feng looked at it carefully, he was extremely sure that it was him. That's right. Advertisement. The system releases a task. Wake up Sabo's memory. Mission reward. Logia Eye Flame Fruit, 2000 points, 2 skill books. Ice Flame Fruit, and a skill book. After Lin Feng got excited, he looked at the girl next to Sabo. Girls, of course, are Koala. This is a kind girl, but also a poor girl. Koala was originally a resident of Forchard Island, but was captured by human traffickers and became a slave of celestial dragons. At the age of 11, he escaped with other slaves when Fisher Tiger made a big fuss about Marihoa freeing the slaves. Due to the long-term abuse by celestial dragons, she can only greet everyone with a smile, but whenever she is maliciously insulted, stressed, or suddenly nervous and overwhelmed, she will kneel down and wipe the floor subconsciously. After being yelled at by Arlong, Koala was so frightened that he tore off his trousers and wiped the floor. And kept begging, I'm so sorry. I'll work, I'll keep cleaning, please don't hit me. I'm sorry. No matter what happens, I won't cry, please don't kill me. After being cared by Fisher Tiger and everyone in the Sun Pirates, he gradually became cheerful. After Fisher Tiger died, he was taken to the Revolutionary Army by the Murloc Haku and became a member of the Revolutionary Army. Lin Feng felt it was amused seeing the guarding of several people, and was about to tease them, and immediately said, Hey, you guys, did you go in the wrong direction? Your target should be me. After hearing Lin Feng's words, several people stopped to look at Lin Feng, and the scene was a little awkward for a while. Forget it. No matter who you are, go to die. Lin Feng said and was ready to do it. Huawu Luyan swung out, and a magic vindictiveness slashed towards several people. Several people immediately jumped up to dodge, and Marco shouted loudly after landing, Lin Feng, we are not enemies. Ah yes, we are not enemies either. Sabo quickly followed suit. HMPH, no matter who you are, you have to stay here today. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he launched a weakened version of Falong Xiangtian and blasted towards them. Seeing the giant dragon approaching quickly, they quickly dodged and defended. At this time, Sabo has not yet become the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Army, and his strength is not that strong. Ah, I'm dying. B************* D Sabo, run. Captain, withdraw, this man is unreasonable. Just when several people were about to retreat, the giant dragon suddenly disappeared in the middle of the charge. Ha ha ha, you guys are too funny, ha ha ha, I laughed to death. Several people stared at Lin Feng not far away and burst out laughing. Hey, so you know us, so you were kidding us just now. Seeing Lin Feng's appearance, Marco said. Ha ha ha, Marco, you are right, I know who you are. Chapter 46 Sabo, do you know him? Marco heard the words and solved the doubts in his heart. It's just that Sabo and Koala on the side were a little nervous. Lin Feng said that he knew who they were, true or false, who is this person? Seeing Sabo and Koala's nervous appearance, Lin Feng immediately said, you two are members of the Revolutionary Army. The two couldn't hold back at all. Koala immediately asked, how do you know? Marco was also a little confused at this time, of course he knew about the Revolutionary Army. In recent years, the Revolutionary Army has been very active, constantly fighting against the world government. As the captain of the 4 Emperor's Whitebeard Pirates, he naturally knew about it. It's just that I didn't expect to meet the other party here. Haha, don't worry about how I know, I have no malice towards you. On the contrary, I still have a good impression of your Revolutionary Army. Although I don't know whether what Lin Feng said is true or not, but at this point, I can only believe it first. Mr. Lin Feng, hello, I'm sorry to come here suddenly, we have something to discuss with you this time. Sabo said very politely. So do we. Marco followed suit. Okay, don't move here, I'll buy some oranges for you, wait for me to come back. Lin Feng turned around and flew away after speaking. How many people look at me and I look at you? What do you mean, why are you buying oranges all of a sudden? I have no choice but to wait here. Lin Feng quickly returned to the outside of the gravity space, put down the food, went in and told Kuina about the situation before leaving. Soon Lin Feng returned to the place where Sabo and the others lived. Let's go, find a tavern and talk slowly. Before they could react, they felt that they were surrounded by a huge energy, and then they flew out with Lin Feng, except Marco. He can fly by himself, so Lin Feng didn't bother to take him. D Sabo, I'm flying. Koala kept shouting excitedly in the air. Go back to Area 48 again and find a tavern. In the box, 5 people sit around a table. Tell me what you want from me. Several people were silent again. There are still outsiders here, so how can we just say that? Lin Feng also noticed it, looked at Marco and said, you guys talk first. Advertisement. As soon as Marco was named, let's just say it after thinking about it, it's not a big deal. Lin Feng, I am here on behalf of Papa, and I want to invite you to join our Whitebeard Pirates. After hearing this, Lin Feng revealed an expression that was as expected. Hee, there is no need for this, I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Nonsense, and I have no intention of recognizing my father. Marco didn't feel anything when he heard the words. This was what he expected, as long as he could make friends, it would be fine. It's okay, haha, but Lin Feng, you are in the limelight now, so be careful. Thank you, come and have a drink. It is also a pleasure to meet the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates today. Lin Feng raised his glass and looked at Marco. The reason why Lin Feng is so enthusiastic about Marco is naturally because of Ace, this is Ace's future family. For Ace, as long as the Summit War doesn't happen, the Whitebeard Pirates are a good place to go. With him around, that accident would naturally be impossible for him to happen again. The two clinked glasses happily. Then Lin Feng looked at Sabo and Koala at the side. Sabo, why are you looking for me? You're not here to invite me, are you? Lin Feng said with a smile. Lin Feng is even more enthusiastic about Sabo. Strictly speaking, Sabo is also his brother, and a brother's brother is a brother. Seeing Lin Feng's aunt's smile, Sabo was a little confused. Hey, you are right, we are indeed here to invite you, and we hope you can join the Revolutionary Army. No, how did you know Sabo's name? Koala said suddenly. Lin Feng looked at this cute girl and said, guess. You, it's okay, Koala, if Mr. Lin Feng wanted to harm us, he did it just now. Sabo said. That's right, then, would Mr. Lin Feng be willing to join us? Well, I don't want to. Lin Feng said. Sabo said at this time. Mr. Lin Feng, you don't like those celestial dragons either, why don't you join us and overthrow the world government with us? Although I am very interested in the Revolutionary Army, I will not join any forces, but we can cooperate. Yes, Marco, we can also cooperate. Lin Feng poured a glass of wine and shook it in his hand. Seeing that Lin Feng's attitude was so firm, Sabo couldn't say anything more. After several people drank happily, Marco got up and prepared to leave. Advertisement. Lin Feng, I will be there to watch the duel between you and Hawkeye. Oh, aren't you afraid of being besieged by Marines? The people who come will not be easy. Lin Feng looked at him and said. Haha, I want to leave. It's hard for Marine to keep me, and Marine doesn't want to anger the Whitebeard Pirates at this time. After speaking, Marco strode out. In the room, Sabo got up and prepared to leave. Mr. Lin Feng, we will also go to watch the battle, we will leave today, thank you for your hospitality. Just as the two walked to the door, Lin Feng put down the wine glass in his hand and said, wait, Sabo. The two stopped when they heard this. Is there anything else, Mr. Lin Feng? Sabo turned around and asked curiously. Don't rush away, I have something to tell you. Sabo and Koala looked at each other, then returned to their seats and sat down. Lin Feng took out an ace reward order and put it on the table. Then he drank the wine on his own. The two looked at Lin Fei's actions and didn't know what it meant. Mr. Lin Feng, you are. Do you know him? Lin Feng interrupted Sabo and said, pointing to the reward order. Sabo picked up Ace's reward order and read it carefully. It looks very familiar, as if I have seen it somewhere. I don't know this, it looks familiar, maybe I've seen it somewhere before. Putting down the reward order, Sabo said to Lin Feng. What Mr. Lin Feng wants to say is related to this ace. Koala on the side reacted. That's right, to be precise, it has something to do with Sabo. Lin Feng handed Sabo a bottle of wine and said, you have lost your memory, right? Sabo's hand stopped as soon as he took the wine. Looking at Lin Feng suddenly, he said excitedly, do you know what happened before I lost my memory? The wine was spilled on Lin Feng. Sabo, calm down. Koala quickly grabbed Sabo and comforted him gently. After calming down, Sabo said, I'm sorry, Mr. Lin Feng, I'm too excited. It's okay, I do know about you. Chapter 47 Restoring Memory. Sabo wasn't as agitated as before. Instead, he drank a glass of wine and sat quietly in his seat under Koala's comfort. Looking at the gentle Koala at the side, Lin Feng nodded and thought she is really a good girl, this Sabo is really lucky. Sabo, I can tell you about you. Sabo nodded slightly. Really? Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. Haha, let me tell you a name, see if you can remember anything. Lin Feng put down his wine glass with a smile. Sitting up straight and looking at Sabo, Sabo also sat up straight, staring at Lin Feng nervously, like a child waiting for a parent to lecture. You said you don't remember Ace, but it sounds familiar, right? Then Monkey D. Luffy, do you remember the name? Sabo froze after listening. Lu, Luffy, Ace. Slowly Sabo's eye sockets began to turn red, and suddenly he lay down on the table with his head in his arms. My head hurts so much, ah. Who are they? Why does it hurt so much? Sabo fell to the ground and kept shouting and rolling. Sabo, what's wrong with you? Koala immediately knelt down and hugged Sabo. However, Sabo still kept yelling that he had a headache. Seeing this situation, Lin Feng also knew that it was impossible. Without enough stimulation, Sabo's memory could not be awakened. When Sabo calmed down again, he was already covered in sweat. Panting heavily, Sabo looked at Lin Feng. I still can't remember, but I can feel that these two people are very important to me. Hey, Lin Feng sighed and went to squat down in front of Sabo. No matter what you see next, you can't tell it, you know. Lin Fei said to the two seriously. Here, Mr. Lin Feng, what does this mean? Neither of them knew why Lin Feng said this. I can awaken Sabo's memory, but this involves my secret, so you must keep it secret. Lin Feng emphasized again. Is this true? Really? Promise me first, no matter what you see, you can't tell it. Advertisement. Koala looked up at Lin Feng and asked, but, Mr. Lin Feng, why did you help Sabo? Even at the expense of revealing your secret. Lin Feng smiled and said, you are quite cautious, but you will know when Sabo recovers his memory. We promise, Mr. Lin Feng, please. Koala said after thinking. Okay, let's start. Sabo, look into my eyes. Sabo heard the words and looked around. A pair of blood-red eyes appeared in sight, then the whole person's consciousness became blurred, and then passed out. Lin Feng used the powerful illusion of eternal Mangekyo to pull Sabo into it, let him look at his childhood memories in the illusion, and even let him experience the scene where Ace and Luffy died in front of him. Although a bit cruel, this is the fastest way. Mr. Lin Feng, your eyes. Koala covered her small mouth and said in horror. Haha, don't be afraid, this is my secret, you have to keep it secret. Koala regained his composure and said, unexpectedly, Mr. Lin Feng is Shui Tong, and everyone in the world has been deceived. What's the matter? Are you scared? Lin Feng found this feeling quite interesting, and even thought about whether to wear some more vests. It's really surprising. In fact, our mission in Sabayati this time is to find an opportunity to contact Shatong, that is, you, Mr. Lin Feng, but we haven't found any clues about Shatong. Koala said truthfully. Lin Feng sat back on the chair and said, you also want to invite Shatong. Yes, but now it seems that this is no longer necessary. After speaking, Koala looked at the fainted Sabo. After helping him to sit up, he asked, Mr. Lin Feng, is Sabo okay? Don't worry, he will recover his memory when he wakes up. Really? That's great. Sabo always said that he often hears the voices of two people, and he is always depressed by one. Koala said happily. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, aren't you afraid that he will wake up and leave the Revolutionary Army? Or leave you? This. Koala's expression froze instantly, and his expression was a little flustered. If Sabo wants to leave, there must be something important. I will support him. The sound is so small that an ordinary person probably wouldn't be able to hear any sound. Advertisement. Oh, really? Then what if we go back to get married? When Sabo wakes up and finds that he has a marriage contract, he is still a childhood sweetheart. Lin Feng joked with a smile. However, Koala didn't pay attention to the smile on Lin Feng's face at all, with his head buried in his chest, struggling inwardly. Seeing that she was speechless for a long time, Lin Feng was too embarrassed to tease her again. Okay, just kidding, what kind of fiancé can this guy have? I think, apart from you, no other girl would like him. Koala raised his head immediately, and then buried his head in his chest shyly after realizing it. I don't like Sabo. Ha ha ha, it's none of my business. Okay, Sabo should wake up soon, just wait. A few minutes passed, Sabo slowly opened his eyes, and Koala rushed to hug him immediately. Sabo, what's the matter? I'm so worried. Sabo was a little out of breath from being hugged. Koala, take it easy, I'm fine. Shyly letting go of Sabo, blushing and sitting back on the chair, Koala asked, do you remember? I remembered everything. Said Sabo excitedly picked up Ace's reward order on the table. Tears couldn't stop falling, and the trembling body said with obvious crying, Ace, long time no see, and Luffy, I miss you so much. Holding the bounty in his hand, Sabo excitedly said to Lin Feng, thank you, Mr. Lin Feng, from now on. Lin Feng interrupted Sabo with his hand. Okay, now that you have recovered your memory, then you don't call me Mr. Lin Feng anymore, it's quite strange. Well, why, I still want to repay your kindness. Lin Feng handed over a glass of wine and said, because Ace and Luffy are both my brothers, do you think I need you to repay me for helping you? Sabo was surprised again. Are you brothers with Ace and Luffy? Yes, so strictly speaking, we are also brothers, what do you think? It took a few seconds for Sabo to react. Ha ha ha, that's great, no wonder you helped me, yes, we are brothers. I can't believe it, I didn't expect you, Sabo, to have brothers. Koala on the side said suddenly. Koala, I will show you to meet them later, Ace and Luffy are very good people. Chapter 48. The Banquet. After finishing speaking, Sabo looked at the reward order and couldn't help sighing. Ace has already gone to sea. The reward of more than 100 million is really amazing. Lin Feng smiled and said, Ace is very strong now, that guy has already entered New World, and that kid Luffy is still bullying animals in the forest in Windmill Village. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng, can you tell me about Ace and Luffy, and how you met? After the two got closer, Sabo became a chatterbox, beeping non-stop. After Lin Feng finished telling the story, Sabo slapped his thigh fiercely. Lin Feng, I want to meet Luffy. I think it's better for you not to go now. Your identity is too sensitive. Going back to Fengshe village will easily arouse suspicion. It would be bad if you bring any trouble there. After hearing this, Sabo leaned back on the chair limply like a deflated balloon, but I really miss them. Don't worry, you can go to Ace first, it won't be too late to meet Luffy after he goes out to sea. Sabo thought about it and said, I really want to know how strong they are now. Haha, that kid Luffy should be pretty good now, Ace, you are no match for him now. Lin Feng laughed. HMPH, it's impossible, Ace can't beat me. Believe it or not, Ace has mastered Haki in the first place, and now he has the Logia Mera Mera fruit, and his strength has increased dramatically. Otherwise, how did he get the name of Fire Fist? Lin Feng pointed to the reward order and said. But Sabo still insisted. Anyway, I must be stronger. The dead duck has a hard mouth, but well, I have a few devil fruits here, but I don't know if your revolutionary army will be interested. Lin Feng took out the Paramesha poop fruit and the zone cow and horse fruit in stock. Sabo and Koala stared at the two ugly fruits with wide eyes, and couldn't believe it. What kind of fruit is this? Koala said with a strange expression on his face. No way, I've never seen anything so ugly. Ahem, Paramesha poop fruit, zone cow and horse fruit, although they are a bit ugly and have strange abilities, they are still quite good. Lin Feng said with some embarrassment. These two fruits are really a bit embarrassing. Is Mr. Lin Feng going to sell them to the revolutionary army? Koala asked happily. Although it is a bit strange, it is undeniable that these two fruits will also enhance the strength of the revolutionary army. That's right, 5 million Baileys. It's only 5 million, how can this work? You must know that any devil fruit is worth hundreds of millions. Mr. Lin Feng, we can't take advantage of you like this, you have already helped us a lot. Koala said anxiously. Sabo on the side also said. That's right, Lin Feng, let's go at the normal price. Ha ha ha, don't think about it too much. It's not because Sabo gave you the revolutionary army cheaply. It's because I need allies, and to build an alliance with the revolutionary army. What are two devil fruits? Lin Feng said with a big laugh. The two looked at each other, and Sabo said. Well, we will report to the leader when we go back, right, Lin Feng, your eyes just now. Only then did Sabo remember Lin Feng's pair of blood pupils. Let Koala explain to you later, she already knows. Lin Feng also rarely repeated what he said. After accepting the devil fruit, Sabo and Koala were taken to Area 49 by Lin Feng. Advertisement. Outside the gravity space, everyone gathered here to eat. With a big sausage in her mouth, little Betty said, Sister Kuina, where has the captain gone? He doesn't come back for dinner. Don't worry about him, he has something to do. Could it be that she was seduced by some beautiful woman? Barry said casually. Kuina gave him a speechless look. Instead, Canis said, just talk nonsense and see how the captain will deal with you when he comes back. TCH, the captain can't hear it, so what are you afraid of? Besides, am I, Barry, the kind of person who gossips behind others' backs? I can also say it in front of my face. Oh, are you sure? Lin Feng heard Barry's words as soon as he flew over here. Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Barry's hairs stood on end. Turning his head mechanically, he saw Lin Feng leading two unknown people behind him. Hey, Captain, who are these two? Lin Feng sneered and said, HMPH, you're quite smart, you know how to change the subject. Captain, just kidding, don't be angry. Everyone laughed when they saw that Barry was deflated, and Lin Feng ignored him. He turned to Sabo and said, these are my companions. Then he said to the others, this guy is my brother, the one next to him is his girlfriend, everyone is welcome. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone gave a warm welcome. Yo, my name is Sabo, it's a party, everyone. After a while, Sabo got along with everyone carelessly, while Koala was too shy to speak, and Lin Feng's introduction made her completely at a loss. As for that naive Sabo, he didn't care about it at all. Seeing that Koala was so shy, the Kuina girls took her to the side to chat. Lin Feng asked Asa next to him, where are Enel and Hawkeye? Haven't come out yet. Enel, he's up against Hawkeye again. This fool, forget it, leave him alone. Lin Feng looked at Sabo, who was chatting happily with Barry. Sabo, come with me. Hearing Lin Feng calling himself, Sabo got up and followed. Lin Feng came to the gravity space and said, you should have mastered Haki. Well, both the armed color and the knowledge color have been mastered. Advertisement. Lin Feng nodded and said, very good, this is the gravity space, Barry told you when I chatted with you just now. As I said, it is indeed a very magical place. Well, come in with me. After speaking, Lin Feng adjusted Sabo's gravity multiple to 40 times. Sabo's reaction when he first entered was similar to Kuina's. Ho ho, what a good place. Feeling the gravity on his body, Sabo grinned. Hiss, isn't that Hawkeye? Sabo was taken aback when he noticed the Hawkeye who was wielding a black sword not far away. How could such a character be here with Lin Feng? Could it be that Hawkeye joined Lin Feng's team? Didn't you say you were going to fight? What's the relationship between these two? We are friends, don't be surprised. It's not surprising that Sabo has a big head. However, he didn't ask any more questions and instead looked at Enel, who was constantly shining with lightning. This guy also looks very good, I really want to compete with him. Sabo stared at Enel with bright eyes. There are opportunities, don't worry. In the next period of time, if you are not in a hurry to leave, you can train here and hurry up to become stronger. What your revolutionary army is doing is still too dangerous. Lin Feng said earnestly. Sabo also knew this, nodded and said, thank you, Lin Feng. Ha ha ha, what are you talking about? We are brothers, aren't we? Stay well these few days. Marine has already stockpiled a large number of troops in Sabayati. It is estimated that Admiral will come by then. Sabo took off the water hose on his back and waved it in his hands. Don't worry, we will be careful. Well, I'll give you a present when you leave. I'll give you both Ace and Luffy, so I can't leave you behind. It's not good, I always take your things. Sabo said in a difficult way. Stop talking nonsense, it's not for you to take it for nothing. If anything happens to me in the future, you have to bring someone to help me. Lin Feng joked with his hand on Sabo's shoulder. Sabo showed his signature smile and said, it must, can I know what it is in advance? Hey, devil fruit, as for what it is, you can guess for yourself. It can't be poop fruit or something. Thinking of the two extremely ugly fruits before, Sabo was a little flustered. Oh Logia. After speaking, Lin Feng put his arms around Sabo's shoulders and left the gravity space. Brother Sabo, come over and drink. As soon as the two came out, Barry shouted Sabo loudly while holding up the wine bottle. Hey, here we come. Trotting all the way to sit next to Barry, it can be seen that Sabo also likes such a lively party. Chapter 49 Gathering the Uninhabited Island. 3 days passed quickly, and everyone gathered at the port of Sabayati. Lin Feng and his team, plus Rayleigh and Hawkeye, and Sabo and Koala. Marco didn't know where he was, this guy must have his own way, so Lin Feng just ignored him. Get aboard, everyone. Tisk tisk, this is the Xingqian, it's such a powerful ship. Sabo started to visit around the moment he stepped on the Xingqian. He had heard the name of the Xingqian for a long time, so he came aboard to take a good look this time. Rayleigh and Koala, who came up for the first time, also followed Sabo curiously. Lin Feng walked to the bow alone to communicate with the system. System, do you have that kind of coquettish uniform? Of course, according to the color of the Xingqian, I recommend the royal robe set. Free. Hey, 100 points for a set. So expensive. The royal robe has a self-cleaning function, warm in winter and cool in summer, never damaged, and can automatically change size and style according to people's wishes. So smart. These are secondary, the most important thing is handsome. Hee, give me 10 sets. Lin Feng said very proudly. Okay, 1000 points. Is there any one suitable for killing dragons? Lin Feng asked. Of course, the dragon-slaying robe has the same function and effect as the imperial robe. 10 sets. Open black lens bracket alright, boss close black lens bracket. Then Lin Feng called Sabo and Koala into a room together. Take out a set of Yushin cannon and Zonlong cannon and hand them to the two. After taking it out, Lin Feng realized that this thing is a ball of light, it will automatically integrate into the human body, and it will automatically put on when needed. What is this? Sabo asked curiously. Advertisement. Lin Feng handed 2 light spheres, one red and one black, to the two of them. Take it, put it on your chest. The two obediently took it and put it on their chests, and the light ball disappeared into their bodies in an instant. What is this? The two panicked. It's okay, this is just the uniform of our team, you guys try to communicate. After listening to Lin Feng's explanation, both of them tried to control the light ball in their body at the same time. After a ray of light, a red suit with a golden dragon appeared on both of them. Then Lin Feng explained to the two how to use it. Sabo changed the style of the Imperial cannon into his original clothes, but changed from black to the current red. Koala is amazing, constantly changing styles, long skirts, short skirts, knee socks, JK, tisk tisk. Put it on, your identities cannot be revealed. Then he took out 2 more masks. We are all on our own, and you all know my other identity. This set of Yushin robe is the uniform of the crew of Xingqian, and the other set of Zonlong robe is the uniform of Zonlong. Koala asked at this time. We are also considered to be the people of Xingqian and Zonlong. Are we so hasty? Ha ha ha, it's a non-staff member. After all, you two are the revolutionary army. It's impossible to really join my team. What a pity, Lin Feng said with a big laugh. Sabo put his arms around Lin Feng. It's okay, remember to call me if you need anything, I'm always on call. Afterwards, Lin Feng called all the crew members and distributed the god cannon and dragon-slaying robe. Not surprisingly, it was another costume show. Especially the girls of Kuina, all of them are big beauties, and Lin Feng's eyes stared straight at the changing clothes. Captain, this dress is so powerful, it can change anything, even if it can only be red, otherwise it would be too perfect. Little Betty appeared in a Lolita outfit and acted like a baby in front of Lin Feng. Cough cough. Lin Feng quickly warned himself in his heart. Still a child, this is a child, 3 to 5 years, don't be impulsive. After everyone quieted down, Lin Feng shouted loudly, set sail, set sail. As the Xingqian approached the uninhabited island, warships and ships of various major forces appeared in front of everyone, and there were some pirates who were not afraid of death to join in the fun. This scene is really big, even Garp and Aokiji are here. Standing beside Lin Feng, Rayleigh said, looking at the people on the dog-headed warship ahead. Yeah, look over there, the 4 emperors have also sent people. Lin Feng said, looking at the ship with the BIGMOM pirates flag flying ahead. It's not surprising. Marine doesn't really want to fight the 4 emperors, let alone more than one. As Rayleigh looked around, Lin Feng found the ship with the Whitebeard pirates hanging on it, which was naturally Marco and his men. This guy said before that he has a solution, but he didn't expect to be so courageous, and he came here in a grand manner. Advertisement. Hawkeye, who was also standing aside, explained. Recently, New World is very chaotic due to the war between the four emperors. Marine's main forces are all deployed there, so naturally they will not make a big move here. They are encircling and suppressing those little pirates this time. That's all, and Marine won't do anything until the duel between you and me is over. Lin Feng nodded. Hawkeye didn't speak anymore, the two of them were already adjusting their state from now on. System release task. Defeat Hawkeye. Mission reward. 1 Jianxin seed, 3,000 points. As the Xingqian approached, both Marine and pirates had noticed Lin Feng and his party. It was the old guy Garp who made the first move. Wait until the ship approaches. As soon as he kicked his legs, he jumped up from the warship and jumped towards the Xingqian. Ha ha ha, Lin Feng boy, I am your grandpa Garp. Lin Feng had black lines on his face. This old guy is really shameless, he actually wants to be his grandfather. When Garp landed on the deck, I saw him walking over picking his nose. Sabo, who was standing behind the crowd, was almost overwhelmed when he saw Garp. This is also his grandfather. Resisting the impulse in his heart, he knew that now was not the time to recognize each other. The slightly trembling body still caught the attention of Koala, who was already attentive beside him. The little girl comforted softly. HMPH, old man Garp, I haven't seen you for a while, why are you thick-skinned, who did you learn to misrecognize your grandson? Lin Feng said while avoiding Garp's booger-picking hand. You brat, isn't this old man not qualified to be your grandfather? Garp put on a ferocious expression on his old face, almost spitting on Lin Feng's face. TCH, if you're fine, hurry back to your warship. Garp pretended not to hear Lin Feng's words, and glanced at the crowd and said, are these your crew members? Hey, they're still wearing uniforms. It's interesting. HMPH, Rayleigh you old guy is here too. Rayleigh said with a smile. I'm a retired old man, so don't make any decisions about me, let me take care of my old age. Garp then looked at Hawkeye again. You guys are getting together with the Lin Feng brat, you really are a group of worry-free people. Hawkeye ignored Garp at all, staring intently ahead. Hawkeye attached great importance to this duel. After Lin Feng and Kizaru fought, he knew very well that Lin Feng is definitely a very powerful person, so this battle must go all out. Chapter 50. As the Xingqian docked, everyone disembarked one after another, and Aokiji on the other side of the warship also came down with a group of marines, followed by agents of the world government. Yo, Aokiji Admiral, Saxi Neta. Ah, yes, Saxi is fighting inside, brother Lin Feng. Aokiji greeted Lin Feng lazily with his hands in his trouser pockets. After greeting each other, Lin Feng looked at Marco's ship in the distance and smiled. At this moment, a birdman wearing a black top hat and a black cloak flew down from a ship. Captain Lin Feng, you have heard of your name for a long time. Let me report this duel to the World News Agency. You're Morgans. It's okay for you to report, but you can't broadcast live. Lin Feng said, looking at the birdman in front of him. He didn't want to expose too many things, and he was broadcast live. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. Then Morgans looked at Garp and Aokiji. Vice Admiral Garp, Aokiji Admiral, I didn't expect you two to come too. Aokiji didn't bother to reply, but Garp curled his lips and said, you birdman who likes to join in the fun, be careful that you will be caught and dissected by the world government someday. Morgans shuddered at the words. Even though Morgans wasn't a pirate, Garp didn't like the guy either. Okay, Hawkeye, let's go in. After Lin Feng finished speaking, Huowu Luyan appeared in his hand, and he took the lead towards the center of the island. Hawkeye followed closely behind. It's about to start, I'm looking forward to who will win. Aokiji rarely spoke. Garp took out a pack of senbei. Let's go too, the hill over there is nice, it's a good place. Then Garp, Aokiji and several world government intelligence personnel all went to a highland on the uninhabited island. Let's go to the other side, Kuina said to everyone. Soon, the two parties found a place with a good view on two hills on the uninhabited island to watch the duel. The pirates in the distance all stayed on the boat and watched from a distance, but they didn't dare to come over. Some people are naturally exceptions. It seems that it's about to start. You guys drive the boat away first and wait for me at Sabayati. I want to go and have a look. After Marco finished speaking, the wings of the blue flame spread and rose into the sky. Soon he landed not far from Kuina and others, found a place by himself and sat down. In the center of the island, Lin Feng and Hawkeye stood facing each other. Lin Feng held Huowu Luyan in his hand and said, come on, Mahawk, let me see the strength of the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye pulled out the black knife Yi, pointed at Lin Feng, come on. After the words fell, the two of them rushed forward at the same time. Approaching at a rapid speed. Bang. Advertisement. The collision of Huowu Luyan and Haidao Yi set off bursts of yellow sand. After the first collision, the two backed away one after another. Hawkeye stood firm and continued to charge forward, swiping the black knife Yi in his hand sharply at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't dare to be careless about Hawkeye, a man with a level A and a big move. Lin Feng made a circle from the right, and then came straight in, the rhythm was directly synchronized with Hawkeye's attack. Dragon Tooth. Huowu Luyan stabbed quickly, and Hawkeye slashed sideways, directly breaking Lin Feng's attack with counterattack. Lin Feng jumped up and turned around, and hit Hawkeye with a strong dragon pressure, but was blocked by Hawkeye's sword again. Then Hawkeye seized the opportunity to constantly change positions and slashed at Lin Feng without stopping. Black Knight was waved until afterimages appeared. These two are trying to test each other, and they seem to be careful. Garp said leisurely, eating senbei. It seems that we can see an interesting duel today. Aokiji found two big rocks to lie on, and held Erlang's legs to enjoy the battle between the two. After a fierce melee, the two separated again. That's the end of the warm-up, I'm going to be serious. Lin Feng said to Hawkeye. HMPH. Hawkeye snorted coldly. At the same time, his expression became more stern, murderous aura continued to emanate from his body, he raised the black knife yi over his head, and then a violent sword aura struck Lin Feng with an unstoppable force. Lin Feng didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding it, and stomped his feet violently. The fire dancing and flowing flames spun, and the dozen or so magic chasers generated in the previous melee flew together to meet the sword energy. Immediately afterwards, Lin Feng brandished the fire dance flowing flame to draw a cross in the air, and a cross slash condensed with magical battle energy met Hawkeye's sword energy. Two slashes with completely different energies collided in the air, and huge energy overflowed. The huge force seemed to shake the earth, and the birds and beasts on the island fled in all directions. Then the two started a frenzied close combat attack again. For a while, swords, lights and swords crisscrossed, and sword energy and battle energy cut countless terrifying traces on the ground. The range of the battle was hundreds of meters, and it was a mess, and the nearby forest also suffered, and was cut down one by the loggers Hawkeye and Lin Feng. Suddenly Lin Feng backed away to open the distance, and swung several magic grudges towards Hawkeye. Then Hua Wu Luyan stabbed into the ground, frantically instilling magic battle energy into the ground. Hawkeye attacked Lin Feng again after dodging Lin Fei's slash. Suddenly there was a vibration under his feet, and before he could dodge it in time, Hawkeye jumped high. Boom. Like a volcanic eruption, a huge pothole appeared on the ground, and a huge magical grudge burst out from the ground, attacking Hawkeye in the air. But if such a sneak attack could cause trouble, it would be a bit of a shame for Hawkeye's status as the world's #1 swordsman. With this level of sneak attack, Hawkeye obviously wouldn't panic. The moment the gravel flew up, the black knife in his hand moved. After a quick horizontal slash, his figure immediately flew sideways, and jumped in the direction of the sideways flight, just avoiding Lin Feng's move of breaking mountains and rivers. Advertisement. Hua Wu Luyan shook forward in his hand, and the moment Hawkeye landed, a long dragon of fighting spirit surged out, not giving the opponent any chance to breathe. The angry dragon pierces the heart. Hawkeye jumped back quickly and at the same time swung a huge sword energy, blocking Lin Feng's attack. As expected of a guy with both a level A and a big move, he blocked his own attack so easily. Lin Fei didn't just pay attention to emotion, his figure flickered, and he quickly made a roundabout from the side. For a top expert at Hawkeye's level, he immediately noticed Lin Feng's actions. In an instant, sword chi overwhelmingly slashed towards Lin Feng. Casting the mana shield, Lin Feng kept dodging and suddenly flew up flat. With a flick of the spear at super fast speed, a wave of grudge was charged towards Hawkeye from the air. There was another burst of flying sand and rocks, neither of them made any more moves, but the momentum of both sides was still rising. Hawkeye's fighting spirit was completely aroused, and there was an expression of excitement in his sharp eyes. Then a lake blue sword energy hundreds of meters long cut out of thin air, attacking with an aura that split the sky. Hawkeye's attack is simple and rough, it can be said that there are no extra fancy moves, but it is extremely practical and deadly. What an exaggerated slash. Is this the strength of the world's #1 swordsman? Terrible. Single quote single quote single quote single quote single quote single quote. Kuina's group, who were watching the battle from a distance, discussed in surprise after seeing Hawkeye's slash. Enel looked at the battle in front of him and thought about it, not knowing what he was thinking. Sabo, can Lin Feng block him? Koala asked nervously. It's definitely not a problem. Lin Feng and Admiral are evenly matched. Sabo has great confidence in Lin Feng. On the field, Lin Feng lived up to Sabo's trust. Hua Wu Luyan faced this terrifying sword energy. How long breaks the army? A long battle dragon appeared above the island, rushing from top to bottom to meet Hawkeye's attack. Oh my god, it's terrible. Those who saw Lin Feng's shot for the first time all exclaimed. As expected of the man who drew with Marine Admiral. Hawkeye was also slightly shocked at this time, he thought that Lin Feng would block his sword energy towards the sky or just avoid it. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng would choose to fight head-on. Excited, Hawkeye is completely excited. Chapter 51 The Dragon Looks Up. Lin Feng's fight was a little boring at this time, if he continued to fight like this, when would he end up? Without using the Sharingan, Lin Feng's full combat power cannot be fully utilized. Although it is not a life and death battle, it is still a matter of victory and defeat. Hawkeye is also worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman, whether it is swordsmanship, physical skills, or hockey, they are all top-notch. Two people come and go, no one can gain the upper hand for a long time. Both of them were covered with paint, and every confrontation was an extremely strong impact, impacting each other, and also impacting the island, even the sky seemed to be split. Kuina and his group even retreated again and again, and the distance at the beginning has become less safe. Looking at the clouds in the sky that seemed to be split by someone, everyone couldn't help but sigh, is this something that humans can do? Enel took a deep breath and said, is this the strong man in this world? After sighing, His eyes couldn't help becoming more determined. I can definitely do it, I'm a god. The two fought from day to night, until the next morning. White Belly appeared in the east, everything seemed very quiet, and the morning mist shrouded the sea, adding a bit of mystery. However, on the uninhabited island at this time, the sound of fierce collisions still echoed. Just when everyone was lamenting the strength of these two people, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The two sides that were originally evenly matched in the war suddenly fell into a passive position. Hawkeye clearly felt that Lin Feng's attack was different from before, and now seemed to be more destructive and powerful. I was caught off guard for a while. In this high-quality battle, Lin Feng's control over magic fighting energy has been improved to a higher level, and the strength of magic fighting energy has even been more than doubled under Lin Feng's continuous compression control. I saw Lin Feng raised his palm, and beams of laser-like magical vindictiveness shot out instantly, bombarding the place where Hawkeye was located. In the sand and dust, Hawkeye had to jump up to avoid it. Then came the indiscriminate bombardment of magic-chasing patterns. At the same time, Lin Feng danced with flames in his hands and lit the ground. Falong soars to the sky. A more powerful magical fighting spirit gathered than before, and the dragon of fighting spirit roared in the air as if it really existed. Advertisement. Roar. Then he opened his mouth ferociously to kill Hawkeye, who jumped up in the air. At this time, Hawkeye had no time to make a strong counterattack, so he could only swing the black knife Yi again, and a huge sword energy slashed towards the ground. Relying on the strong recoil, Hawkeye quickly flew towards the sky, just avoiding the impact of the dragon. Seeing that he had dodged Lin Feng's attack and stabilized his figure, just as Hawkeye was preparing to fight back, suddenly the dragon head that had been dodged suddenly turned around and raised its head to attack him. Dragon, look up. Boom. The huge energy hit Hawkeye, and Hawkeye let out a muffled grunt, using all his strength to defend. It seems that it should be over, and I should go, or I will be in trouble later. Marco said with a smile while sitting on the big rock. Then he got up and flew away. Is this the captain's strength? Barry stared blankly at this scene. Others also sighed with emotion. What kind of person did they follow to be so strong? Ah, brother Lin Feng has become stronger. This kid's strength has improved too fast. Garp said. Aokiji yawned and said lazily. It's over, we should work too, finish it early and go back to sleep. I really want to go to Sabayati's hot spring right now. Then Garp, Aokiji and the two left with their own people. The pirates who were watching the excitement in the distance of the uninhabited island have also noticed that the competition seems to be over at this time, and all the pirate ships began to turn around and prepare to leave. It's just that when they sailed out, they found that they were surrounded by marine warships. These brave pirates will be reformed in prison from now on. Back on the battlefield, the violent explosion had ended, and Hawkeye's injured body fell to the ground, creating a cloud of dust. Putting away the Huawu Luyan, Lin Feng walked over quickly, only to see Hawkeye squatting on the ground panting heavily, with hideous wounds all over his body. Lin Feng wasn't much better either, he was also covered in injuries, but he was a little bit better than Hawkeye. I can't die, hee hee. Lin Feng grinned. Hawkeye glared at Lin Feng angrily. This level still can't kill me. Advertisement. Lin Feng nodded. That's fine, hey, it's a narrow move, I'm really sorry, haha. If it wasn't for the unexpected dragon raising its head just now, Lin Feng really doesn't know how long it would take to win. And Lin Feng knew very well that this guy, Hawkeye, definitely had a hole in his hand. Both of them were seriously injured, and they looked at each other. Ha 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 ha. After laughing, Hawkeye wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said cheerfully, you won this time, you are such a pervert guy, this trick just now is really hard to guard against, just wait, I will win back next time. Although there are elements of his own carelessness in it, Hawkeye is not a person who cannot afford to lose. As soon as Lin Feng helped Hawkeye stand still, Kuina's group had already come in front of them. How is the injury? Kuina came up and looked at Lin Feng worriedly. Don't worry, these are minor injuries. Then Lin Feng said to Canis, Canis, help Hawkeye to heal. Canis stepped forward and raised his hands, with a faint golden light emitting from his body, surrounding Canis happily like a child. Recovery. Healing. 2 consecutive skills were released on Hawkeye, and a shocking scene appeared. The wound on Hawkeye's body also glowed with light, and the originally extremely hideous and terrifying wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even his exhausted body felt reborn at this moment, and Hawkeye felt that he could continue to fight. Give it to me too. Seeing that the effect seemed to be good, Lin Feng immediately said to Canis. After Canis's treatment, Hawkeye's clothes were a little tattered, and he didn't look like he had just experienced a big battle. That's right, Lin Feng's clothes are intact, thanks to Yulongpao. There are quite a few powerful guys on your ship, all with such strange abilities. Hawkeye said after being healed by Canis. Lin Feng, who was experiencing Canis's magical healing skills, suddenly laughed and said, ha ha ha, how about it, Mahawk, join us. This time Hawkeye rarely refused immediately, but said after thinking for a while, I'll think about it. At this time, the Birdman Morgans flew down from the sky, and excitedly said to Lin Feng, Mr. Lin Feng, I will leave first, ha ha ha, I will report this duel properly. On the star, Lin Feng, who had recovered, stood on the deck, watching the battlefield between the pirates and Marine from afar. I don't know if that guy Marco ran out. It would be interesting if it ended up in Marine's hands because of the excitement. But it should be no problem, after all, it is a big bird that can fly. Chapter 52 Logia Ice Flame Fruit. Go back to the cabin. Open the personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship. Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth, Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heart Breaking, the Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, the Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky soars and the Dragon Flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the sky, fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls Luyum Close Black Lens bracket minus 40% proficiency. Passive Skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Suzano Fusion Degree 16%. Combat Power Rating. Top Admiral Level. Points. 19,800. Wealth. 348.3 billion. Items. Gravity Space, Autumn Leaves of the Big Quick Sword, 2 Skill Books, 1 Sword Heart Seed, 3 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, Logia Ice Flame Fruit, 1 bottle of Eye Drops, 1 S**X Denaturation Pill. System. What is the specific function of this skill book? The skill book can help the host when developing new skills, and speed up the creation and mastery of new skills by the host. Tisk tisk, this is very nice. Lin Feng has been trying to develop new moves before, but he has never been able to do it, the difficulty is too great. With the skill book, you can develop some of the methods of using magic vindictiveness in your heart into individual skills. Back at Sabayati, Lin Feng dragged his tired body up to Hawkeye to find a hot spring. Although his injuries had healed, he still needed to relax in the hot spring because of his exhaustion. Soaking in the pool, Lin Feng tilted his head and glanced at Hawkeye next to him. Mahawk, do you think this world is normal? Lin Feng asked suddenly. Hawkeye gave Lin Feng a strange look and said, what do you want to say? Lin Feng raised his wine glass and took a sip, then changed his posture and said, in my opinion, this world is sick, pirates are rampant, Marines' justice is not upheld, and countless civilians are displaced, all because of what, I think you must know. This world is not right, there are too many wrong places, in my opinion, all people of different races should be equal. Although absolute equality and fairness are difficult to achieve, it is definitely not what it is now. Advertisement. Lin Feng took a sip of his wine and said in a low voice, there shouldn't be creatures like celestial dragons appearing in this world. Hawkeye was shocked, and looked at Lin Feng with sharp eyes. I want to change the world. The faint words were full of extremely firm will, shaking Hawkeye's heart. I believe that the celestial dragons will be killed by me eventually. This rotten world government cannot resist my footsteps, so are you willing to create a new world with me? Lin Feng looked at Hawkeye with burning eyes. This guy is an extremely powerful fighter. To be able to fool around, no, it must be a good thing to be able to persuade him to join him. And, according to your personality, I guess you didn't take the initiative to become a pirate, maybe you had to. Hawkeye raised his wine glass and said with a rare smile, why do you think so? Isn't this simple? You are a person who is afraid of trouble. You know from the time you have been alone. If you are not forced to, how could you become a pirate and let a group of Marines chase you every day? You are now a Shichibukai. It's because this way you won't be hunted down, and although you have to work for the world government, it's already relatively leisurely. Ah, Lin Feng continued. Do you think it's safe now? Shichibukai is just an expedient measure for the world government, and sooner or later you will be liquidated. Then Lin Feng chatted with Hawkeye for a long time. The next day, Hawkeye quietly left Sabayati and returned to his own island in his boat. As for the outcome of the conversation between the two of them the night before, no one knows. Sabayati's port, Lin Feng, Sabo, and Koala stand here. An unremarkable ship is moored here. As this leaving? We've been here for a long time, and the leader still needs us a lot. Sabo raised his hand and pressed his hat. Lin Feng stretched out his hand and said, okay, give me your life paper. Sabo knew what Lin Feng meant, and reluctantly took out the life card and handed it over. What kind of expression do you have? Remember to inform me when there is danger, don't think that it will hurt me or something. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng paused and took out the Logia Ice Flame Fruit and threw it to Sabo. Take it, I said it before, it's a gift for you, I almost forgot. Looking at the sky blue flame-shaped devil fruit in their hands, both Sabo and Koala were a little excited. It looks like a good product. Advertisement. What devil fruit is this? Koala asked innocently, pointing at the fruit with his little finger. Logia Ice Flame Fruit, eat it and you will know. Logia, this is too precious. Koala covered her mouth and exclaimed. Sabo hesitated to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Lin Feng had already grabbed the ice flame fruit and stuffed it into his mouth. Vomit. It's too unpalatable. I always heard people say that devil fruit is unpalatable, but I didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. Sabo said while retching. Koala suddenly stretched out his small hand and grabbed Sabo's ear and taught him a lesson. You still think it's unpalatable, but this is Logia, what a big-hearted guy. At this time, Sabo raised his hand and released a cloud of sky blue flames, and the surrounding temperature instantly dropped. Before Lin Feng could speak, he suddenly felt a burst of heat. Lin Feng, this fruit is too strong, it has the ability of ice and fire. Sabo kept playing with the ice flame in his hand. Yeah, it's quite powerful, the two heavens of ice and fire. Sabo looked at Lin Feng after hearing the words. What? What to heavens? Lin Feng put away the look of regret on his face and said. Okay, you guys go, be careful on the road. Well, I'll go find Ace when I get the time, he's going to be terrified from ear to ear. After Sabo and the others left, Lin Feng went to the Shaki Tavern alone. According to Shaki, the construction team has arrived and can start work at any time, just waiting for Lin Feng to pass by. Time flies quickly, and half a year has passed in a blink of an eye. In the past 6 months, everyone has been practicing hard, and the gravity space has never stopped for a day. Enel was even more insane as he struggled to the death in the gravitational space every day, often pulling Barry to fight with him. Under such high-intensity training, Enel and Barry mastered armament hockey almost at the same time. It's just that Barry complained about Enel's atrocities almost every day, and every night when he came back, he complained endlessly. Those who heard it were in tears, and those who listened were sad. Now everyone on the Zvezda has hockey except Betty Jr. and Canis. Kuina's Ace's hockey has also reached a higher level, reaching the stage of entanglement. The so-called armed color winding is to wrap the gas-like armed color around the body, which can improve its own defense and attack power. At the same time, it can also be wound on weapons, and it can also be wound on flying objects for a certain period of time. It can be used together with hardening. Chapter 53 Revisiting Marineford. Sister Kuina, eat me with a sword. HMPH, little girl, you are too naive. After chopping little Betty away with a sword, Kuina said arrogantly, you are still far away, hurry up and master hockey first, and then challenge me. Woo, Sister Kuina, you were not like this before, you have changed. Kuina sighed and said earnestly, little Betty, don't look at us as if we are very leisurely every day. This is just an illusion. The world government does not want to eradicate us all the time, but it is because of Lin Feng's strength that he did not act rashly. Wait until when you free your hands to deal with us, it will be too dangerous if you haven't grown up yet. Hearing that, little Betty stopped being coquettish, she immediately stood up from the ground and patted the dust off her body and said seriously, I will work hard, Sister Kuina. In the Shaki bar, Lin Feng and Rayleigh were each holding a bottle of wine, with their feet on the table, getting drunk as if no one else was around. Hi, Hawkeye is gone again. The drunken Rayleigh put the bottle on the table. That guy really doesn't feel tired. He comes back every half a month to practice in the gravity space for half a month and then goes back, saying why the family's crops can't be left alone. That stuff doesn't work for him, or it doesn't do much. Lin Feng curled his lips helplessly and said, he said that he can improve a little bit. I admire him a lot. His swordsmanship is extremely pure. There is nothing that can affect him except wine. I don't believe it, women can't either. Lin Feng almost couldn't hold back his punch with Rayleigh's obscene expression on his face. Shaki on the side gave him a blank look, and threw the rag in his hand on Rayleigh's head. You think everyone is like you, old man. That is, women will only affect the speed at which Hawkeye draws his sword. Naturally, Rayleigh did not dare to refute Shaki, staring at Lin Feng with a pair of eyes full of wisdom. You know what a fart, Lin Feng boy, you can't imagine the happiness of this old man. After speaking, he proudly raised a glass of wine and drank it down. Shaki, I'm going out for a while, watch over the arena for me. Half a year later, the construction progress of the arena has been very fast, but it is estimated that it will take another year before it is completed. Where are you going? Shaki asked curiously. Lin Feng chuckled and didn't hide it. Naval headquarters. Tisk tisk, you are so brave, you are not afraid of being found out by the world government, and will directly order you to be surrounded there to death. Advertisement. Old man Rayleigh, you can't expect me to be good, can you? Besides, in this world, as long as I want to leave, no one can keep me. You're awesome. Seeing Lin Feng's arrogance, Rayleigh tilted his head and took a piece of barbecue and ate it. Shaki sat next to the two of them, lit a cigarette and asked, it's not far away, how long are you going to go out? With the distance between Sabayati and naval headquarters, Lin Feng can fly back and forth several times in a short time. 2 or 3 days if nothing else happens. Immediately Lin Feng got up and was about to leave. When he walked to the door, he turned around and waved his hand and said, Old man Rayleigh, help me tell Kuina and the others. Over the sea, a red light roared past. In less than an hour, Lin Feng was already close to the naval headquarters Marlin. When it landed at the entrance, a group of sailors immediately surrounded it. Who? How dare you trespass on naval headquarters? The leading sailor asked loudly. Lin Feng didn't come to make trouble either, so he said kindly, I'm Lin Feng, I'm here to find Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku. He is that Lin Feng. The one who beat Hawkeye. Yes, that's him. It is said that Kizaru Admiral can't do anything about him. Fart, that's Kizaru Admiral not serious. That's right, Kizaru Admiral let the water go. There were whispers in the team, talking about Lin Feng. The leading sea soldier also recognized Lin Feng at this time. Mr. Lin Feng, I don't know why you came to see the Marshal and the others. The tone has become much better, Lin Feng said with a smile. You just need to inform, this is not something you can inquire about. The team leader really knew the current affairs, and upon hearing what Lin Feng said, he immediately turned around and reported. Marshal's office, Sengoku is here with Admiral Akainu, and Akainu is about to leave after reporting on the New World this time. Advertisement. The phone bug on Sengoku's desk rang. Moshi Moshi, I'm Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, that Lin Feng is here. Sengoku didn't react for a while. Who? Lin Feng. Akainu who walked to the door stopped when he heard Lin Feng's name, and then turned around and walked back. Yes, that's Lin Feng. He's here at the entrance. He said he came to see you, do you want to let him in? Sengoku thought in his heart that it was not a good time for Lin Feng to come, but Sakazuki was here, and Sakazuki had problems with Lin Feng for not a day or two. But now there is no other way, he said helplessly. Let him in, send someone to follow him, don't let him run around, bring him directly to me. After hanging up the phone, Sengoku sat on the chair, staring at Akainu. Sakazuki, why are you still here? I really want to meet this Lin Feng. I didn't have the chance last time. This time, Akainu sat down on the chair, crossed his legs, and lit a cigar by the way. Seeing that Akainu was really not going to leave, Sengoku could only pray silently in his heart, hoping that the two guys would not fight for a while. I said, little brother sea soldier, why have you been following me? I know the way. Hey, Mr. Lin Feng, I can't help it. It's the order of Marshal Sengoku. He told me to follow you, worrying that you might go the wrong way. Leading Lin Feng was the little sea soldier who led the team. He didn't dare to leave this matter to others, for fear that Lin Feng would cause trouble. After all, this man was the ruthless guy who almost demolished Marineford the first time he came here. Hee, who are you fooling around? That smelly old man Sengoku must be afraid that I will cause trouble. Really, he doesn't trust him at all. Lin Feng curled his lips, not believing Hai Bing's words at all. Stinky, smelly old man. Hai Bing felt a big trough in his heart, staggered and almost lost his footing. It's just this one who dares to say that, it's just cruel. Go, you are too slow, I will take you to fly. Lin Feng grabbed Hai Bing Hubo's clothes and flew him to Sengoku's office. Many people saw them along the way, and the unsuspecting sailors even thought someone was invading and sounded the alarm. Quick, someone is invading, go and notify the marshal. A sailor shouted loudly. Woo, sirens are sounding throughout naval headquarters. Chapter 54 is your name Akainu? Quick, someone is invading, go and notify the marshal. A soldier shouted loudly. Woo, sirens are sounding throughout naval headquarters. In the marshal's office, Sengoku and Akainu also heard the sirens, and they got up immediately. What's going on? Is that B************ D Kaido calling again? Akainu said to Sengoku, biting the cigar in his mouth hard. After Sengoku stood up reflexively just now, he also wondered if it might be Kaido, that reckless man. But after calming down, he had a bad feeling. Just as the two were about to go out, there was a voice from Sengoku's teeth tickling in hatred from the door. Hey, it's not enough. I'm going to throw up now. Are your sailors so poor in physical fitness? That's not enough. How can you catch pirates? Vomit. The sea soldier was so dizzy that he couldn't speak, and kept retching while leaning against the wall. The door opened and Sengoku and Akainu came out. Immediately saw Lin Feng with a hippie smile. Oh, dear Marshal Sengoku, long time no see, I miss you so much. 2 steps forward, Lin Fei grabbed Sengoku's hand and greeted greasily. Throwing away Lin Feng's hand, Sengoku looked at Lin Feng with distaste. Speak well. You are Lin Feng. Came a rough voice. Lin Feng turned his gaze to see Akainu in a red suit standing next to Sengoku, looking at him fiercely. Your name is Akainu? Lin Feng asked nonchalantly. Akainu is the person Lin Feng least wants to get in touch with in Marine. There is no way, this is a Marine who insists on justice, and he really can't afford to provoke him. Akainu practiced total justice. He has an upright personality, cruel methods and no mercy, and will never allow a trace of evil to exist. Even sacrificing the lives of civilians for the mission is too extreme. Lin Feng even felt that Akainu might be using the banner of justice to cover up his perverted psychology. Advertisement. Irreverent boy, are you courting death? Akainu's fierce coercion hit Lin Feng. Hee, rude old thing, are you sick? Facing Akainu's coercion, Lin Feng felt no discomfort at all. On the contrary, the sea soldier who was retching next to him rolled his eyes under the pressure of Akainu's sudden outburst, and passed out. Sakazuki, what are you doing? Sengoku roared angrily, and Akainu withdrew his momentum with a displeased face. Tisk, it's amazing, it scared the rest of us to the point of fainting, as expected of Admiral. Touching his chin and shaking his head, Lin Feng made sarcastic remarks from the side. That's enough, Lin Feng, what's the matter with you? Seeing that the two were about to quarrel again, Sengoku quickly interrupted. Lin Feng also stopped provoking Akainu, and looked at Sengoku with a smiling face of a big boy next door. Well, why don't you go in and talk about it? The three entered Sengoku's office, and Lin Feng found a seat naturally and sat down. Akainu looked furious. Sengoku might be used to Lin Feng's thick-skinned appearance, so he calmly sat on his martial chair. Tell me, it's impossible for you to come here if you have nothing to do. Lin Feng immediately retorted. You're right, I can't come and see your old man if I have nothing to do, right, where's old Garp? You two are not the only ones left in the headquarters right now. Why, do you still want to do something? Sengoku looked at Lin Feng angrily. Garp is probably already on his way. Lin Feng nodded and said, okay, let's wait for him. Whether or not to invite other people is my matter. I think you should discuss it together. HMPH, kid, do you think we can't be the masters yet? Akainu said dissatisfied. Lin Feng looked at Akainu, saw him smoking a cigar, and couldn't help but think, do these Marines like smoking cigars so much? It is said that the cigars smoked by the Marine executives are special. Well, Akainu Admiral, do you still have that cigarette? Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he wanted to try a whole one, but Kuina was not there anyway. Akainu was still aggressive at first, but now he can't do it anymore. Has this person always been so out of his mind? Hey, Lin Feng, I'll give it to you later, so don't talk. Sengoku is tired, why does this guy Lin Feng have a mouth? Advertisement. But I want it now. Lin Feng pouted and said aggrievedly. Boom. Akainu slapped the table with a slap. Boy, don't be too presumptuous. Forget it, you're stingy. Lin Feng took out a bottle of wine and drank it in front of the two of them, not paying attention to Akainu's cannibalistic eyes. Within a few minutes, the door was pushed open. First Garp walked in with aggressive steps, followed by Aokiji, and there was another person behind Aokiji. This person has a huge iron arm grinder in his hand, short purple hair, tall and strong. It is the former admiral of headquarters Zephyr, who is called Black Arm Zephyr because of the powerful armament hockey. He has fought countless pirates in his life, but has never killed any enemy. He is called Never Kill, Naval Headquarters ex-admiral. However, his life is so sad, this is a heroic figure. In the early years, Zephyr's wife and daughter were killed by pirates, but he didn't get depressed. He just stepped back from the front line and devoted himself to the work of cultivating a new generation of Marines. Today, the 3 Marine admirals and more than half of the vice admirals are his protege. It's a pity that when he was 65 years old, the practice ship where Zephyr led the students to sea was attacked by pirates, and all his students died except for Ain and Bins. Even he himself lost an arm. Even so, he still believed in Marine, and the belief in his heart remained unchanged. However, all this completely collapsed when he was 73 years old, that is, 3 years later. The pirate who cut off his right arm and killed his student, Whitebeard II, was recruited by the world government and became Shichibukai. From that moment on, his life's beliefs were suddenly shattered. Thinking of this, Lin Feng could only sigh helplessly. Fate is just such a G thing sometimes. Lin Feng boy, Lin Feng. Ah, who called me? Lin Feng's body trembled violently, so dangerous that he was in a daze. Garp punched Lin Feng on the head. What are you thinking, kid? You are so fascinated. Are you thinking about women? What are you talking about, old man? Lin Feng said dissatisfiedly, rubbing his head. Ha ha ha, the old man's favorite iron fist tastes good. Garp laughed and walked to the side and sat down. Lin Feng looked at Aokiji. Yo, we meet again. Aokiji also found a seat to sit down. Brother Lin Feng is still so energetic. And then put on the blindfold. It's as if everything has nothing to do with him, just another place to sleep. Chapter 55 The Age of Adventure. Smiling, Lin Feng looked at Zephyr who just sat down. Lin Feng has seen Zephyr Admiral. Zephyr froze for a moment. This kid knows himself. The attitude is still so good, doesn't it mean that this kid is not afraid of anything? You know me? Zephyr asked. Of course, Black Arm Zephyr, there is no one in the sea who doesn't know. Lin Feng came up and threw the sugar-coated cannonball first. Ha ha ha, boy, you are very good. Zephyr laughed with satisfaction. Lin Feng stepped forward and took out a bottle of Dragon Yin wine and handed it to Zephyr. I heard that Zephyr Admiral likes to drink, so I brought it for you. Zephyr froze again. Then he said. Boy, it's useless for you to bribe me, I'm retired. That's right, Lin Feng boy, you might as well give it to me. The booger in Garp's hand flicked and flew to Sengoku's table. Snapped. Garp, stop flicking boogers, it's disgusting. Huh, is there any? Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately went to the system to exchange for 200 bottles of Dragon Yin wine, and drank all the previous ones. With a big wave of his hand, 10 bottles are in front of each person. Let's talk about business. Lin Feng sat back in his seat. Sengoku was overjoyed, this kid finally wanted to talk about something, and the ink smeared for a long time. That's it, didn't I ask for an island before? It's in Sabayati, and I plan to open an arena there. Colosseum. What do you mean? Sengoku asked. It's just a place for people to fight, no matter who they are, Marines or pirates. Lin Feng explained. Before Sengoku could speak, Akainu couldn't sit still. Boy, do you want to hang out with pirates? Advertisement. Lin Feng rolled his eyes at him and said, Akainu Admiral, can you please finish what I have said? The so-called pirates, why are they pirates? Because they burn, kill and loot, and do all kinds of evil, am I right? Marshal Sengoku. Sengoku nodded. He felt that Lin Feng was right, and it was obvious that Lin Feng also hated pirates. Well, you continue. Lin Feng drank 2 sips of wine to moisten his throat and said, since the purpose of pirates is for money and treasure, then I will give them a chance to get treasure, because of the existence of this sea, pirates will never be able to kill them. It's over. Fart. Boy, sooner or later, Marine will wipe out all the pirates. It's Akainu again, why is this guy so irritable? Lin Feng glanced at Akainu, then turned to Sengoku, what does Marshal Sengoku think? Then what are you going to do? Just rely on your arena. Zephyr asked beside him. Almost, although it can't solve all the problems, it will definitely help. Be specific, Sengoku said. In my battle arena, no matter who can win, they can get a lot of bonuses. If they can win consecutively, the bonuses are even more generous. This alone can attract countless pirates and restrain them. Hold them. HMPH, then our marine can take this opportunity to encircle and suppress the pirates and solve the problem once and for all. Akainu interrupted Lin Feng again as if deliberately playing against the tune. Lin Feng stared at Sengoku with staring eyes, which means, hurry up, I can't continue. Sengoku coughed lightly and said, Sakazuki, listen to him first. Seeing that Akainu stopped talking, Lin Feng was able to explain again. If you follow what Akainu Admiral said, it can only solve the temporary problem, and we can take a long-term view. The pirates are fighting in the arena for money, which not only leaves them little time to go out and do evil, but also consumes themselves within the pirates. It doesn't cost Marine a single soldier, and every pirate who enters the arena, I can share their information with Marine, making it easier for you to catch them. After many years, my arenas will be spread all over the sea, and everyone will be crazy for the highest honor of becoming the dueling king. There won't be so many people willing to be pirates. After Lin Feng finished speaking, everyone started to think, even Aokiji, who had been dozing off all the time, pulled up his blindfold. After a while Garp asked, what about you, what do you gain by doing this? What are you trying to do? Advertisement. Lin Feng's expression instantly became extremely serious, and his voice became a little deeper. Some things always need to be done, for the justice in my heart. As I said, you can't kill all the pirates. It's better to block them. Although most of the pirates are not good people, I believe that there are also pure adventurers among them. Perhaps one day in the future, there will be no more pirates in this sea, but only a group of pure adventurers sailing to become the king of duels, and I will be the start of the era of great adventure. A pirate is a pirate after all, it's just a different name. Akainu can be said to seize every opportunity to vent his dissatisfaction. In his opinion, all the pirates should be killed. But Lin Feng knew that this was unrealistic, unless one person could really be so strong that he could overwhelm the entire world and kill no one dared to go to sea. Even so, it is only temporary. No one can live forever. As long as this sea exists, people will continue to go to sea, and pirates will always exist. Blocking is worse than sparse, the best way is to divert their purpose of going to sea. Marshal Sengoku, you should be able to understand the meaning of this. Boy, why did you come to see me? Sengoku changed the subject and asked in reverse. Lin Feng chuckled and said, first need Marine not to attack the pirates in Sabayati. As long as the pirates don't cause trouble, Marine will ignore them, otherwise no one will come to my arena. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Akainu became violent and looked at Lin Feng angrily. This is absolutely impossible. It is the responsibility of Marine to eliminate the pirates. Then Akainu turned to Sengoku and said, there must be something wrong with this kid, I'll take him down first. Lin Feng is really annoyed. Why does this person not get in? It is obviously a win-win thing. Not only can make the pirates fight internally, let them die in the arena, reduce the sacrifice of the sailors, but also get the pirates information, and at the same time restrain some pirates, so that they have no mind and time to do evil. Such an obvious truth, how could Akainu not understand it? What AFK? I'm bragging about Nima's bulk, you can try to catch me, if you can't catch me today, you are my grandson. Lin Feng's thick magical energy instantly filled the whole room. Enough, what do you think this is? Sengoku slapped the table vigorously and roared. Boy Lin Feng, don't get excited, if you really want to start a fight here, it will end badly. Zephyr tried to persuade him. Lin Feng didn't really want to start a fight, so he withdrew his magic fighting spirit and sat on the chair. This is not me making a fuss, think about it for yourself, if you don't agree, then my battlefield will not open, who is it? Measure the loss by yourself, I will lose a little money at most. Chapter 56 Donate 10 billion. Sengoku and the others did not reply to Lin Feng immediately, this kind of thing is not something that can be said casually. Boy Lin Feng, you should stay here for a couple of days. We need to hold a high-level marine meeting to discuss this matter. After all, the impact is too great. Lin Feng was not surprised by this result, and was naturally prepared to stay for a few days. Okay, no problem, please trouble everyone. Seeing that he couldn't do anything, Akainu angrily opened the door and went out. Well, is it over? I'm going back to sleep. Aokiji yawned and walked out. Leave the three old men and Lin Feng in the room. At this time Garp suddenly asked, Boy Lin Feng, what about the old man's money? It has been delayed for so long, you won't renege on it. Lin Feng, who was drinking, was stunned for a moment. Good guy, he really forgot about this. How does old Garp have such a good memory? What money? Zephyr asked. Ahem. Sengoku quickly pretended to cough, but he couldn't say it out loud. Lin Feng looked at Garp's attitude that if he didn't take out the money today, he couldn't think of going out of this door, and quickly put down his glass and said, well, donate, it's a donation. I personally donate 10 billion Baileys to Marine. Lin Feng thought about it and gave 10 billion. After all, he is not so short of money now, and he always troubles Sengoku and Garp with a bunch of messes. It doesn't matter if you give more. 10 billion. Not just Zephyr, even Sengoku and Garp who knew that Lin Feng's money would not be less. He also opened his mouth wide, looking at Lin Feng in disbelief. Boy, where did you get so much money? It can't be stolen. Zephyr asked. Lin Feng almost spit out his drink. The old man was right, but snatching celestial dragons is not considered snatching. Sengoku looked at Lin Feng nervously, for fear that Lin Feng would accidentally say something out of his mouth. How is that possible? Zephyr Admiral, you slandered me. The exaggerated expression makes it hard to believe what Lin Feng said. It's better not. If I let the old man know that you are attacking civilians, I will be the first to let you go. Zephyr said to Lin Feng seriously. You said that. I still hate pirates, how could I do such a thing? That's right. Zephyr Admiral, let's discuss something. Lin Feng turned his attention to Zephyr again. Zephyr looked at Lin Feng curiously, not sure what he would discuss with him when they met for the first time today. Advertisement. He glanced at Lin Feng suspiciously. Do you still need me, kid? Hey, didn't I just remember this? Tell me, what's the matter? Seeing that Lin Feng chatted with Zephyr, Garp quit, and the money hasn't been paid yet. He ate all the senbei in his hand, and walked up to Lin Feng, standing between them. He picked his nose and said nothing, just stared at Lin Fei with a pair of bull eyes. Lin Feng really had nothing to do with the old man, so he stood up and waved his hand. 10 billions worth of gold was piled up in Sengoku's office, almost filling the room. Even though all three are people who have seen the world, this scene is still very powerful. Garp swallowed, looked at the glittering gold in front of him and muttered in a low voice. How many senbei do I have to buy? I can't let that old B*************** D Sengoku take all of them. Garp, you B********** D, what are you talking about? Sengoku almost ran up to punch Garp with the veins on his face. What? Garp was trembling all over, as if he accidentally said what was in his heart just now. Did the old man talk just now? Seeing Garp acting like a rascal, several people rolled their eyes at the same time. Let someone come and take the gold away first, but don't let the world government know that I gave it to Marine. Lin Feng said from the side. Sengoku nodded and said, who else is it called? You take it back first, and then find a place to take it out later. Lin Feng glanced at Garp speechlessly. Look, take it out and take it back. After putting away the gold, Lin Feng said to Zephyr again. Zephyr Admiral, you have organized a pirate guerrilla now, right? Zephyr just recovered from the shock of 10 billion gold. Ah, yes, how do you know? Smiling without explaining, Lin Feng said directly, if possible, I hope my crew can catch pirates with your team. It's really that simple, just tell me if you have any purpose. Zephyr obviously didn't think that Lin Feng's arrangement would have no other purpose. No other meaning, just to exercise their actual combat ability. Of course it's okay, but if you want to come, you have to obey my orders, which must be done.
Advertisement. Seeing that Zephyr had no objection, Lin Feng happily walked over and sat beside Zephyr. Don't worry, I will explain to them. If you don't obey, you will hit me. After finishing everything, I found a place to put the gold down. Lin Feng came to the Marine family area with ease, and Garp followed him in just a short while after entering the door. He took out a reward order from his pocket. Lin Feng inadvertently glanced at it. It was Ace's reward order. At this time, Ace should have landed in Wanokuni. After coming out of Wanokuni, the next step may be to challenge Whitebeard. Brad, did you already know that Ace went to sea? Garp said with a frown as he threw the reward order to Lin Feng. I don't know, Ace went to sea. Why didn't you, a grandfather, stop him? What is this wave called? Anti-customer oriented. Old man. Don't you know how dangerous the Grand Line is? You actually, hey, your grandpa is really big-hearted. If you were caught by Marine, let's see what you will do. Forget it, forget it. If there is such a day, I guess I will have to rely on you. I can't rely on you, it's unreliable. Garp was so angry that his lungs were going to explode, and being scolded for no reason, no one could bear it. Holding the reward order in his hand, he pointed at Lin Feng and said furiously, boy, that's enough, you're going to blame me now, you're getting fatter. Ouch, Marine Vice Admiral hit someone. Bullying the common people, Lin Feng began to shout at the top of his voice. You, I'm so mad at you, let's die, boy. Garp's iron fist of love hit Lin Feng. After dodging easily, Lin Feng pulled out Ace's reward order and shook it in his hand. Stop making trouble, at such an old age, you still keep doing things, don't be afraid of twisting your waist. Garp raised his eyebrows and snorted coldly. After being teased by Lin Feng many times, he still couldn't help but want to beat him up. He couldn't get used to it. After carefully looking at the reward order, Lin Feng smiled and said, tisk tisk, it's quite high, as expected of a super rookie. Boy, what are you laughing at? Is it funny? Do you know what it means? Why do you say you were in a hurry? If you were really in a hurry, you should chase Ace back when he just went out to sea. Don't say you can't do it. Besides, you are just afraid that he will be caught by Marine. Don't worry, if there is a day, I will rescue Chapter 57. Garp was speechless, and sat down on the chair. You've finished talking, and you're awesome if you talk too much, right? One day, if you dare to come, I'll send you to Impel Down. Don't be stubborn, what are you looking for? Lin Feng asked. Hey, boy, go back and see Luffy for the old man, anyway, you can't go to New World now. Garp's face changed quickly, and he said with a smile, and took out another pack of senbei in his hand. Hee, don't go, boy, I didn't expect you to be such a ruthless person. The old man misjudged you. If you don't go, you don't go. The old man knows that you and those two boys are sworn brothers. It's fine if you don't call me grandpa, and you don't even go back to see your own brother. You can't do it, you can't. He ate the senbei with big mouthfuls. He kept scolding Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at Garp in surprise. This old man is too vindictive, is he about to come back? It really doesn't hurt at all.
Now is not the time to see him, and you won't go back and see yourself. You think the old man doesn't want to go back, it's not that B************ D Sengoku who refuses to give the old man a holiday, and will eat up his snacks sooner or later. Speaking as if you didn't steal his snacks, Lin Feng secretly complained about Garp. Boy, are you really not going? No. After finishing a pack of senbei, Garp stretched out his hand and just looked at Lin Feng. What? Wine? You kid really have no eyesight. Garp said with his mouth curled up, and he would scold Lin Feng whenever he got the chance. Didn't I give it to you just now? You also took Sakazuki's share, don't think I didn't see it. Lin Feng asked. Can it be the same? Hurry up, do you understand being filial to the elderly? Another 50 bottles of Dragon Yin wine were brought out, anyway, it was only 25 points, Lin Feng didn't care. Looking at the wine all over the floor, Garp said with a smile, I have some news for you, the world government is going to recruit Ace to be a Shichibukai, or you can be a Shichibukai too. Lin Feng naturally knew that Ace would not be a Shichibukai. What are you talking about? I'm not a pirate, what is Shichibukai? Advertisement. Ha ha ha, the old man knows that those old bastards from the world government are just trying to eat farts. Okay, let's go now. After kicking Garp out, Lin Feng sat down cross-legged in the room alone and began to practice. At night, Lin Feng took out the phone bug, contacted Kuina, and told them that Zephyr would go to Sabayati tomorrow. Let her inform little Betty that Canis and Barry went out to sea with Zephyr to catch pirates. When he woke up, Lin Feng was very bored in the room, and he didn't know what happened to Sengoku and the others. Walking out of the room, Lin Feng wandered leisurely in naval headquarters according to the route he remembered, and arrived at the naval headquarters cafeteria after a while. There were groups of sailors in sight, and with a glance, Lin Feng found an acquaintance. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral, Admiral Alternate Momosugi. Why did he meet her again? Lin Feng suddenly felt bad. However, there were so many Marines in the cafeteria at this time, someone had already discovered Lin Feng, it was really too eye-catching for an outsider like Lin Feng to appear here. Hey, what are you doing here? Momosugi came over with his food. Lin Feng looked at her helplessly. This woman is indeed the goddess of the Marine team. She is slender and light in her steps. Her long legs shook Lin Feng for a while. What are you looking at? You be asterisk 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 D. The melodious voice sounded again, and Lin Feng immediately reacted and said, look at what you're eating, yo, rice with tea, it's still the same. Momosugi saw Lin Feng change the subject while laughing, turned and walked away, muttering, men really don't have a good thing. Smiling awkwardly, Lin Feng also went to ask for tea rice, found a place where Momosugi was sitting, and walked over. Walking across to Momosugi, Lin Feng was just about to sit down when he saw a wretched person approaching. Gion, you are here, I have been looking for you for a long time. Momosugi looked back. Plus Vice Admiral. Advertisement. In addition, Marine code named T. Dolphin, and Momosugi are both Admiral of Headquarters candidates. He once confessed to Momosugi 100 times, but all failed. Yo hey, isn't that someone? Lin Feng began to tease the extra points as soon as he sat down. I had stayed in Naval Headquarters for a month before, so I naturally knew Jaji. Why are you here again? Jaji said to Lin Feng helplessly. Before Momosugi was because of Lin Feng and Kuina, he basically didn't have a chance to talk to Momosugi that month, so seeing Lin Feng here, he was in a bad mood. Hey, are you here to confess again? I didn't mean you. You can't catch up with girls like you all day long. Do you have to have a sense of distance? Otherwise, you will only be disgusted. Lin Feng sat. He took a sip of shizuke and said vaguely. Lin Feng, what nonsense are you talking about? Momosugi glanced at Lin Feng angrily. On the other hand, it was Jaji, who stood thoughtfully with the food, and suddenly said after a while, Gion, I have something else to do, let's go first, you eat slowly. Seeing this wretched guy go away, Lin Feng said to Momosugi, why do you say that Jaji is so persistent? You have rejected him so many times, what a terrible guy. Momosugi raised her head slightly. Can you shut up? You talk a lot, this is Naval Headquarters, so arrogant every day. Hey, I'm here to give benefits to you Marine, who will do anything to me. Oh, what benefits? Momosugi asked suspiciously. No one knew about the 10 billion except those who were present at the time. Of course, it was impossible for Lin Feng to tell Momosugi. It's nothing, right? You know about me, right? What do you think? Momosugi asked back. You mean about your arena? Well, yes, I think this is a win-win situation, and Marine has no reason to refuse. Momosugi didn't speak, and after thinking for a while, he said, in the short term, Marine's majesty is somewhat lost, but in the long run, the advantages outweigh the disadvantages, and this matter cannot be done by Marine. Your appearance may be an opportunity. Look, you can see it, that guy Akainu must know it too, he's targeting me on purpose, for sure. Come on, you, who made you so arrogant, it's completely normal for people to dislike you. Momosugi wiped his mouth after eating and said, although that guy Sakazuki is a bit too extreme, it is undeniable that he is a qualified Marine. As long as you don't cause trouble, he won't stare at you for trouble. This can't be said for sure, don't cause trouble. How is that possible? Sooner or later, he will definitely have to fight Akainu, Lin Feng thought to himself. Chapter 58 The matchmaker is not a good person. After the two finished their meal, Lin Feng walked out after Momosugi. What are you doing? I'm going to work, don't follow me. After walking for a while, Momosugi suddenly turned back and said to Lin Feng. Isn't there no place to go? Still smiling, Momosugi looked annoyed and funny. I'm going to train for recruit, you want to go too? Oh, this is interesting. Momosugi seemed to think of something, smiled mysteriously and said, let's go, don't regret it. After a while, the two came to the recruit training ground. Since Zephyr formed the pirate guerrilla team, the task of training recruit fell to Momosugi. As Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral and Alternate Admiral, his overall strength is also extremely strong, and he is one of the best swordsmen in Marine. In the training ground, groups of young sailors were running around, looking full of vigor, and most of them were even older than Lin Feng. Seeing Momosugi, everyone was full of energy, their feet were windy, and their running speed was much faster. Unlike the fear of the instructor in the past, the reason why the sailors work so hard is entirely because Momosugi is a beautiful woman. If you perform well and are favored, you will reach the sky in one step, and you will save at least 10 years of struggle. Your popularity is really not a cover. Look at these guys, tisk tisk, look at your eyes. Lin Feng said meanly, you think everyone is like you, shameless, Kuina will definitely dump you next time. Momosugi also knew what these young sailors were thinking, but she didn't care, as long as there was no excessive behavior, this kind of thing was normal. After everyone finished running and gathered together, Momosugi walked to the front of the crowd and said loudly, I think you are all curious about who is standing behind me. Maybe someone knows him, but they haven't. But it's okay, we can get to know each other well today. He is Lin Feng, the same Lin Feng who drew with Kizaru Admiral. Before coming here, he told me that Marine is not as good as the previous generation, and the current recruit is a bunch of waste. Wow, there was a sudden commotion in the crowd. Advertisement. Lin Feng stood behind Momosugi, watching this scene bitterly. He knew why Momosugi told him not to regret it just now. This girl is not a good person. He is so good looking, but he is a sixth child. At this point in the matter, it is impossible for Lin Feng to turn around and leave. Don't you want me to inspire the fighting spirit of these sailors? Then you're welcome, it's just what you want. Lin Feng thought to himself, a tall sailor had already stood out from the crowd. Momosugi instructor, I admit that this person is very strong, but this is not a reason to insult our marine. His voice was extremely loud, and his expression seemed very excited. Most of the sailors here have their own reasons for joining the marine and their own justice. At this time, when someone came out to refute, everyone raised their chests and looked forward, staring at Lin Feng sharply, all of them seemed unconvinced. Seeing this, Momosugi didn't speak, and turned her head to look at Lin Feng with a sly smile on her lips. With a helpless smile, Lin Feng stepped forward and coughed lightly, and then said loudly, you seem very unconvinced, why, aren't you trash? With your strength, how can you catch pirates and protect the big ones? Peace at sea. That's just now, we'll get stronger. Yes, that's right, we just joined Marine and will become stronger in the future. Why do you insult us? Someone in the crowd retorted. Oh, maybe, but I'm not optimistic about you guys. After the era of Vice Admiral Garp, Marine has only produced 3 monsters, Admiral, but they're not too young. After that, there doesn't seem to be anything exciting. Figure. Isn't Momosugi Vice Admiral? She's Admiral's candidate. That's right, and there's also Vice Admiral. Hearing this, Momosugi herself blushed a little. Although she is Admiral's candidate, there is also a gap in strength between Admirals. If she is Admiral now, she can only be the weakest one, compared with the existing 3 monsters. Admiral doesn't compare. Her, how dare you, a group of big men, actually use a woman to talk about things, what a talent. Lin Feng said, pointing at Momosugi. Everyone below was silent again, and even wished to find out the person who spoke just now and beat him up. Boom. Lin Feng kicked Momosugi in the A. Advertisement. Lin Feng, if you talk nonsense again, I will kill you with a sword. Momosugi looked at Lin Feng in embarrassment. What ABCH, this guy speaks really badly. Sorry, I'm sorry, I was talking too fast, hehe. After finishing speaking, Lin Feng turned his head and looked at the group of angry sailors. I don't know what your future will be, but today I am better than you, so even if I insult you, you can't do anything to me. After saying this, the faces of the sailors became even uglier. While Lin Feng was speaking, Sengoku and Garp also came here, looking at Lin Feng from afar. This kid is too much, what are you talking about, and how Momosugi brought him here, he is not Marine. Sengoku, don't get excited, the old man is curious about what this kid wants to do. Sensing the arrival of the two, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Then he said, I don't care whether you will become stronger in the future. Since I am here today, I would like to ask everyone, why do you join Marine? What is the justice in your heart? Listening to Lin Feng's words, Sengoku in the distance frowned, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Garp, on the other hand, was digging his nose. Justice is justice, what else can it be? Lin Feng shrugged and looked at the man. It's different. The justice in everyone's heart is different. For example, your Akainu Admiral, who pursues complete justice, will carry out the justice in his heart at all costs and by any means. Or someone who pursues lazy justice, ambiguous justice. After a pause, Lin Feng continued, but in my opinion, these are all just means. Different means are used to practice the justice in the heart, some are too extreme, and some are too soft. Just like you, the reasons for joining Marine are different. Everyone has their own justice. Having said so much, I just hope that no matter what your future achievements and status are, you will not forget the justice in your heart when you joined Marine. Only with the original intention can we always achieve it. HMPH, justice is justice. Eliminate all evil in the sea at all costs. This is the justice of Marine, boy, this is not a place for you to talk nonsense. A voice tinged with anger came. Chapter 59 Marine's Justice. Lin Feng looked back and saw that it was Doberman Vice Admiral. Unexpectedly he also came over. As the Vice Admiral of Sakazuki's family, it is natural to implement absolute justice. Seeing Doberman appear, Garp and Sengoku also stepped out. A group of recruits suddenly whispered, "What's the matter today? There are so many big people here." Lin Feng looked at Sengoku and Sengoku, ignored them, turned to Doberman and said, "So Doberman Vice Admiral, you seem to think that Marine's justice is to eliminate all darkness, even by any means. It's better to kill by mistake than to let it go, that's it. Of course, it's up to you to say, as a Marine, it is our duty to eliminate all darkness." Doberman said with a sneer. Lin Feng also smiled when he heard the words, "Really? As I said just now, everyone has different views on justice. There is no way to do it, and I will not say that you are wrong." Then Lin Feng looked at the Marine soldiers again. "Tell me about my justice. In my opinion, justice is not just about simply destroying darkness. Justice should contain mercy while fighting against darkness. Compassion to the weak, the common people, is the original intention of justice. Justice without mercy will only make people a tool, a weapon that can only kill, and mercy is the shackles of the heart. Keeping the key to justice is justice. The last bottom line." After speaking, Lin Feng took a deep breath and felt a little touched. He couldn't help but think of the soldiers in another world. They would never ignore the civilians for the sake of missions, and would even sacrifice themselves for the sake of the civilians. Serving the people is the justice of an army. However, in the Marine here, each major faction has its own justice, with different methods, and even helps those disgusting celestial dragons to do evil and help the evildoers. In Lin Feng's heart, he has a lot of opinions on the current Marine, but it's none of his business, and Lin Feng can't control it. I believe that after today's words will spread in Marine, and it is unknown how much impact it will have. The goal was achieved, and Lin Feng didn't intend to stay here any longer. Looking at the Doberman next to him, he almost couldn't suppress the urge to beat Lin Feng up. "Ouch, isn't this Marshal Sengoku? Why are you here?" He immediately turned into a surprised expression, and the exaggerated appearance made Sengoku want to beat him to death. "Okay, brat, can't you be more honest? Is this where you can come?" Sengoku said angrily. "Hey, isn't this boring? After walking away, I went to rest. I have been babbling for a long time, and my mouth is dry." After finishing speaking, Lin Feng was ready to go back. Garp quickly stopped Lin Feng. "You kid, pretend you didn't see me, did you? Hey, isn't this a Marine hero? Is this what you want me to do?" It's that exaggerated expression from before. Garp ignored Lin Feng's teasing, and slapped Lin Feng on the shoulder. "You stay calm today, your matter will have results tonight, don't run around." "Huh, so fast?" Lin Feng was a little puzzled, didn't he say it would take 2 or 3 days? "I dare not let you stay here for too long, discuss the results as soon as possible, you leave here quickly, I will be annoyed when I see you." Advertisement. Sengoku on the side spoke. "Ah, like this. Is it so unpopular?" Lin Feng was very speechless, he didn't do anything, he sent him away in such a hurry, what a shame. At night, Lin Feng tempered his magic fighting energy in his room, hoping to further increase the strength and control of the magic fighting energy. Boom boom boom. The door rang. Opening his eyes, Lin Feng softly said, "Come in." A Marine soldier opened the door and saw Lin Feng sitting cross-legged on the bed, and said nervously, "Master Lin Feng, Marshal Sengoku asked you to go over." "Oh, I see. It seems that there is a result," Lin Feng thought to himself. After a while, Lin Feng was led by Marine soldiers to the Marine high-level conference room. Along the way are the elites of the Marine, responsible for security work. Boom boom boom. The soldier knocked on the door of the conference room. Before waiting for a response from inside, Lin Feng opened the door and walked in directly. Looking around, good guy, there are a bit too many people. Basically, all the top Marine executives who can get away with it are here. At a glance, besides the common admiral vice admiral, there are a few others that Lin Feng doesn't recognize. Seeing Lin Feng coming in, everyone looked at him, some had seen Lin Feng, and some had only heard of it. Many people are very curious about this powerful guy, and of course some people are hostile or displeased with Lin Feng. Not caring so much, Lin Feng found a seat and sat down. Smiled in Momosegi's direction, then said to Sengoku. "Marshal Sengoku, there should be a result in asking me to come here. I don't know how your discussions are going." This arrogant appearance made some people present very unhappy. Advertisement. Lin Feng naturally knew that this would happen, but in this kind of occasion, the momentum cannot be lost. When it is time to be arrogant, you have to be arrogant. As expected, it will be time to negotiate terms next, so what if you are not aggressive? Sengoku looked at Lin Feng with some headaches and said, "The result came out, but we have conditions." When Lin Fei heard it, it was indeed so. "Oh, what's the condition? Let's talk about it." First, intelligence. As long as there are pirates who appear in the arena, the intelligence about them will be shared unconditionally. Second, Shichibukai and 4 emperors level pirates cannot be counted. Third, there is a fee of 3 billion Baileys to be paid to Marine every year. Fourth, since Marine can't take the initiative in Sabayati Archipelago, you and Marine need to be responsible for the security of Sabayati. I don't want to see a mess in Sabayati. After listening to Sengoku chattering for a long time, he finally finished all the conditions. What? Lin Feng covered his mouth and yawned, almost falling asleep. I said, Marshal Sengoku, your conditions are too much. After adjusting his sitting posture, Lin Feng continued. However, I can agree, but I also have conditions. Hearing this, Sengoku immediately asked back, what conditions? Sengoku was not surprised that Lin Feng would raise conditions. This guy is really not a loser despite his usual sloppy appearance. Not much, just one condition, Marine will sponsor me 3 billion Baileys every year. As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Sengoku hadn't spoken yet, and he yelled loudly without knowing who it was. Boy, you are wishful thinking, believe it or not, let you stay here. Looking in the direction of the voice, it is a vice admiral. Hey, why, you have to do it, it really scared me to death. Seeing that there was going to be a quarrel, Sengoku slammed the table. Okay, Lin Feng, are you kidding me, 3 billion a year for you? Marshal Sengoku didn't joke first. Sengoku was a little speechless for a while, and he said 3 billion, which is for you to bargain, not for you to learn, do you know how to negotiate? Chapter 60 Mission. Capture Celestial Dragons. Lin Feng didn't care about that much, he shook his hand, took a bottle of Longyan wine, took 2 sips, wiped the wine from the corner of his mouth and said. You Marines don't have to do anything, and you still want to get 3 billion a year. You really think I'm being taken advantage of? Let's just say yes, this is impossible. Then what do you say? 3 billion is definitely impossible. You have so many benefits, and you want 3 billion. It's a bit greedy. Most of the Marines present were a little embarrassed. Originally, the Marines did not contribute to this matter, at most it was a loss of face. What's more, in the long run, it is beneficial to Marine. Before Sengoku could speak, Lin Feng continued. It's 300 million, it's considered tax payment, and by the way, I'll give you a 50% off Marine consumption discount, it's interesting enough. Sengoku was so angry. Is there anyone like you? Just erase a zero. Impossible, at least 1 billion. Otherwise, we will not talk about it. If we Marine disagree, you will not be able to continue this business. Okay. Deal. Lin Feng readily agreed, making Sengoku a little uneasy. Did you shout low? Sengoku was puzzled. Of course, in the end Sengoku did not object anymore, so the matter was settled. Otherwise, the dignified marshal haggling with others like a vegetable market ant, which is somewhat embarrassing. After everything was settled, Lin Feng was also ready to leave. Wait until the arena is completed before releasing the news. It's not good to stay in naval headquarters all the time. Although I am not afraid of anything, there are always people who think I am unhappy, so I don't stay any longer. The speed of Wukong is very fast, Lin Feng has already flown over the Shaki bar in a blink of an eye. Go straight to the door, push the door open and go in. As far as the eye can see, there are only Kuina and Shaki. Seeing Lin Feng coming back, both of them were a little surprised. Why did you come back so soon, didn't you say it would take a few days? Shaki asked, wiping the glass in his hand. Before Lin Feng could speak, Kuina came over and gave him a big hug. With Nephrite in his arms, Lin Feng took a deep breath of the fragrance of Kuina's body, and put his hand on Kuina's head to caress. Advertisement. Seeing this situation, Shaki just wanted to put the cup on Lin Feng's head. After getting bored for a while, Lin Fei still answered Shaki's question just now. This time things went better than I thought, so I came back early, right, where did the others go? He took the wine handed over by Shaki, shook it in his hand and asked. It's just the two of us. Didn't you let little Betty, Barry and Connus go out to sea with Zephyr? Enel and Asa spend every day in your gravity space, like savages. While talking, Shaki walked into the house, took out a piece of food and put it in front of Lin Feng. Hey, I haven't eaten. Thank you Shaki. Yo, it's dumplings. Lin Feng picked up the chopsticks in surprise, and couldn't wait to eat one. If Shaki hadn't mentioned this, Lin Feng would have forgotten that he hadn't eaten yet. Any news about celestial dragons recently? Lin Feng raised his head and asked after wolfing down a plate of dumplings. Yo, why, can't you be idle? Are you going to do something again? This is not making trouble, this is killing harm for the people, since Enel and Asa are so boring, find something for them to do. Shaki lit a cigarette, took a puff with great enjoyment, and said, it's up to you, but it's best to be careful, because of the previous incident, the protection around celestial dragons has been strengthened a lot. With the strength of Enel and Asa, as long as they don't meet Admiral, even if they can't beat and want to escape, it's fine. Okay, no problem, let them be careful. At night, back to the place where they lived before, Enel and Asa have also returned. Call the two of you to your room. It can be clearly seen that the strength of Enel and Asa has been greatly improved. The next step is to assign actual combat tasks to the two of them, and it's time for the inspection. Enel, Asa, there is one thing you need to do next. Looking at the two, Lin Feng said flatly. Well, what's the matter, boss? It was the honest man Asa who spoke, Enel usually ignored Lin Feng. That's right, you have been training in the gravity space, and it's not good for a long time, here is a task for you. No problem, boss. HMPH. Enel snorted coldly, it was obvious that he didn't want to go. Lin Feng looked at him. What's the matter, are you unwilling to go? Enel stretched out his hand to pick at his earwax and said, no, it will delay my becoming stronger. I hope I can defeat you one day sooner. For defeating Lin Feng, Enel regarded it as extremely important. Advertisement. Lin Feng didn't know whether he should be said to be persistent or stubborn. Yes, I'm waiting for you, but you really should go out and walk more. There are many strong people in the sea who always stay in the gravity space and practice hard, but they can't beat me. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Enel nodded secretly, obviously thinking that Lin Feng was right. But he still tilted his head and snorted coldly and said, okay, I'll go, but I just want to become stronger. Lin Feng snickered to himself, this arrogant brat. Asa, you two go out together, you have to keep an eye on him. Don't worry, boss, I will pay attention. Honest Asa does things to make people feel at ease. The mission this time is to capture celestial dragons, the target information. When you set off, go to Shaki to get it. The target is celestial dragons. Don't be careless. If you succeed, withdraw and capture them alive. After everything was explained, Lin Feng quietly went to Kuina's room. Holding Kuina's soft body in his arms, he couldn't help but move his hands up and down. Don't make trouble, sleep well, you are not honest at all. Kuina slapped Lin Feng's mischievous hand away in embarrassment, and stared at Lin Feng with big eyes. Alright, let's go to sleep. Lin Feng smiled awkwardly, then closed his eyes and took a deep breath. With a thought, Lin Feng checked the personal panel. Host. Lin Feng. Occupation. Battle Mage. Weapons. War Spear Fire Dance Flowing Flame. Skills. Basic Marksmanship, Air Dance, Sky Strike, Dragon Tooth. Continuous Burst, Falling Flower Palm, Round Dance Stick, Tyrant Broken, Strong Dragon Pressure, Phantom Dragon Tooth, 100 Dragon Meteor Strike, Dragon Out to Sea, Angry Dragon Piercing Heart Breaking, the Mighty Dragon Breaks the Army, the Crouching Dragon Soars to the Sky soars and the Dragon Flashes, the Flying Dragon is in the sky, fights to break the mountains and rivers, and the wind rolls Luyum Close Black Lens Bracket Proficiency 43%. Passive Skills. Chaser of Magic, Will of the Fighter, Armor Grandmaster, Mana Shield. Pupil Technique. Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, Kamui Hollow, Kamui Transfer, Kamui Space Distortion, Tsukuyomi, Suzano Fusion Degree 20%. Combat Power Rating. Top Admiral Level. Points. 19,800. Wealth. 338.3 billion. Items. Gravity Space, Autumn Leaves of the Big Quick Sword, 2 Skill Books, 1 Jianshin Seed, 3 bottles of Dragon Yin Wine, 1 bottle of Eye Drops, 1 S*X Denaturation Pill. Chapter 61 Returning to the Capital of Seven Waters. When he woke up, Lin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the beauty in his arms, and couldn't help sighing that it is really a hero who is sad about the beauty. Cleaning up his restless mood, suppressing the evil fire in his lower abdomen, without disturbing Kuina's sweet dreams, Lin Feng quickly got up and walked out. Come to Shaki Bar, Enel and Asa are already here. To Shaki for information about the celestial dragons. Yo, they're all here. He opened the door, greeted everyone, and sat down next to Asa. Why only you, Kuina? Shaki asked looking up. Still sleeping, Shaki, let me have a bowl of noodles. Oh, you wouldn't be the one, would you? Shaki said with a slightly playful expression. No way, we are pure. Which one is that? Asa looked at the two and asked. He glared at Asa. What's the matter with you? Eat quickly, and leave after eating. Shaki smiled and entered the kitchen. After Lin Feng finished eating the noodles, Asa and Enel were also ready to leave. The two had to buy a boat first. After all, how could they go on the Xingqian when they went out to fight sap and do bad things? When the two went out, Lin Feng greeted Shaki and returned to the room with the breakfast prepared for Kuina. In the room, Kuina, who just woke up, rubbed her eyes, sat up slowly, and found that Lin Feng was not there, so she got up and changed her clothes. He just took off his pajamas, walked to the mirror, looked at the snow-white piece in the mirror, couldn't help but think of Lin Feng, and his little face flushed slightly. At this moment, the door was opened, and Lin Feng walked in. Seeing this scene that made the nose bleed, he was a little astonished. Although the two had met each other honestly and slept together for so long, they hadn't broken through the last step, and it was morning. Little Lin Feng naturally raised his head, as if he wanted to say, let lousy out. Quickly put down the breakfast and said, hey, put the breakfast here, eat it quickly after washing up, I'm going to the City of Water, I'll be back later. The capital of Seven Waters. In Bingshan's office. A figure appeared here. Looking at the empty room, Lin Feng knew that Bingshan was probably busy now, and he was not in a hurry. Advertisement. Lie on the sofa and prepare to go back to sleep. It's just that not long after lying down and falling asleep, there was movement outside the door. The door was gently pushed open, Bingshan walked in front, and Khalifa followed closely behind Bingshan holding a stack of documents. As soon as the two entered the room, they saw Lin Feng who was snoring on the sofa. Hey, why is Lin Feng here? Bingshan said in surprise. Without waiting for Khalifa to say anything, Bingshan walked quickly to the sofa, but stretched out his hand to pinch Lin Feng's nose and block his nostrils. Khalifa watched Bingshan's movements from behind, and immediately opened his mouth to stop. Mr. Bingshan. Hush. Bingshan anxiously turned around and put a finger in front of his mouth, making a silent gesture. Khalifa is also speechless seeing him like this, he is so naive at such an age. Bingshan turned his head and just stretched out his hand. Suddenly, Lin Feng's eyes opened suddenly, and he slapped the top of the iceberg with a slap. Ah, hey, Mr. Bingshan, what's wrong with you? Lin Feng sat up from the sofa, looked at Bingshan with a worried expression on his face and asked. Why are you so careless? You said you don't take it easy at your age. In fact, Lin Feng had already woken up when Bingshan and the others had just arrived at the door, but he seldom paid attention to it. Who knew that Bingshan wanted to spoof him as soon as he came in, so if he didn't scare him, he would be sorry for himself. Hey, you scared me to death. Haha, okay, I'm here to find you this time. Lin Feng sat up and looked at Bingshan who was still sitting on the ground and said. Bingshan patted his buttocks and stood up, sat down directly opposite Lin Feng. Khalifa brought 2 cups of tea, then walked behind Bingshan and gently helped him press his shoulders. Go to the 3 treasures hall for nothing. Is Mr. Lin Feng's visit to me related to the ship? Seeing Bingshan like this, holding tea in one hand and enjoying the beauty's massage, Lin Feng couldn't help but suspect that there might be something wrong with the 2 of them. After sizing up the 2 of them for a while, Lin Feng said, really, I need a boat. I need a few more boats. I'll just use the ready-made ones. Choose a better one. This time when Asa and Enel went out to run errands, Lin Feng felt that he still needed to prepare more boats, mainly for the convenience of concealing his identity, and to open a few more best trumpets. Advertisement. It's easy to handle. How many ships do you want? Bingshan asked. 5 ships, try to make them better. No problem, you can rest here today, and you can go directly to the pier tomorrow morning. Come on. Then Lin Feng looked at Khalifa and said, Khalifa, go out and call Lu Qi and the others over. Khalifa knew who Lin Feng was talking about, nodded slightly and walked out. Mr. Bingshan, are Lu Qi and the others doing anything else during this time? Lin Feng asked after seeing Khalifa go out. Hearing Lin Feng ask about this, Bingshan smiled and said, since you left, the few of them have been very honest. That's fine. After all, they were all from the world government before. It's better to be careful. The 2 chatted with each other. After a while, the door was pushed open, and Khalifa walked in with Lu Qi, Kaku, and Bluno. After the 4 came in, they stood in front of Lin Feng together. Mr. Lin Feng. How have you been all this time? Since he decided to follow Lin Feng, Kaku has completely released himself, especially after knowing that Lin Feng Sabayati will fight Kizaru again, and after the uninhabited island duel with Hawkeye, he has let go of his psychological burden. With such a powerful boss, he is not afraid of being chased and killed by the world government in the future. Hey, boss Lin Feng, I'm pretty good. I build ships and drink every day, and I'm very comfortable. Lin Feng looked at Kaku's smiling face, and he also knew that Kaku should be enjoying his current life. Then looked to other people. Lu Qi stood up and said, Mr. Lin Feng, we are all fine, and there is nothing special happening. Well, hurry up and practice hockey first, and now I have a task for you. Lin Feng looked at the 4 of them and said, within half a year, no matter what method you use to bring me back a celestial dragon, I think with your identities and strengths, you can still do it. Lu Qi and the others nodded upon hearing this. Okay, Mr. Lin Feng. For a few of them, this is an opportunity to surrender. Anyway, they can't help themselves now, so it's better to gain Lin Feng's trust and join the Zonlong organization completely. Chapter 62 Sea Kings. Listen to me, thank you. The next day. Lin Feng got up early. After washing up, he walked unsteadily on the streets of the capital of 7 Waters, and soon came to Bluno's bar. Taste the wine here and have a casual breakfast before leaving for the pier of the capital of 7 Waters. Just like last time, Bingshan was already here waiting for him. Looking around, 5 ships of different sizes and styles are docked on the shore. Lin Feng walked over and waved towards the iceberg. Yo, you got up so early, I thought you would sleep until noon. Knowing that Bingshan was teasing himself, Lin Feng didn't answer. He raised his hand to block the sun, and carefully looked at these ships. Well, these ships are pretty good, how much are they in total? Haha, 200 million is enough. Row. After paying the money, Lin Feng walked to the shore and waved at the 5 ships, and the 5 ships entered the system space. Done. Clapping his hands lightly, Lin Feng turned his head and said to Bingshan. That's it, I'll go first, and I'll come to you next time. Wait, I forgot to ask you yesterday, how is Barry doing? Okay. Hearing this, Lin Feng slapped his forehead. Hey, yes, I forgot to tell you about Barry's situation. Don't worry, he's fine. He's probably chasing pirates at sea right now. After finishing speaking, without waiting for Bingshan to speak, he opened the Kamui space and left the capital of 7 Waters directly. Looking at the place where Lin Feng disappeared, Bingshan was not surprised. After all, he had seen it before, and he just muttered in a low voice. Chasing pirates. Pirates. Hiss. Could it be that Barry is going to be a marine? On Lin Feng's side, just returned to the Shaki bar, and Kuina just came back from morning exercise. Seeing Lin Feng at this moment, he smiled sweetly and said, it's not like you to wake up so early. Isn't it uncomfortable to sleep alone, hee. Virtue. Shaki looked at the 2 and said with a smile. Okay, you young couple, stop flirting there, and the old man is here. Lin Feng gave Kuina a big hug, walked to the bar and said, Shaki, don't you still have that old guy Rayleigh, don't envy us, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. The system issued a mission. Go to Daughter Island and subdue the 9 snake pirates. Mission reward. Unknown. Close black lens bracket. Huh, did you hear something just now? Teacher, you have a task. Tisk tisk, tell me about you. It's been half a year. I want to sue you for being passive and sabotage. Hee, whether you accept it or not, it's a matter of asking if you don't accept it. Close black lens bracket. Pick up, you have a bad temper. After recovering, Lin Feng pulled Kuina to stand up. Well, Shaki, we've stayed here for a long time, and we're going to go out for a walk, and I'm afraid we won't be back in a short time. I understand, the world of two people. Let's go, goodbye. Just after walking out of the Shaki bar, Kuina asked curiously, you just came back, where are you going? Hey, go to a place full of women. Lin Feng said subconsciously. Just as he was walking forward after speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist. Hiss, take it easy. What did you just say? Kuina withdrew her hand from Lin Feng's waist, and grabbed Lin Feng's ear again. Hey, my sister, I meant to go to Daughter's Island, which is the 9 snake pirates. Lin Feng said while screaming. HMPH, let me not make it clear. On a deserted shore in Sabayati, Lin Feng and Kuina had already put on the dragon-slaying robes. Both of them are dressed in black robes, it looks like a black organization. It's just that a big blood red cut character on the robe is extremely permeable. Standing on the shore, Lin Feng took out a boat at will. The two soon embarked on a journey to Daughter Island. The journey is not too far, and it will take about 7 days at the speed of this ship. In the next few days, except for 2 sudden changes in bad weather, the road was unimpeded. Unknowingly, the ship entered an extremely calm sea area without any ripples. Lin Feng stepped out of the cabin to have a look, and confirmed the current location, not far from Daughter's Island. What's wrong? Kuina walked out and stood beside Lin Feng and asked. It's calm belt. Kuina nodded and said. Isn't it coming soon, and this sea area is where those sea kings gather. Advertisement. Yeah, yes, but don't worry. After speaking, Lin Feng took out a fishing rod from the system space, walked to the side of the boat, and hung a large piece of meat on the hook. With a light throw, it fell into the sea with a plop. Seeing Lin Feng fishing, Kuina said, What, are you going to eat sea kings today? Lin Feng nodded and said, That's right, I hope I can catch a delicious one. Only a few minutes passed, Lin Feng suddenly felt the fishing rod in his hand shaking, and it became more and more violent. Hey, here we come. As he said that, Lin Feng exerted strength in his hand and abruptly closed the shot. There was a huge wave on the surface of the sea, and then a huge creature like a sea snake was seen rising into the sky from the sea. Huh, it's not too big. Lin Feng's tone seemed a little disgusted. Kuina instantly drew Fubuki from her waist, exerted strength on her feet, and rushed towards the sea kings in the air. 2 sword lights flashed, and the huge monster was split into 2. Then came 2 slashes, cutting off the head and tail. What was left fell directly onto the ship with Kuina's slash. However, this move by Lin Feng and Kuina completely angered the nearby sea kings. I saw 123, 7 huge sea kings emerging from the sea, surrounding the ship tightly. Even the sun was blocked. Kuina fell back to the deck and said, It seems that something happened. Well, yes, there are really people who are not afraid of death and dare to surround Laozi's boat. It seems that today is going to have a big meal. When Lin Feng spoke, the magic battle energy on his body had already been released. The sea kings who were still fierce just now are like frosted eggplants one by one, all curled up on the sea and shivering. Forget it, it's useless to kill them, and we can't finish them. Didn't you say that sustainable development is necessary? Well, that's right, let them go back and give birth to a few more. Sea kings. I thank you, you are AF G talent. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he put away his terrifying aura, and the 7 sea kings dived into the sea instantly and disappeared as if they were being pardoned. Half an hour later, Lin Feng sat on the deck and finished eating the barbecue in his hands, patting his slightly bulging stomach. Hi, I can't eat anymore, take a break and go on. After resting for a few minutes, Lin Feng walked to the stern, still the same. With a blow of falling flower palm, the whole ship set off a huge wave and drove forward rapidly. Chapter 63 Landing on Daughter Island. Half an hour later, an island appeared in Lin Feng's sight. Amazon Lily, also known as Daughter Island. The Amazon Lily is in the calm belt, which is not affected by any stormy weather. However, because the island is surrounded by huge nests of sea kings, ordinary navigators cannot enter and exit rashly, which makes the island residents isolated from the outside world and free from outside harassment. This is an island inhabited only by women. The island is inhabited by a female fighting nation named 9 Snakes, and the country they established on the island is also named Amazon Lily. The current emperor is the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the pirate queen Boa Hancock. The Hydra pirates have a pirate ship pulled by a ferocious venomous sea snake called Serpent, so they can freely enter and exit the calm belt without being attacked by the sea kings. And there is only such a ship in the entire Amazon Lily. However, Marine uses the newly invented Sea Stone technology to make the sea kings not feel the presence of the warship, and it can also make the warship approach Daughter Island. Due to the agreement between the world government and the Snakes, Marines are prohibited from trespassing within 3 kilometers of the coast of Maiden Island. Since the Amazon Lily's natural barrier to marine has disappeared, their leader, One Piece, Boa Hancock must cooperate with the world government to become 7 warlords of the sea, to protect the people on the island. Meanwhile, the shores of Amazon lilies. A group of scantily clad 9 snakes are patrolling. Suddenly one of the 9 snake warriors pointed to the distant sea and shouted in surprise. There is a boat. There is a boat coming. Several other companions who were also only wearing bikinis turned their heads to look, and when they saw a ship speeding across the sea at an incredible speed, their faces showed astonishment at the same time. They had never seen a ship go so fast on the calm belt. Quick, hurry up and report the situation here to Master Shiji, someone has invaded. The rest of you are here to stop them, shouted the leader. When Daughter Island appeared in Lin Feng's field of vision, within a short time Lin Feng and his boat docked on the shore. The two put on their masks and jumped off the boat, looking at the 9 snake warriors in front of them. Lin Feng couldn't help smiling. You are residents here, don't worry, I have no malicious intentions. Several female fighters did not listen to Lin Feng's words. In their opinion, these 2 guys in front of them must not be good people. Especially the one who just spoke, the voice is so ugly. Advertisement. The spear in the hand is pointed at Lin Feng and Kuina. Who are you? Why did you trespass on Daughter's Island? Lin Feng didn't intend to say anything more to them, it was really troublesome. Taking a step forward, a powerful force spread out from Lin Feng in an instant. Under the coercion of magic fighting spirit, the weapons in the hands of several girls fell to the ground, they rolled their eyes, lost consciousness immediately, and fainted on the ground. Even the little snakes wrapped around them passed out together. Is it so rude from the beginning? Kuina complained from behind. Ha ha ha, it's okay, and they didn't hurt them, let's go to 9 Snake City. The two walked slowly in the jungle where countless ferocious beasts were hidden, not in a hurry at all. At this time, in 9 Snake City, a 9 Snake warrior rushed in. Master Snake, Lord Snake. Before the person arrived, the voice came in, sounding very urgent. What's going on? There's a lot of noise, what should I do if I disturb Lady Shiji? Boya Sandasonia reprimanded the female warrior of the Hydra who rushed in. Boya Sundar Sonia, a combatant of the 9 Snake Pirates, and the second child of the 3 Gorgon sisters. It's not good, Master Shiji, someone has invaded, and it must have landed now. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Boya Marigold said. Boya Marigold, a fighter of the 9 Snake Pirates, the third of the 3 Gorgon sisters. Wait for someone to explain things clearly. The woman on the throne stood up slowly and said, it's really brave, anyone who breaks into the Amazon Lily will die. This person is the Emperor of the Amazon Lily, the captain of the 9 Snake Pirates, Boa Hancock. Lin Feng and Lin Feng had just walked out of the dense forest when a group of 9 snake warriors consisting of more than a dozen people greeted them in front of them. Each of them carried a bow and arrow and a snake. Of the 2 people walking in front, one of them has slightly raised blonde hair and looks very sexy and cute. The other is a girl who is taller than Enel, with a long sword hanging from her waist, and her breasts are also very huge, so she doesn't look easy to mess with, and she can't bear it. Who are you? How did you come here? What about Ella and the others? What did you 2 do to them? The blonde girl said. Advertisement. The bow and arrow in his hand aimed at Lin Feng and Kuina. Margaret, Ella and the others won't be killed. There was a sound of dolls, and the person who made the sound turned out to be a very tall girl beside him. Hearing this, Margaret's face instantly turned pale, and she bit her lip and shouted. Let the arrow. Hearing the order, more than a dozen people behind him shot arrows at the same time, while Yofulindola drew out the long sword at her waist and rushed towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng and Kuina quickly dodged the flying arrows. And those shot arrows hit the ground or trees, and big pits appeared one after another immediately. Kuina looked back to see this scene and asked in surprise, why are these arrows so powerful? They attached hockey to it. Kuina, leave the one with the sword to you, be careful not to hurt her. Okay, no problem. After the words fell, Kuina quickly greeted Yofilindra. Lin Feng kept jumping on the ground. Hey, you're not doing well. We didn't hurt your companions. You don't need to fight as soon as you come up. It's so uncivilized. It's not good to use violence. As he said that, he came to Margarita in a flash, and reached out to pinch the girl's face. It's not good for girls to be so violent. After speaking, the figure appeared in the distance again. Margaret didn't think she was being molested, because she didn't know what a man was. In other words, in Daughter Island, except for the members of the 9 Snake Pirates, no one else has ever seen a man. The arrow in his hand kept shooting at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't fight back, but was thinking while dodging. This location is not far from 9 Snake City, and Boa Hancock should already know the situation here at this time. Maybe on the way. As Lin Feng expected, after a while, a group of women appeared in the distance. They should all be members of the 9 Snake Pirates. Chapter 64. This woman's brain is not very good. In front of the crowd, several female warriors carried a Huxia-style sedan chair. On both sides of the sedan chair were Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold. When the sedan chair was carried near the battlefield, a group of 9 serpent female warriors surrounded Lin Feng and Kuina. A proud and cold female voice came from inside the Huxia-style sedan chair. Everyone stop. Margaret and the others, who were constantly attacking Lin Feng and Kuina, stopped attacking instantly and stepped aside. At this time, 2 girls stepped forward and opened the curtain of the sedan chair. The first thing that catches the eye is a pair of beautiful and round slender jade legs, delicate and smooth, extremely sexy. The next one had long black and beautiful hair, combed in G's hairstyle. The slightly wide forehead is smooth and flat, the dark blue eyes, the corners of the eyes are slender and delicate, and the almond eyes reveal a little coldness, the bridge of the nose is high, the nose is small, and the lips are so soft that there is no wrinkle. Wearing a pair of snake-shaped golden earrings, a beautiful woman in a cheongsam with a cool demeanor stepped out of it. Margaret immediately stepped forward and said anxiously, Master Snake Girl, the two of them are intruders, and they are very powerful. Ella's life and death are unknown now. Boa Hancock looked around with a cold expression, and finally his eyes fell on Lin Feng and Kuina. Stepping on her slender legs, she twisted her tall and fiery body and walked towards the two of them. Be careful, Master Shiji. Someone shouted anxiously. Boa Hancock raised his hand with his back to everyone, and then brushed his beautiful long hair. Ah, Lady Snake, it's so beautiful. As expected of Master Snake Princess. Ah. Another crazy group of people. Lin Feng looked at Boa Hancock who was walking towards him and said, as expected of the Pirate Empress, it's kind of interesting. Hearing that Boa Hancock stopped in his tracks, put one hand on his waist, pointed at Lin Feng with the other, slightly raised his forehead, and said proudly, no matter what I do, even if I kill someone, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful. But I don't want to get my hands dirty, so can you die by yourself? As the sound came, Lin Feng could feel a kind of energy contained in it, charm. It should be the ability of sweet fruit. Feeling his clothes being pulled, Lin Feng looked back. Kuina leaned forward and whispered, Lin Feng, is this woman out of her mind? She thought she spoke in a low voice, but none of the people present were ordinary people. Lin Feng coughed lightly in embarrassment. Cough, why didn't I realize that you were so sincere before? Advertisement. But it's true. In an instant, the crowd around burst into curses. Bold, how dare you speak disrespectfully to Lord Yaoji? Kill them, HMPH, rude guy, men are disgusting guys after all. Boa Hancock said with a cold snort. After the words fell, the crowd was in an uproar again, this is actually a man. Oh my god, it's actually a man. I don't know, I've never seen a man before. It's really curious, but men are forbidden to go to the island, they are dead. Suddenly, Boa Hancock combined his hands into a shape of a heart, and said in a cold voice, the guilty heart that is infatuated with my concubine will harden your body, and be infatuated with Ganfeng. Then, circles of pink heart-shaped light circles shot out from between her hands, spreading towards Lin Feng and Kuina. Seeing this, Kuina immediately prepared to dodge, her instinct felt a little threatened. However, Lin Feng stretched out his hand and grabbed her. Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Feng just stood there firmly, and endured the infatuation Ganfeng firmly. Well, it's very comfortable, give me another hair. A trace of astonishment flashed in Boa Hancock's eyes, but he didn't think too much about it, and he was infatuated with Ganfeng again. However, it still has no effect. Obsessing with Ganfeng is only effective for people who are attracted by Hancock's beauty and focus all their attention on Hancock. Although Lin Feng was also amazed at Cook's beauty, those long legs were even more alluring. However, at the moment when Hancock used his infatuation with Ganfeng, the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan had already started. The powerful pupil power radiated out, completely suppressing and erasing the effect of being obsessed with Ganfeng. This time, Boa Hancock could no longer suppress the surprise on his face. How is this possible, why? However, Lin Feng didn't say much, and immediately bullied him. A huge fist appeared in front of Hancock. In desperation, Hancock barely dodged sideways. Quick. Oh, there are faster ones. Advertisement. Lin Feng's figure flickered and disappeared in front of Hancock. Hancock frowned slightly, immediately raised his leg, and kicked hard backwards. This kick carried a fierce power, but after the kick, Hancock only felt his jade leg being held by a big hand, and even squeezed. Well, it's quite moist. Kuina, who was watching the battle from a distance, gritted her teeth lightly. You pervert, you are dead. Just when Hancock was about to break free from Lin Feng's clutches, Lin Feng leaned forward and attached himself to Hancock's ear. Said softly, I know your secret. After speaking, he let out a mouthful of hot air. It made Hancock's hairs stand on end. Nonsense, I don't have any secrets. After finishing speaking, Hancock exerted force on his legs, but Lin Feng didn't do anything else, and let her break free. Jumping far away, Hancock tapped his fingers to his lips, creating a huge pink peachy heart-shaped substance, then pulled it back like a bow and arrow, and shot a lot of pink arrows. Slave arrow. Lin Feng dodged calmly, and the trees shot by slave arrow behind him were all petrified and turned into stone. Yo, not bad, but I'm here to help you. HMPH, noisy, disgusting man. Hancock's offensive continued unabated, while Lin Feng continued to chatter while dodging. Can't shoot, can't hit me. Hey, this arrow is not bad, it almost hit my A. By the way, do you really have no secrets? I do not believe. But since you don't care, I'm not polite to make your secret public. After speaking, Lin Feng evaded, but his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. Kuina on the side also quickly followed. Hancock stopped what he was doing, and said after a moment of silence, all of you stay here, don't act rashly. After speaking, he followed up alone. In the dense forest, Lin Feng stood under a big tree, and Kuina sat on the tree, shaking her legs. Seeing Hancock chasing after him, he smiled. After rushing in front of Lin Feng, Hancock said with a serious expression, Who are you? Tell me everything you know. Chapter 65 Tool Man Rayleigh. Lin Feng looked at her and smiled slightly. I know all about your unbearable past. Hearing this, Hancock froze in place. She couldn't believe it. Could it be that the person in front of her really knew her secret? Recalling the tragic experience in the past, Hancock's face was extremely gloomy, and he said in a deep voice, Who are you? Lin Feng was also very speechless. After a long time, you couldn't see my big red and watery eyes, could you? Don't you watch the news? Just close the country, right? Lin Feng leaned in front of Hancock, his eyes widened vigorously, and blood-red pupils were exposed from the two round holes of the mask. Come, take a closer look, do you recognize these beautiful eyes? Hancock seemed to remember something, his face softened slightly, and then he looked at Lin Feng vigilantly. Are you Shui Tong? Huh, it's not too stupid. Hearing this, Hancock's cold face was filled with anger again. HMPH, do you think you can do whatever you want in my concubine's daughter island because you are Shatong? It's ridiculous. As a pirate queen, how could I be frightened by you? Seeing Hancock's expression of resistance to the death, Lin Feng said helplessly, Since this is the case, let's not bother. I will tell you about the mark on your back tomorrow. After speaking, he turned around and made a gesture of leaving. Hancock was shocked at this moment, he actually knew. Hancock was captured by human traffickers as a child and used as a slave to the celestial dragons, and was forcibly fed devil fruit for fun. Years of abuse made Hancock hate men even more. Since then, the slave's imprint, Sky Dragon's hoof, has been branded on the back. Hancock was rescued after Fisher Tiger made a fuss about Mariajoy. But whenever he thinks about the events of that year, he also panics and his spine gets chills. As the king of the Daughter Kingdom, she absolutely must not let others know that she was once a slave. At present, only a few people know about this matter, and only the two younger sisters who were slaves and the former King Gloriosa on Daughter Island know. And many more. In desperation, Hancock blurted out. Lin Feng turned his head with a smile and said, Why, are you willing to have a good talk? Advertisement. I would like to know, what is your purpose for coming to Daughter's Island? No matter who Lin Feng is, as long as there is malice towards Daughter Island, she will not let it go. Seeing this, Lin Feng said, There are two reasons why I came to you, one of which is that I was entrusted by someone. HMPH, don't try to deceive my concubine. Seeing her complete disbelief, Lin Feng said, I have a friend in Sabayati, he asked me to help you remove the marks on his body, you might as well guess who it is. This is naturally Rayleigh. When the three Hancock sisters escaped from the celestial dragons, it happened that Rayleigh helped them and was their benefactor. However, Hancock's attention was all on the last few words, and he looked at Lin Feng in disbelief, with a hint of expectation and longing in his eyes. Can you really remove that mark? He asked in a tentative tone. Hey, it's a coincidence that it's not, I can't. Lin Feng spread his hands and said. Hearing this, Hancock was instantly furious, feeling that he was being played. It was inexcusable for this person to joke about the things she least wanted to face. Before she could make a move, Lin Feng continued, although I can't, my crew can. Hancock almost couldn't catch his breath. Can't this man speak well if he talks verse by verse? Why should I trust you, let alone you are a disgusting man? Lin Feng, hey, talk as you say, why are you attacking personally? Furthermore, even if you don't believe me, since I killed the celestial dragons, you should believe me. Hancock was unmoved. Although she hated celestial dragons, it didn't mean she had to believe in this powerful but weird guy in front of her. Seeing her unmoved, Lin Feng had no choice but to say, I'm a bad person. If you don't believe me, you should believe Rayleigh. He called me here. Although Hancock is arrogant and narcissistic to the extreme, he still has a little trust in Rayleigh who once helped him. You actually know Rayleigh? Hancock asked suspiciously. Forget it, Lousy will go and bring the old man here. In a word, the whole person disappeared. Meanwhile, in a casino in the Sabayati archipelago. Rayleigh pushed all his money forward. I made a bet, I will win today and you will go bankrupt. Ha 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 ha. There was a burst of laughter from the surrounding crowd. Advertisement. In Sabayati, as long as you hang out in the casino, who doesn't know that the arrogant old man in front of you is a famous big fat sheep? Haha, old man, come on today with a fever. I think you might lose your panties today. Come on, everyone bet against him, it seems that today is going to make money. Just as the crowd was clamoring, a space Uzumaki appeared behind Rayleigh, and Rayleigh was sucked into it under the eyes of everyone and disappeared. On Isla Mujeres, in the dense forest, Hancock was still in shock, less than 10 seconds had passed. Lin Feng appeared before her eyes again, along with Rayleigh. Boom. Rayleigh slumped to the ground. Do you know what it means to respect the old and love the young, kid? Rayleigh said dissatisfied. Cut, gambler, 5 million Baileys. Hearing this, Rayleigh jumped up from the ground, put one hand on Lin Feng's shoulder, and said with a happy face, It's easy to say, it's worthy of being an outstanding young man in the new era. Then he looked at Hancock not far away. Ah, Hancock, long time no see. Rayleigh, ha ha ha, it's me. Before he finished speaking, there was another space vortex, and Rayleigh appeared in the casino just now, carrying a large bag in his hand, which contained gold worth 5 million Baileys, causing everyone to exclaim. Hancock is a little dumbfounded, what is this playing, peekaboo? Hey, it's time to believe it now, as for me, there is a way to remove that mark. After regaining consciousness, Hancock is no longer as vigilant against Lin Feng as before. I don't think you would be so kind, and came here just to help my wife. Lin Feng laughed. Of course, this involves another reason I mentioned earlier. For the price of eliminating the mark for you, how about joining my dragon-slaying organization? Hancock didn't refuse and didn't immediately agree. She found the hunting and killing of celestial dragons by Zonlong organization very enjoyable, but she also thought it was a very dangerous move. She is not alone, and cannot treat the lives of so many people in Isle of Women as a trifling matter. Chapter 66 Hancock's Decision. After a long silence, Hancock said seriously, if the concubine is not willing to join you, will you not help the concubine? Lin Feng just stood there without saying a word, just smiled at her. The meaning is obvious, you are thinking about farting. Seeing this, Hancock continued, the concubine can be exchanged for other things, money, treasure, as long as you really have a way to remove that mark. I'm not short of money. I only have one condition. If you don't agree, forget it. Or what you're worried about. Being told what was on his mind, Hancock opened the skylight and said the truth. You should know that I am not alone. The reason why I joined Shichibukai is only to protect the residents of Isle of Women. If I join your organization, what will happen to the citizens of the concubine? Their lives will not be guaranteed. After finishing all the words in one breath, Hancock looked at Lin Feng nervously. Whether it's removing the slave mark on her back or protecting the safety of the people, she can't give up any of them. Sensing Hancock's nervousness, Lin Feng said slowly, if this is your concern, you don't have to worry about it. First, even if you don't join us, Amazon Lily can't be stable forever. He ping, the reason why the world government established the Shichibukai system is just to balance the power of the four emperors. When they accumulate enough strength, they will liquidate you sooner or later. Quote. And that day isn't too far away. Second, if you join us now, you don't usually need to do anything, at least not in the short term. If you really wait until the day when you are exposed, I will find a safe place for your citizens to house them. Like Sky Island, eloquently said a lot, Lin Feng's mouth was dry. Hancock is also worthy of being the king of Amazon lilies. After hearing what Lin Feng said, he spoke very boldly. I promise you, as long as what you say is true. Oh, so happy. HMPH, I'm not an indecisive person. Whether it's your strength or what you do, I'm very interested. After receiving Hancock's reply, Lin Feng became pensive instead. Time passed slowly, and the sudden silence made Hancock uncomfortable. Kuina on the tree watched this scene with interest. Although the pirate empress in front of her was indeed breathtakingly beautiful, she knew that Lin Feng was a bit of a talkative at best, and would never do anything. Well, since you agreed, now we have to face a very real and difficult problem to solve. After a long time, Lin Feng suddenly broke the weird atmosphere. Advertisement. What's the question? Hancock was a little curious, and he agreed, what else could he ask? What do you think you should do to convince me that you are not here to make false claims with me to eliminate the mark? What if I helped you eliminate the mark and you turned around and acted helplessly? The corner of Hancock's mouth twitched, and he said coldly, I never bother to lie, are you insulting me? Ahem, what insults are not insults, you can't talk nonsense, let my daughter-in-law hear it. Kuina on the tree burst out laughing. Lin Feng looked up and gave a hey laugh. Come on, now that the deal is settled, you go back to your palace now, and I will go to you later and help you remove the mark. As Lin Feng said, he stepped forward, leaving a spatial imprint on Hancock. Hancock looked at Lin Feng without saying a word, then turned and left directly. The 9 snakes outside the dense forest saw Hancock coming out. Hastily stepped forward and asked, Master Snake Princess, are you alright? Are you hurt? Did you kill the 2 intruders? ... A group of people chatted endlessly around Hancock. Hancock is still immersed in the series of events that happened today. Everything was beyond her expectation. After recovering, she showed her queenly aura and said indifferently, shut up. Back to the city. After speaking, he boarded the sedan chair. Back at the palace, Hancock paced back and forth in the room with nervous anticipation. Both Boa Sandersonia and Boa Marigold had never seen their older sister like this. Just a bit like a newly married little daughter-in-law. Hiss, no way, our empress is in love. Advertisement. Got into a fight with that man and put yourself in it. The two looked at each other, and they both saw the incredible look in the other's eyes. In the end, Boya Sandersonia asked cautiously, Sister, those 2 intruders seem to be very powerful today. Although they were killed by my sister, I don't know what their purpose is. Do we need to do something? Some preparations? If you ask this question, the drunkard doesn't mean to drink. However, Hancock didn't notice at this time. Her mind is full of Lin Feng now. Is what this guy said true? Can he really remove the mark on his body? Hearing what his sister said, Hancock subconsciously said, they're not dead. What? Hancock's 2 sisters said in unison. The 2 looked at Hancock in disbelief. After the shock, Marigold's expression was a little heavy. I didn't expect that even my sister couldn't keep them, so they are still on the island. Suddenly thinking of something, Marigold quickly turned around and walked out the door, saying as he walked, I'm going to deploy people now, and I must find them. Stop. Marigold stopped and turned around and said, Sister, the situation is urgent. Sandersonia also echoed. Yes, sister, we must find them now, otherwise we don't know what they will do. Seeing the anxious appearance of the two younger sisters, a faint smile appeared on Hancock's cold face. The three of them have depended on each other since childhood, and they have all experienced the unbearable past. There is no rush for this matter, you two come here. The two were a little confused when they heard the words, but they walked over obediently. Hancock took a deep breath and asked softly, the marks on your body may be eliminated. After a long while, neither of them responded. Those two people today have a way to remove the mark of slavery on us. Hearing this, the chests of the two seemed to be hit hard by a sledgehammer. Breathing is getting in the way. It was so important to both of them and to Hancock. If word of the slave mark spread, even to the ears of celestial dragons, the consequences would be disastrous. Now there is a way to solve this problem once and for all, how not to keep them from being excited. Chapter 67. Is this true, sister? He probably lied to you. Sandersonia asked carefully. She desperately wanted to hear Hancock tell her categorically that it was true. Marigold also watched Hancock expectantly from the sidelines. That's what he said. As for whether it's true, I don't know. The two obviously wanted to say something, but were interrupted by Hancock. Don't worry, we'll wait for him here, and everything will be clear by then. Here, the two were surprised. This is Hancock's room. For hundreds of years, Daughter Island has a rule that men are not allowed to go to the island, even people from the world government. And now, today, this man not only landed on the island, but also entered the room of the king of the daughter country. This, isn't the script right? What is going wrong? Seeing the appearance of the two, Hancock knew that there was a bit of a misunderstanding. There was a blush on his face, and he immediately explained, if we're not here, why not go to other places? What if people know the marks on our bodies? This is the safest place. But, sister, why does he help us? Does he like my sister? Or? Asked Marigold, the youngest of the three sisters. What nonsense. Hancock reprimanded loudly. As for that annoying guy, how could I like him? I can't wait to arrest him and torture him every day. That being said, the tone sounded very fierce. It's just that the dazed look after she finished speaking made people reluctant to believe her words. Time passed little by little while the three waited anxiously. On Lin Feng's side, he was slowly wandering in the jungle. Kuina obediently followed behind. The scenery here is not much different from the outside. Lin Feng pouted and said without much interest. As a closed place, Amazon Lily has been out of contact with the outside world for a long time. Except for the towns where residents live, other places are completely virgin forests. There were ferocious beasts everywhere, but none of them dared to get close to Lin Feng. Yeah, the scenery here is nothing special. Kuina echoed Lin Feng. Lin Feng just wanted to raise his hands in agreement. Kuina went on to say, after all, isn't the biggest feature of Daughter's Island just those innocent women who wear revealing clothes? Aren't you going to appreciate it? Hearing this, Lin Feng shivered, and hurriedly said, I'm not interested in these. Advertisement. Oh, really? Of course. Are the pirate empress's legs soft? Soft. Realizing that he seemed to have said something wrong, Lin Feng immediately said sternly, I didn't say it just now, believe me, that's my other personality. Hey, I didn't expect him to be such a lecher, wait for me to turn around teach him a lesson. Hee, do you think I'm Enel? So easy to fool. What follows is the horrible domestic violence scene. 10 minutes later, Kuina looked down at Lin Feng. Tell me, next time I will touch other people's thighs indiscriminately. I, Lin, swear, I am sworn to death by gambling and drugs. Where's Huang? Huang, by heaven. At night, the entire Daughter Island was surprisingly calm. Hancock and her two younger sisters stayed in the room and didn't go out or even eat during that time. I was afraid that Lin Feng would come suddenly and be caught by someone. Everything is done with care. Now, however, the three are not sure. It's late at night, why don't you come here? Is it because we are here? Sandersonia and Marigold couldn't stop thinking about it. Maybe they just dated my sister alone. Thinking of this, Sandersonia said, Sister, why don't we go out first, otherwise I don't think he will come. Hancock knew as soon as he heard it, how many things these two silly sisters had imagined. It's just that she couldn't help muttering in her heart. Is it really because I only dated my concubine, right? Does he really like me? That's right, the concubine's body is so beautiful, not to mention that she is still a man, and then she realized that Lin Feng seemed to be a married man. So she is more confident. Sure enough, even a married man couldn't resist the charm of a concubine. Finally, Hancock came up with an answer. Sure enough, that guy likes me. Watching Hancock talking to himself, Sandersonia and Marigold shook their heads simultaneously. Hey, there is no help. Where should Daughter Island go in the future? At this moment, in Hancock's room, there was a wave of fluctuation in the space in front of the three of them. Advertisement. Then a person came out of it, a woman. Very beautiful, just like an angel. Then two more people came out. This time neither Lin Feng nor Kuina wore the dragon-slaying robe. Before, it was to hide his whereabouts. If he was bumped into by someone from Marine or world government, he would only think of him as the Dragon Slayer and would not associate it with Lin Feng. There is no need for that now. In the room of the King of Daughter Island, there must be no one from world government. Yo, we meet again. As soon as he walked out, Lin Feng raised his hand to say hello. Captain, can't you say hello in advance, it scared me to death. Canis said dissatisfied. He obviously happily fought against the landlord in Berry with little Betty on the warship. Being dragged here by Lin Feng all of a sudden, I was so scared to death. Rayleigh. Another tool man. Be careful next time, be careful next time. Watching the three suddenly appear, Sandersonia and Marigold took out their weapons at the same time. He said fiercely, "Who are you and how did you get in?" Hancock stared at Lin Feng. This man's voice sounded so cheap. Exactly the same as the guy from the day. Back off. Walking up to Lin Feng, Hancock asked, "Is that you?" "Well, it's me." "Huh, there's something wrong with this conversation." Lin Feng felt as if he had heard it somewhere. "HMPH, it really is you." Hancock's tone was a little smug. "Okay, let me introduce, this is my crew member, she can heal the mark on your body." It is said that the three Hancock sisters are all staring at Canis. In their eyes, Canis is like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, as if they want to eat her. Canis looked at Lin Feng nervously and asked, "Captain, what are you talking about, what mark?" "It's just that she has a scar on her back. Please help her deal with it." Canis nodded, and suddenly thought of something. "Captain, how do you know she has scars?" After speaking, he looked at Kuina. Hiss. Lin Feng felt that he was about to finish the game again. Chapter 68 Eliminate the slave mark. He tried to stay calm and didn't answer Canis. He looked at Hancock very seriously and said, "You know all the conditions. If you don't want to, you still have a chance to regret it now, otherwise." As the concubine, a person who doesn't believe what she says. If you can really remove that mark, the concubine will be yours in the future. As he spoke, he stretched out a finger and lightly placed it on his lips, making a shy look, and his tone was very provocative. Lin Feng said in his heart, "Can't take it, can't take it." Okay, Canis, you help her, I'm going out first." After speaking, he glanced at Kuina, and then a Kamui appeared directly on the edge of the island. Inside the room, the five women stood there blankly. Canis looked at Kuina in bewilderment. Kuina nodded at her, then spoke to Hancock. "Take off your clothes." Hancock is not a man of tweaking either, she knows this is to remove the mark of slavery on her body. Without saying a word, she found a stool and sat down, and impatiently untied the clothes on her body. Then, the smooth and delicate back was exposed. Canis stepped forward, seeing such an ugly mark on such a beautiful body, he couldn't help feeling a little angry inside. Such a good-looking girl can be dealt with, who is such a beast? Reaching out to place a hand on the scar on Hancock's back. Sandersonia and Marigold leaned forward, watching nervously. This is an important matter that also concerns them. Hancock, on the contrary, seemed very calm. Under the effects of the healing technique and the light of life, the scar on Hancock's back shone with light in the shocked eyes of the two. Fades at a speed visible to the naked eye. After the treatment, Canis's little hand stroked Hancock's beautiful back. "Tisk tisk, it feels really good, but unfortunately, the captain can't touch it." "Sister, it's really, really good. The imprint is gone." "Great, great." The two spoke incoherently, and suddenly hugged each other, crying bitterly. Hancock stood up, walked to a mirror, looked back at his smooth white back in the mirror, lost his mind for a while. Advertisement. How many days and nights, every time I think of this slave mark, I feel extremely painful and angry. Scenes of the abuse she encountered as a child emerged in mind like a movie, often surprising her in her sleep. But now, the imprint disappeared, and Hancock felt relieved instantly, feeling a lot lighter in his body. After getting dressed and looking back at his two younger sisters, Hancock put away his inner excitement. The imprints on the two younger sisters are still there, and it is not the time to be happy. "Kuina, who is she?" Canis asked, taking Kuina's arm. "Boa Hancock, the pirate queen, do you know?" The little chicken nodded like pecking rice. "Yeah, I know, it turned out to be her. No wonder everyone said she is the most beautiful woman in the sea." While talking, Hancock walked up to Kuina and Canis with long legs. "Heal the concubine's two younger sisters as well." The cold voice made Canis uncomfortable, and what was the commanding tone for? Canis people are still innocent and kind. Although they are a little unhappy, they are still ready to help. As soon as he took a step, he was pulled by Kuina. "You should have not forgotten our agreement." Kuina also looked at Hancock coldly. "This woman should be beaten and beaten. This stinky body is just a result of being used to it. What the concubine said naturally counts." Hancock was a little annoyed. Normally, she would have used her sweet ability to solve everything. But now she dare not. Lin Feng is still there. Canis looked at Kuina questioningly. Seeing Kuina nodded, and then helped Hancock's two sisters also eliminate the slave mark. The two were in ecstasy again, hugging each other and howling like ghosts and wolves. Counting the time was almost up, Lin Feng appeared in the room again, and seeing this scene of embracing and crying, he felt a bit of headache. What's the situation? This is it. Not being able to control that much, Lin Feng came to Hancock. "From now on, you and your 9 snake pirates are ours, no problem. Of course it's useless for you to have an opinion. If you want to go back on your word, I don't mind killing everyone on this island." Lin Feng felt it necessary to threaten Hancock, a woman who was arrogant and not very good at thinking. Otherwise, who knows what kind of mobs this savage BCH will make. HMPH. Hancock was very upset that this Lin Feng actually threatened her. So he made that cute and pitiful look again, and said in a low voice, "Even if I don't agree to you, you will forgive me, after all, I am the most beautiful." Advertisement. Although he has used this trick against Lin Feng before, Hancock just doesn't want to believe that there are still men in this world who are not attracted to him. Well, it's so fearless, it's the head iron. Lin Feng is naturally not without emotion. After all, such a big beauty is acting like a baby to him. Who dares to say that he has no other thoughts? It's just a bit of an idea. For him, this trick only slightly affects his hormone secretion. There is no other effect, let alone pupil power. A hand knife slashed at her head under Hancock's incredulous gaze. Put away your tricks, you should know that joining us is your best choice. Hancock's two younger sisters watched the scene dumbfounded. Everything that happened today was so real. It's so hot. Are you still a human? You're not tempted by my concubine's beauty. Lin Feng didn't want to entangle her with this issue anymore. Didn't he see that the person next to him was still watching? He took out a black ball of light and handed it to her. Take it, from now on, you are the one who slays the dragon. Next time I have a chance, I will let you kill 2 celestial dragons with your own hands. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Hancock said in shock, can I also kill celestial dragons? There's nothing you can't do, just kill a pig. Hancock didn't respond, but her 2 younger sisters were different. The mouth is wide open. What kind of guys are these? Celestial dragons are killed like pigs in his eyes. Okay, hurry up and arrange a room for us. Don't push yourself too hard. No man has ever stayed here in Daughter's Island. Even if you help the concubine, you can't break the rules. Oh, that was in the past, but now there is. Hurry up, don't ink. No way. I'm your boss now, you have to listen to me. This is Daughter's Island, you have to be ashamed. Well, Captain, why don't you send me back first and then come back and continue to argue? Little Betty is still waiting for me to fight the landlord. Okay, thank you for your hard work. After a few seconds, it disappeared and reappeared. Then make noise. In the end, Hancock fell under Lin Feng's thick skin. Chapter 69, Hitting a Woman with a Stick. The next day, news spread throughout the island that a man had spent the night on Daughter's Island. I don't know who passed it on. Everyone was discussing this in disbelief. Hey, I heard that a man spent the night in Nine Snake City. Yeah, I just don't know who it is that made Lord Snake Girl break the rules of Daughter Island for hundreds of years. I heard that it was the intruder yesterday. Could it be that she was captured by Master Snake? Hiss, no way, doesn't that mean he's a male favorite? Residents on the island are eagerly discussing this hot topic for them. In this way, at noon when Lin Feng woke up from the bed with her eyes squinted, the news that she was Hancock's male favorite had already spread throughout the Nine Snakes City. After stretching, I found that Kuina had gone out, probably to find a place to practice. After changing his clothes and going out, Lin Feng realized something was wrong when he came to the street. Why do these people look at themselves so strangely? Lin Feng knew that this island had never seen a man wandering the streets so openly, and it was normal for these people to be curious. It's just that there was something else in that curious gaze. The more he thought about it, the more something went wrong. Lin Feng simply ignored it. It's still important to eat. He found a restaurant, and when he walked in, everyone stared at him. Until he finished eating and left, Lin Feng felt uncomfortable all over, feeling that he had been D 10,000 times. At this moment, a team of bows and arrows came from a distance. All of them looked very good at fighting. Lin Feng recognized the leader at a glance. It was Margaret, the national defender who participated in the siege and suppression of Lin Feng yesterday. Looking at this blonde chick, Lin Feng remembered that he pinched her little face yesterday. It felt good. Margaret also noticed Lin Feng staring at her. There was a hint of surprise on the small face. She now knows about Lin Feng's stay on Daughter's Island. This shows that Lin Feng is not an enemy. Although I haven't seen Lin Feng's real appearance, this kind of thing is not difficult to guess. So, her little thoughts came alive again. Walking quickly to Lin Feng, a cute little face approached him. You were the guy wearing the mask yesterday, right? Advertisement. Well, that's right. Well, can you go shopping alone with me? I have a question for you. Margaret put her little hands on her chest and looked at Lin Feng expectantly. This is fine, but you don't need to patrol. Lin Feng also wanted to know what the girl was going to ask him. It's okay, the shift will be changed soon. Yes, thank you for agreeing to my request. After saying that, he ran away excitedly. After a while, he ran back after explaining the work. Okay, it's done, let's go, I'll show you around, the scenery on our island is very nice. Lin Feng wanted to say, I've seen the scenery on your island a long time ago, and there's nothing unusual about it. But for a person who has never been out of Daughter Island, this is all they have. Okay, then I will trouble you. In front of a small waterfall on Daughter Island, Margaret excitedly introduced Lin Feng. Lin Feng, on the other hand, seemed to be lacking in interest, occasionally answering a few perfunctory words. Shaking the wine bottle on his hand, he found that the wine he exchanged before was gone again. At this time, Margaret was sitting on a big rock, shaking her legs and looking at Lin Feng. Lin Feng didn't want to continue wandering around, it was really boring. If there's nothing wrong, I'll go back. Hey, wait a minute. Margaret ran to Lin Feng and said, I still have questions for you. Then you can ask. Margaret said with a serious expression. Please answer me seriously. That is, are you really a man? Several black question marks appeared on Lin Feng's head. Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. Seeing the girl's expectant and curious eyes, Lin Feng nodded mechanically. Really? This is the first time I've seen a man. I used to hear from the sisters of the 9 snake pirates that men are bad, and there's a special stick for beating women. As he spoke, he circled around Lin Feng, holding his chin with his little hand. But I don't think you are fierce. You obviously look the same as we thought, right? Do you also have that stick for beating women? You're playing hooligans, you know that. What kind of words are these tigers and wolves? Please, tell me, I really want to know. Lin Feng wanted to give her a severe beating now, but considering that it was all caused by the living environment in Daughter's Island, it was better to forget it. Advertisement. Well, there are. Really, can you show me? Lin Feng almost lost his footing when he heard this. No, suddenly being yelled at by Lin Feng, Margaret was a little unhappy. What is fierce? You are stingy. Then he thought of something, and said cautiously, then you must not hit me with a stick, I heard it hurts. Lin Feng sighed, forget it, it's hopeless. In the palace, Hancock and his 2 younger sisters are discussing about joining the dragon-slaying organization. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Hancock, I heard that there are men on the island, is this true? A short, white-haired old woman walked in with a snake-shaped cane. The old lady served the former King Gloriosa of Daughter Island, and she was also one of the few people who knew the secret of the 3 Hancock sisters. Grandma knew. Boa Sandersonia and Boa Malagla greeted the person coming. Sitting on the throne, Hancock raised his slender legs. Old woman, don't meddle in your own business, or the concubine will throw you out. Hancock, Daughter's Island does not allow men to enter. This is the rule of Daughter's Island for hundreds of years. How can you let a man come in and spend the night here? Granny Nu said angrily, pointing the crutch in her hand at Hancock. Hancock is also annoyed. TMD, you think I don't want to kick him out? That's a lunatic. Celestial dragons are killed casually. But I'm very scared, I can't beat him, so go and drive him away, you will help me. Hancock activated the ability of the sweet fruit, posing very seductively. Ah, Master Snake Princess. Just as she was addicted to it, Grandma Niu suddenly raised her hand and gave herself a big DK, barely waking herself up. The skillful action is heart-wrenching. It seems that this kind of thing is not once or twice. All have resistance. Hancock, are you saying that you can't do anything with him? Granny Nu asked in surprise after recovering. HMPH, if the concubine has a way, why don't I ask you an old woman to tell me? Hearing this, Granny Nu was very puzzled. What's the situation? There are men who are not interested in Hancock. Unless he's gay. It's not right, even a woman can't resist Hancock's beauty. Unless he is not human. After thinking about it, Grandma Nu still felt that it was impossible.
3BM Chapter 70 Going to Alabasta for a camel ride. After contemplating for a while, Granny Nu finally came to a conclusion. Since the opponent is not affected by Hancock's beauty and ability, there is only one possibility that the opponent's strength is too much stronger than Hancock. Only then does it make sense, but Granny Nu was shocked when she came to this conclusion. Who is Hancock? One Piece, or Shichibukai, proper big pirate? The strength is also very strong. However, the man now appearing on Daughter Island is actually much stronger than Hancock, and it is even said that he is not in the same dimension at all. Granny Nu thought about it carefully, and one name after another flashed through her mind, but in the end she still couldn't think of who it would be. Who is this man? Granny Nu realized the seriousness of the matter and asked nervously. Hancock said coldly. Blood pupil. When Granny Nu heard this name, she always felt as if she had seen it somewhere before, but she couldn't remember it. So he asked, who? HMPH, old woman, don't you usually like to read newspapers the most? Why, Shatom doesn't even know, maybe you're getting old and dying? Grandma Niu sweated wildly. What did she say? This is just that her memory is a little bad, and she is still far away from death. Hancock didn't continue to tease her, picked up a newspaper beside him and threw it to Granny Nu. The newspaper fell on the ground. Granny Niu bent down to pick it up with difficulty, and read it in her hand. I can't see clearly. Take a closer look. This.
After reading the contents of the newspaper, Grandma Nu was too shocked to speak.
The content in the newspaper is that Lin Feng kidnapped celestial dragons before and blackmailed the world government. Granny Nu remembered that she had read the newspaper at that time, but she forgot about it after a long time. This is a ruthless person, too dangerous. At that time, Granny Niu felt that this was a dangerous person and she must not have anything to do with it. But now, this dangerous person is in Daughter's Island, lingering and not leaving. Hey, Hancock, what should we do? This man is too dangerous, let him stay on the island like this, I'm afraid. Advertisement. Hancock waved his hand, signaling her to stop. Old woman, do you think the concubines you mentioned don't know? Don't worry, he won't do anything to us, or you would have been reincarnated by now. Granny Nu didn't feel relieved because of Hancock's words. Even so, if the news of his stay on Daughter Island reaches the world government, Shichibukai's identity may not be able to keep Daughter Island. Granny Nu's tone was very anxious, and the crutch in her hand kept hitting the ground. Hancock gave her a cold look. Old woman, you are really old, you are confused. Why don't you tell my concubine? Who will spread the news? Is it you? Or me? Granny Nu heard. Yes, this is the closed Daughter's Island. Who will spread the news? What's more, the only ones who know his identity are the 4 of us here. Granny Nu finally felt relieved. Then he asked. Then what is this blood pupil doing here? HMPH, don't ask more questions if you shouldn't know. Go out. Regarding the identity of Lin Feng, I told Granny knew that Hancock felt harmless. Firstly, it made her feel at ease, and secondly, it was to explain why there were men staying overnight on Daughter Island. As for joining the Zhanlong organization, Hancock doesn't want more people to know for the time being. On Lin Feng's side, after getting rid of Margaret, he found Kuina who practiced sword alone. Without disturbing her, Lin Feng took out Huo Liuyan himself. He started to practice not far away. The development of the new move is almost complete. Because of the help of the skillbook, whether it is the control and use of his own magical battle energy or the idea of creating new moves, Lin Feng seems to have entered another brand new level. Time passed quickly, and I spent half a month leisurely on Daughter Island. Lin Feng finally decided to leave here. It's just that when he left, Hancock was extremely happy. Let Lin Feng shout ruthless, "Kuina, where do you want to go next?" Whatever. Well, then go to Mermaid Island, the underwater scenery is very interesting. You just want to see the mermaid? Long Island? The animals there are weird looking. It's not interesting. Advertisement, water capital? I've been there, I don't want to go. How about riding a camel in the desert?
You can have this one. It's always floating on the sea. There's water everywhere. Okay, then it's settled. As for where there are deserts, does it need to be said? Find Alabasta's location and turn around. Set off. For Alabasta, Lin Feng is quite interested. Calculating the time, Lok Dal should have led his Barlock work agency to stir up trouble in Alabasta, but he doesn't know where it is going. Clock Dar was the mastermind of the civil unrest in Alabasta. The side effect of using the forbidden product, dancing powder, made it rainless all year round in Alabasta except the capital Albana, and blamed the country's king, Neferutali Cobra. Under the guidance of K. Lokadar, the uninformed people believed that it was caused by King Cobra's private use of rain-inducing doses. As a result, he was dissatisfied and formed a rebel army, and a serious war broke out with the king's army. Lok Dal himself was regarded as a national hero because he helped Alabasta drive away the pirates. However, his real purpose is to get information about ancient weapon Pluton from Alabasta. Lying in the cabin, recalling things about Alabasta in his mind, Lin Feng suddenly thought of a question.
The reason why the Xingqian was not used before was to deceive people, and they did not want people to know that they had been to Daughter Island. But there is no need to hide it now. Thinking of this, Lin Feng immediately went to the deck and took out the Xingqian. As soon as the Xingqian touched the sea, there was a huge wave. Kuina, who was sunbathing on the deck, was taken aback. The two came to the star. Feeling the completely different speed, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. The stars are still comfortable. This is the real two-person world. Cool. Due to the relatively long distance, even the Zodiac took 12 days to enter the waters of Alabasta.
Different from the islands I went to before, Sentin Island where Alabasta is located is a huge island, bigger than the sum of Sabayati Archipelago. Alabasta also occupies a large area, a proper superpower. Advertisement Chapter 71. You are finished. G. Lok Dal. Standing on the bow, the islands in the distance gradually became clear. After approaching, an island full of yellow sand came into view.
After docking the boat on the shore, both Lin Feng and Kuina looked at the land. You can clearly feel the dryness of the air. After jumping off the boat, put away the Xingqian. Although it only stopped for a short while, many people already gathered around it. It is estimated that the news of his coming here has been passed back by various intelligence organizations. Without thinking too much, he took Kuina and walked into the city. This is the port city of Alabasta, rapeseed flowers. The reason for coming here is mainly because of the rich perfume here. Lin Feng thought Kuina would like it. Well, should I? What girl doesn't like perfume? The two of them were walking on the streets of Rapeseed Flower City, and they had already changed into the uniforms of the Xingqian Royal God robe. This kind of robe is most suitable for wearing in the desert. Not only can it block the harsh sunlight, but also block the wind and sand. When the two passed a small shop selling hats holding hands, the owner of the small shop hurriedly shouted, "Hey, little brothers, you are foreigners who just came to Alabasta. Let me tell you, the weather here is very hot. If you are not careful, you may suffer from heat stroke." Lin Feng looked at him and thought to himself, with your weak look, you don't know who will suffer from heat stroke first. Being stared at by Lin Feng like this, the owner of the small shop felt nervous for a while. In fact, he can also see that the two people in front of him don't need these things in his shop. It's just that he really can't help it. It hasn't rained for nearly half a year, and now the water price in the city has soared to a terrifying level. He didn't ask Lin Feng and the others to spend a lot here. As long as he could buy a little stuff, he didn't need money, just some water. Lin Feng also saw the embarrassment of the shop owner, hesitated a little, took out 2 bottles of water and handed them to him. 2 pairs of windproof glasses.
Okay, you're such a nice guy. He hurriedly took out 2 windshield glasses and handed them to Lin Feng. Advertisement. By the way, where is the best perfume shop here? Lin Feng asked. The owner of the small shop looked up in embarrassment and said, well, in fact, my family used to be in the perfume business, but since half a year ago, the perfume business here has gradually closed down. If you want to buy perfume, you probably won't be able to buy it. Lin Feng frowned after hearing this. What is this called? It's all the fault of Lok Dal. What kind of moth is this? If you want to find something, you have to look hard, and now you can't even buy a good bottle of perfume. I originally wanted to buy a good bottle of perfume as a birthday gift, but now it's gone. You are done. Even Jesus can't save you. I said. Seeing that Lin Feng's complexion gradually darkened, he became more and more ugly. The owner of the small shop shivered, wondering whether he had offended the old man by saying something wrong. Let's go. Pulling Kuina away quickly. There are sallow and emaciated people everywhere along the way. It has only rained for half a year. If it really waits until 3 years later, how many people will die?
Came to a shop selling camels. The two bought only one camel, and rode slowly towards the direction of Albana, the capital of Alabasta. An hour later, in the desert full of yellow sand, the camel looked in horror at the ground at least several hundred meters away from him. It never thought in its life that one day it would experience the feeling of heaven. Sure enough, it's still comfortable to fly, it's enough to experience the camel. Kuina, who was wrapped in Lin Feng's magical vindictiveness, was riding on the camel at this moment, covering her mouth and smiling lightly.
She also didn't expect to ride a camel in such a way. Originally, even riding a camel would take about a month. Under Lin Feng's full flying flight, the sky was not completely dark yet, and the two of them saw a huge city in the air from afar. Unlike other places in Alabasta, it was raining heavily in Albana at this time. After falling from the sky, Lin Feng naturally sat behind Kuina. The camel's 4 legs went limp, and it fell to the ground with a plop, panting heavily without moving. Advertisement. Well, okay, let's go in by ourselves, the camel might be scared stupid. Kuina got off the camel and turned around and said, hurry up, I'm hungry, I'm going to find a place to have dinner first. After Lin Feng came down, he pouted at the camel and said, what a waste, this won't work. Camel, I'm not a human, but you are a real dog. The two walked quickly towards the city, and just after leaving for a while, someone came to the camel. Why is this camel here? A very nice girl's voice sounded.
Princess Vivi, let's go back to the city quickly, it's getting dark, it's very dangerous. The voice sounded full of indulgence. This person is Belle, the lieutenant of the Alabasta Guards, who is known as the strongest fighter in Alabasta. Zone Bird Fruit Falcon Form Ability Person, has one of the 5 world-recognized flying abilities, and is called Falcon Belle. No, let's find those 2 people just now, okay, they can fly. At this time, Vivi, who was only 13 years old, was still a naive little girl, not aware of the upcoming turmoil in the country. Who would have thought that 3 years later, this lovely girl would shoulder such a heavy burden for her own country and people? Go undercover and enter Lock Dar's Bar Lock Agency and become an agent, codenamed Miss Wednesday. When Lin Feng and Kuina landed from the desert, they were seen by Princess Vivi in the distance. Princess Vivi turned over and rode an extra-large yellow duck. Run, run fast. This yellow duck is Princess Vivi's mount and it's a fast duck. Belle shook his head and followed immediately. On the other side, another urban rainforest in Alabasta. This is the base camp of Clockadar and the only city that receives rain besides the capital Albana. Lock Doll was sitting in a dark room with a cigar in his mouth. Looking gloomily at the big fish tank in front of him, it's just that it's not a small goldfish, but his pet, a crocodile. In the dead environment, Lock Dar suddenly made a low voice. That Lin Feng, are you sure he's here? In the darkness, a mature and intellectual female voice sounded. Just now, news came from Albana that Lin Feng has arrived there. As he spoke, a woman wearing a white cowboy hat and a leather trench coat came out. Healthy wheat-colored skin, a pair of big watery eyes with blue and green pupils, exquisite facial features, and a hot and sexy figure. People can be addicted to it at a glance. This is a very temperamental beauty, but although she has a smile on her face, it makes people feel a sense of separation. Chapter 72 Bartolomeo Lock Doll grinned and let out a piercing laugh. Please tell me, don't confront him head-on, that's not a guy we can provoke now. My plan is about to start, and it must not be affected in any way. The woman said. Don't worry, according to the information, he should just come here for fun, as long as he doesn't take the initiative to provoke, it should not hinder your plan. You are responsible for this matter yourself, pay attention to his movements, no matter what he does, you must report to me as soon as possible. Hearing his words, the woman nodded without any expression, turned and walked out. At this moment, Lock Doll's voice came from behind the woman again. Nico Robin, you'd better not forget our purpose and don't try to play tricks. You should be very clear that with me now, only with my Shichibukai identity can I keep you temporarily. Don't try to escape. Besides, even if you run away, where can you go? Who would dare to accept a devil like you who will bring disasters? Gia. Wait until Lock Doll has finished speaking. Robin strode away again. It's just the lonely look on his face, which really makes people feel distressed. Albana. After Lin Feng and Kuina entered Albana, they arrived at the entrance of the largest tavern in the city under the guidance of the local residents. What surprised Lin Feng was that next to this tavern, there was a small but very delicate tavern. Take a look at the plaque above. Good guy, Scarlet Tavern. There is also a number like 31 below. Isn't this your own industry? Kuina smiled, obviously noticing that too. Take out a little money and hand it to the person who leads the way. Kuina and Lin Feng decisively chose the Scarlet Tavern next to this big tavern. As soon as he walked in, Lin Feng noticed that there were really mixed people here. The two walked to the bar of the bar, and Lin Feng waved directly. Boss, let me have a table of your best food here, and 2 bottles of the best wine. Okay, guest, just wait a moment. He took out a large piece of gold and put it on the bar.
Don't look for it, hurry up, I'm starving to death. Seeing Jin Zi, all the other drinkers in the tavern opened their eyes wide, looking at Lin Feng sourly. Hiss, is this the big dog? It's just eating and drinking, and you actually use such a large amount of gold. Hey, little brother over there, if you have a lot of money and no place to spend it, please treat us all to a drink. Advertisement. You are thinking about farting, why should people buy you a drink? Comma. Lin Feng naturally heard these people's words, and his thoughts were also the same, you are thinking about shit. Holding such a large amount of gold by myself is completely left-handed and right-handed. Of course, the main reason is that there is really no smaller gold, and the Bailey on my body is exhausted. You have to find some time to exchange some money. Soon, the boss and the clerk came over with a lot of food. Guest, please use your wine slowly. The boss looked at Lin Feng with a smile.
After taking a sip of the Dragon Yin wine brewed by the Scarlet Tavern, he babbled. Well, it's not bad, it's still worse than what was exchanged, but it's enough. While Lin Feng and Kuina were enjoying their dinner, the door of the tavern was suddenly kicked open roughly. A muscular, bald-headed man wearing only pants walked in with a large group of younger brothers. It looks very arrogant. Everyone in the tavern looked at them. Yes, it's a desert bandit. What, why are they here?
Where did the guards go? How could they be allowed into the city? It's over, we're dead, these guys are killing people without blinking an eye. Comma. The guests in the tavern looked very panicked. Ahahaha, you trash, quickly hand over all your money. As he said that, he walked to the counter, drew out a big knife and slapped it on the table, and you, take out all the money in the store. The tavern owner is just an ordinary intelligence officer, how dare he resist? Immediately started to take money out in a hurry. At this moment, the bald man noticed Lin Feng and Kuina beside him. Seeing the two sitting there unmoved, they still seemed to be eating with gusto. Immediately became furious, how could this TM be so weird, lousy was robbing. Can you give me some face? Boy, quickly take out the money. And the girl next to you is my uncle's from now on.
Lin Feng raised his head and looked at him with indifferent eyes, as if looking at a dead person. Advertisement. The bald man trembled from fright, and took a step back involuntarily.
You. Pointing at Lin Feng, he stuttered for a while, unable to speak. Who is it? TNND, it's so noisy, boss, where's my wine? At this time, someone suddenly shouted loudly in the corner of the tavern. Everyone looked curiously. It is a grass-green coxcomb head, with eye lines painted under the right eye, wearing a nose ring, with a face like a ghost, and a black winged half-ring tattoo on its chest, wearing a purple coat with a skull pattern on the back and plaid trousers. The man wearing the short sword.
Damn it, why is it him? Lin Feng recognized this person at the first sight. Bartolomeo. Hey, boss, wine, lousy's wine. The tavern owner stood at the counter with a mournful face, not daring to speak. After rubbing his eyes, Bartolomeo saw clearly what had happened. Immediately, he stared at the gang of desert robbers with ferocious eyes. It's you guys who bothered Lousy to drink. Standing up from his seat, he walked unsteadily towards the group of desert robbers. It just looks like it's about to fall over by itself at any moment. The bald man felt that he was too ashamed today, and was inexplicably startled by someone's look. Now being scolded by a drunk again, can't take it anymore. FK him. Break the limbs of this alcoholic and throw him out to the dogs. Several of the younger brothers drew their knives and rushed towards Bartolomeo. Seeing these people rushing over, Bartolomeo suddenly burst into laughter. Hey ha 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 ha. After laughing, the temperament of the whole person became very fierce. The fist was suddenly covered by something that looked like glass. Barrier punch. Boom. In a few seconds, the little brothers who rushed over were all knocked to the ground, their heads were bleeding, and they could only breathe out, not in. Shoot. Shoot. The bald man yelled loudly at the group of boys below him. The younger brothers hurriedly raised their guns and aimed at Bartolomeo for a round of suppression. Bartolomeo smiled ha 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 again, and raised his hands forward. Protective barrier. Chapter 73. Senior Lin Feng, please accept me. After a burst of intense shooting, Bartolomeo stood unscathed. Staring at the bald man with a half-smile, shocked the barrier. Suddenly, Bartolomeo launched an attack, swung his right fist forward, and smashed the newly created protective barrier at the opponent at an extremely fast speed. The extremely hard barrier hit the bald man's body, knocking him into the distance. After a loud bang, a wall of the tavern collapsed. The bald man also passed out completely. Bartolomeo looked coldly at the younger brothers with guns. The group of people immediately dropped their weapons in fright and fled in a panic. Boss, hurry up and bring the wine. Bartolomeo yelled at the bar again. Hey, here we come. Lin Feng did not continue to pay attention to Bartolomeo, but instead looked at the bald man who had passed out. This guy just said something bad to Kuina, there is no way Lin Feng can keep him alive. Standing up and walking in front of the bald man, the collapsed wall pressed him firmly underneath. Lin Feng bent down and pinched his head, lifting him up. Raising the other hand as two big pockets. The loud slap once again attracted the attention of everyone in the tavern. The bald man also slightly opened his eyes, he was relieved to see that it wasn't the one who knocked him out. Who knew that in the next second, Lin Feng leaned close to his ear and said, "You dog, remember not to talk nonsense in your next life." After the words fell, the bald man opened his eyes wide in horror. He opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't make a sound. Click. He tilted his head and lost his breath. Twist the neck of the bald man and throw it on the ground like trash. Sit back to your seat as if nothing had happened. Kill, kill. Some timid people cried out in fear. At this time, Bartolomeo suddenly slapped himself twice severely. Another loud slap. Lin Feng also looked curiously.
I saw stars twinkling in his eyes, and his mouth was opened wide. Put your hands on your chest, kick your legs back and forth, like a sissy. Hiss, Lin Feng's hair stood on end. Lin Feng's former, senior. Bartolomeo appeared in front of Lin Feng as if teleporting.
Hearing this sound, Senior Lin Feng, advertisement. The wine in Lin Feng's mouth sprayed out directly. Sprayed Bartolomeo all over the face, looking at him in shock. What did you call me? Senior Lin Feng. What's the situation? Aren't you G Luffy's fanboy? Senior Lin Feng, please accept me, before Lin Feng figured it out. With a plop, Bartolomeo knelt directly in front of the table. Lin Feng looked at him in astonishment, and Kuina looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. What are you talking about, Senior Lin Feng? Please allow me to be your little brother. Ever since Senior Lin Feng delivered a touching speech in Rog Town, I have felt your ambition to be arrogant to the world. Since then, Senior, you have been my idol, hiss. Lin Feng took a breath after listening. What else is going on with this TM? But when you think about it, this guy is actually pretty good. Bartolomeo was born in the town of Rog and is the leader of the gang in dozens of surrounding towns. Personality seems to be bohemian, but unexpectedly, he attaches great importance to loyalty, and is willing to do anything for his partners. And this guy's fruit ability is also a must, it can be called the strongest defense. Wait, you get up first, why are you here? Lin Feng asked. Bartolomeo put his face in his hands and said, Senior Lin Feng is so gentle, so happy. I can't take it anymore. Kuina looked at this scene speechlessly with her head in her hands. Only then did Bartolomeo come to his senses, and looked at Kuina excitedly again. Senior Kuina, more excited, tears flying everywhere. So touched, Bardo said while wiping away tears. Okay, you sit down first, you haven't answered my question yet.
Lin Feng grabbed him and forced him against the stool. Now, let me ask you the answer. Okay, Bardo nodded excitedly. Yeah. Tell me, why are you here? Senior Lin Feng, since the town of Rog. Later, I have been paying attention to the news of my predecessors, making a big fuss about naval headquarters, beating celestial dragons, fighting admiral, and decisively fighting the world's #1 swordsman. Some time ago, my little brothers pooled their money to buy a boat, so I bid farewell to my hometown, my little brother, my grandma, and embarked on a journey to find my predecessors. Advertisement. Barbara said a lot. Lin Feng's head is getting bigger. Okay, let's do this, you follow us first, as for whether you can get on my boat in the future, it depends on your performance. What? Happily passed out. At this time, the door of the tavern was opened again. One is wearing an Arabian turban, with deep purple 4-pointed star makeup on each eye socket, and wearing a white robe. Both the robe and the turban feature many black quadrilaterals and are worn with 2 orange necklaces. Tall, with long brown hair and muscular chest muscles, he has a large star-shaped scar on his left chest and a stitched scar on his right chest.
The man appeared in the tavern with a large group of armed men. And the people in the tavern exclaimed, it's the guard. He's Lord Deputy Chief of Guard, Lord Bell. Isn't Lord Bell supposed to protect His Majesty or the princess in the palace? Why are you here? It must be because of those desert robbers. Lord Bell, the bandits have been dealt with. Solved? Bell said in surprise. I just came back with Princess Vivi, and when I entered the city, I heard that desert robbers appeared here. So she sent way back to the palace and immediately brought people over. You know, the group of thieves is said to have so much firepower that they even damaged the guards guarding the city. Really, the body of the robber leader is still there. The man pointed to the corner of the wall and said. Bell hurriedly stepped forward to check, and it was indeed the leader of the band of thieves who reported. It's just that it's too miserable to die. Bell raised his head and looked around, trying to ask who took care of the robbers. His eyes froze suddenly. What did he see? Bell quickly searched through the previous memories in his mind. After a while, it was confirmed that it was really him and the woman next to him. I've seen it in newspapers before. Although he was puzzled as to why the other party was here, he still walked forward quickly. Hello, are you Mr. Lin Feng? Bell asked very politely, for fear of offending the god tier. Now Alabasta just can't afford any more disasters. Chapter 74. Kind Princess Vivi. Seeing the person coming, Lin Feng nodded and replied, yes. Although he had already determined in his heart that the person in front of him was that Lin Feng, but after getting Lin Feng's answer, he was still unavoidably excited and nervous. Mr. Lin Feng, are you the one who took care of these desert robbers? Bell said cautiously, his body bent down. It's not me. Lin Feng said flatly. Bell was a little surprised, and then Kuina stood aside. Not her. Bell was even more confused. Who else could it be if you weren't you? Boom. Under Bell's surprised gaze, Lin Feng slapped Bartolomeo on the back of the head. Waking up from a coma, the moment he looked up and saw Lin Feng, he became excited again, and stars appeared in his eyes again. Lin Feng hurriedly reached out and pressed his head. Calm down, someone is looking for you. Hearing this, Bartolomeo turned his head to look at Bell, and his face, which was originally full of enthusiasm and smiling, instantly became extremely vicious. What are you doing? Didn't you see that I was talking to Senior Lin Feng? Boom. Speak politely. Cough. May I ask what you can do with Lousy? Bell was overwhelmed by this blow, and waited for a long time before he said, May I ask if you took care of that desert bandit leader? Who? You said that bald head. Yes, I beat you. What, boy, are you here for revenge? See if Lousy won't take off your arms today. Saying that, Bartolomeo stood up while rolling up his sleeves. Lin Feng quickly pulled him back. Okay, why ask so many questions? Drag that person out quickly, it's disgusting. Bell nodded hastily. Yes. You guys, drag that bald head out, and clean this side again. Yes. Then he looked at the other people in the tavern and said, Everyone, I'm very sorry, the guards need to deal with some things here, please leave as soon as possible.
After what happened before, the guests didn't want to stay here any longer, and looking at the current situation, it was obvious that there was something they didn't want to know. Wait until all the guests in the tavern gone. Bell looked at Lin Feng with a smile. I don't know why Mr. Lin Feng is here. Advertisement. Picking up a piece of dessert and putting it in his mouth, Lin Feng said with a smile. What? Is there a problem? Does it mean that Alabasta does not allow others to travel? Of course not. If Mr. Lin Feng needs help, please feel free to tell me. You don't have to be polite. Bell quickly explained. Don't be like this. It's uncomfortable. I'm not the kind of guy who kills people at every turn. Just speak up. However, since you asked the question sincerely, then I will tell you mercifully. Lin Feng pulled Bell aside and sat down, with one hand still on Bell's shoulder. As for us, we are indeed here to travel. But now, when I encounter some problems, I just don't know if you are willing to help with this. Being ed by Lin Feng made Bell even more nervous. Mr. Lin Feng, tell me, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Even if I am not capable enough, I believe that even King Cobra will help.
Lin Feng said happily after hearing the words. Look, don't you Alabasta produce perfume? Then you're king, or do you have high-end products in the palace? Bell is a little confused, is that all? It was so mysterious, I thought it was a big deal. But this matter, I really don't know. Big brother, I know. At this time, a little girl ran in from the door of the tavern. With long water blue hair and a small pink skirt, she ran in cheerfully. Princess Vivi. Why are you here? Belle exclaimed after seeing Wei Wei.
Uncle Bell, Vivi is curious. Princess Vivi ran in front of several people, pinching the corner of her skirt and said very cutely. Lin Feng looked at Vivi carefully, and he was indeed a beauty. Little sister, did you just say you knew? Lin Feng asked. Big brother, Vivi tells you, there are a lot of perfumes in the palace. Is the big brother going to give it to this beautiful sister? Vivi's big eyes looked at Kuina who was on the side. Haha, that's right. Lin Feng burst into laughter suddenly. How about little sister take us to the palace? 10 minutes later, a group of people stood at the gate of the palace. Belle led the way, Vivi was led by Kuina, and Bartolomeo followed everyone excitedly. Mr. Lin Feng, King Cobra asked me to take you to the drawing room. As early as when he came out of the tavern, Belle had already ordered his men to inform Cobra. Be prepared in advance so as not to anger this big boss.
Advertisement. Well, let's go. Just as they were about to go in, there was a sudden panic in the distance. Belle looked at Lin Feng in embarrassment and said, Mr. Lin Feng, this. Lin Feng knew what he meant. As the adjutant of the guard, he couldn't ignore someone making trouble. Let's go and have a look together. Thank you, Mr. Lin Feng. After approaching, Belle revealed his identity. The crowd of onlookers gave way one after another. Lin Feng and the others saw that in the middle of the crowd, several strong men with big arms and round waists punched and kicked a child who looked only 11 or 12 years old. Let you steal something. Lousy killed you thief. Accompanied by the insults of several strong men, every punch and every kick made the teenager curled up on the ground groan in pain. Stop. Belle immediately stepped forward to stop the few people who were still violent. When they saw Belle, they didn't dare to say anything, and retreated cursing. How is this going? Asked Belle. Lord Belle, this little B*************** D was caught stealing by us. Belle frowned slightly upon hearing this. My lord, I didn't do it on purpose. I really can't help it. My sister is starving to death. The boy spat out 2 mouthfuls of blood and said vaguely. Belle uncle, let him give it back, stealing is wrong. But he is so pitiful, can you help him? Princess Vivi walked up to Belle, looking at the bleeding boy on the ground, she couldn't bear it. These are her citizens. Now because of the drought, there are refugees fleeing every day. Some died on the road, and some finally came to Albana, but found that everything was not as good as imagined. Judging by his age, he was younger than himself. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't survive, who would want to steal things? The more she thought about it, the more distressed Vivi became, and tears began to roll in her big eyes. Just do what Vivi says, don't waste too much time, it's getting dark. At this time Lin Feng spoke, looking a little anxious. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng. Chapter 75 Unforgettable Night. At this moment, Vivi squatted in front of the boy, took out a handkerchief and gave it to him. Don't steal anymore. If you encounter trouble, remember to ask the guards for help. or come to the palace to find me. After finishing speaking, he returned to Kuina's side, held Kuina's hand and lowered his head and said softly, Sister Kuina, why did this happen? Is it really my father's fault? After speaking, he couldn't help sobbing in a low voice. Kuina held her gently in his arms. Regarding the matter of Alabasta, Lin Feng roughly said a few words to her. So Kuina also knows that all of this is K-Lock's fault. His eyes became a little scary. Let's cut him off. Lin Feng heard Vivi's words from the side, and then looked at Kuina's current state. I can't help but mourn for Clock Dar in my heart. You know, now Kuina really likes the little girl Vivi. Would you like to have a daughter in the future? Belle rushed back after dealing with everything, and it didn't take a few minutes. It's really going to take a long time, and it would be nice if Princess Vivi led the way. Mr. Lin Feng, sorry to keep you waiting, it's okay, let's go. Soon, under the leadership of Belle, Lin Feng and his party entered the palace. Hey ha ha ha, is this the palace? Senior Lin Feng, I have never been to such a powerful place when I grow up. Bartolomeo rushed to the front, looked left and right, and kept looking around. This guy has a brain problem, don't worry about him. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Belle continued to lead the way. At this time Vivi has recovered her usual smile. No matter how sensible she is still just a child now. Came to a magnificent palace. At this time, the sky was completely dark, and the whole palace looked extraordinarily beautiful under the illumination of the lights. King Cobra, who had been waiting here early, greeted him. This is a king with black middle-length hair, a kind face, and very simple clothes. Behind him followed a man in a formal suit with strange golden curly hair. It was the captain of the Alabasta Guard, Ikaram. Mr. Lin Feng, I've heard of you for a long time, welcome to Alabasta. Cobra stepped forward to greet Lin Feng with a smile on his face. It's just that Lin Feng clearly observed the unconcealable sadness on Cobra's face. Advertisement. Although he knew what was going on, Lin Feng didn't say anything at this time. King Cobra, you were too kind. Ha ha ha, let's go, I've ordered someone to make a dinner party, let's have a good drink today, I hope Mr. Lin Feng won't hold you back, Cobra said while leading Lin Feng and the others inside. In the room, there was a large round table filled with many local delicacies. Just by looking at them, Lin Feng found that these things were not actually made of such precious ingredients. How should I put it? It's very simple, frugal, no wonder Cobra would say don't be disgusted. Lin Feng is naturally not a delicate person, although he just ate it not long ago, it is still delicious. Apart from Lin Feng, the one who ate the most was Bartolomeo, an idiot who didn't even know what it meant to be embarrassed. At this point, like Lin Feng, he should eat and drink. A table of people ate happily, and Lin Feng and Cobra also chatted happily. Cobra waved to the servant beside him, and the servant understood what he meant. He left without making a fuss. Wait until everyone has eaten almost. Cobra said, Mr. Lin Feng, I heard you need perfume? Lin Feng was taken aback when he heard the words. Huh? Yes, ordinary perfume is not acceptable, you want the best. It's just that he is so thick-skinned, it's best to speak up. Haha, of course I have this, I'll order someone to bring it here, and treat it as a gift to you, Mr. Lin Feng. It has to be said that Cobra is very good at being a man, knowing Lin Feng's strength is there, so it is natural to make friends. And Lin Feng didn't want any rare things, it was just perfume. From Cobra's point of view, it must have been given to the girl named Kuina. Young people, it's really enviable. Cobra couldn't help thinking of his wife who had returned to heaven. Soon, the servant who had gone out before came in carrying a tray. Covered with a red cloth, it was brought directly to Lin Feng. Mr. Lin Feng, this is the best perfume in my palace. It was originally the best perfume in the batch that was prepared for trading. It is just waiting to be sold for a good price. I will give it to Mr. Lin Feng today, gone. Lin Feng was looking at the perfume in his hand, the very delicate packaging. Without taking it apart, Lin Feng was put into the space. Immediately said, then Lin Feng is here to thank the king. Lin Feng naturally understood what Cobra meant. This bottle of perfume is the best in his place. It could have sold for a lot of money, but now it is given to you. You have to remember it, must remember. Advertisement, ha ha ha, come on, keep drinking. That night, Lin Feng and Kuina came to the room arranged by Cobra. Lin Feng took out the bottle of perfume and put it in Kuina's hand. Happy birthday. Thank you. Kuina took it gently. She knew that the reason why Lin Feng insisted on finding the perfume was to give it to her. Although I usually don't know how to use perfume, but Lin Feng likes her, the gift, the most important thing is the heart. Then the two of them washed up and got ready for bed. When Lin Feng came out after washing, Kuina was already lying on the bed. Walk over as usual, lift the quilt, and prepare to lie down. Lin Feng suddenly smelled a special fragrance, very tempting. The scent of the girl's body was mixed with the scent of the perfume, and Lin Feng instantly felt hot and dry all over his body. At this time, Kuina on the bed was already blushing. Pulling the quilt shyly. Kuina, did you use perfume? Haha, it's very fragrant, haha. Lin Feng babbled nonsense, making Kuina laugh. Fool. He stretched out his jade hand from under the quilt, and pulled Lin Feng into the quilt. Oh. Lin Feng was about to say something, but was interrupted by Kuina's soft lips. After a passionate kiss, Kuina buried her head in Lin Feng's chest. She said softly, take me. Boom. Lin Feng just felt that his whole body was about to explode. Blood spurting. For the first time in his life, he felt his heart beating violently. He looked at the girl in his arms like a wolf. Pieces of pink rose on the girl's fair cheeks, and her big watery eyes were blurred with a style that she had never seen before. Lin Feng couldn't bear it anymore, bowed his head and kissed her. The throbbing of this moment made each other forget everything around them. At this moment, each other understands each other better. Chapter 76. I have good news and bad news. Next morning, Lin Feng got up from the bed with trembling legs after going through a big battle. Kuina was still fast asleep. After all, at the later stage of that battle, Kuina turned from passive to active, turned himself into the master, and rode his horse to gallop. In the end, it was only after exhausting the last trace of strength that he fell asleep. Lin Feng felt his weak legs at this moment, but his heart was full of turmoil. Hiss. Last night, it was true, it was crazy, however, it's so cool. Lin Feng was very happy. The smile on the corner of his mouth hadn't stopped since he woke up. Walking in the palace, everyone saw that snarky look. Where is your king now? Take me there. Find a guard, Lin Feng said. Soon, under the leadership of the guards, Lin Feng found Cobra. Early in the morning, Cobra was dealing with official business. The expression on his face was ugly as hell. Before dawn today, Cobra was woken up by an urgent report. The rebel army headed by Kosha was quietly established last night, with the purpose of attacking him, the king. Looking at these documents that were continuously presented, Cobra felt that his brain was almost running out. Your Majesty, Mr. Lin Feng is here. The guard captain Ikaram leaned over and said softly. Hearing this, Cobra raised his head and said, Mr. Lin Feng, please come in. Ha ha ha, King Cobra, you really worked hard, you have been dealing with official duties so early. As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he said loudly. The excitement on his face was clearly visible, and he couldn't hide it at all. Haha, Mr. Lin Feng, what a good thing, to be so happy. Cobra temporarily put down his official duties and began to chat with Lin Feng. I don't know if Mr. Lin Feng has had breakfast, why don't we go together? No problem, no problem. At the dinner table, although Cobra tried his best to smile and eat with Lin Feng's eyesight could tell at a glance how absent-minded Cobra was. What's bothering the king? Lin Feng asked, pretending not to know. Advertisement, cough, no, Cobra didn't admit it. He thought it would be useless to tell Lin Feng about this kind of thing. Even if you're powerful, can you still make it rain? Oh, really? Lin Feng said lazily, leaning back on the chair after eating the last bite. I remember that your Nafarutali family was one of the 20 royal families that created world government 800 years ago. But the Nafarutali family rejected the qualification to move into the Holy Land, Mariajoy, to live as celestial dragons. Cobra looked at Lin Feng in shock when he heard the words. Here, Mr. Lin Feng, how do you know? Don't worry about it, but are you sure you really don't tell me what you're worried about? Are you so sure I can't help? Cobra didn't speak, but looked at Lin Feng deeply. Hey, if I remember correctly, your Alabasta royal family has been guarding the information about ancient weapon Pluton. Oh yes, there is also a stone tablet with the main text of history. At this time, Cobra was not calm anymore, and his heart was extremely shocked. Who is this Lin Feng? Do you know this kind of thing? Are you from the world government? Cobra looked at Lin Feng warily. What? What are you talking about? How could I be from the world government? Seeing Lin Feng like this, Cobra was not sure anymore, and now he just felt a lot of pressure. Mr. Lin Feng, don't be a fool, what exactly do you want to say? Don't you think the current situation in Alabasta is very strange? Cobra pondered for a moment when he heard the words, then raised his head suddenly and said, could it be that all of this is a conspiracy by the world government, and they are planning to write the text of history? What are you thinking? Is the world government really going to take such a big effort against you? It's a pirate. Lin Feng said slowly. Here, please tell Mr. Lin Feng. Cobra stood up and said excitedly. Why, don't you believe me? Originally, I wanted to help you because that bottle of perfume helped me a lot. I didn't expect you to doubt me, hey. Lin Feng looked heartbroken. It has to be said that his acting skills were poor, at least Cobra could tell. Hey, brother Lin Feng, don't be kidding me. Look, the brothers are all shouting. Hey, someone is eyeing Pluton's whereabouts, so they are going to stir up civil strife in Alabasta, and steal the country by the way, so you understand? Cobra's hair stood on end in an instant. This TM is too outrageous. Let's not talk about focusing on Pluton, but steal a country by the way. Then Lin Feng slowly explained Clockeater's conspiracy and plan. Cobra has been in an indescribable state, like a child listening to a story told by an adult. Advertisement. When Lin Feng finished speaking, Cobra took a deep breath. So that's it, you be asterisk 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 D. He slapped the table heavily, and then looked at Lin Feng. Brother Lin Feng, what should we do now? With our own strength, I'm afraid we won't be able to defeat Lok Dar. After all, he is the 7 warlords of the sea. He sighed again. Cobra was very upset about the fact that the pirate became a Shichibukai. Lin Feng smiled and said, don't worry, it doesn't matter whether he is a Shichibukai or not this time, not talking about stealing the country, just playing with Pluton's idea, the world government will not let him go. As he spoke, Lin Feng took out a phone bug and dialed it in front of Cobra. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Sengoku is sneaking around the office. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, don't hide, it's useless, no matter how well you hide, you can't escape the old man's nose. I'm afraid no one would have thought that the Marine hero and the Marine Marshal would actually play a game of snack hide and seek in the office in broad daylight. At this moment, Sengoku's personal phone bug rang. Sengoku took it out to look at it suspiciously and then answered. Yo. Very loud. Sengoku was so scared that the phone bug almost lost his grip. Mossy, is anyone there, Marshal Sengoku? Sengoku. Old stuff. As soon as he realized who the beating voice was, Sengoku heard this old thing. Boy, that's too much, ouch, Marshal Sengoku is angry. Say anything. At this time, Garp outside the door is still lying on the door trying to eavesdrop on Sengoku's movements. I have good news and bad news, which one do you want to hear first? Sengoku's expression changed in an instant. Well, this B***************** D is definitely messing up again. Can you still have good news? Aren't you talking nonsense? I've said it's good news, so it must be. Hearing this, Sengoku became interested. Oh, tell me what good news it is. Chapter 77. Meeting Nico Robin for the first time. I caught a pirate. Really, barely good news. Sengoku said with a smile. In fact, he didn't take it seriously. Marine didn't know how many pirates he had to catch every day. What about the bad news? Hey, what are you laughing at? Tell me quickly. Sengoku had a bad feeling when he heard Lin Feng's laughter. It's a Shichibukai, he. Damn, I knew it right away, the bad premonition came true. Speak clearly, what's going on? Then Lin Feng told Sengoku that K-Lock Dar was going to steal the country and fight ancient weapon Pluton. Cobra on the side was dumbfounded. That's how you talk to Marshal Marine. Also, when did you catch Lock Doll? Why didn't I know? Regarding Lin Feng's ability to open his eyes and tell lies, Cobra has learned a lot. After hearing what Lin Feng said, Sengoku was also extremely annoyed. Even if these damn pirates became Shichibukai, they just changed their skin. Garp still eavesdropped on the door. Even so, you can't do anything to him privately, you should leave it to Marine. TCH, what's the use of saying this, if I didn't discover his conspiracy? You Marines don't know how many times Alabasta died before you know. You can publicize that it was your Marine who did it. I won't take the credit from you. As for the 5 elders, let them come to me if they have a problem. Sengoku was speechless when he heard this, how much he didn't take 5 elders seriously. Yes, I will send someone over to deal with the follow-up matters, and Clock Dar must be handed over to Marine. No problem, I'll keep it for you, hurry up and catch up with the hot ones. Hanging up the phone bug, Sengoku sat on the chair thinking about something. Garp is still lying on the door, he feels a little strange, hiding a snack for so long, something is wrong. Could it be that old boy Sengoku is hiding in there? Hey, I didn't see it, this old thing is still so interested at such an advanced age. I am preparing to expand my knowledge to see what happened. Garp, come in, advertisement, come on, it's done. Lin Feng put away the phone bug and looked at the stunned Cobra. Hey, what are you thinking? He stretched out his hand and waved it in front of Cobra's eyes. Oh, nothing, brother Lin Feng, is this done? If not, but Clockadar wasn't caught, Cobra said. Not now, but soon. After speaking, he returned to the room with a prepared breakfast and saw that Kuina was still sleeping, so he left a note and left. That night, Lin Feng had already appeared in the rain. This is the base camp of K-Lock Dar. Unlike other cities, the rainy land, just like the name, is moist and refreshing. Rain Banquet, Casino. This is a casino run by the management of the Barlock Works. The tall and coquettish welcome girl at the door saw Lin Feng approaching, and immediately twisted her slender waist to greet her. In their line of work, eyesight is very important. The man in front of him is not only tall and handsome, but also has an imposing attire. He looks like a rich man. As soon as he walked over, several welcoming girls rushed over, each of them showing off their figure hard. If he could be favored, he might make a fortune tonight, and maybe he wouldn't have to do this job in the future. Feeling their crazy and hot eyes, Lin Feng smiled wryly in his heart. It's not that I don't want to, it's really out of bullets. A terrifying momentum erupted, and several welcoming girls fainted to the ground as soon as their eyes were dark. Not just them, including the entire casino, not a single one is sober. The staff of the Neba Lock work agency in the casino just felt the terrible momentum and passed out. Scattering the magic grudge to cover the entire casino, Lin Feng began to investigate the people inside. Sure enough, as expected, the woman was here. Walking into the casino, there are people lying on the ground in a coma everywhere. In a very hidden room in the casino, there were 3 people lying on the ground, 2 women and 1 man. Lin Feng smashed down the wall with 1 punch and walked in. When he came to the woman, he squatted down and patted her face lightly. No response. Dizzy so completely? Advertisement. He pinched her nose again. After a while, the woman suddenly opened her eyes, opened her mouth and began to pant heavily. Hey, hello, Nico Robin. Relieved, Robin subconsciously stepped back when he saw the big face in front of him. You are Lin Feng? Why are you here? Where's Lock Dar? No extra nonsense, now we still have to get rid of that sand crocodile. Robin looked at the unconscious Mr. 1 and Miss Double Finger, both of whom were the backbone of the Barlock work agency, but they were lying on the ground like dead dogs at this moment. This kind of thing happened here. If there is no accident, he should have come to check the situation. Really? Let's go out and wait for him. Go outside after speaking. Robin quickly got up to follow, and saw Lin Feng suddenly turn around and said, Follow me, don't think about running away. On a sand dune outside the rainy land, Lin Feng was sitting leisurely on the ground drinking wine. Just exchanged another 1,000 bottles of Dragon Yin wine for storage. Robin stood behind him, sizing up the man who was much younger than her with deep eyes. What are your plans for the future? Just when Robin was staring at his back in a daze, Lin Feng said suddenly. What? What are your future plans? Hearing this, Robin's whole being became extremely lost. After the O'Hara incident, for 20 years, Robin hid in the underground world in order to avoid the pursuit of Marine. In the beginning, Robin looked for a job everywhere to get food and clothing, but because of her identity and the astonishing reward amount, she was betrayed and abandoned by others several times. In the end, he could only survive by betraying others. And now that the hiding place is gone, where's my future? Didn't hear back from Robin. Lin Feng looked back at her and said, why don't you follow me, come to me, you can continue to study your historical text, don't worry about the world government, and don't worry that I will betray you. You should know that I have the strength and confidence. Luo Bing looked at Lin Feng in surprise, but the expression on his face was not too exaggerated, and he maintained the persona of Gao Lang Yuji. Why? Robin asked after calming down. She didn't believe that Lin Feng would be so kind, no matter what, as long as she was accepted, he would definitely get into big trouble. You are quite calm. You are indeed a woman who has survived to this day under the hunt of the world government. The reason why I invited you is because I want you to continue to study the historical text. Sooner or later, the truth will be revealed to the world. Chapter 78. Either you catch the pig or the pig kills you. Sounds good, but it should be more than that, Robin said with a mature and charming smile. Ha ha ha, indeed, the reason why I accept you is that besides your research on ancient characters, I also value your 20 years of experience in the underground dark world. I need you to set up a killer organization, while providing guards for my intelligence organization, at the same time, assassinate nobles from all over the world and blame it on the world government. Robin was shocked after hearing this Lin Feng is really daring. To assassinate nobles, wouldn't it be an enemy of the whole world, not to mention blaming the world government? Don't worry, I will give you a group of powerful subordinates at the beginning. The rest will be developed by yourself. However, it might not be easy to put the blame on the world government, and others are not fools, Robin said suspiciously. Although she also felt that people like Lin Feng would not fail to realize this, but since she decided to join Lin Feng's camp, it would be better to speak up if she had any doubts. Ha ha ha, if I said that the group of people I prepared for you were originally agents of the world government, I think they should be the most aware of the various dirty tricks of the world government, Lin Feng said with a mysterious smile. I don't know what kind of scene it will be when Robin and CP9 people meet. After being hunted down by the world government for so many years, Robin is very familiar with these agents. Although Robin has never met Lu Qi and others, but Lin Feng believes that if Robin knows that they used to be the mysterious CP9, but now they have become her subordinates, then her expression must be very interesting. For Robin's black-bellied girl, Lin Feng also wants to see a black-bellied girl. Robin obviously wanted to ask something more. Just at this moment, Lin Feng stood up suddenly. Oh, why, it's already here, don't you think it's too late if you want to run now? A gust of wind and sand rolled by, slowly condensing into a human shape in front of Lin Feng. He has a big back, is wearing a black fur coat, has a long horizontal scar on his face, has an earring in his right ear, and has a cigar in his mouth. The left hand is a golden hook, which contains a very poisonous hook with scorpion poison and a blade. K-Lok Dar had just arrived at this place when he saw Lin Feng and Robin. In an instant, I scolded countless sentences times in my heart. He was about to run away, but Lin Feng still noticed him. Although he didn't know why Lin Feng would deal with him, but when he heard Lin Feng shouting, he knew that he couldn't escape. Simply come out directly, after all, there is no deep hatred between the two. Oh, you are K-Lok Dal, tisk tisk, you are really weak. Come up and taunt first, and put trash talk to calm your mind. Advertisement. K-Lok Dal's originally tense expression immediately darkened a bit. You guy, don't be too arrogant, his eyes sank, and he looked at Robin next to him. Nico Robin, it seems that you have really found a good backer, the tone was mocking. I don't know if it was because he couldn't ridicule Lin Feng, so he simply changed his target. Anyway, if you can't fight, you can't lose. Robin covered his mouth and smiled when he heard the words. Oh, I have to thank you, although I don't know how you recruited Mr. Lin Feng, but without you, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have this opportunity. Little crocodile, I heard that you were looking for Pluton. I really don't know what you think. Do you think you can really find it? Even if you find it, it's just making a wedding dress for the world government. The day you find Pluton is the day you die, don't you believe it? K-Lok Dal didn't speak. Lin Feng knew that this guy hadn't given up yet. You are such a naive coward. Lok Dal's face was ashen, and he was about to die of anger. Sha Lan. This is unbearable humiliation and ready to do it. It's just that the wind and sand hadn't had time to condense, and it dissipated slowly. At this time, the fist carrying the magical grudge hit K-Lok Dal's abdomen fiercely. Do you want to die? Chop Suey. Lin Feng looked at him coldly. It's really interesting that the sand crocodile dared to make a move. HMPH, if you want to kill, kill. Lousy has never been afraid. Lok Dal hunched over, spitting as he spoke. The punch just now was obviously very uncomfortable. This Lin Feng obviously didn't use weapons, but why was it so FC King painful to hit him? Suddenly I don't want to kill you anymore, what do you say? I didn't expect that you still have a bit of backbone now. I thought you had completely lost your spirit after losing to Whitebeard. Hearing Lin Feng mentioning Whitebeard, K. Lockier's eyes sank, and then he was full of unwillingness. He also knew that the only way to beat Whitebeard was to wait until he was completely sick and unable to move in bed. So in these years, Clockadar came up with the idea of ancient weapon Pluton, wanting to use external force. Advertisement. After finally recovering from the pain caused by that punch, he saw Lin Feng's hand suddenly stretched out and grabbed his neck. Cold sweat broke out from Locke's forehead. He could feel that the guy in front of him was serious. As long as he dared to resist, he would definitely die. Feeling this strong sense of oppression, K. Lockadar swallowed hard. Since you won't kill me, what do you need me to do? HMPH, what I want you to do is very simple. Bring me a celestial dragons. Although I don't like you very much, I hate those pigs even more. If you can't, I'll catch you with my own hands, break your limbs, and give you to the celestial dragons as a slave. So either you kill the pig or the pig kills you, understand? K-Lock-Doll looked gloomy, and the hands that grabbed his neck made it very difficult for him to breathe. Just, let him catch celestial dragons. What does Lin Feng want to do? So crazy? Crazy. But he dared not speak out to refute. Compared to resisting Lin Feng, it is obviously easier to catch celestial dragons. It seems that you are also a person who knows the times. After you capture the celestial dragons, you will join Robin's team. I'll only give you 1 month, don't even think about running away, it's useless. After speaking, he let go of the hand on the opponent's neck, and took out a set of dragon-slaying robes and threw it to K-Lock-Doll. But this set of dragon-slaying robes did not have the palpitating word, /. Take it, although you don't hesitate to hide your identity, but I have obsessive-compulsive disorder, this is very important. Then handed Robin a normal set. How does this work? Robin looked at the black ball in his hand, somewhat puzzled. K-Lock-Doll on the side also has a puzzled face. After teaching them how to use the dragon robe, Lin Feng warned K-Lock again. Remember today's words, don't have any wrong thoughts. Then he took Robin and disappeared into the rain. K-Lock-Doll stood in the dark in a daze. When he put on the dragon-slaying robe, he knew another identity of Lin Feng. Blood eyes? Ha 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 ha, interesting, this is so interesting. Chapter 79. Lin Feng is not even an opponent. Go back to Albana Palace, arrange for Robin to stay, and then return to the room. On the second day, Kuina and Robin were formally introduced. Then he explained to Robin what happened next. CP9 should be busy trying to find a way to catch celestial dragons now, and they should all be outside in a short time. Robin also doesn't need to be in such a hurry to meet with future subordinates, after all, she lacks everything but strength. During the following period, Robin and Bartolomeo learned hockey from Kuina. 2 weeks later, at the port of Alabasta, Aokiji and Garp, the old guy, disembarked from the warship together. Ha ha ha, brat, we meet again, let me punch you first. Garp, who had just disembarked from the boat, swallowed the snacks in his hand and punched Lin Feng with his fist. After dodging Garp's iron fist, Lin Feng said helplessly, you old man, do you always greet others with your fists? Ah ha ha ha, don't care about such things. Garp scratched his head and smiled heartlessly. Speaking of which, your lineup is a bit exaggerated. Lin Feng looked at Aokiji and said. Ah, Vice Admiral Garp just dropped by. Aokiji was as lazy as ever. Well, by the way, I'm on vacation, I'm going back to East Blue to see my grandson, haha. Lin Feng heard that Garp was going back to East Blue, and suddenly thought of one thing. Lin Feng forgot when he left East Blue, since Garp is going back, leave it to him. Old man, remember to go to Kokoja village when you go back to East Blue, you should know about this place. Garp touched his chin in thought for a while and said, I know, what's the matter, do you have something to ask the old man? Tisk tisk, this is really rare. It's not a big deal. You can bring me some navigation knowledge books and measuring tools, and give them to a little girl named Nami in Kokoja village. She is about 15 years old, you can find out after asking. The book should be more comprehensive, such as meteorology, geography, physics, oceanography. The more the better, the more comprehensive the better. Speaking of this, Lin Feng thought of when he was 12 years old, he went out to sea alone, and only picked out those weak little pirates. Until one time I met the dragon pirates who had just arrived in East Blue, I never fought, and I almost lost them. After finally escaping back to Shimotsuki village, Lin Feng of course complained to Koshiro. Type the small one and get the old one out. The dragon pirates soon understood the meaning of this sentence. Advertisement. Koshiro arrives with a knife when they just stepped into the village of Kokoja and violently assaulted the villagers there. Lin Feng, Kuina, and that kid Zoro followed behind, looking arrogantly at the arrogant dragon pirates. I have to say that Koshiro's squinting eyes are very confusing. No one would have thought that this seemingly weak four-eyed boy turned out to be a powerful swordsman. With just one sword, everyone in the dragon pirates, including the captain, was wiped out. It was in that year that Lin Feng met little Nami, who was only 10 years old. At that time, Nami-chan, who was still young, had already developed a great interest in sailing, and determined to draw his own world map. At that time, Lin Feng, who had other thoughts, took Koshiro and his group to have a meal at Nami's house under Belle Mel's warm invitation, and met the equally lovely Nokigao Xiaoliu by the way. Before leaving, I took a lot of oranges with me. After hearing this, Garp moved closer to Lin Feng, with a strange look on his big face. You boy, this is eating what's in the bowl and looking at what's in the pot. I want this old man to help you pick up girls, you.
The old man Garp said angrily, his big bull-like eyes kept winking at Kuina who was beside him. That means that your man cheated, and you still don't care about it in front of you. Hey, old man Garp, what are you thinking? I am helping a person with a dream come true. I am doing good deeds. Do you understand? Anyway, just don't forget. Garp waved his hand impatiently. It's alright, it's shameless to ask this old man to pick up girls for you. Ah, too, have you forgotten the business? Aokiji, who was watching the excitement, said, if this is not stopped, the old and the young will have to talk for a long time. The two looked at Aokiji at the same time, and said in unison, huh. What's the matter? Ah, brother Lin Feng won't forget about K-Lock doll. Aokiji reminded Lin Feng, obviously, it's not unusual for Garp to be offline. Oh, you said that. Lin Feng said loudly in surprise. Aokiji Admiral, what happened? Something happened. Then he made a very regretful look. Advertisement. Seeing this, Aokiji immediately asked, what's the matter? Could it be that K-Lockadar ran away? Even Garp was rarely funny, but looked at Lin Feng seriously. For this matter, Clockdar is just a small person, but what he did is a big thing. The matter of stealing the country has to be explained to the Alabasta royal family and civilians. Five Elders was very dissatisfied with the idea of beating Pluton, and ordered that Lockadar must be imprisoned in Impel Down. If this runs away, the impact is still quite big. Hey, yes, it's all my fault. It was my mistake that Clock Doll was rescued by accident. Aokiji and Garp were convinced by this heartbroken look. Brother Lin Feng, do you know who rescued K-Lock? Aokiji asked. Lin Feng tried hard to think back. I'm not sure who it is, it's just an immature guess. Stinky boy, tell me, what are you talking about? Glancing at Garp, Lin Feng rested his forehead with one hand, closed his eyes and began to recall. That person is weird, strange, times two. Yes, suddenly appeared, and suddenly disappeared with K-Lock doll. After a pause, he continued, wearing all black makes me feel very powerful. I'm not necessarily an opponent. Aokiji Garp and the two were shocked when they heard this, isn't this blood pupil? The strength grows so fast. Lin Feng is not even an opponent. Is that a lie? Lin Feng. Hee, what do you think? It's just that the two felt that Lin Feng would not lie to them about this kind of thing, and not many people knew the news about Shatong, and Marine had already issued a separate password. The arrest warrant only has the code name and the amount of the reward. Since Lin Feng basically told the characteristics of Shatong, it means that he really met him. Yes, he said something before he left. Chapter 80. They are back. Huh, what? This time it was Aokiji and Garp who spoke in unison. Hiss, let me think about it, he seems to be saying, tell the world government, it won't be so simple next time. Rubbing her chin, looking up at the sky, recalling each word. When he finished speaking, Aokiji was shocked. This blood pupil, is it possible that he is going to attack celestial dragons again? Oh, this blood pupil is going to do something good again. The two spoke almost simultaneously. Aokiji turned to look at Garp with a wry smile. Oh, can't we say that about this kind of thing? Then it doesn't count. After speaking, he turned his head to one side, pouted his mouth and began to whistle, kicking pebbles with one foot dangling. Okay, you go directly to Albana. King Cobra was going to come over, but I kept him. Aokiji had to go to Albana even though he didn't catch Clockadar. After all, this kind of thing happened, Marine needs to put on a show, and finally, after the report, Marine stopped K-Lock Doll's plot, which will undoubtedly gain a lot of reputation. Take Kuina to the star that has been parked on the shore long ago. Robin didn't come out of the cabin until he was far away from the Marine warship. Now it's not time for a direct showdown. After a while, Lin Feng's strength has not yet reached the level where he can overwhelm everything. As for that guy Bartolomeo, Lin Feng gave him a month to go to Sabayati by himself, catching some pirates along the way. It was a small test. Wait until the Xingqian is completely out of the warship's field of vision. Lin Feng put away the Xingqian, and directly appeared in the Sabayati archipelago with the two women. Get out of the Kamui space in a place where no one is there. In the Shaki bar, Lin Feng walked in with Kuina and Robin. To Lin Feng's surprise, Betty Jr., Canis, and Barry were there. Ah, Sister Kuina, Betty misses you so much. The moment Lin Feng and the others came in, little Betty rushed up and threw herself into Kuina's arms, rubbing her head against Kuina's body non-stop. Captain, you are back. Barry said happily. Canis also looked at Lin Feng with a smile. Lin Feng walked over and patted Barry on the shoulder. I didn't expect you to come back. Where is Zephyr Admiral? Captain, Zephyr Admiral is taking people to New World. Canis said while drinking coffee. That's it. Advertisement. Shaki, 2 cups of coffee and wine. Shaki looked at the people in the room with a cigar in his mouth and smiled. His eyes stayed on Robin for a while, then he turned around and brought a bottle of wine, and then started making coffee. Come on, let me introduce you. This is our new friend, Nico Robin. It is said that everyone has different expressions. Like Betty Jr. and Canis, the usual warm welcome. And Barry on the side opened his mouth wide. Captain, is the Nico Robin you're talking about the same Nico Robin? Lin Feng nodded. Ah, it's very impolite to say that. Robin walked up to Barry with a backpack on his back and smiled softly while covering his mouth. Sorry. Robin, these are my crew members and my partners. You can't join the starship right now, and I think you know why. Lin Feng said to Robin. After all, apart from Robin, the clothes of other people here are different, but they are all red, and there is a dragon pattern on them, which is different from Robin's dragon-slaying robe at first glance. Don't worry, Captain, I know that. Just then Shaki brought the coffee, and Kuina and Robin each had a cup. Well, good, now I declare, let's have a banquet. The pub was buzzing well into the night and didn't end until Rayleigh returned. Lin Feng boy, that's Nico Robin. Well, what then? Lin Feng asked disapprovingly. Haha, it's nothing. It can be seen that you really have big plans. You are old, so you can't accept it. As he spoke, he took a big gulp of wine down his throat. Oh, you old fellow. You have to hide. Don't worry, when I came here today, I was sure that no one would come in. I would make such a low-level mistake. Rayleigh put his arms around Lin Feng's shoulders and said, but having said that, you kid was unreasonable last time, you used me as a tool man. Lin Feng looked at him strangely. Why are you talking about this? Didn't they all give you money before? What's wrong? You want to get money twice after selling your body once. Tisk tisk, what's your name, vulgar? You come to an elegant one for me to appreciate. Rayleigh pushed his glasses, tilted his mouth and looked obscene, making Lin Feng say he was constipated, he couldn't stand it. Hey, that's to say, the money from last time, brother, I was careless for a moment and the investment failed. Can you see if you can sponsor more? Advertisement. Hey, I didn't expect you to be such a Rayleigh. You can say such shameless things. Rayleigh's face turned pale. Just say whether you will give it or not. Good guy, this old man is too soft to act like a baby. This is coquettish, right? Give it, but you have to promise me one condition. Immediately put on a friendly smile again. You are wrong, what is a condition? Isn't your business my business? Lin Feng's face was so dark that he could only see his teeth when he walked out of the bar. Isn't he right? It seems that this old Rayleigh man has liberated his nature after getting to know himself. How shameless. You helped me teach Robin's hockey, although Kuina can also teach her, but the experience is definitely not as rich as you. A trivial matter, nothing to worry about. 5 million. Deal. On the same day, after the gathering, Lin Feng sent Barry to Seven Water Capital, and Connors sent back to Sky Island. After working for such a long time, I have to take a short vacation. To Lin Feng's surprise, Enel and Asa came back after Sabayati rested comfortably for 3 days. It's not just the two of them, Enel is also carrying 2 black big bags in his hand. The first thing he did when he came back was to find Lin Feng's room, and threw 2 big bags in front of Lin Feng. The proud expression was not hidden at all. See, both ends. Standing in front of Lin Feng's door, with his back leaning against the door, 2 fingers suddenly popped out from the hands wrapped around his chest. Seeing him like this, Kuina, who was also in the room, held her stomach and laughed wantonly. Yes, you are amazing. Lin Feng said perfunctorily. HMPH, don't look for me for such trivial things in the future, I'm a god. After finishing speaking, he turned and left proudly. Ha. As he walked, the guy couldn't help but smile smugly. This guy is like a child. Lin Feng looked at Asa who was standing obediently and asked, thank you for your hard work. This time, Enel didn't cause any trouble. No, he caught these 2 celestial dragons, and I didn't do anything. He pointed to the motionless and unconscious celestial dragons on the ground. Well, okay, take a good rest these days. Yes, Captain. Chapter 81 The Days Without Garp. What Lin Feng didn't expect was that the day after Enel and Asa came back, Barry from the capital of Seven Waters contacted Lin Feng. According to Barry, Lu Qi and others also brought back a celestial dragons. Lin Feng was overjoyed when he heard the words, and now he is not in a hurry to kill them to get points. On the same day, Lin Feng came to Area 49, which was his site. After looking at the arena under construction, Lin Feng found the construction team and asked the other party to allocate some personnel to build a small prison first. Lin Feng doesn't want to imprison celestial dragons in his own Kamui space, it's disgusting. After explaining about the prison, Lin Feng went to the capital of Seven Waters. In a hidden room, Bingshan, Barry, Khalifa, Bluno, Kaku and other CP9 members. Lin Feng was a little surprised when he saw Nugget, Fukuro, and Jabra when he just entered the door. After saying hello to Bingshan, Lin Feng looked at Lu Qi and asked, what's going on, let's talk about it. Mr. Lin Feng, it's like this. Before capturing the celestial dragons, I summoned the members of the Ennies lobby and gathered all my forces to ensure the completion of the task. Spandane also found a reason to evade it. Lu Qi took a step forward and explained. Oh, Spandine. Indeed, that idiot, huh? Lin Feng looked at the 3 of Jabra. Since you have participated, this shows your choice. From now on, do things for me honestly. When speaking, the terrifying momentum pressed down on the 3 of them. The 3 of Jabra quickly said yes, after all, the shadow of a famous tree. They didn't dare to make any small moves in front of Lin Feng. Especially Jabra, although he was very dissatisfied with Lu Qi in the past, but after being beaten up by Lu Qi with the weapon color he had just started, he obviously became obedient. CP9 Although there are occasional conflicts among the people, the relationship is actually quite good. After learning that Lu Qi and others were forced to take poison and obey Lin Feng's orders, the remaining 3 also boarded the thief without hesitation. Fairy. Since you're all here, you should leave the world government completely from now on. After thinking for a while, Lin Feng said, after you leave this door today, you each return to your original posts. What should you do? After 3 days, Zonlong will directly attack the capital of Seven Waters and Ennie's lobby. By then, all of you everyone has to die. Everyone in the room looked at Lin Feng in surprise. Especially the group of CP9. Mr. Lin Feng, this advertisement. What's the hurry? It's a suspended animation, understand? You will all die in Zonlong's hands in 3 days, so as to completely escape from the sight of the world government. After listening to it, everyone realized what it meant, and half of what they said was really scary. Lin Feng, if they leave, the world government will send people over to look for Pluton's design drawings. Bingshan asked immediately after Lin Feng finished speaking. Lin Feng looked at him and smiled, and then explained. So, when the time comes, the Dragon Slayers will also take away the Pluton design drawings. What? Don't worry, you have to know that now this Pluton design drawing will only bring you trouble, and keeping it is not a wise choice, you should be clear. Bingshan calmed down after listening. Seeing him like this, Lin Feng shifted his gaze to Barry. Barry, you just stay here, cooperate with the action tomorrow, and then follow directly back to Sabayati. Naval Headquarters. Sengoku was standing in front of a large table losing his temper. Kazaru B*************** D, don't answer the phone again. As he spoke, he immediately dialed another one. On the other side, Kazaru stood on the deck of the warship, looking at the phone bug in his hand strangely. Huh, why don't you talk? Just then, the voice of the phone bug rang again. Moses, can you hear me? Why don't you speak? It's so strange, there's no sound at all. Kazaru looked very depressed. I always feel that someone is playing a prank, it's really disgusting, I even called to play tricks on him. A sea soldier watching this scene from a distance, wiped the sweat from his forehead and hurried over, pointed at the phone bug in Kazaru's hand, and said helplessly, Kazaru Admiral, is there a possibility that you took the wrong phone number? Worm. Hearing this, Kazaru carefully looked at the phone bug in his hand, put it into his clothes very naturally, and then calmly took out another phone bug. As soon as I got it in my hand, the phone bug rang again. Moses. Advertisement. Kazaru. Why did it take so long to pick up? What are you doing? Sengoku's rough voice roared from the phone bug. It's Sengoku. Kazaru said calmly. Sengoku patted his chest, took a deep breath and said, how is your situation? Already on the way back. Why so fast? Kazaru pouted and said, anyway, everyone is gone, so I have to come back. After hearing this, Sengoku said, tell me what you have learned. In the past 2 days, the phone bug in Sengoku's office has been almost exploded by 5 elders. Every time I call, it's a slap in the face of Sengoku. Sengoku wanted to quit many times. These celestial dragons, seeing that the Zonlong organization has not come out for activities recently, came out one by one to wander around again. It's all right now, 3 of them were kidnapped all at once, a whole 3 of them. Well, according to the information from the investigation, there should be a dragon-slaying person among them, wearing a black robe and a mask. Kazaru said lightly. Sengoku nodded and said, sure enough, it's them again. I didn't expect that something happened just after the information from Aokiji's side. According to you, there are other people this time. Yes, one group of people is not strong, and there are more people. It can be seen from the scene that the fighting process is very intense. You come back first. This matter is definitely not that simple. I don't believe in the coincidence that 2 groups of people attacked celestial dragons at the same time. There must be a connection between them. After Sengoku finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly. Sitting on a chair, I have a headache. Now that Garp is back to East Blue on vacation, if Garp is here, he shouldn't have such a headache. At least that guy Garp can definitely divert his attention at this time. A day when Garp is not around, miss him. Chapter 82 Dragon Slaying Organization Great Sage. On a sea area of the Grand Line, on a ship that doesn't look very luxurious. Lok Dal took his original staff from the Lok Work Agency here to wait for the appearance of the world government warship. After Lin Feng left the rainy land, K. Lokadar gathered his men overnight to prepare to attack the celestial dragons. When this group of people saw that the hidden behind-the-scenes boss of their Bay Lok Agency turned out to be 7 warlords of the Sea Lokdar, everyone was shocked. And when they knew that this convening was to complete the task assigned by the boss behind K. Lok Dal, they were even more shocked. Now they are stuck in the path of a world government warship. According to intelligence, the warship has celestial dragons on board. Recalling the feeling of being powerless in front of Lin Feng back then, K. Lok Dal shivered subconsciously. Reminiscent of the news about the celestial dragon's attack and Lin Feng's identity that they had received in the past 2 days, the Kelkeaters felt that this was too damn exciting. Isn't this more interesting than hiding in the desert all day looking for Pluton? Isn't it better than always wanting to fight Whitebeard? Soon there was a warship flying the world government flag within sight. K. Lok Dal was overjoyed, and shouted loudly, by the boat, Laozi will also play celestial dragons today. That night, Marshal Sengoku, who was missing Garp, suddenly received another call from the 5 elders. It is said that the original 7 warlords of the sea, led by Lok, attacked the world government warship and captured a celestial dragons. Lok Dal is suspected of joining the Zonlong organization. Sengoku was so angry, Kazaru just came back from the outside during the day, and it's like this again at night. He is well aware of the personalities of the 3 monsters admiral under him. If this is Akainu, he probably would have volunteered to go there without him saying so. Akainu is now in New World, and Aokiji is still in Alabasta. Celestial dragons being attacked and kidnapped must send admiral, but now there is only one Kizaru left. If this lazy guy wants to go out at night, I'm afraid he will have to pay a lot of bonuses. Advertisement. Hey, this undoubtedly made the already poor marine worse. Fortunately, with the 10 billion that Lin Feng gave before, when the Lin Feng arena opens, there will be a fixed income every year. Thinking about it this way, Sengoku suddenly felt how correct it was to agree with Lin Feng to build the arena. That idiot Akainu still wants to object, it's simply that he is not in charge of the family and doesn't know how expensive he is, hehe. Thinking of this, Sengoku quickly picked up the phone and dialed Kizaru, who was about to go to bed. Ultimately Kizaru got up and left naval headquarters with extreme reluctance, definitely not because of overtime pay. It is the honor and mission of Marine. Kizaru thought so. After Kizaru left, Sengoku sat alone in the office, watching his subordinates gather information. Zanlong, what on earth are you trying to do? I never believe it's as simple as attacking celestial dragons. Maybe this sea is really about to change. Another day passed, Lin Feng and others all gathered in the Shaki Bar, which was used as a temporary conference hall before the construction of the arena was completed. At this time, Enel and Asa each hold a reward in their hands, which was issued after they attacked the celestial dragons. Because of the seriousness of the incident and their identities as dragon slayers, the amount of reward they offered for the first time was also surprisingly high. The dragon slaying organization, the Great Sage, offers a reward of 250 million. Dragon slaying organization Black Fist, the reward amount is 150 million. Dashung is Enel's code name. The origin is that Lin Feng once told everyone about Journey to the West on the boat. Since then, Enel has become a fan of Monkey King, always thinking about when he will be like Monkey King. He, Thor, is also going to make a big fuss in the holy land of Mariajoy. Because of the incident of Kuina's unknown female swordsman, Enel left his own code name when he captured the celestial dragons. Remember, stupid mortals, I am your grandpa the dragon-slaying organization Great Sage. After leaving this sentence, especially the second one, he proudly flew back to his boat with the celestial dragons. Advertisement. Leaving Asa standing there in a daze, the CPs protecting celestial dragons did not dare to take the initiative. After a long while, Asa looked down at his big fist covered with armed colors, and suddenly said, "You are mine. No, I am your grandpa Black Fist, dragon-slaying organization Black Fist." In the end, the reason why Enel's reward amount was higher than that of Asa was because Enel almost did it all by himself, and Asa became a spectator. When they heard Asa talk about this mission experience, everyone cast contemptuous glances at Enel, and then looked at Asa and laughed. This big guy is so cute. At last all eyes fell on Kuina. Sister Kuina, they all have code names, what code name do you want? Yeah, it's been so long and I'm still an unknown female swordsman. I think the next time I have a chance, I should let Kuina take the shot and come up with a good code name. Lin Feng, what do you think? Standing at the counter to help everyone cook food, Shaki spoke up. Ha ha ha, okay, daughter-in-law, why don't you think of one yourself? Lin Feng looked fondly at Kuina who was sitting beside him. Well, let me think about it. Girls are generally more enthusiastic about giving themselves a replacement number. It doesn't matter if it's hockey or not, the important thing is that it sounds good. Then Lin Feng looked at the reward order in his hand. The leader of the Zanlong organization, Shatong, has a reward of 800 million Baileys. Lin Feng felt a little strange, why didn't he use Shatong's identity to do anything important during this period of time, and why the bounty has increased so much? Thinking back carefully, maybe it was caused by what I said to Aokiji in Alabasta. Tisk tisk, Lin Feng, why don't you just kill yourself and give us half the reward? Rayleigh walked behind Lin Feng and patted him on the shoulder and said. Lin Feng looked back at him strangely. No, the bounty you're offering is really high, old guy. Tell me, can I think about yourself before? I said, why didn't you think of selling yourself to Marine when you were short of money before? Wouldn't that make you rich overnight? Ahahaha, just kidding, not short of money. Rayleigh scratched the back of his head and laughed. Lin Feng also smiled and then looked at the crowd and coughed lightly. Everyone, we will have a collective action in 2 days. Now I will explain it to you in detail, but don't be too nervous. This task is very simple, just treat it as an entertainment activity. Gone. Hearing Lin Feng's words, everyone fell silent. If I remember correctly, this should be their first group task. Chapter 83. The action begins. Canis has also returned from Sky Island 2 days later. Everyone gathered on Island 49, Lin Feng stood in front of everyone and said, remember the task this time, I won't take action, until you finish the matter and contact me, I will go to pick you up. Quote. Daughter-in-law, remember to leave a nice code name this time. Lin Feng specifically said to Kuina. Kuina nodded slightly and said, well, I've already thought about it. Then everyone put on the dragon-slaying robe, Lin Feng's blood-red eyes moved, and everyone entered the Kamui space. The capital of 7 Waters is in charge of Canis, Little Betty, Asa, and Barry who has been waiting here for a long time. Then Lin Feng brought Kuina and Enel into the Kamui space again. Last time, he had made a space imprint on Jabra and others, aiming at Eni's lobby. Be careful, Lin Feng said softly, raising his hand to touch Kuina's head. Well, don't worry. Kuina stood on tiptoe and kissed Lin Feng's face. The Tower of Justice, it has long been known that Lin Feng will send people to gather in Jobra's office today. Suddenly an Uzumaki appeared in the space in front of the three of them, and Lin Feng walked out with Kuina and Enel. Mr. Lin Feng. The three of them immediately bowed and saluted. Yeah, Lin Feng nodded to Kuina and said, I leave it to you. Disappeared after speaking. Kuina looked at Jobra and the others in front of him. Let's start, came the cold voice. Then Fushui from his waist was pulled out, and he slashed out of the window with a sword. A huge sword energy burst out, cutting the building outside the Tower of Justice in half. Seeing this scene in front of them, Jobra, Fukuro and the three of them had big mouths and were sweating profusely. This TM is still acting. I'm afraid I can't catch a sword, and Iron Body can't stop it either. What if you accidentally die? As if reading their inner monologue, Kuina looked at them and said, Don't worry, this sword is just to tell Spandane that we are coming. Ahahaha, how stupid, mortal. Before Jobra and the others could react, Enel turned into a thunderbolt and appeared in front of Jobra. With one punch, the three of them flew out of the window. To deal with guys of this level, there is no need for everyone to come. It's just that Lin Feng felt that this time was a big event, and everyone had to show their faces, even if it was just soy sauce. Advertisement. After the two went out of the window, Kuina turned around and split the entire Tower of Justice in the middle with a sword. Spandane, who was still in the office at this time, was angrily asking his subordinates what happened just now. Suddenly a brilliant light flashed in front of him, and the floor under his feet suddenly cracked. With a loud noise, the Tower of Justice collapsed. Until the smoke cleared, Spandane crawled out of the ruins in shock and anger. Kuina and Enel have also been surrounded by countless soldiers. The three of Jobra were lying on the ground not far away at this time, surrounded by the wall that had just been knocked down by Enel. Quietly opening one eye, Jobra took a peek at the situation in front of him, then closed his eyes decisively. If you are dead, you are already a dead person, and a dead person cannot move. Originally, what Lin Feng told them at the beginning was to pretend to fight and act. As a result, Jobra still thinks it is better to lie down. Anyway, he has already been punched by someone, so it can be regarded as a hand-to-hand fight. Seeing that Jobra was lying on the ground and pretending to be dead, Fukuro and Nuggets understood for a moment, and also lay on the ground without moving. Who are you? How dare you attack Eni's lobby? Ha ha ha, you are against the world government, you are dead. Spandane laughed wildly while standing in the ruins. Slay the dragon. Blood sword fairy. Looking at him, Kuina couldn't help but think of what Lin Feng said, this Spandane is really an idiot, the clothes on his body are so obvious, do you need to ask? I'm a god. Ahahaha. Just as Kuina was complaining about Spandane in his heart. Enel next to him suddenly crossed his hips and laughed like a fool. Bang. Kuina jumped up and punched Enel on the head. Hurry up. Do it. Enel glanced at Kuina resentfully. Enel immediately looked aside from his heart, and then rushed towards the guys who surrounded him. Kuina then walked towards Spandane, and with every step she took, Spandane felt himself one step closer to death. Just now, after he calmed down, he could clearly see the clothes on the two of them. Advertisement. This is the one who slays the dragon. But why, aren't you Zonlong? Why come to bully me, a bug? In Spandane's terrified expression, Kuina pierced his chest with a sword. Another sword light flashed across, and Spandane's blood-spitting head flew into the air. Kuina slashed it into Enel's arms with a sword, and this disgusting thing should be left to Enel. Then, under the helpless eyes of the garrison on the island, the two wantonly destroyed the entire Eni's lobby building, killing all the world government armed personnel except the marine camp. Finally, under the shocking eyes of all marines, Kuina cut the world government's flag in half. Half of it was directly cut into pieces by Kuina, and the other half was used to wrap Spandane's head, and then sent it to the world government. This is a great gift. After solving the matter here, Kuina and Enel found the two giant warriors guarding the second gate of Eni's lobby, Oimo and Cassie. I want to ask why they didn't shoot just now. They are just guarding the gate, and no one breaks in. As for the things inside the gate, it has nothing to do with them, right? The two were originally members of the giant soldier pirate group headed by Dory and Raji. Because the world government deceived Oimo and Cassie, falsely claiming that its leaders Dory and Raji have been imprisoned by the government, as long as Oimo and Cassie work for the world government for 100 years, they can release the two leaders, so the two listened. The lie of the world government, which has guarded the door for Eni's lobby for 47 years. Under the puzzled eyes of the two large Asa, he told them the truth that the two were deceived by the world government, and told them that Dory and Brokey, the leaders of the giant pirates, are now on the little garden of the Grand Line. After the two knew the truth, they turned angrily and cursed at the gate they had been guarding for decades. Soon, Kuina contacted Lin Feng. After receiving the two Kuinas, they went back to the scene of the crime and took away the three jobbers who were still pretending to be dead. After that, we came to the capital of Seven Waters together. At this time in the capital of Seven Waters, none of the residents and tourists are awake, and everyone is sleeping in the dream created by Little Betty. Lu Chi and the others lay on the ground in a panic. Connus also holds the Pluton blueprints he snatched from Frankie. Bingberg, Frankie and other dock foremen were also bruised and unconscious on the ground. Obviously, the play in the capital of Seven Waters is very good. Now Canis and the others are also confronting the Marine who rushed over. Until Lin Feng appeared and took away them and Lu Qi in full view. Chapter 84 Robin and CP9, The World is Impermanent. Not to mention Kuina and Enel of Eni's lobby, the capital of Seven Waters also has a powerful Asa leading the formation, unless there is Marine Vice Admiral or Admiral haunting, otherwise it is impossible for any accident to happen. Although this operation injured Iceberg and Frankie and some other dock foremen, it was worth it compared to the danger brought by Pluton's blueprints. People from the world government will definitely investigate later, and the injuries on their bodies can only be kept. After a period of time, after the impact of this incident gradually subsides, Bingshan and the others will be able to work as craftsmen in a stable manner. Maybe there is no burden. It's just that I took Khalifa away this time, so I feel sorry for him. Looking at the current relationship between the two, Lin Feng is afraid that there is something wrong. On the 49th island of Sabayati, Lin Feng brought everyone here. Canis, heal Lu Qi and the others. Seeing Lu Qi and Kaku who were still lying unconscious on the ground, Lin Feng knew that the capital of Seven Waters was full of film kings. On the contrary, the three Jabras on one side did not show any injuries. Well, Master Lin Feng, it was Jabra who said that it would be fine to just lie flat, and it's useless for us to shoot anyway, it's better to lie down and chatter. Seeing Lin Feng staring at the three of them. Fukuro is in a hurry, it's all Jabra's fault, it's none of my business. As expected of you, Fukuro, the famous big mouth. You sold Jabra without even asking yourself, you are awesome. Lin Feng couldn't help sighing, it seemed that he really had to be careful with this guy in the future, otherwise she would reveal the secret by accident. Jabra, watch Fukuro, if you let her tell our secret, I'll kill you. Question mark. Ah, what does it matter to me? Jabra looked dazed. Lu Qi's injuries have been healed, I'll take Canis and the others back first. Kuina walked over and said. Lin Feng looked at her and nodded. Wait until all the personnel of the Xingqian have left. Not long after, Lu Qi and the others woke up from their coma. Advertisement. At this time, a figure in the distance slowly walked over. Nico Robin, Kaku, who had just woken up, was the first to exclaim. Lu Qi and the others looked at Robin and then at Lin Feng in puzzlement. Although their previous task in the capital of Seven Waters was to inquire about the information of ancient weapon Pluton. But they all know about Robin, who the world government has been hunting for nearly 20 years. If it were the past, they might have rushed to arrest Robin desperately at this moment. But looking at the situation now, I'm afraid Nico Robin is also Lin Feng's person now. Robin looked at these people in front of him with a strange expression, then walked up to Lin Feng and asked, are they the ones you found? Lin Feng looked at her with a mysterious smile and said, that's right, they are very good at Grandmaster intelligence gathering and assassination. Seeing Robin's puzzled gaze, Lin Feng said to Lu Qi, introduce yourselves. You must all know this one. She will be the direct superior of all of you from now on. You need to get to know her well. After speaking, he stepped back to the side. But now the hearts of Lu Qi and the others can be described as miscellaneous grains. Once upon a time, Nico Robin was just a wanted criminal hunted down by the world government. Now he is their boss. This is really, the world is impermanent. Sighing for a few seconds, Lu Qi walked out first, and the pigeon Hadley on his shoulders cooperated with Lu Qi's ventriloquism and said, Rob Lu Qi, originally belonged to the secret cipher POLCP-9 directly under the world government. Old Man Kaku, Khalifa, Jabra, the rest of the people introduced themselves according to Lu Qi's self-introduction mode. Robin's face seemed to have changed, surprised, panicked, confused. Advertisement. As several people introduced themselves one by one, Robin gradually calmed down. At first she even thought about running away, but now she calmed down and realized what was going on. Before Lin Feng said that there would be a group of former world government people under her command, she was just joking at that time, but she didn't expect it to be real. At the same time, I also guessed that Lin Feng probably did it on purpose, just to see her jokes. After thinking about it, Robin rolled his eyes at Lin Feng who was watching the scene. Hiss, there are so many styles. Lin Feng seriously commented with an appreciative attitude. After everyone's introduction, Robin said, I'm Nico Robin, I won't say anything redundant, in short, I will do my best for Mr. Lin Feng in the future, otherwise I believe you all know his tricks. Yes, the few people were honest, standing in a row and answering seriously. So, Mr. Lin Feng, do you have any plans for the future? Robin turned to Lin Feng and said. Not yet. Lin Feng took a step forward and said to Lu Qi and the others, from now on, you will follow Robin. You must wear masks when you travel, and your identity must not be revealed. During this time, improve your strength. After speaking, I exchanged 7 sets of Lockdal's dragon-slaying robes for them. After everyone changed into clothes, Lin Feng waved his hand. Okay, let's go, Robin, take them to find a place to live, and start tomorrow, let them go to the gravity space to practice. No problem, Mr. Lin Feng. I'm just curious, how did Mr. Lin Feng manage to make the eagle dog of the world government work for you? It really surprised me. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it, anyway, they will be your people from now on. Lin Feng laughed and disappeared immediately. During this period of time, everyone has not been very free. Whether it is Enel and Asa, Arcanis, Little Betty, they have just returned from the sea, and now Lin Feng plans to take a good rest. As a conscientious captain, he will not let his employees 996. Let's take a 30-day short vacation first, and no one cares about those who want to rest, and those who want to continue practicing. Chapter 85 Marine Meeting. First they attacked and kidnapped celestial dragons, and now they attacked Annie's lobby, made a scene in the capital of Seven Waters, and captured the blueprints of Pluton. The dragon-slaying people are really lawless. An angry Sengoku stated the crimes of the Zonlong organization with a heavy expression. Sengoku, calm down first, this dragon-slaying organization is acting strangely, and its whereabouts are completely unpredictable. We can't even see the opponent's tail. In this case, we can only defend passively. Staff Officer He, who was sitting on the chair, said slowly, from the current situation, the other party's actions are obviously only aimed at the world government. According to the information sent back by Annie's lobby, none of our marines died. Sengoku didn't say anything more after hearing that. At this moment, a messenger soldier broke in through the door, panting, and everyone in the meeting room looked over. Report to Marshal Sengoku. The visitor held a wooden box in his hand, and the box exuded a strange smell. The people in the conference room all walked through the mountain of corpses and the sea of blood, and they quickly realized what this strange but familiar smell is, the smell of blood. What's in your hand? Sengoku asked, looking at the box seriously. Well, I don't know, this box suddenly appeared outside just now, and there is an envelope by the way. As he spoke, he took out a note from his body. Bring here. The messenger soldier put the box on the ground, stepped forward and handed the envelope to Sengoku. Sengoku took a look and opened it. Inside. Impressively written on the note, for 5 elders. Sengoku had roughly guessed what was in the box at this time, so there was no need to open it, and it would be better to send it to 5 elders directly. Advertisement. So he said to the messenger. Carry out the box, replace it with a better sealed box, and then send someone to the world government, saying it is a gift from Zonlong. The messenger immediately turned around and was about to go out after hearing the words. Wait, take these envelopes with you too. After the messenger went out, everyone in the conference room looked at Sengoku suspiciously, not understanding what this meant. Okay, let's talk about it first. How should we deal with Zonlong next? Hearing Sengoku's words, all the people present were able to withdraw their attention. None of the 3 admirals are in naval headquarters today, and Akainu is in New World. Aokiji was still on his way back from Alabasta, and Kizaru was on his way to Eni's lobby. Nowadays, although naval headquarters is not empty, it is also lacking in high-end combat power. At present, since we cannot capture the opponent's actions, we can only do a good job of defense. Perhaps it's not appropriate to say that. I think you all know that in each of Zonlong's actions, he didn't hurt any ordinary civilians, nor did he hurt a marine soldier. What does this mean? It means that the opponent has a bottom line, and does not want to be an enemy of Marine, or has good intentions towards Marine. Candidate Marine Admiral broke the quiet atmosphere of the conference room and spoke first. Guion is right. Then our defensive range is actually not that big. Since the opponent will only attack the world government, then we only need to focus on these places. Guion, who's right? Advertisement. Jaji, can you shut up? Staff Officer Crane said in Jaji's direction. Comma. Then Staff Crane looked at Momosuke with a slight frown and said, after all, this is just your guess. If Zonlong attacks other places at that time, you can't bear the responsibility. Staff Crane seems to be blaming Momosuke, but he is actually protecting her. As she said, if something goes wrong, Momosuke who proposed this plan must not be exempted. Sengoku sat silently and said after a moment of contemplation, at present, it seems that this is indeed the only way, we are too passive. Don't worry, just follow this plan, and I, the Marshal, will be responsible for any problems. The decisive tone cheered up everyone present. Then Sengoku continued. The impact of this incident is so great that it is impossible to hide it. No matter what the other party did not hurt Marine, they are still hitting our Marine in the face. Today, the Zonlong organization appeared in Eni's lobby and the capital of Seven Waters, plus their leader Shatong, a total of 7 people. Except for the known blood pupils and members who have appeared before, this time there are 3 never-before-seen ones, each of which is a very tricky type. Even if the strength is not strong now, but there are strange and unpredictable leaders like Shatong, no one knows what they will look like next time they appear again. Now we should first determine the amount of rewards offered by these people. Although we can't take the initiative to attack, we can't let others say that our Marine does nothing. After listening to Sengoku's words, everyone didn't know what to say, so they talked for a long time just to talk about the reward. Chapter 86. The bounty offered. In the end, after everyone's discussion, the reward amount for all members of the Zonlong organization has been finalized. Sengoku, there's one more person, did you forget? Just when everyone thought the meeting was about to end, Staff Officer he said. Who? Sengoku asked. The original 7 warlords of the sea, K. Lokdar, didn't he also join this dragon-slaying organization? When everyone heard it, good guy, really, they almost forgot about him. After discussing the amount of reward offered by Lokdal, the meeting finally came to an end here. Seeing that the crowd gradually dispersed, Sengoku suddenly murmured in a low voice, it would be great if that kid Lin Feng would join Marine. Unfortunately, it was overheard by Staff Officer Crane who went out last. So she took Momosuke and walked back. Sengoku, I think that kid Lin Feng can fight for it again. If he joins Marine, we will have an additional admiral-level combat power. With that kid's methods, we may have unexpected results when we deal with Dragon Zon. Quote. Staff Officer Crane said earnestly. Hey, how could I not know? Not to mention himself, even the people on his ship are all talented people. It's a pity, that kid is not interested in world government, and he can't wait to kill celestial dragons quick. As long as he doesn't join that dragon-slaying organization, it's already a good thing, and he doesn't have to think about joining Marine. Hearing this, Staff Officer he also sighed heavily, his expression full of regret. Perhaps it's not impossible, Momosuke said suddenly. Advertisement. Sengoku and Staff Crane looked at her at the same time and asked, what way? Momosuke lowered his head to think for a while and said, as far as I know, the main reason Lin Feng didn't join the Marine is because the celestial dragons don't want to be coerced by the world government. If we just invite him to deal with pirates together, I don't think he will refuse. Didn't Lin Feng let his crew follow Zephyr to hunt down pirates before? After listening to Momosuke's words, Sengoku asked, but what's the benefit of doing this to him? You must know that this kid is the master of not stalking the eagle when he sees the rabbit. He won't do things that are not good. Indeed, what's more, no matter what you say, Marine actually wants to join hands with others to destroy pirates. This is Marine's shame. I don't agree with this method. Staff Officer Crane said the same. Seeing that her proposal was not approved, Momosuke had no choice but to give up. I also feel a little pity in my heart. If I can get Lin Feng's help, Marine may be able to relax a lot. 2 days later, all the crew of the starship and Nico Robin gathered at the Shaki bar. Everyone knows that after the events of the previous 2 days, the amount of reward offered by everyone will definitely increase significantly. Especially Enel, who was very excited early in the morning, looking forward to how much his reward amount would increase. When everyone came to the Shaki tavern, they immediately noticed a stack of newspapers and a bounty on the counter with good eyesight. Enel and Barry moved the fastest, disappearing and reappearing like ghosts. Enel is faster after all. I saw that he was holding everyone's reward order in his hand, and quickly rummaged through his own. Where's mine? Barry on the side eagerly stretched out his hand to grab it. And me. Little Betty rushed up bouncing. Okay, sit down and watch together. Kuina said to everyone. Advertisement. Soon everyone formed a circle, and Lin Feng snatched the reward order from Enel. At this time, Enel had already seen his own reward order, which was indeed greatly improved compared to before, but Enel's expression was not happy at all. It doesn't matter if he doesn't surpass Lin Feng, he didn't think about it. When looking for his own reward order, he also saw someone else's, but the second one was not him. Haha, let's look at them one by one, don't worry. Lin Feng smiled and took out the top one, and everyone looked at him expectantly. The first one, Enel's. He slapped the reward order in the middle of the table, and everyone watched with wide eyes. Dragon Slaying Organization Great Sage, the reward amount is 550 million. Close black lens bracket. Hiss, everyone looked at Enel in surprise, this guy's bounty has risen fast enough. Enel showed a proud smile, the corners of his mouth turned to one side, and his face was crooked. It's no surprise that Enel's bounty has increased by 300 million. After all, the bounty was set low when you kidnapped the celestial dragons. It should be that the world government deliberately concealed the truth of the incident from the civilians, so it lowered the amount of your reward, and aces should be the same. Lin Feng explained to everyone. Everyone nodded, and Lin Feng took out the second one. Dragon Slaying Organization Forest Ghost, offering a reward of 200 million. Barry, why is your code name so strange? If you don't want to be a good person, you have to be a ghost. In fact, Lin Feng thinks that the code name of Barry is quite good, and it can be seen that it must have taken a lot of brain cells. Chapter 87. Vice Leader of Slaying Dragon Blood Sword Fairy. Followed by the third, and the fourth. Dragon Slaying Organization Dream Girl, the reward amount is 120 million. Dragon Slaying Organization Angel, the reward amount is 120 million. Little Betty and Canis had the same bounty. After satisfying their curiosity, the two girls did not struggle with the amount of their bounty. Sister Angel, we are the same. Sister Kuina, look quickly, Little Betty also has a reward, hee. The lively and lovely Little Betty shook the cat ears on her head, and said excitedly to everyone holding a reward. Kuina fondled her head and smiled softly. The two women used their own fruit abilities in this operation, which was specifically explained by Lin Feng. From now on, they will be positioned as fruit ability users in Zonlong, and young swordsmen and musicians on the Xingqian. Then Lin Feng took out the fifth reward order. Dragon Slaying Organization Black Fist, offering a reward of 500 million. Asa, like Enel, has reached the 500 million mark. Laughing twice, Asa scratched his head in embarrassment, but took his reward order with one hand. Lin Feng's eyes fell on Kuina, this time the Ennies lobby incident, killing Spandine, destroying the Tower of Justice, splitting the flag of the world government, especially on the second day of the incident. When the half-broken world government banner was presented to the five elders with Spandane's bloody head wrapped in it, the five elders flew into a rage. He even called Sengoku to question him. Sengoku said that he didn't know what the box was, but he wanted to discuss you guys. For the five elders, the Ennies lobby incident slapped the world government in the face, but this so-called gift slapped all five of them in the face, again in front of Sengoku. Advertisement. In addition, in the eyes of the world government, Kuina was the first person who appeared next to Shui Tong, the leader of the Dragon Slaying Organization, and maybe he was the second in command of this organization. So Kuina's reward amount took off directly. The deputy leader of the dragon-slaying organization, Blood Sword Fairy, is offering a reward of 1 billion Baileys. Close black lens bracket. Hiss. Everyone gasped. Even Rayleigh, who had seen big scenes, came over. Sister Kuina, you are too powerful. Little Betty plunged into Kuina's arms, and the corner of Lin Feng's mouth twitched. I have to do the same at night, Lin Feng said inwardly. The deputy leader Shui Zhangji sounds very hockey, very suitable for Kuina. Canis came over and held Kuina's arm and said.
It's terrible, little girl, you have become famous in the world this time. It seems that those old guys in the world government are very angry, ha ha ha. After laughing out loud, Rayleigh looked at Lin Feng with a sigh and said, you are really a lunatic, I just look forward to seeing that harmonious society you mentioned one day. It's a socialist harmonious society. You have to live well and don't die early, or you won't be able to see it. Ha ha ha, brat, hurry up and take out your reward order, don't whine about it. The people who had just recovered from the amount of reward offered by Kuina heard what Rayleigh said before they had time to interview the person concerned about their feelings, so they all looked at Lin Feng again. Lin Feng smiled helplessly, and took out one of the 2 remaining reward orders. Let's see. Putting the reward order on the table, little Betty moved the fastest, and immediately leaned forward to put her face on it for a look, and then let out an exclamation. 1.5 billion. My god, Captain, it's you. This can buy a lot of me. Advertisement. Wow, Captain, you have more than Sister Kuina. Little Betty's eyes were shining with stars, her mouth was opened wide, and she looked at Lin Feng in disbelief. Lin Feng squeezed her little head fiercely and said, what do you mean, little Betty, I'm the captain of the ship, so it's only natural that I'm so good. While everyone was paying attention to Lin Feng's outrageous reward offer, Shaki, who brought food for everyone, noticed that Lin Feng still had a reward offer in his hand. Boy Lin Feng, don't you still have one in your hand? Whose is it? Shaki asked. Oh, you said this, now, look at it. After speaking, he handed out the reward order. Clockadar. Who is this? Little Betty asked, tilting her head. Captain, wasn't this guy Shichibukai before? He was expelled from Marine later, how did he become our dragon slayer? Barry asked, pointing to Lockdar's reward order. Ha ha ha, this guy can barely be regarded as our non-staff personnel, just like Lu Chi and the others. Then Lin Feng told them what happened in Alabasta. At that time, Conus, Little Betty, and Barry were still on Zephyr's warship, and they didn't know about Lin Feng and Kuina's affairs in Alabasta. Later, when they returned to Sabadi, they only knew that Lin Feng and Kuina had brought back a beautiful woman from Alabasta. So that's the case. Marine also reported that they discovered K-Lock's conspiracy. After a few minutes. Okay, if you've seen enough, give me your reward orders and I'll frame them and put them on the boat later. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said after everyone carefully appreciated their respective reward orders. Chapter 88. Bartolomeo arrives at the land of Sabadi. What the world government is looking for is someone who slays the dragon, so what does this group of people have to do with them? Lin Feng scanned around the tavern now, and found Robin sitting on the side alone, watching the crowd with a smile, but he didn't know where his thoughts went. Robin, what are you thinking about? Lin Feng walked over and asked. Called by Lin Feng, Robin came back to his senses and looked at him suspiciously. What's wrong? Lin Feng turned around and went to the counter to get a cup of coffee and handed it to Robin. What were you thinking just now? Thank you. Taking the coffee with both hands, Robin said, I never imagined that one day I would be able to think about nothing like I am now, and I don't need to be afraid. People around me are also very kind to me. Ha ha ha, why, you must be thinking. Ah, how long can this kind of life last? Shouldn't it be better for me to leave, or else it will hurt them or something like that? Lin Feng put down the wine bottle suddenly, and imitated Robin's voice with great emotion. Ha ha ha, Captain, you are so disgusting. Ha, childish, Enel complained. Robin laughed when he saw how happy everyone was. At this moment, Kuina came over and held Robin's hand and said, Miss Robin, you don't have to worry too much, and don't worry that it will bring us danger, after all, we are the thorn in the side of the world government. What's more, we will be partners in the future. Yes, Sister Robin, the deputy leader is right. Seeing this scene, Lin Feng knew that his goal had been achieved, so he took Rayleigh and Barry aside for a drink. 10 days later, in a sea area near Sabadi, advertisement. Bartolomeo, sailing alone, stopped at the port with his forward Lin Feng Sr. Stepping onto the island, Bartolomeo put his hands in his trouser pockets and looked around. Ahahaha, finally here. After laughing, he suddenly put his hands together in front of his chest, his legs were close together and slightly bent, and he said with a bewildered look, Lin Feng, previous, senior. After being intoxicated by himself for a while, he walked towards the depths of Sabadi. Just after Bartolomeo left, a group of people followed quietly. Walking between the islands of Sabadi, Bartolomeo ate one and the other. Suddenly, the hand that was pulling out money in his trouser pocket froze. The expression on his face also froze. Hiss, no money. Looking at the crowd around him, he resisted the urge to grab money. This is what Lin Feng told him, never hurt a civilian. Don't take the people's stitches and threads. As a former big brother of the underworld, Bartolomeo is very uncomfortable now. You must know that stealing money is almost instinctive for him. In desperation, Bartolomeo took out a phone bug and called his grandmother in the countryside. Beep. The phone connects. Grandma. Bartolomeo shouted loudly in the street. What's the matter? Grandma's old voice came. Bardo hurriedly explained his situation. Huh? What did you say? Say it again. Advertisement? I can't hear you clearly. I'm out of money, Granny. If you don't have money, just say you don't have money. Why are you talking so much? Aren't you already in Sabadi? Why don't you just go find that Lin Feng and starve you to death, idiot? Bartolomeo slapped his head violently. Yes, I'm already here. Snapped. Hang up the phone. Bartolomeo carefully looked at the passers-by around him, who were all scared by him. Suddenly he reached out and grabbed a woman who passed by him. Oh! The woman screamed, and the people around ran and watched the excitement. Bardo picked his nose with one hand, and said fiercely, Lousy is going to Area 49, how'd I get there? The woman didn't hear what Bartolomeo said at all, and kept screaming for help. Bardo became impatient, and stretched out his hand to pick out his booger and put it in front of the woman. Don't cry, or Lousy will treat you to eat booger. Lousy just asked for directions, how to get to Area 49. The woman was also taken aback when she heard the words. Well, there are street signs over there. Bartolomeo looked up, and there was indeed a road sign on a big tree. It's really troublesome if the place is too big, it's better to be in the countryside. Let go of the woman and turn around and walk towards Area 49. The person not far behind him said, Boss, isn't this guy not very smart? Can we really find that Mr. Lin Feng by following him? How the hell would I know? Isn't there a statue of Lin Feng on that guy's boat? It must be related. That guy Lin Feng, he didn't tell me how to find him when he left, wasting so much time in vain. If I didn't meet this idiot at sea, I really don't know what to do. Finally, after half an hour, Bartolomeo finally found the destination island number 49. Chapter 89 Daily Life. Can't think of the title. The dragon slaying organization, which has not shown up for a while, turned out to be such a big event when it reappeared. Both the pirates and the Revolutionary Army were shocked by the sharp style of the Zhanlong organization. 4 Emperors. Kaido gloated at the newspaper in his hand. Whitebeard quietly drank wine as usual, and looked at the reward orders of the dragon slaying crowd, perhaps because he wanted to accept his son. The red-haired Shanks was on his way to Sabadi. Since he couldn't find Shatong, he planned to meet Lin Feng, a monster who was strong enough to counter Admiral. As for Wan Guo's aunt, she said regretfully, is there still no trace of Shui Tong? Well, when this goes on, when can I have a baby with him? The island of White Clay, Baldigo. In the base area of the Revolutionary Army, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon, holds a reward order from Lin Feng and others in his hand. Sabo, this brother of yours is really amazing, a reward of 1.5 billion. Long's dull voice sounded slowly. Ha ha ha, not only my brother, but also Luffy and Ace's brother. But I'm not surprised that Lin Feng is so powerful. Sabo grinned and said while showing a row of teeth. Long was silent for a while and said, yeah, I didn't expect that the idiot boy I saved back then would be Luffy's sworn brother. I didn't expect the leader to be Luffy's father, it's a surprise. Some time ago, after Sabo and Koala came back from Sabadi, they found him excitedly and told him that Sabo's memory had recovered. Later, the relationship between Sabo and Luffy surprised him even more. Advertisement, Sabo, haven't you and Koala been pulled into his Zhanlong by Lin Feng? Find a chance to contact him, maybe we can work together to make a big deal. Do it, do you vote? Sabo was a little speechless. When had he ever seen the leader say such a thing in all these years? What? Sabo, you should know that our Revolutionary Army has been fighting alone for a long time. Now the appearance of this Lin Feng makes me see the possibility of cooperation. Maybe we have the same ideas. After hearing this, Sabo said quickly, I don't think Lin Feng would refuse the cooperation, it's just. Just what? The dragon asked. Haha, I want to visit Ace first, I finally heard about him a few days ago. Well, let's go, we've been separated for so many years, it's time to see each other. Island 49, Sabadi Archipelago. After all the hardships, Bartolomeo finally arrived. After passing through the surrounding dense forest, I saw the arena under construction at a glance. I put one hand in my trouser pocket and lifted the other hand to block the sun and looked at this place curiously. Just as he was about to approach to ask for directions, a man came out from the construction team ahead, with a pigeon standing on his shoulder. Lu Chi walked up to Bartolomeo and asked, Are you Bartolomeo? Bardo, on the other hand, stared so hard that his eyeballs almost fell out. Pigeon, the pigeon has spoken. Speaking of which, the whole person involuntarily took a few steps back like a crab, as if he had met a ghost. I am Mr. Lin Feng's man, you come with me. The aloof Lu Chi didn't intend to talk to this green-haired idiot who didn't look too smart, so he turned around and left. Seeing this, Bartolomeo immediately trotted to keep up. Advertisement. The reason why Lu Chi is here is because Lin Feng arranged him and Kaku here as the foreman of the construction team when he was not practicing. After all, their skills in this area are really good. Talent can't be wasted. A group of people in the distant dense forest still follow far behind, but it's a pity that Lu Chi hasn't mastered observation hockey yet, otherwise he should have discovered it. Lin Feng, who was outside the gravitational space at this time, slightly raised the corner of his mouth. This K-Lock doll, I really found it here, good luck. Lin Feng has been known since the time when Bardo and Lock Doll boarded the Sabadi archipelago. Seeing K-Lock doll trailing behind Bardo, Lin Feng remembered that he hadn't told him the address. Not long after, Lu Chi brought Bardo to Lin Feng. Lin Feng quickly interrupted Bardo before he could say some disgusting titles. Stop, call me the captain or the boss from now on, don't let me hear anything else. Ha ha ha, boss. Okay, just stay and go. Pushing Bador aside, Lin Feng saw K. Lokadar and his group coming out from a distance. He walked up to Lin Feng with a cigar in his mouth, and the person behind him was carrying a large sack and threw it on the ground indifferently. Mr. Lin Feng, I have completed the task, K. Lokdal said slowly. He stepped forward and kicked the celestial dragons in the sack. Well, you did a good job, Lao Sha. From now on, you will join Robin's team with your men. This is your colleague. Lin Feng pointed to Lu Qi beside him. Each of you leads a team. Let's work together in the future. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he introduced the gravitational space to Bador and Lokdar, and this group of people will also improve their strength in it in the future. Chapter 90 Heading to Kana Island. Even K. Lok, who was once a Shichibukai, was shocked. As for a group of people from the Pakistan Log Work Agency brought by K. Lokdar, they all came in. Lin Feng was going to let them open a coffee shop in Sabadi, and the expressions on their faces were exactly the same as Bartolomeo's. This is where you will practice in the future, and Lu Qi will take you to live later. After explaining, Lin Feng ignored them at all, sat on the ground and began to practice. With the continuous condensing of magic battle energy, Lin Feng's strength is also being further improved. Although Admiral was able to burst out the strength of the top Admiral before, it will still fall into a disadvantage after a long time. The last time he narrowly defeated Hawkeye, it was because of the sudden breakthrough of magic fighting energy in the battle, coupled with the dragon raising his head. He was lucky enough to win by surprise. If there is another fight, the result will be hard to say. What's more, Hawkeye is absolutely clumsy. Now no matter who you face against any Marine Admiral, although you don't know who you can beat, you are confident that you will never lose. A month has passed like this, and everyone has already had enough rest. Especially the reckless Enel and the naive Asa. After a day of rest, the two couldn't wait to start practicing. The most unlucky one was Barry, who was also forcibly dragged out of the casino in the casino. It's just that this guy has been fishing for 3 days and drying the net for 2 days, and his strength has not improved fast. If things go on like this, Lin Feng doesn't know if he will see true several thousand hands in his lifetime. It is worth mentioning that Enel, who hates Lin Feng the most, is actually a good match for Bartolomeo, who admires Lin Feng the most. Every time Bartolomeo yelled, Senior Thor, Senior Thor. Enel was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth from ear to ear. He felt that he had met a bosom friend, and the two of them walked in and out in pairs all day long. Advertisement during this time, the two teams under Robin's command have also run in very well. K. Lokadar, the former Shichibukai, soaked in the gravity space every day, and in less than a month, his armed forces, knowledge had made great progress. Lu Qi has also mastered the color of knowledge, and Kaku and Jabra are also not inferior, and they have mastered them one by one. As for their immediate boss, Nico Robin, because his own strength is relatively weak, even after studying with Rayleigh and honing in the gravity space, he still has not been able to master Haki. After a month's rest, the crew of the Zodiac gathered again to prepare for the voyage. Hawkeye hasn't been to Sabodi's land for a while. It's said that it's because autumn is here, and he is leading his baboon army to harvest crops in the field. Lin Feng plans to go to Kana Island, Hawkeye's lair first. See if there really is an entire island of Zoro. Without notifying Hawkeye in advance, the Shinshin arrived near Kana Island a day later. Seen from a distance, a gloomy-looking island filled with thick fog appeared in front of everyone. Little Betty tugged at the hem of Lin Feng's clothes and asked timidly, Captain, is this the place we are going to? The home of the crippled eagle-eyed uncle? Ha ha ha, that's right, it's that paralyzed face. HMPH, what's there to be afraid of, you can still eat it. Afterwards, everyone cast contemptuous glances at Enel, such an adult looking for a sense of superiority with a little girl. Senior Betty, don't worry, I will protect you. Bartolomeo rushed to the front of little Betty and stood upright to promise. As the boat got closer and closer to the island, those who had mastered the knowledge had already noticed the existence of countless baboons on the island. Advertisement, tisk tisk, this feels interesting, it should be fun. Barry looked at Kana Island with great interest. Haha, you wooden man doesn't have any thoughts about those baboons, does he? I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Enel couldn't help complaining. How good are you? Barry turned his head and glanced at him, very annoyed. Parked the boat on the shore, and as soon as their feet set foot on the island, everyone felt that they had been watched by countless pairs of eyes. Let's go and see what that paralyzed face is doing. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he took the lead and walked in front. Where are we going now, Captain? Asked little Betty. Lin Feng rubbed her head and said, go to the castle, do you like it? Castle, little Betty likes it, let's go quickly. Barry leaned forward and said, Captain, where is the castle here? He pointed to a large stretch of woods that could not be seen in front of him. It's inside, if you don't believe me, ask Enel and Asa. Barry looked at the two of them with a question mark face. Asa nodded with a smile, while Enel looked at Barry with disdain. Woodman, your knowledge is really good. The castle on Kana Island wasn't actually built by Hawkeye. Many years ago, there used to be a kingdom on Kana Island, the kingdom of Sidgile. After the kingdom fell, an ancient city remained among the ruins. The castle where Hawkeye lives today is the best preserved building in the ancient city. Everyone was walking in the dense forest, when suddenly, a group of baboons wearing armor hats jumped out of the thick fog around them and surrounded them. Chapter 91 Blind Date for Hawkeye. It wasn't until Lin Feng and his party came to Hawkeye's castle that the baboons who had been following them dispersed quickly. Captain, this castle is different from what people think, it's too different, it's not cute at all. Little Betty's princess dream is shattered, ha ha ha. Barry laughed beside him. But yes, this is Hawkeye's territory, how could there be such a cute thing? That's right, the little girl wants to fart. Enel, are you happy bullying little girls? Everyone is discussing with each other. Squeak, squeak. The castle door opened. What are you arguing about outside? Do you still want me to invite you in? Hawkeye's cold voice came from inside the door. Ha ha ha, let's go in, the host here is going to be angry. Pushing the door open, everyone walked in the dark corridor, and soon came to the main hall. I saw Hawkeye sitting on a big chair very coquettishly, with his legs crossed, holding a bottle of Longyun wine he got from Lin Feng in his hand. Hey, Mahawk, long time no see, I heard you were farming during this time? As soon as Lin Feng entered the door, he couldn't help but tease this arrogant middle-aged man. Hawkeye took a sip of his wine calmly, and didn't care about Lin Feng's words at all, perhaps because he had been trained by a certain red-haired guy for a long time. Lin Feng and the others found a seat and sat down without looking outside. He and Kuina sat on the window seat, took a bottle of wine on the table, opened it and drank it. Everyone, don't be too polite, eat and drink whatever you want, don't be frugal, Lin Feng shouted loudly holding up his wine glass. Hearing this, everyone swept the food on Hawkeye's table. Advertisement. Hawkeye looked at Lin Feng seriously. You have wine yourself, why drink mine? Hiss, Hawkeye, you are so stingy, you have to. With a wave of Lin Feng's hand, the table was covered with bottles of Longyun wine. It's not bad. Hawkeye's big eyes flashed a light obviously, but he said it nonchalantly. What are you doing here? Hawkeye asked. Huh? Lin Feng said in surprise, didn't I tell you? I'm a traveler who wants to travel around the world, you don't know? The corner of Hawkeye's mouth twitched, thinking when did you say that, not to mention what does it have to do with coming to my place? My place is not a scenic spot. Looking at Hawkeye like this, Lin Feng knew what he was thinking. Besides, can't I come and see you if it's okay? Are you a brother? You don't have any emotions at all? You are really ruthless. People come from thousands of miles to see you, that's your attitude. Sad, no love, destroy it. Hawkeye almost spit out the wine he had just drank. Shameless. How did you come up with such words? A few girls were snickering aside, and they didn't know why, but every time their captain met this big swordsman with a paralyzed face, he would become talkative and annoy Hawkeye. If you want to ask Lin Feng why, of course it is because it is interesting. In the evening, Hawkeye cooks a big meal by himself. I really have to praise Hawkeye's cooking skills, which are not inferior to the little cook, Little Betty. This is simply a good man. Great swordsman. GU family. Can cook. Don't FK, he looks handsome too. Lin Feng looked at Konus. No, the two people's personalities are not suitable. Little Betty. Old cows can't eat tender grass. It seems that we need to find another female crew member. When the time comes, I will give the two of them a blind date, deepen their relationship, and barely count as in-laws. Advertisement. Mahawk, let me ask you a question. Hawkeye was eating a steak with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, when he heard Lin Feng's words. The knife in his hand trembled. He has a bad feeling. You said you were so old, how can someone not find a wife? Could it be that women really affect the speed of your sword drawing? Really, this guy just can't say enough good things. By the way, what constellation are you, Capricorn? Why are you not speaking? We're having a banquet, it's so boring not to talk. I said, how about brother, let me introduce one to you next time? I promise, she will be fair, beautiful and rich. For Lin Feng's nagging, the eagle's eyes go in from the left ear and out from the right ear, which is a skill he has cultivated for many years, second only to swordsmanship. The banquet lasted until midnight, and several men were so drunk that they lay motionless on the table. Even Hawkeye, who has always maintained a high cold personality, can't even walk steadily at this time. The next day, Lin Feng got up from the bed after 3 pulls every day and habitually looked around. No one was around. Came outside the castle. Kuina and Little Betty are practicing sword. Daughter-in-law, did I sleep alone last night? Kuina looked at Lin Feng and said, I reek of alcohol, so I don't want to sleep with you. Hey, pay attention next time, let's go and have breakfast. Chapter 92 Training with Baboons. Seeing the two women leaving holding hands, Lin Feng looked back at Enel and Barry. What are you looking at? People are working so hard, do you two have the nerve to stand here? Enel said disdainfully. They are going to teach the little girl swordsmanship. I am Thor. Do I need to practice with those big monkeys? Isn't that a baboon? Barry said abruptly from the side. Nonsense, can I not know? Want you to tell me? At this moment, a green figure suddenly walked by them. After staggering past, he walked under a big tree and quickly unbuttoned his pants. Hush. The current is very strong, you two, drag him into the woods to practice, and tell him by the way, I said so. Next time I defecate anywhere, I'll confiscate the crime tools from him. After speaking, he turned around and walked into the house. Halfway through, he stopped and turned around and said, everyone is not allowed to use hockey and fruit abilities and practice physical skills well. Don't let me know that someone is being lazy, HMPH. In the woods, Little Betty is waving the red lotus in her hand and fighting with a baboon. The baboons surrounding him did not dare to come up because of Kuina's momentum. Slow down. What are you thinking, Limp? When will you be like this? You can be alone, and you are off-center, and you can't concentrate. Enel, Barry, and Bartolomeo, who happened to come here, trembled when they saw this scene in front of them. It's terrible, go 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 go. The three of them immediately changed directions and left. Advertisement at the beginning, little Betty fought back and forth with the baboon with the red lotus in her hand. But this baboon is not weak, what's more, he fights in this forest every day and has more actual combat experience than little Betty. Soon, he began to show his flaws and became completely passive. Being reprimanded by Kuina and distracted, the baboon kicked little Betty away. Ouch! Little Betty flew out and hit a tree. Just when it was about to strike with a sword, Kuina had already come to little Betty and looked at it coldly. The baboon uttered an unwilling cry and stepped back. How are you doing? He turned and squatted in front of little Betty and asked. I'm fine, Sister Kuina, don't worry, I was careless just now, I'm fine. Then he stood up immediately. Kuina smiled. Very well, that's it, let's continue. The three of Enel are not as serious as Kuina. Ah, Senior Thunder God, help me. In the woods, Bartolomeo was chased by a group of baboons. Enel didn't care about him at all when he heard what he said. He couldn't use the fruit ability and hockey, and he was very difficult to parry with a group of baboons now. Didn't you see that Barry over there has been beaten black and blue? At this time, a baboon suddenly jumped down from the tree, holding a long sword in his hand and slashing towards Barry. With the situation at stake, Barry is preparing to use hockey to fend off. Enel had already rushed over and knocked the baboon away with one punch. Wooden man, you are still as good as ever, you can't even beat baboons. After a few words of ridicule, he immediately ran away again. Barry was so angry that his teeth were itching. Lousy needs you to save him. At worst he went back and was beaten up by the captain and used hockey to resist. Advertisement while dodging and counter-attacking, Barry shouted at Enel who was going away. Discharger, wait for me, and I will beat you up sooner or later. Bartolomeo was still racing against the baboons, and since he couldn't use the barrier fruit, he was no match for these baboons just because of his rogue boxing skills. Help, I'm dying. His hands and feet were thrown high, and he ran fast. Just after calling for help, a baboon suddenly appeared behind Bardo. Not aware of the danger behind him at all, one of the baboon's paws had already drawn several bloodstains on Bardo's back. Die dead, I'm going to die, I was wrong, I'm never going to defecate anywhere again. At this time, Enel led a group of baboons past again. Oh, green boy, you can't do it, you were injured by baboons. As he spoke, he ran behind Bartolomeo. The two groups of baboons collided into a ball without reacting. There was no pursuit of the baboons behind the two, and they both ran to Paris to watch the excitement. Hey, you two, it's too much, and you don't come to help when you see it. Ha ha ha, wooden man, you can't do it. Ha ha ha, Senior Barry, you can't do it anymore. Barry. Are you polite or rude? It won't work for the three of us to continue like this. It won't be able to cultivate at all. Only the three of us can work together. Does the god need to join hands with you? Fine, I don't care if you're not afraid of the captain's fist. Okay, you're ruthless. Enel rushed forward with a face full of displeasure. Bartolomeo followed obediently. Barry looked like he had seen through Enel a long time ago. There were only two ways to deal with this guy, either groping along his hair or threatening him with Lin Feng. Chapter 93 Help me. Help me. Barry sat on the ground and wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, I don't know how long the captain plans to stay here. If it takes longer, I'm afraid we will be exhausted to death. Ah, Senior Barry, I can't do it either, ouch, it hurts to death. The corner of Enel's mouth twitched slightly. This kind of training method of restricting ability is really too tortured. You stupid mortals, you can't stand this little training. It really makes me look down on you. This thunder god is different from you. One day, sooner or later, I will defeat Lin Feng. The stubborn Enel still did not give up his dream of defeating Lin Feng, which may be the reason why he has improved faster than others. Standing up as he spoke, his eyes were very firm. Barry and Bartolomeo were also infected at this moment, and they stood up one after another. Now, let's go back, eh? The two of them almost fainted when they heard the words, you said it so passionately, and that's the end. Take off your pants, it's still early, let's go back and have something to eat before we continue. Aren't you hungry? Enel looked at the two and said contemptuously, do you know what a combination of work and rest is? The two touched their stomachs. Let's go, I'm hungry. In Hawkeye's castle, Konus develops his fruit ability under Lin Feng's teaching, although Lin Feng himself has never eaten devil fruit. But Lin Feng used to watch a lot of anime. Have you never eaten pork or seen a pig running? Captain, why don't you find me something to do? It's so boring. Asa walked up to Lin Feng and said. Well, why don't you help Hawkeye harvest the crops, and exercise your waist and abdomen strength by the way, that's it. Asa is going to be stupid, how about exercising waist strength? With my physical fitness and physical strength, is it really useful to harvest crops? Advertisement, but he didn't refute Lin Feng, after all, he was bored, and it would be nice to do farm work. After the three of Enel came back to eat, they were kicked out by Lin Feng. The three of them were called here to disturb Konus's study. After explaining to Konus, Lin Feng walked around while there was no one in the castle. After going back and forth in the castle for a few laps, Lin Feng finally entered a good place, Hawkeye's private wine cellar. In addition to Lin Feng's Longyun wine, there are also various red wines. Unceremoniously, he took a bottle, opened it, blew on it, and took a few sips. Not too bad, a bit bitter. After taking a few bottles of each, they left here and returned to the main hall. Lying leisurely on the sofa, took out a copy of If You Don't Know How to Lead a Team, You Can Only Work Until You Die, and read it seriously. Before the time knew it, the sun had slowly set. Hearing voices coming from outside the door, Lin Feng changed his position and continued to lie down. The door opened, Hawkeye walked in, and saw a pile of wine bottles on the table and Lin Feng lying on the sofa with Jaeyu. His face suddenly darkened a little, but what surprised Lin Feng was that Hawkeye went straight to the kitchen without saying anything. It seems that this guy is indeed a good man with a cold face and a warm heart. Thinking of this, Lin Feng sat up with a smile, poured a glass of red wine, and took a sip. After the sky completely darkened, the three of Enel returned with injuries all over their bodies. The first thing I do when I get back is look around for Conus. Boss, I'm going to die. Where's Senior Conus? I need her. Bartolomeo knelt down in front of the sofa with snot and tears, hugging Lin Feng's legs tightly. With snot mixed with tears and blood on his face, Lin Feng was so frightened that he jumped 3 feet high on the spot. Advertisement, stay away from me. Conus went to the woods to look for Kuina, haven't you met? Lin Feng stood on the sofa and said with a look of disgust on his face tightly against the wall. Lin Feng took a closer look at Bardo, and found that this guy was indeed seriously injured, and it looked like he had broken several ribs. Fortunately, he still looks quite energetic now. Barry, too, was covered in bruises and walked with a limp. Tisk tisk, these baboons are so cruel, their legs are broken. Enel's situation is much better. Except for some skin trauma, the whole person looks like he can still fight for 300 rounds. HMPH, what are you looking at? This thunder god fell down by himself. Do you think I will be like these 2 idiots? Enel raised his head and said to Lin Feng with his chin. Lin Feng was a little speechless, wondering where this guy got the confidence to call other people stupid. TCH, the one who is beaten is the one who gets beaten, so why not pretend, am I not beaten so badly? Wooden man, are you looking for a fight? Hey, can you control me? If I do this again, I'm really going to die. Realizing that no one cares about him, Bartolomeo made his own voice, wanting everyone to notice his existence. It didn't take long before the three of Kuina also came back. As soon as they entered the door, the three of them saw a green figure flashing over. He fell to the ground with a slap, raised his head after a while and choked up and said, "Help me." Chapter 94 Hawkeye's Alone Life. Then Bartolomeo, who was on his deathbed, felt a sudden burning sensation from the inside out of his body, and the wound on his body itched like ants crawling. After a while, even the whole person became much more energetic. After the treatment was over, Baden sat on the ground with his legs up, his face full of disbelief. Before, he only knew that Conus was the musician on the ship, and he was said to have some medical skills, so he went to find Conus as soon as he came back from the injury. But now it seems that this is medical skill? This TM is a fairy technique. By this time Conus was already treating Barry. Seeing the green light and golden light constantly emerging from her hands, Bardo quickly crawled over the ground and asked, "Senior Conus, what are you? You are amazing." Conus smiled sweetly and said, "Recovery and healing, how about it, it's amazing." Although Bartolomeo didn't know what it was, he said with a look of admiration, "Senior Conus is still amazing." After Conus healed the injuries of several people, Barry first asked, "Hey, Captain, how long are we going to stay here?" "Well, I originally planned to leave tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but the effect of your practice seems to be very good today. As for when to leave, it depends on your own performance." Hiss. "Captain, if we do this every day, we will die, please be merciful, old man." Lin Feng said dumbfoundedly. "Don't come here, I tell you, as long as you can't die in practice, practice to death, with Conus here, what are you afraid of?" "That's right, wooden man, you are really useless." "That's right, Senior Barry, you are really useless." "Top hat. Are you Bardo? But, advertisement, but what? It hurts." Lin Feng raised his sandbag-sized fist and put it in front of Barry. "Why, doesn't my fist hurt? Do you want to try it?" Barry hurriedly took half a step back and waved his hands and said, "No, no, I like fighting baboons the most, really." "Okay, anyway, I won't be leaving in a short time, and this place is also a good place for you to practice." Then Lin Feng said to Conus again. "You can follow along from tomorrow, and watch them by the way, don't let them play you useless." Conus nodded obediently. At this time, Hawkeye came out and looked at the crowd silently. Lin Feng immediately understood his meaning. "Okay, it's time to eat, the three of you go to the kitchen to help bring out the food." "Ah, we just recovered. Go." Afterwards, Lin Feng and others stayed here for nearly a month, while the three of Enel went fishing in the sea while fighting baboons. Of course, they won't really go into the sea, after all, these three people are fruit-capable users. Bardo used a barrier to seal off an area in the water, Enel released the lightning fish, and Barry made countless branches to form a large net to catch fish. The three cooperated in an incomparable tacit understanding. At the gate of the ancient castle, Lin Feng and his party stood here saying goodbye to Hawkeye. Hawkeye's eyes unexpectedly revealed a trace of emotional fluctuations that could not be concealed. "It's finally time to go, so you can have a quiet time." Hawkeye thought so. "Hey, Mahawk, aren't you sad that we're leaving? Don't you feel nostalgia?" Lin Feng asked. Advertisement. "Well, thank you for the wine," Hawkeye said lightly. Well, when he got up in the morning, Lin Feng left another 100 bottles of Dragon Yin wine for Hawkeye, but does this have anything to do with the question he is asking now? Forget it, let's come, we will come again next time. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng took the people and left. Hawkeye happily spent a rare and quiet afternoon alone in the castle. I enjoyed making a steak, drinking some wine and eating snacks, so happy. However, when Hawkeye was enjoying a wonderful life alone. On the shore of Kana Island, a huge pirate ship docked here. A group of seemingly extraordinary people got off the boat and made a fuss. Boss, do you think that Mahawk guy will be very happy when he sees us coming? Said a fat man eating a big chicken leg. Ha ha ha, Lagilu. Mahawk looks like we're going to have a terrible headache. Usopp walked behind and laughed. The members of Red Hair Pirates also laughed when they heard Usopp's words. Everyone knows the relationship between their own captain and Hawkeye Mahawk. They are simply enemies, ha ha ha. I haven't seen Hawkeye for a long time. I'm really looking forward to it. I must have a good meal today and drink up all the wine in his collection. The red-haired man smiled meanly, thinking about Hawkeye's wine from the moment he arrived. If you really drank all of Hawkeye's wine, I bet he'd hack you to death, sort of innate. Ben Beckman joked about his own captain with a gun over his shoulder. Yes, I really want to see the boss's face bruised and swollen from the beating. I want to see it too, ha ha ha. Chapter 95. You have changed, Hawkeye. Suddenly my ears moved, and I was keenly aware that someone was coming. Since I didn't use observation hockey, I naturally didn't know who it was. Just when Hawkeye was about to get up to check, the door of the castle was pushed open violently. Hawkeye, ah ha 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 ha. Hearing this familiar and annoying voice, Hawkeye almost went crazy. I wondered if these two guys had negotiated on purpose, one just left, and the other came again. Under Hawkeye's rather helpless gaze, a large crowd of people quickly poured in at the door. There are many people better than Lin Feng. Haha, you are actually sleeping. I haven't seen you for so long, don't you welcome old friends? It really makes me sad. Hawkeye's eyes widened when he heard the words, and he was convinced, it was definitely a good deal, otherwise it would be the same no matter what you say. HMPH, what are you doing again? Hawkeye said indifferently. Again? What do you mean? Redhead asked suspiciously. But before Hawkeye could answer, the redhead touched the back of his head and smiled. Forget it, can't I come to you if I have nothing to do? My friend, haha. Hawkeye cast a helpless glance at these thick-skinned people, turned around and walked into the house. Hey, wait a minute, let's have a banquet. The red hair hurriedly stepped forward and put his arms around Hawkeye's shoulders and said. However, he didn't notice that when he said the word, banquet, Hawkeye's body trembled subconsciously. No, I refuse. Why, what's wrong with the banquet, Hawkeye? You were not like this before. You've changed, you're not the Hawkeye I knew. Advertisement. Hawkeye took a deep breath and said slowly. There are all kinds of ingredients in the kitchen. If you want to drink, you can go to the wine cellar to get it yourself. I just want to be alone right now. After finishing these two sentences with great exhaustion, Hawkeye just looked at the red hair. The red hair suddenly became serious, and a shocking breath burst out. You are not Hawkeye. Who are you? This made Hawkeye stunned. He just wanted to be clean. How did he become like this? Am I not me? Even the red-haired crew member couldn't help but touch his forehead. This captain is really unspeakable. Then there was a burst of laughter. I'm dying of laughter, it's so funny. The head is really. How can there be such a stupid captain, haha. You are not Hawkeye, who are you, ha ha ha. Hearing the ridicule from the crowd, the red hair seemed to have come to his senses. He turned around and asked, is this guy really Hawkeye? After another burst of laughter, Ben Beckman said, it must be. But he actually asked me to drink by myself. This is not normal. The redhead fights hard, Beckman continued. Although it is indeed a bit abnormal, he is really Hawkeye Mahawk, but I don't know what happened. People don't want to talk to you now. Beckman's words are like a hammer. Advertisement. Hawkeye nodded moodily, as expected of you, the one who has one of the two brains that red hair pirates cherish. The rest share a brain with Captain Redhead. Red hair accounted for 5%. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. The red hair looked at Hawkeye pitifully. Why would you ignore me, right? Hawkeye has a headache. It's about to explode. Looking at the red hair in disgust, Hawkeye hummed lightly. Look, how could Hawkeye ignore me? We are good friends. The red-haired man looked at his group of crew members proudly and said with a big grin. Ha ha ha, let's have a banquet. He raised Hawkeye's resisting hand above his head. All the crew members scattered in all directions, and in less than 5 minutes, everyone came back with all kinds of food and wine in their hands. In the end, under the kind invitation of the red hair, Hawkeye reluctantly joined the banquet. After all, it was all his own wine. The red hair held a bottle of dragon yin wine in his hand, put his arms around Hawkeye and said, You be asterisk 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 D. You actually have so many good wines, you couldn't have snatched them. As he spoke, he poured a few more gulps into his mouth. It was given by someone else. Hawkeye didn't say the name, otherwise the shameless Hawkeye would definitely go to Lin Feng, and then the two shameless people would get together and come to harass him. Just thinking about Hawkeye makes me shudder. It's too scary, and these two guys must never get to know each other. Given by someone else? Redhead asked in surprise. It's unbelievable that you have other friends. You're lying to me, aren't you? It was a gift from a friend. I don't believe it unless you tell me who it is. Why? Because I'm curious. If you don't believe me, look at them. Who wouldn't be curious? The red hair pointed to his crew. Hawkeye took a look. Good guy. They were all staring at him. The people in this boat must have been distracted by the red hair. They are also 8 trigrams. His name is Mei Jurin. Go find him. Chapter 96 Reunion. A Senseibo. Another sunny morning. As soon as Hawkeye woke up, the red hair was already waiting for him. Come on, let's have a good fight today. The redhead held the famous knife griffin at his waist, and looked at Hawkeye excitedly. I refuse. Hawkeye said lightly, in my heart, I was complaining about whether the red hair was not very good at thinking, and I had to fight with myself before I ate the food early in the morning. I must be sick. You reject me, you actually refused me. I promised you to fight with me before, and you agreed to me when I asked you. You really aren't Hawkeye, are you? Hawkeye closed his eyes and said in a deep voice, afternoon. During breakfast, the redhead came up to Hawkeye again and chattered nonstop. By the way, you had a duel with that Lin Feng in Sabadi, did you really lose to him? How did you lose? Did you let the water go? Is that Lin Feng really strong? Although he was annoyed by Redhair's endless talk, Hawkeye thought about the matter he mentioned carefully. Then he said slowly, very strong. Although there are elements of my own carelessness, Lin Feng's strength is definitely enough to dominate a new world. Really so strong? But since you have said so, it must be true, you will not lie to me. The red hair said while rubbing his chin. What's your relationship like? I want to see him. After hearing the words, Hawkeye immediately said in the words he had organized a long time ago. I'm not familiar with it, I haven't seen it since the competition. Hawkeye didn't ask the redhead why she was looking for Lin Feng, so let's stop talking about Lin Feng here. The redhead said regretfully. Unfortunately, we didn't see him when we went to Sabadi before. Mr. Rayleigh said he left a month ago. New World. Advertisement in an uninhabited sea area, and not very big ship sailed on the waves. On the deck, a playful girl wearing a small hat with goggles said to the boy who was also wearing goggles and a top hat beside her. Sabo, hurry up, quicker. Just received the news that Ace is on the island ahead. Hearing this, Sabo's gentle and elegant face immediately showed a look of incomparable excitement. The hand in his trouser pocket trembled unknowingly. Koala hugged Sabo tightly from behind, and said softly, don't worry, we'll see you soon. Sabo nodded and said, if I hadn't met Lin Feng, maybe I wouldn't have remembered it in my life. Yes, Mr. Lin Feng has helped us so much, I really don't know how to repay him. Ahem, let's not talk about this first, let's guess for a while what Ace's expression will be when he sees me, and whether he will be scared to death. I really want to see him soon. Half an hour later. On a small island, in a small town, Ace and his spade pirates are replenishing supplies here. Captain, where are we going after replenishing supplies? I heard that the world government wants to recruit our captain to be a Shichibukai. Really, is there such a thing? The crew members are talking about each other. I don't want to be Shichibukai, I want to be One Piece. Overhearing the conversation of the crew, Ace said. Advertisement, next, let's go all the way to Whitebeard's territory. To become One Piece, we must defeat this man. I'm going to challenge him. Hearing Ace's words, everyone was shocked. Whitebeard is the Four Emperors, Emperor of the Sea. Immediately, however, the uproar broke out again. Captain Ace is awesome. Is it really okay? Go challenge Whitebeard now? Deus came over and said softly. Ha ha ha, trust me, it will be fine. Ace laughed and put a large bag of supplies on the trailer. Then he continued to move things, but he felt as if he saw a person just now, a very familiar feeling. At this time, Sabo, who was standing not far from the Spade's pirates, was trembling all over, his limbs were limp and weak, and he barely stood still with Koala's support. Ace. He stretched out his trembling hand in the direction of Ace, but found that he couldn't make a sound at this moment. Deus, did you hear anything? Why do I feel like someone is calling me? Ace asked suspiciously. No, are you too tired? Why don't we rest here for a few more days? It's okay, maybe it's really too tired, then let's take a good rest. Just after he finished speaking, Ace moved his hands, and he heard it again. He was sure it wasn't a hallucination, and someone was indeed calling him. Turning his head slowly, he saw a scene that he couldn't believe at all. Ah, woo. Ace, it's really Ace. Koala, look, it's really Ace, my brother. Sabo burst into tears, and the big snot kept flowing down. He supported Koala and pointed at Ace, so excited that he was incoherent. Koala was covered in various liquids by Sabo. Pushing him away, he looked at the opposite Ace. Chapter 97 for Reunion. Cheers like Sabo, he pulled Deus next to him, with snot and tears, and an expression of disbelief all over his face. Saw. Bo, Ace was stunned. He had already thought that the dead person suddenly appeared in front of him, and he couldn't react to such a shock directly to his soul in a short time. Just staring at Sabo in a daze, childhood memories began to emerge unconsciously in his mind. It was a warm village where he met the two most important people in his life. They practiced together in the woods and fight monsters together. They bonded over stolen booze, and they built ASL's secret base. They made an appointment to go to sea together as pirates. Everything is so beautiful. Until one day, Sabo was found and captured by his parents, and after escaping, he sneaked out to sea alone. It was later reported that it had been sunk by shelling from the celestial dragons. He and Luffy were in so much pain that he even wanted to seek revenge on the celestial dragons. With the continuous reorganization of childhood memories, the face in my mind that I haven't seen for many years is gradually clear. Slowly overlapping with the same tearful guy in front of him. Ace finally determined that the person in front of him was his long-dead brother. Sabo. Ace rushed over excitedly, tears and snot drawing a transparent arc in the air. Ace. After many years, I finally saw my important brother and then rushed forward with tears in my eyes. The two brothers hugged each other tightly like children who hadn't grown up, crying loudly. Advertisement. His mouth kept saying things that outsiders couldn't understand at all. Koala watched this touching scene with tears streaming down his eyes. Sure enough, he is a brother, just as stupid as Sabo. The crew of Ace watched this scene dumbfounded. What kind of drama is this? A large-scale confession scene. Deus touched his chin in surprise. He didn't remember that Ace once said that there was a brother named Sabo. Instead, he takes Luffy's photo to show off his brother to the crew every day. Later, I also mentioned the one named Lin Feng, but it is said that I only met after I grew up. Then who was this Sabo who was hugging with their captain and wishing to melt into each other's body? Could it be that the two brothers divorced when they were young because of their parents' disagreement, and then lived separately, and now they grow up to find their relatives and reunite? Deus felt that his family seemed to have found the truth, and looked at the painful two with a smile all over his face. Hey, this evil world, this evil love, look, what kind of driving the two children into? Ace. I finally met you and miss you so much. Sabo, that's great, you're alive, we all thought you were dead, wow. 10 minutes later, the two were still hugging each other tightly, telling each other about the pain of missing each other for many years. Especially Ace, for him, this is a pain between yin and yang. Now that Sabo has crawled back from the ground, he can't wait to tie Sabo on his waistband. Deus walked up to Koala and said, well, why don't we pull them apart first? It keeps going like this, it's not good to some extent. Upon hearing this, Koala looked at the surrounding crowd and nodded, well, hurry up. Immediately, the two moved forward quickly, one grabbed the other, and quickly disappeared into the crowd with the collar behind their necks. Ace, my Ace, Sabo, my Sabo, advertisement. Along the way, the two were dragged to the ground and howled nonstop. Koala and Deus are full of black lines, and they really want to leave these two guys, saying that they don't know them. Drag the two of them to a tavern and ask for a private room. The two who had just been liberated quickly hugged each other again, looking at Koala and Deus with resentment. For the next time, the two brothers stuck together and couldn't be separated. They also learned about their lives over the years from each other's mouths. The two discussed it for a long time, and finally decided unanimously that they went to Lin Feng to have a good banquet together. As for Luffy, although they all look forward to the reunion of the three brothers, let's wait until he goes to sea. Several people ordered a table of food, and there was a lot of wine. How could the brothers not have a good meal when they reunited? Sabo, for the reunion. Cheers, cheers. I really didn't expect that you, Sabo, were saved by Luffy's father. Could it be fate? Haha. But it's surprising that the world's worst criminal is Luffy's dad. After speaking, he thought of his life experience, and Ace suddenly fell silent. After a few seconds, he perked up again. Sabo, let me tell you, I am very strong now. Do you want to fight? Ace proudly stretched out a finger and let out flames. Just hit, I'm definitely better than you, said Sabo, raised his hand and released his own blue ice flame. Advertisement chapter 98 entering the North Blue, and your fire is actually blue and white. Why is there no temperature at all? I touch. Strange, you can't hurt anyone. Sabo, did you eat fake devil fruit? Seeing Ace grabbing himself and talking endlessly, Sabo smiled mysteriously and said, haha, my ice flame has two attributes of extreme cold and extreme heat. Now I control the temperature, so you are not hurt. After speaking, he controlled the ice flame to lower the temperature, and the room immediately became extremely cold, and even the ground and walls began to freeze. Hiss, the three people in the room except Sabo couldn't help shivering from the cold. Ace quickly released flames to drive away the cold. It's just that Sabo immediately raised the temperature again, and the combined flames of the two almost cooked Koala and Deus. Stop, what are you talking about? Koala's small fist hit Sabo's face, knocking him flying. Hiss. Ace gasped, and stared at this cute girl with wide eyes. Is she so violent? Can't afford to provoke. Sabo, who got up from the ground, walked back covering his face, sat down on the stool and said, Ace, Lin Feng told me to tell you something. What's the matter? Ace asked. Sabo coughed twice and said, Lin Feng said, you can't ignore physical strength training just because you got the devil fruit's ability. Hockey is the most important thing. If you let him know that you slack off hockey's cultivation because of the fruit ability. Having said that, Sabo looked at Ace with a smirk on his face. Advertisement, keep talking, and then. Ace felt terrified seeing Sabo's smile. He said that if you dare to slack off hockey's practice, the next time we meet, I'll strip off your clothes and pants, tie them up and send them back to Windmill Village. Ace's hairs stood on end when he heard that. If he was stripped naked and sent back to Fengchi Village, he would really be dead, the death of the society. It's scary just thinking about it, and the most important thing is how Lin Feng knew that he had recently slackened his training on hockey. Since he got the Mera Mera fruit, he has been a little bit drifting. Looking back now, he really relied too much on Devil Fruit's ability during this time. Well, I see. Ace replied seriously. Sabo took a sip of his wine and continued, Lin Feng also told me about your Mera Mera fruit. The development of Mera Mera fruit should focus on the temperature, not blindly pursue the range. Theoretically, the temperature of the flame has no upper limit. It is the correct way to find a way to temper the temperature of the flame. If it reaches ultimate, it can even burn everything. After hearing this, Ace was very excited. In the development of the fruit ability, he did not consider the temperature. Now hearing what Sabo said, the relationship itself has gone the wrong way. Then Sabo, Is your ice flame the same, ice and fire developed ultimate? That's too strong. Ace thought of Sabo's ice flame in an instant. This is one more attribute than him, wouldn't it be so strong to develop ultimate? That's not true. My ice flame and your Maramara fruit are developed in different directions, Sabo said. Well, Lin Feng is really amazing, and I don't know how he knows so much. Ace propped his chin and said. Sabo looked at Ace and joked with a smile. It's a good thing he's not a pirate, otherwise One Piece would have nothing to do with you and Luffy. Advertisement. Ace rolled his eyes at him. It's a good thing he's not from the world government, otherwise you Revolutionary Army might suffer. The two looked at each other and suddenly laughed. Don't talk about that pervert, let's drink. Half a month later, in a sea area of North Blue, the Star sailed quietly on the sea. After leaving Hawkeye, Lin Feng let Enel act as the power generator for a full dozen days. Under the full-speed sailing of the Star, it took half a month to pass the Reverse Mountain and arrive at the North Blue. After entering the North Blue and confirming the location of the Germa Kingdom, the starship sailed in that direction without haste. The Kingdom of Germa is the name of the only maritime country in the world that does not have a fixed territory. It usually consists of dozens of ships that operate separately, and when they are combined together, they become the kingdom. National soldiers make up an army. Germa 66 that fears the world, and the pinnacle of country and army domination is the family of Vince Moke. The Kingdom of Germa has been a country of science for generations, with superb technology as a strong backing. It is a country that believes in science. Where's Enel? Lin Feng asked Asa, who was fishing with him. Enel is sleeping in his room, he must be too tired. Asa stared intently at the calm sea. After fishing with Lin Feng a few times, he fell in love with him completely. Fishing, a non-talking form of entertainment, is simply perfect for him. Well, I still want to ask him to call D on you, forget it. Thinking of Enel's body that had obviously lost a lot of weight when he came out of the cabin with a tired face in the morning, Lin Feng decided to let him go. Chapter 99 New Year's Eve. Come on, everyone, it will be 1518 soon, tonight is New Year's Eve, let's have a drink together, Lin Feng said to everyone, raising the wine glass in his hand. Cheers! Everyone happily raised their glasses and drank it down. Captain, I offer you a toast. If you hadn't come to the capital of Seven Waters, Captain, I'm afraid Master Bingshan and I would have been killed by the world government in the future. Thank you, Captain. Barry stood up with wine in his hands and said solemnly. His face was also full of gratitude. Me too, it was the captain who rescued me from the celestial dragons back then. Captain, I respect you. Asa also stood up holding the wine. And me. Little Betty was in a hurry, and quickly poured a glass of fruit wine, left her seat and ran between Lin Feng and Kuina. Lin Feng, big brother, sister Kuina, thank you, if I hadn't met you, little Betty might have died. Kuina pulled her gently into his arms and comforted her. Ha ha ha, it's the first time for little Betty to call me big brother, from now on he will call me big brother, I like it. Lin Feng laughed and stood up. Okay, don't come one by one, let's go together. Everyone clinked glasses happily again, and then there was a war without gunpowder. A hole, that's my chicken leg, discharger, what you say is yours, you call it to see if it agrees to you. Barry said, eating chicken drumsticks. Wooden man, you are a real dog, Enel said through gritted teeth. Advertisement. The next day, the Shinshin docked at the edge of a small island. I plan to purchase some local specialty products here, especially food. How can you not try the food of North Blue, after all, come here. And after so many days of sailing at sea, everyone wants to go back to land and have a good time. Although the entertainment facilities on board are quite complete, it is really boring after a long time. The town is not too big. Enel, Barry and Bardo are a group. These three people are like conjoined twins now, they want to do everything together. A few girls made an appointment to go shopping together. Since they were shopping, they asked Lin Feng and Asa if they wanted to go together before leaving. Before Lin Feng could speak, Asa's head was already shaking like a rattle. After everyone left, Lin Feng and Asa also entered the town. The people here seemed to be doing well. Lin Feng walked on the street and looked at the people living here. However, what he didn't know was that it was in a small gambling house on the other side of the town. Barry rushed in excitedly with Enel and Bartolomeo. Soon Barry sat down at a table and played alone with the person opposite him. When the other gamblers around saw this scene, they all cast curious eyes. It would be bad luck for someone to gamble with that lunatic. Barry's luck was exceptionally good today, and he quickly won the faces of the people on the opposite side. Putting the money away with a smile, Barry said with a smile, thanks, brother, don't be discouraged either. Gambling, you win and lose, maybe tomorrow you will be lucky. After speaking, he turned and left to find Enel and Bardo. Advertisement. Just when I got up, I heard the person opposite say, I didn't tell you to go. Barry gave him a strange look, and then said, it's not right for you to do this. If you lose, you lose. Don't you want to go back on your word? The blonde man across from him slowly raised his head and stood up from his seat. With blonde hair and a long scar on his left eye, he grinned fiercely and said, I don't want to renege on the debt, but what if you cheated? Ha ha. At this time, most people in the casino focused their eyes on this side and hurriedly retreated to the side. Enel and Bardo noticed too, but just noticed. The two didn't care at all and turned around and urged each other to play cards quickly. Oh, I cheated? Are you sure? Barry said with a half smile. This is really interesting. After playing a few games, you can still meet this kind of person. This is much more fun than gambling. The blonde man laughed arrogantly when he heard the words. I said you cheated, then you were cheating. Now you can either take out all the money on your body and compensate me, or I will take it myself. The tone was very arrogant. Barry wanted to laugh. What kind of kid is this? And he even threatened himself. It really is a lantern in the toilet. Looking at the blonde man with interest, Barry asked, but I don't want to give it to you, what should I do? The blonde man smiled and waved, and a group of people surrounded Barry. Guys who don't know how to lift, it seems that I can only do it myself, do it for me, break your legs and throw it out. A group of people gathered around drew out their weapons and slashed at Barry. Barry sneered, and when they rushed over, several branches suddenly protruded from the ground of the tavern, piercing through the thighs and arms of these people at a fast speed. Chapter 100 Bellamy. Kill it. Barry looked at the blonde man, startled and angry. The facial features twisted and said, very well, I didn't expect you to be a capable person, but I'm afraid you don't know that capable persons also have strengths and weaknesses. As soon as the words fell, the blonde man's arm became like a spring, and then he punched Barry. Barry looked at him with a smile all the time, just when he was about to be hit in the face with a fist. The blonde man found that his fist had been grabbed, and the pitch-black arm was tightly clenching his fist, unable to move. Before he could react, Barry's fist hit his abdomen the next moment. The pain made him bend down subconsciously, and the next moment, another uppercut hit his chin, and he flew out, fell on a gambling table and fell unconscious. Seeing this situation, the little ones who were injured before couldn't care about the pain on their bodies, and struggled to get up and stay away from this devil. It's just that they found that the door had been blocked by a man with long ears at some point. On the other side is a green-haired pervert with a nose ring smiling, constantly pinching his knuckles, rattling. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded at the door. Yo, what's the matter? Why are you still fighting? Captain. Boss. Bari and Bartolomeo said when they saw the person coming. Why are you here? These are my prey, don't snatch them, Enel said to Lin Feng. Cut. I'll grab these from you. Lin Feng glanced roughly after speaking. Advertisement, hey, isn't this Bellamy? Enel, discharge. Electric him up. Lin Feng said after finding out that it was Bellamy. Barry stepped forward and asked, Captain, do you know this man? I've heard, it's just a kid, don't worry about it. Lin Feng waved his hand. At this time, Enel released an electric current and went straight to the unconscious Bellamy. With a scream and the smell of burnt meat, Bellamy bounced off the table in an instant. He looked at Lin Feng and the others in horror. Who are you? Bellamy said, clutching her electrocuted A. Tisk tisk, Bellamy, the leader of the hyena pirates, right? I didn't expect to meet you here, it looks like I haven't been to the Grand Line yet. Seeing Bellamy's distressed look, Lin Feng smiled and said. Bellamy immediately regained her spirits when she heard the words, and resumed her arrogance and said, since you know me, why don't you let me go quickly, I'm Doflamingo's subordinate. Enel and Bartolomeo didn't know who Doflamingo was, and if they ever heard of it, they would forget it afterwards. Seeing that Bellamy dared to be arrogant, the two rushed forward, one left and one right, and two big ear photons slapped up. Bellamy spat out a mouthful of blood, several teeth flew out, and his face was deformed. Bellamy didn't expect that these villains would dare to do anything to him even after he revealed Doflamingo's name. At this time Lin Feng stepped forward, kicked him to the ground, stepped on his chest and said, Scumbag, take a good look at who I am. Bellamy struggled to open his eyes, and soon he remembered who the person in front of him was. Then the whole person was incomparably terrified, his eyes were full of despair. How could he provoke this god-tier person? This is too bad luck. Forgive me, please, Bellamy said vaguely. Advertisement. Seeing that he recognized him, Lin Feng turned to the three of Enel and said, get rid of them, leave no one behind. After speaking, he took Asa out of the tavern, and soon there were screams behind him. Captain, it's done. The three of Barry walked out clapping their hands. Well, let's go back. On the Shingshan, three men were lying on the side of the ship boredly, looking at the town with expectant eyes. Women are troublesome. It's almost dark and I haven't come back yet. Hey, Enel, you are very brave. Do you dare to say this in front of our captain's wife? Barry joked. Senior Thunder God, remember to tell me before you say something like this next time, so I can stay away. Enel looked at the two with dissatisfaction. What do you mean, is Ben Thor wrong? HMPH. At this time, Lin Feng came out of the cabin with the delicacies he had just bought, and asked the three of them, what? They haven't come back yet. Not yet, Captain, Barry said. Oh, okay, anyway, don't worry, let them play more. Then he left. Barry looked back at Enel and said, see, that's the gap. You'll be single for the rest of your life, discharge people. The boss is so powerful, he is indeed the boss. Enel said nonchalantly. I don't need a woman, besides, what qualifications do you, a wooden man, have to laugh at me? You are also single. Your brain is really full of plasma. I'm going to ask the captain to help me introduce a girlfriend, Barry said proudly. You must know that the captain knows a lot of beauties, including the pirate marine, so why don't you hug your thighs tightly? Chapter 101 Barry, Enel, want to get out of the order? About half an hour after Enel complained, the three women came back with big and small bags. Come down to help, just watch. Seeing the three big men on the boat looking bored and dazed, Kuina is not polite, this curry is not in vain. Come on, lady boss, the little one is here. Barry took the lead, rushing off the boat as fast as he could to take the things in Kuina's hand. Yo, Barry is very good today, sensible, Kuina laughed. Hey, it's all taught by the captain, otherwise how can I learn so much, Barry said while pulling things on his body. Oh, Really? I don't know how he taught you, Kuina asked. Well, it's a bit complicated, and I can't explain a sentence or two. Barry didn't expect Kuina to ask such detailed questions, and it hasn't been compiled yet. The three Kuina girls covered their mouths and smiled at the same time. HMPH, wooden man, it's a mistake to flatter you. You're shameless and smart. At this moment, Enel came up to take the bag from little Betty's hand. You know what? Barry said disdainfully, I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart. The proprietress is one of the most respected people in my heart. Bador's barrier is not as thick as yours. Enel left with his things in his hands. At the same time, Bartolomeo also took Conus's bag, and said to Barry very politely, Senior Barry, you are so shameless, you are amazing. When I said this, there were still stars in my eyes. Hearing this, the three girls finally couldn't help laughing. Barry, on the other hand, looked at Enel and Bartolomeo who were walking ahead with a disgruntled face. Advertisement back on the boat, everyone put their things in the curry and gathered on the deck. Today, Lin Feng bought a lot of local specialties and put them in the space without little Betty cooking dinner. After setting the table, take out a pile of food and put it on the table, and everyone sits in a circle. Not long after eating, Enel proudly told what happened to Barry just now. If eyes can kill, Enel has been divided into 8 parts by Barry. After everyone laughed again, Lin Feng raised a glass of wine and took a sip and asked, Student Barry, do you want to get out of the order? Barry blushed instantly when he heard the words, and said hesitantly, Ahem, Captain, I am not too young, and I am not Enel's stick. Of course I want to get out of the order. I promise, from now on, I will never go to those custom shops again. Enel forced me to go there before. Captain, you know, I can't beat him. He even started to sob. It makes people feel empathetic when they look at it. It's like being abandoned by Enel all the time. Enel put down the chopsticks in his hand at this time, and pointed at Barry. You. I have never seen such a brazen person from Sky Island to Qinghai. She was so angry that she was trembling all over. You took me there for the first time, my first time. When Bartolomeo heard this, there is something for the FK. Immediately, his eyes lit up, and his ears became several times bigger. You two are enough, there are still girls here, don't talk nonsense. Lin Feng stopped the two people's unlimited conversation in time. Okay, if you have a chance, introduce one for you, but don't forget what you said just now, or your legs will be broken, Kuina said very seriously. Barry is usually fine, but he likes to gamble. Since he followed Lin Feng, for some reason, his lifestyle is seriously problematic. Advertisement obviously, he used to be a traditional old bacon who would blindfold and accuse girls of being shameless when they saw girls wearing short skirts and showing their legs. Now he has become so bohemian, and I don't know who he learned from, what a crime. Don't worry, boss, I, Barry, have rehabilitated and will never hang out with Enels again. Barry patted his chest and said. Kuina smiled and said, don't bring Enel in, he's much more honest than you. Enel was very moved when he heard the words, picked up a glass of wine and motioned to Kuina, and then drank it down. Since Barry wants to get out of the singles, how about Enel? I remember you are not young, so you are not in a hurry? Lin Feng said to Enel with a smile. Although Enel is a bit stupid, he is not stupid, he knows what Lin Feng said is true, so he said, I am Thor. How can you just find someone to marry and have children? At least you have to be. Huh? Everyone's ears were wide open, wanting to hear what Enel would say. However, as Shanpao who has been single for decades and has never considered personal issues, what adjectives can he say about women? It must be something, you said it, Barry asked anxiously. Enel blushed from holding back. I don't know either. After speaking, he grabbed an apple and said, I'm full, I'm going to bed. When Enel walked into the cabin, everyone burst into laughter. This guy is actually shy, haha. Chapter 102 The Magic Stick Hawkins. Everyone was lying on the deck, each with a deck chair, and several very large parasols were erected. Kuina picked up a grape on the table and stuffed it into Lin Feng's mouth and asked, where are we going next? It's been floating around for 3 days. Lin Feng pushed the sunglasses and said, anyway, the destination is the Kingdom of Germa, and we will go there when we encounter an island on the way. We are not in a hurry. Traveling, mentality is the most important thing. Kuina nodded and said, then what are we going to do in Germa Kingdom? Could it be that you also want to get some battlesuits for fun? Ha ha ha, of course not, that Vince Mo K. Gage of the Kingdom of Germa is an excellent scientist, and also has a scientific combat unit known as an expert in suppressing evil, a war army, Germa 66. Although Vince Mo K's family has withdrawn from North Blue due to the continuous expansion of Doflamingo's Don Quixote family in North Blue, it is undeniable that they still have a strong snobbery. What they lack is only high-end combat power. As long as this shortcoming is made up for, then it is not impossible to control North Blue again. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Kuina asked, then what good does it do us? Ha ha ha, let's not talk about the benefits, but wouldn't a unified regime be a good thing for North Blue? Lin Feng laughed. But as far as I know, Vince Mo K. Gage is a very ambitious person. Even if the North Blue is unified, the life of ordinary people will not be much better, and the suffering will be even worse. Lin Feng looked at Kuina and said with a smile, I can help him unify North Blue and let him die without a burial. Do you think he dares to be disobedient? Ha ha ha. The two did not continue to discuss this issue, and continued to enjoy this wonderful leisure time. Not far from the star, a pirate ship was sailing towards Lin Feng and the others. On the watchtower of the pirate group, the pirate who was in charge of the watch suddenly discovered the star from the telescope. He hurriedly shouted to his companions on the deck, "Go and inform the captain, there are ships ahead." The people on the deck rushed into the cabin immediately after hearing the words, went to the room where their captain was, and knocked on the door lightly. "Advertisement, come in. Captain, there is a ship ahead," the person who came in said after opening the door. "Oh, not a warship? No, yeah, go out and have a look." Soon the two came to the deck, took out the binoculars to look, and a giant red ship appeared in the field of vision. Seeing the iconic golden five-pointed star, the hand holding the binoculars trembled. "Captain, who is this? What a magnificent ship." The little brother at the side put down the binoculars and couldn't help sighing. Hawkins also put down the binoculars in his hand, but he didn't answer the younger brother's words. Instead, he took out the cards and started divination for himself, but his face became more and more ugly. "How is it possible? I can't figure it out." The surrounding pirates were also shocked. Their captain's divination actually failed. "Hurry up, turn around and leave quickly." Hawkins was in a state of confusion in an instant. He had never been so scared before, no matter whether the result of divination was good or bad. At least he knew the result. But now the feeling that everything is unknown and out of control makes him feel extremely terrified. "Yes, Captain." On the star, Lin Feng and his party also stood on the deck, watching the pirate ship turn around and leave. The pirate flag has a scarecrow head on the front and a cross on the back. Seeing this, Lin Feng knew that this was the Hawkins pirates. Advertisement: the captain of the pirate group is Basil Hawkins, and all members of the pirate group are full of mystical style. "Catch up," Lin Feng said to Asa. At this time, Hawkins looked anxiously at the pirate ship that he had turned around, and felt that he was still too poor. Why the speed of this ship was so slow? "Captain Hawkins, who was on that ship?" Hawkins heard the words and said, "Idiot, Lin Feng of the Star, don't you all know?" "What? Is that Lin Feng from Sabaody? But how did they come to North Blue? But why did we run away? He's not Marine, so we don't have any grudges." Hawkins was almost mad when he heard the words. "It's because you don't know the opponent's purpose, so you can avoid it if you can. In this sea, isn't it normal to meet a strong man and take the initiative to avoid it? Absolutely not cowardly, this is common sense. Captain, catch up, catch up." The pirate on the observation deck shouted loudly. "What?" Hawkins exclaimed. "What should I do, Captain? Continue to run or go straight? I think running is probably impossible. Why don't you be reckless?" Hawkins almost spat out a mouthful of old blood, but he had to admit that it looked like he really couldn't run away now. Thinking of this, Hawkins simply said to the little pirate boy beside him, "Stop the boat and see what the other party's purpose is." Chapter 103. Do you guess you will die? Captain, that guy who looks like a magic stick is Hawkins? Barry asked. "That's right, bring him up. If someone obstructs him, kill him immediately." After Lin Feng finished speaking, he returned to the recliner and lay down. When Barry heard this, he looked at Hawkins below and smiled. "You are out of luck. Enel, Bardo, let's go together." The three jumped up from the star and quickly landed on the deck of the pirate ship. All the pirates were facing a formidable enemy, and Hawkins' expression was extremely ugly. "What do you want to do?" Hawkins asked with difficulty. At this time, Hawkins' strength can't resist any of the three of them. Although he can transfer the damage to others, if all the people on the boat are dead, and here is the sea, there is almost no place to run. "Our captain needs you for something, come with us," Barry said expressionlessly. When Hawkins heard the words, he kept thinking in his heart, now the divination is invalid, and he doesn't know why the other party is staring at him. If you go, it will be like a sheep entering the tiger's mouth. Life and death are unpredictable, basically there will be no return. If you don't go, it's hard to escape a word of death. HMPH, what are you talking about? Believe it or not, Thor will kill all your crew first. Enel, with lightning all over his body, looked at Hawkins jokingly. And Hawkins was very surprised at this time. What the other party meant by saying this was definitely not simply threatening him, it was knowing his ability. "I'll go with you," Hawkins said in a deep voice. "Bado, you stay and watch these people." Advertisement. After speaking, Barry grabbed Hawkins and returned to the star together with Enel. Throwing Hawkins on the deck, the two stood behind him and watched him. "You." Being thrown out like this, Hawkins was very angry. It's just that as soon as he opened his mouth, he saw Lin Feng lying opposite him on the recliner, and he swallowed the words immediately. "Hawkins?" Lin Feng asked with a glass of wine in his hand. "Mr. Lin Feng, it's me. I don't know what orders Mr. Lin Feng has," Hawkins said bravely. After taking a closer look, Lin Feng felt that there was nothing special about this future supernova. Needless to say, his strength was too low, and Lin Feng didn't like his tricks. "I heard that you know how to do divination. Why don't you do a fortune telling? Will you die today?" Hawkins looked at Lin Feng in horror, sweating profusely, and tremblingly said, "Mr. Lin Feng, stop joking." "No kidding, let's do the math. I won't kill you if the math is right," Lin Feng said to Hawkins in a small way. However, in the eyes of Hawkins, this smile is simply a death talisman, and he said with a mournful face, "Mr. Lin Feng, I can't figure it out. I don't know why the divination has failed." Lin Feng was indeed a little surprised when he heard the words. Could it be because of himself? This Hawkins should not dare to tell lies now. Seeing Lin Feng's pensive look, Hawkins felt that Lin Feng would not kill him, otherwise he wouldn't have the opportunity to talk so much. In fact, Lin Feng was also thinking about how to deal with this magic stick. After thinking about it, he said, "Since you can't figure it out, let's guess." Hawkins stared at Lin Feng dumbfounded. "You didn't follow the routine. Mr. Lin Feng, we have no grievances. Why do you make things difficult for me? I promise I will never appear in front of you in the future. Advertisement. Lin Feng smiled indifferently. Just say you can guess or not. Well, I guess. Hawkins then said slowly, I guess you're not going to kill me. After finishing speaking, he stared at Lin Feng nervously. It was the first time for Hawkins to be so aggrieved that his life and death could be decided by one sentence, and he was extremely angry inside. They are so powerful, why don't they go to New World to fight for supremacy? Why go to North Blue to fry fish ponds? Is this interesting? Hawkins was extremely angry in his heart, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth twitched slightly when he heard this. You're lucky, I'm in a good mood today. I don't want to kill anyone, you can go. Not only Hawkins, but even others looked at Lin Feng in surprise. What's the situation? Call people up to take a look and then let it go. How about playing? Hawkins looked at Lin Feng in surprise and asked, then I'm leaving? Well, let's go in peace. Then, under the incomprehensible eyes of everyone, Hawkins slowly took a few steps back, turned around suddenly, and accelerated to 100 kilometers for 1 second. Jumping back to the boat, Hawkins hurriedly said to the little pirates, leave the boat, hurry up. Bartolomeo stood behind him in confusion, reached out and patted his shoulder and said, hey, what's going on? You're not dead. Hawkins froze, and mechanically turned his head to look at Bartolomeo. Mr. Lin Feng said I can go. Really, if you don't believe me, go ask. Bartolomeo stroked his chin, unable to figure it out. Jump in place and return to the Xingqian. Chapter 104. You believe that shameless saying. Captain, shall we do nothing? Barry asked curiously. HMPH, it's boring. It's nothing to call someone up. It's a waste of my time. What's the rush? I said I won't do it, but I didn't say you don't do it. This Hawkins is not a good thing either. Enel, you catch up to kill them later. Lin Feng said to Enel. Enel, who was still a little dissatisfied, became excited all of a sudden. He likes this kind of work, but some people are so insidious. Shaking his shoulders, he said excitedly, ha ha ha, leave it to me. I promise to take the head off that magic stick. Enel jumped onto the ship's railing, watched the Hawkins pirates flying in the distance, and rushed over like a bolt of lightning. And at this time on the pirate ship, Hawkins patted his chest and said, it's a blessing and a blessing today. Is that Lin Feng mentally ill? It scared me to death. You're right, Ben Lishan also thinks he's mentally ill. Hawkins nodded and said, yeah. Hawkins was stunned suddenly. Thor? Immediately turning around, he saw a shirtless man with long ears. What are you doing here? Enel squatted on the deck railing and said in a very disdainful tone, guess. Enel's sudden arrival made Hawkins and his little brothers panic. However, as the captain, he had to be steady. He forcibly calmed down and asked, Mr. Lin Feng said, don't kill me. Advertisement. Enel scratched his nose, curled his lips and said, you can believe what that shameless man said. What's more, he said he won't do it, and he didn't say that Thor can't do it. Hawkins said angrily when he heard the words, too much deception. Since you don't intend to let me go, just try. A bolt of lightning flew over Enel while he was speaking. Hawkins didn't react, the lightning instantly penetrated his head. But nothing happened at all, but the head of a pirate standing next to him exploded, and a burnt smell filled everyone's sense of smell. What followed was endless terror. The pirates fled in all directions, and now not only the other party wants to kill them, but even their own captain is likely to use him to deflect the damage at any time. Real gods fight, and mortals suffer. In Enel's eyes, Hawkins' head suddenly opened a big hole, and a damaged scarecrow fell out of the hole. This is the ability of Hawkins' Paramecia straw fruit. He can transfer the damage he has suffered to others through this little scarecrow. This ability is a life-saving skill in many cases, and you can even create dozens of scarecrow clones at the same time to divert damage, as long as there are enough people around. Enel watched this scene and said with a smile, then try to see how many people you have can die for you. Yeah ha ha ha. Enel laughed and held up his golden rod. Countless thunder and lightning fell from the sky, and each thunder and lightning accurately took away the life of a pirate. Hawkins looked at this scene in disbelief. It was his way out. Straw knife. Hawkins pulled out his saber and turned into a straw to kill Enel. Enel chuckled softly, small tricks. After speaking, the figure has disappeared. Advertisement appearing behind Hawkins in the next second, his palm turned into lightning and stabbed into Hawkins' body fiercely. What, is there still someone deflecting the damage for you now? Enel's voice sounded like a Shinigami. Hawkins was completely out of breath after spitting out a mouthful of blood. Withdrawing the hand that had been stabbed into Hawkins' body, Enel pushed lightly, and Hawkins' body fell to the deck. It's not fun. Enel sighed and turned into lightning and flew back to the Xingqian. The next day, when a warship of the Marine Division was patrolling this sea area, it happened to encounter the Hawkins pirate ship drifting in the sea. When they carefully boarded the pirate ship, they were shocked by the countless corpses on board. Every corpse seemed to be scorched, and the entire pirate ship looked like it had been struck by lightning. This is Hawkins, our relatively well-known pirate from North Blue. Who did he offend? He died so badly. The leading division colonel turned over Hawkins' body and recognized him. Then he immediately took out his phone bug and reported the situation to the Marine headquarters. Another half a month later, the Xingqian was still sailing at sea unhurriedly. I encountered a few waves of small pirates on the way, and they were all dealt with by Barry and the others. At this moment, the phone bug that Lin Feng kept in Konus's place rang. Captain. Konus took out the phone bug from his pocket and handed it to Lin Feng. After picking up the phone bug, an old man's voice came out as soon as it was connected. Boy Lin Feng, are you in North Blue? Asked Sengoku in Marineford. Chapter 105 Sengoku is dead and buried in North Blue. Lin Feng said with a smile. Boy, you haven't answered my question yet. Sengoku scolded with a smile. Old man Sengoku, if you say you didn't know I was in North Blue, do you think I believe it or not? Sengoku asked this question without any technical content, and he did not hide his whereabouts, relying on Marine's control and intelligence capabilities in the four seas. I'm afraid it's the first time the star entered North Blue. Information about his entry into North Blue was sent to Sengoku's office. Hey, you brat, let me ask you, was that Hawkins killed by one of your men, and that Bellamy, one of Doflamingo's men? Sengoku asked. Lin Feng joked after hearing the words. What's wrong with our marshal? He cares so much about the life and death of these little pirates. HMPH, this old man is the Marshal of Marine. Is there anything wrong with caring about such things? Sengoku also imitated Lin Feng's tone and said. Ha ha ha, okay, I killed those two. I don't think the Marshal should be held accountable for killing two pirates. Lin Feng waved his hand indifferently, although Sengoku couldn't see it. Sengoku smiled and said, how is that possible? Just to remind you, don't make any big troubles, remember to keep a low profile for me. And that Bellamy, although it's only a small character, is also a Doflamingo person, so please pay attention. Ha ha ha, thank you, Marshal Sengoku, for your concern. As for that Doflamingo, if he wants to die, I can help him. Lin Feng didn't expect Sengoku to call him specifically for this kind of thing. Anyway, don't make trouble, right? What are you doing in North Blue instead of Sabadi? Sengoku asked tentatively. When Lin Feng heard this, the old guy was really worried about himself, for fear that he would cause trouble. Advertisement, but am I, Lin Feng, the kind of person who causes trouble wherever I go? Isn't that prejudice? Travel. The local customs here are very good. Let me tell you, I'm going to wait until I'm old to retire here. I think if you don't wait for one day when you suddenly kick your legs and you are gone, you can bury it in North Blue. I still have time to offer 2 sticks of incense. What do you think? Hearing this, Sengoku's head started to hurt again. At first he thought it was quite comfortable to talk to Lin Feng this time, but it turned out to be like this now. Sure enough, he was still too naive. Forget it, my heart can't stand talking to you. Anyway, just remember not to make trouble. Before Lin Feng could speak, he cut off the call. Putting the phone bug back into Konus's hands, Lin Feng stood on the deck with the sea breeze blowing, thinking secretly. Since you can't use your obvious identity to do things, you can only change to a rougher one. Sorry, Vince Moke Judge, blamed Sengoku. Another 3 days later, Lin Feng checked the location of Germa Kingdom, and it was not very far away. It is estimated that sailing at the current speed will only take another day to reach the place. It's just that everything seems to be such a coincidence. At this time, several huge warships are sailing towards the position of the Xingqian. It soon appeared in the sight of Lin Feng and his group. Several huge snail-like creatures were dragging the huge battleship, and the battleship had a large sail with the Mark 66 on it. FK. What the hell is that? Barry exclaimed looking at the huge snail. This thing looks good. Advertisement, yes, it would be great if I could make a dish for Lil Betty. Little Betty looked at the big snails excitedly, and her saliva was about to flow out. This fat big snail should be great for her ingredients. Hearing Lil Betty's words, everyone on the boat nodded involuntarily. Even Asa, an honest guy, said, Captain, I think it's hard to come across such good ingredients, so we can't make our little chef sad. Everyone looked at him in surprise. I said, big man, you will learn badly at any time. I can't believe it, Asa, you have learned to say such shameless words. Sure enough, only Ben Thor is the simplest. Senior Asa, I didn't expect you to be so secretive, it's really amazing. Asa's face turned red when he was told. Lin Feng walked over and patted him on the shoulder very relieved. Asa, you really surprised me today, Lin Feng said. Asa felt that he had done something wrong, and quickly apologized like a child. I'm sorry, Captain. Stop, Lin Feng interrupted him. I'm surprised that you finally know how to express yourself. To be honest, I'm really relieved. Even if it's such a small thing, I'm very happy. I don't know if you were cautious about what you did because of your previous experience, but I hope that from now on, like today, what do you want to eat, what do you want, or you want to rest when you're tired, or other things. You have to say it directly, we are a family, aren't we? Chapter 106 Fancy Vince Moke. It's just that there should be a fleet on the opposite side, and there are many small boats around the giant ships. I didn't expect us to be so lucky. We met Germa 66 here. These are all warships of the Vince Moke family, but we don't know who are on them. I've been hearing you say 666 since I came to North Blue. Why, are they strong? Enel asked suspiciously. It's not bad, at least in North Blue, it can be regarded as a dominant existence, Lin Feng said lightly. As for the strength of the Vince Moke family, it is actually the same. There is no top powerhouse, and now they are almost squeezed out of North Blue by Doflamingo. It's just that their weapons and strength come from high-tech products, which is a bit inconsistent with this fruit in the world where hockey is the mainstream. Just do it to them? Enel asked, clenching his fists. Discharger. Why do you know how to fight all day long, reckless man? Enel looked sideways at Barry and said, you are arrogant, you are amazing, don't eat snail meat for a while. At this time, a few gaudy people had stepped out of the opposite battleship, and were looking at the imposing Xingqian in front of them. Ha ha ha, this is the Lin Feng from Sabadi? The Xingqian, isn't it? The speaker had blue wavy hair along one side, counterclockwise curly eyebrows, black goggles and a pair of black ear protectors, wears a black cloak with the number 2 written on it, yellow metal gloves and a belt with the lightning logo, and a blue battle suit. This person is Vince Moke Niji, the current second prince of the Vince Moke family. It's really courageous to dare to break into my Vince Moke's sea area. In this case, we will accept this ship. Vince Moke Yangzi, who has green hair, said excitedly. Advertisement. If Lin Feng could see that eager expression on his face, it might not be enough to be a big PSI. Are you two guys crazy? That's Lin Feng. Don't you guys know his strength? Even Marine Admiral can't do anything to him. Are you trying to cause trouble for the family? Vince Moke Reiju said quickly when he saw the incomprehension of the two younger brothers. That's their own problem, not to mention who knows whether the news is true or not. Didn't they all say that Kizaru Admiral let the water go? Vince Moke Iji, the eldest brother of the 3 brothers, said in silence for a moment. Ha ha ha, the Vince Moke family took over this ship today. I really want to test how strong this Lin Feng is. After finishing speaking, Yangji watched the ship getting closer and couldn't wait to stand on the deck railing superior. Reiju watched this scene worriedly, not knowing what to think. Originally, he was only out to perform a mission, but who would have thought that he would meet Lin Feng? This is definitely not a good thing. Reiju and his 3 younger brothers have obtained superhuman bodies through the genetic modification of their father's blood factor. The difference is that Reiju kept his emotions, but the 3 younger brothers paid the price of being deprived of their emotions, and even felt no fear in death. On the star, little Betty looked at the soldiers on the opposite ship who looked exactly the same and asked, Captain, are these guys all the same mother? Ha ha ha, little Betty, that's called a clone, not a mother. Captain, come here. Advertisement. Asa stood behind Lin Feng and said. Enel, did you see that blue iron-headed baby? You are responsible for fixing him. Don't beat him to death, beat him up and bring him back. Conus, little Betty, the 2 of you team up to deal with that red iron-headed boy. Barry, you hold the line, and I'll beat you if they get hurt. Bartolomeo saw that they were starting to assign tasks, and hurriedly came up and pointed to his nose and asked, Boss, me, and me. You, that green hair over there, did you see that? Just like you, give him a hard beating. Bartolomeo stood at attention excitedly and saluted, Yes, boss. Well, go fight on their ship. Lin Feng didn't want to put the battlefield on the Xingqian. What if it gets dirty? Several people heard that they jumped up from the Xingqian, and the fastest one was Enel. A flash of blue lightning appeared on the opponent's battleship. Conus followed closely behind, and Betty Jr. and Barry also landed on the deck one after another. Only Bartolomeo still picked his nose and did not set off. Lin Feng kicked his A** and sent him flying. Due to their current identities, Conus and little Betty can't use the fruit ability. Lin Feng will let them play 2 against 1, and let Barry watch from the side to avoid injury. At this time, on Vince Moke's battleship, Enel and the others were surrounded by a group of clone soldiers, and several gaudy Prince Vince Moke looked at them contemptuously. Ha ha ha, you guys, how dare you break into our Vince Moke's waters, and even dare to board our boat? Yuji Midori Mao took out a green soda can after speaking, after a burst of hair-raising green light. He has transformed. Green Light Superman, Chapter 107 Vince Moke, Transformation. There are Germa, 66, logos on the clothes, special green gloves and belt, and technical shoes with explosive bounce and jet functions on the feet. Green from head to toe. Under the effect of the technical shoes, a thick mist was generated under the feet, turning into a green figure and rushing towards the crowd. Winch Slam, one of Yangji's skills, with the power of the battlesuit, he rushed towards the crowd with his fists waving. With a loud bang, a transparent glass-like barrier blocked Yangji's fist. When the two collided, the barrier remained motionless, but Yangji was sent flying by the huge force. Hey ha ha ha, little green hair, is this what you are capable of? Get up and play with lousy. Bartolomeo said arrogantly, his whole state looked like a villain. At the same time, Enel also took the initiative to confront Vince Moke Niji. Conus and little Betty used physical skills and sword skills, and attacked Niji from left to right. Enel kept changing positions to tease Niji. Even if Niji used the high-speed movement of the battlesuit, he could hardly attack Enel's body at all. Ahahaha, blue-haired brat, I will stand here and not move. If you have the ability, try to attack me. Enel's arrogant character always makes him make such abnormal operations. HMPH, stop looking down on me. While speaking, with the help of his technical suit, Niji moved to Enel at high speed. Electric Punch, Shock Legs, the Sword of Lightspeed. A set of fancy skills passed, and Enel stood in place unharmed. Suddenly he put his face in front of Niji. Little brat, is this all you can do? The words were full of sarcasm. Niji gritted his teeth and was about to launch an attack, but Enel moved ahead of time, and the golden stick smashed away, smashing Niji into the deck. Advertisement. With the protection of the technical suit and the transformed body, Niji didn't take much damage. It's just that just now, when Niji raised his head, he saw a huge pillar of lightning suddenly falling from the sky. Then Enel's voice came to his ears. God's punishment. Boom. The terrifying thunder and lightning fell, but Niji used the clone troopers on the ship to block him before hitting him. Small tricks. Enel laughed contemptuously. The lightning strikes through all the clone troopers, hitting Niji hard. Niji. Reiju, who was watching the battle, exclaimed. Although he didn't like his 3 emotionless younger brothers, he couldn't just watch them get killed. Just took out a pink can and was ready to transform into a combat suit. Suddenly her wrist was tightly held by someone and she couldn't move. You better not move. While talking, a sword was already on Reiju's neck. Lin Feng and Kuina, who were watching the battle on the Xingqian, saw that Reiju was about to make a move, and Kuina drew his sword and rushed over instantly. Our captain said that you are the only one here who can understand human language. Don't be fooled. My friends will not release water just because you are a woman. Kuina looked at Reiju with a bad complexion, said. On the other hand, Yangzi couldn't break through Bartolomeo's barrier at all. No matter what moves he used, he couldn't get a little effect, and from time to time he would be punched by Bartolomeo's fist wrapped around the barrier. The only battlefield where they have an advantage is Konis and Betty Jr.'s side. Konis, who can only use physical skills, is frighteningly weak. Her fists can't hit or hurt EG at all, but little Betty's swordsmanship can occasionally beat EG. Advertisement, however, what disgusts IG is that whenever he uses Spark Light Fist or other extremely damaging moves, the guy with wood next to him always jumps out to interfere with him. EG immediately shifted his target, and with a swipe of sparks, flames were released from his hands, and he slammed towards Barry. Seeing EG rushing over, Barry smiled. This kid must be stupid. He is a wood element mumu fruit, not a wood fruit, and he still wants to beat himself with his fists. EG's fist with sparks penetrated Barry's elemental body without causing any damage. Well, why don't you fight them? Barry said to EG. However, EG didn't care about this, he was already on top this minute. Dude, the double sparks swirled and exploded as they passed through Barry's body. Nothing happened to Barry, IG himself was blown away by the explosion. Konis, who was waiting for the opportunity, stepped forward and kicked IG towards Little Betty with a long leg. Little Betty picked out the big sharp knife Honglian with a sword, EG's body soared into the sky and flew towards the Xingqian. At the same time, Midori Mao Yuji was also trapped inside by Bartolomeo's spherical barrier, and Enel was already waiting with Niji. The soldiers and clones of the Vince Moke family saw their three princes captured one after another, and countless artillery fires were aimed at everyone. Miss Reiju, come with us. Kuina retracted the sword on Reiju's neck and said in a relaxed tone. What on earth are you going to do? Our Germa kingdom doesn't seem to offend you. I don't know about that, go ask our captain. After a moment of silence, Reiju ordered the soldiers on the battleship not to act rashly, and was taken aboard the Star by Kuina. Chapter 108 Abducting Reiju. Just as Vince Moke judge guessed the other party's intentions, another piece of information came over. Several princes and princesses have become captives of each other. This Lin Feng, what does he want to do? Judge slapped the table angrily, but he was extremely anxious in his heart. The three princes were his painstaking effort and a successful transformation. Now he is captured by someone. If something happens, wouldn't it be a waste of so much manpower, material resources and time? Immediately, Judge ordered that the entire Germa kingdom move towards Reiju and the others. On the Star, Lin Feng looked at Niji, who was shocked into Kurozumi by Enel, Yuji, who was trapped in the barrier by Bartolomeo, and IG, who was entangled by Barry with branches. He smiled contemptuously. That's Vince Moke, no wonder he was bullied like this by Doflamingo. After speaking, he looked at Barry and Bardo. Let go of everyone. The two let go of Niji and Yiji, who were trapped. As soon as the two boys came out, they rushed towards Lin Feng. They were going to catch the thief first. But who is Lin Feng? He looked at them coldly, slowly raised his hand, and slapped them twice, making their eyes stare. However, Lin Feng's slaps didn't stop. The magic battle energy imprisoned the two of them, and the slaps kept falling on their faces until their faces were swollen and their teeth fell out. Tisk tisk, this modified body isn't that bad either. It was Konis who came forward to hand over a tissue. Lin Feng finally wiped his hands, looked at Reiju and said, Fortunately, you can understand human language, otherwise I'll beat you up too. Reiju heard the words and asked, I don't know what purpose Mr. Lin Feng has, why did he attack our Vince Moke family? Huh? You said it wrong, don't think that you can talk nonsense just because you're beautiful. Advertisement, I heard it, someone wants to steal my boat. After listening to Lin Feng's words, Reiju cursed these three idiot brothers silently in his heart. They are not only emotionless killing machines, but also arrogant idiots. Mr. Lin Feng, you see they have also learned a lesson, can you let us go? Reiju said with a wink. This is difficult, what good do we gain if we let the three of them go? Lin Feng asked. When Reiju heard it, it's fine if you want benefits, but I'm afraid you don't want anything. But I don't seem to lack anything, Lin Feng continued. Staring at Lin Feng with beautiful eyes, Reiju asked, then what are you going to do to let them go? In fact, Reiju's heart is full of hatred for the entire Vince Moke family. If it wasn't for fear of being punished by Judge, she wouldn't bother to care about the life and death of these three idiots. Allah, why don't you stay as a hostage? I don't bother to kill these three trash. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he winked at Kuina. Don't get me wrong, I am definitely not lustful. Reiju thought more, glanced at the three beauties, big and small, on the boat, and became even more convinced that Lin Feng was a womanizer. In fact, little Betty is not young anymore, she is 15 years old. Mr. Lin Feng, our Germa kingdom is also a member of the world government and is eligible to participate in the world summit. Are you not afraid of being held accountable by the world government? Reiju said with a contemptuous look at Lin Feng. Being looked at by Reiju, Lin Feng also knew that she had misunderstood, but she didn't mean to explain. Do you think it's useful to talk about the world government? Lin Feng asked back. It's just beating up three scumbags and abducting a princess, by the way. The world government will trouble me because of you? So you now have two choices, either you go and they die, or you stay and they live. Come on, make your choice. Advertisement. After speaking, Lin Feng took out a stool and sat down, looked at Reiju with a smile. What is your choice? After struggling for half a minute, Reiju gritted his teeth and said, I'll stay. Compared to the death of her three good-for-nothing brothers and her return to Germa Wangwo to be punished by Judge, she would rather stay here. Oh, a wise choice. Lin Feng clapped his hands and said. Walking to Iji's side and leaving a space imprint, Lin Feng said, throw these three trash back. Asa immediately stepped forward like picking up a chick one by one, went to the edge of the deck and threw it out. As for Niji, who was electrocuted by Enel at the beginning, Barry wrapped him in a tree branch and threw him back. Discharge man, can you stop being so disgusting next time? You know what a fart, lightning strikes are art. After Enel finished speaking, he suddenly turned into lightning and rushed out, followed by a burst of lightning that filled the sky. Everyone saw that Enel came back with a big snail. Lin Feng remembered this after seeing this scene. Let's eat snail meat tonight. That night, the warship that was heading back with the seriously injured three princes encountered Vince Moke Judge, who came to rescue them on the way. When seeing the tragic situation of the three sons, Judge angrily picked up the phone bug and dialed the world government. As for the eldest princess Reiju, who was kidnapped, she didn't mention even a word, and only remembered the eldest daughter who didn't come back afterward. Judge thinks that Lin Feng must have coveted Reiju's beauty, so he kidnapped him. After having this thought, Judge was actually not so angry. He even thought in his heart that it might be a good thing if he could use Reiju to build a relationship with Lin Feng and win him over. After all, although his son was injured, he didn't die, right? Chapter 109. Fierce Battle. Reiju was placed alone in a room. At first, Reiju had the idea of running away, but she snuffed out the idea just as it was born. Maybe leaving North Blue like this is a very good thing. But what makes her a little bit unwilling? I'm afraid it will take advantage of that B***************** D. Lin Feng. He lowered his head and looked at his towering mountain peak and his pair of long snow-white legs. The more he thought about it, the more unwilling he became. Boom boom boom. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door, and Reiju's body trembled violently. Coming. Biting his lip, Reiju looked at the door with hazy eyes. While my heart was still struggling, the door had already been pushed open. The one who came in was naturally Lin Feng, with a smug smile on his face, which looked extremely wretched in Reiju's eyes. Hey, Miss Reiju, how is it? Is my boat comfortable? Lin Feng sat on the stool in the room, playing with the pink soda can transforming device confiscated from Reiju in his hand. HMPH, hurry up when you want to do something, don't worry about it, you can't do it. Reiju looked at Lin Feng with cold eyes and said provocatively. I just hope you'll let me go after it's over. Lin Feng heard the words and said, Miss Reiju hasn't woken up yet, do you think it is possible to leave after boarding this ship? Don't think about resisting, stay on my boat, I believe you will enjoy your life in the future. After hearing Lin Feng's words, Reiju was completely hopeless. He just got out of the wolf's den, and now he's in the tiger's mouth again. He closed his eyes and didn't speak, as if he had accepted his fate. Advertisement, what are you doing? Hurry up and finish your work and go back and massage my legs. Then Kuina's voice came from outside the door. Reiju, who had already resigned to his fate, opened his eyes suspiciously and looked out the door, only to hear Lin Feng say loudly, Good wife. This? Reiju looked at Lin Feng puzzled. Miss Reiju, I think you have misunderstood me, so let's do it for today. Lin Feng got up and was about to leave after speaking. When he walked to the door, he suddenly turned around and said, Rest well tonight, don't run around. Yes, if you want to know about your brother Sanji, come to me early tomorrow morning. After speaking, he led Kuina back to the room and had fun. Leaving a shocked Reiju sitting on the bed. Sanji. He actually knows about Sanji and our relationship. Reiju really wanted to rush over to let Lin Feng speak clearly, but she also knew that from the posture just now, the battle in Lin Feng's room was fierce now, and she was not suitable for the past. Tonight is a sleepless night for Reiju. Before dawn the next day, Reiju came outside Lin Feng's room. Until Kuina came out of the room and gave her a strange look and said, Go to eat first, and we can talk about things later when he gets up. But Lin Feng didn't come out of the room until almost noon. Maybe the battle last night was too intense. It wasn't until little Betty finished making lunch and knocked on the door that Lin Feng dragged his exhausted body out of the room. After lunch, Reiju followed Lin Feng as soon as he returned to his room. Yo, what's the matter? I have a wife, so don't mess around. Lin Feng clasped his hands on his chest with a look of horror. Advertisement. The corner of Reiju's mouth twitched and said, You said last night that you knew about Sanji. Reiju made it clear why she came here directly, and she still misses her brother Sanji very much. Reiju helped Sanji escape back then, but since then she has lost Sanji's news. I haven't seen him for many years, I don't know if it's dead or alive, but now that Lin Feng actually mentioned Sanji's name, it is very likely that Lin Feng knows where Sanji is now. Lin Feng made an expression of enlightenment and said, You said this, I thought you were plotting against me, scared me to death. Your brother Sanji, I do know what he is doing there, but why should I tell you for nothing? Reiju was silent for a while when he heard the words, and even started to take off his clothes. This move almost frightened Lin Feng into a fool. Damn, in broad daylight, those who don't know think Lin Feng, is forcing her into prostitution. If Kuina sees this, don't cut it for him. Lin Feng quickly reached out to stop her. Hey, my sister, you are a sister, let me tell you, please don't do this again, I can't bear it. Reiju stopped undressing and looked at Lin Feng and said, "Don't you just want this? Who said you let him come out? Why is no one innocent?" After Lin Feng finished speaking, he pulled Reiju into the room, first took out 2 sips of wine, and forcibly calmed down. I have to say, just now Reiju undressed really fast. The figure is also really good. Fortunately, after a big battle last night, it is not so hot now. Reiju just sat on the chair and watched Lin Feng drink, take a deep breath, drink, take a deep breath. Come on, I'll tell you about Sanji, but after listening to it, you just stay on the boat. Lin Feng said to Reiju after he wiped out the burning flame in his lower abdomen. Chapter 110 Back to Sabati. So, as long as I follow you, I can meet Sanji, right? Reiju asked, looking at Lin Feng seriously. That's what I mean, but I also have my conditions. Reiju nodded and said, any conditions are fine. Seeing her appearance, Lin Feng quickly said, don't think about it. Let me ask you, if the kingdom of Germa is handed over to you to govern, do you think you can do it? Reiju looked at Lin Feng in shock and said in disbelief, you mean, me? Well, yes, as long as you are willing, it is not difficult to become the queen of the Germa kingdom, with my help. Lin Feng said very calmly. Reiju asked, I can, but what are you going to do? As long as the current king and those 3 idiots die or disappear, then you are the legitimate heir to the throne. As if talking about something trivial, Lin Feng said while drinking a small wine. Hearing this, Reiju fell silent. Although she particularly disliked her father and those 3 younger brothers, and even hated them, did she really want to kill them? At this time, Reiju hesitated, especially entangled. Lin Feng could also see what was on her mind, stood up and said, okay, let's think about it slowly, don't worry. After walking out of the room, Lin Feng realized that this seemed to be his own room. That afternoon, Lin Feng was basking comfortably on the deck when Sengoku called again. Advertisement, Lin Feng. Didn't I say don't cause trouble? Look at what you've done. No matter where you go, you're not safe. Sengoku's words sounded very fierce. But Lin Feng could tell, the old guy didn't take this matter to heart at all, and the reason why he called was just to remind himself. Ah, Marshal Sengoku, what are you talking about? I don't understand. You're still pretending. The old man just said not to cause trouble. You brat is in conflict with the Germa kingdom, you did it on purpose. Yo, that's it, why don't you just beat up that prince, something more, judge won't file a complaint with the world government, tisk tisk, you're really stingy. You called it a beating? Everyone is almost gone, and there is a princess from the kingdom of Germa. I really didn't realize that you were such a person. Hearing this, Lin Feng felt as if he had grasped the point. Marshal Sengoku, what do you think? Sengoku has a black face. Don't talk nonsense, you heard it wrong, hurry up and go back to your Sabati place, don't make trouble anymore. After speaking, he hung up the phone again. Lin Feng looked at the phone bug in his hand and muttered, who could it be? Sengoku? Hiss. In the next 3 months, the star visited the whole North Blue, enjoyed 2 months of leisure time, and spent another month slowly returning to Sabati. As soon as they returned to Sabati, Lin Feng and others came to the Shaggy Tavern. As usual, every time before Lin Feng and the others came, the guests in the tavern were emptied by Shaggy. Long time no see, Shaggy. Shaggy stood at the counter with a cigarette in his mouth and said, well, are you having fun? Ha ha ha, that's good. I think next time Shaggy, you can come with us. It's boring to stay in this place all day. Let's leave that guy Rayleigh who is not doing business here. Lin Feng walked to the counter lie on the table and said. Boy Lin Feng, what you said is very good, just don't feel disgusted and bring me into trouble, Shaggy said. How come, if it's that old man Rayleigh, I'll definitely throw him off the boat, ha ha ha. Advertisement. As he said that, Lin Feng took out a bunch of North Blue special products from the space. Hey, Shaggy, I brought you a gift. Hey boy, you're really good, unlike Rayleigh, who disappears for a while and comes back with nothing and lost all his money. The old guy disappeared again. Shaggy blew out a smoke ring and said indifferently, it's been a few days since I disappeared. Ha ha ha, I guess I'm gambling again, and I'll come back after losing, so I shouldn't sell myself again now, Lin Feng laughed. Then the 3 daughters of Kuina took Shaggy and talked about what happened in North Blue this time. The others did their own things, and Lin Feng came to the gravitational space alone. According to Shaggy, the Hawkeye guy came over 2 days ago and hasn't left yet. Lin Feng planned to find him for a drink. On Island 49, Hawkeye was waving the black knife he in the gravity space alone. Although his strength is already one of the rare powerhouses in this sea, people like Hawkeye will never give up as long as there is a possibility of improvement. As soon as he entered the gravitational space, he was greeted by a hawk-eyed Slash. Lin Feng quickly moved to the side and said, you are not natural, you are using my things, and you still want to chop me up. Hawkeye put Haidao Yi back on his back and said expressionlessly, it's not dead yet. Well, what, take a break, how about some drinks? Hawkeye nodded and walked out of the gravitational space without saying a word. Chapter 111 Kendo Genius Lu Zoro? Hawkeye silently raised his wineglass without saying a word. You said don't you think it's troublesome to toss back and forth every time? I see, you just join me honestly, and I will give you a benefit. When the time comes, I will bring this gravity space to your island. How about it? Are you excited? This is something that can improve your strength. The very tempting conditions were stated, and Hawkeye was a little moved when he heard the words. Lin Feng continued. What's more, you also know that I have many magical things. Maybe as long as you join my team, you may be able to make a qualitative leap in the way of swordsmanship. Another blockbuster was dropped, and Lin Feng felt that Hawkeye must be moved. Sure enough, Hawkeye asked, "What are you talking about?" "How can I tell you now? It's a secret, even if you were a friend, you can't tell it." In order to satisfy Hawkeye's appetite, how could Lin Feng tell the whole story so easily? And now there is still one Jianshin seed, although he is not short of points, but he can save a little bit. Hawkeye was silent and did not speak. In fact, he had thought about whether to join Lin Feng. After all, being Shichibukai is not a long-term choice, as Lin Feng said before, it will be liquidated sooner or later. It's just that he also has concerns. If he joins Lin Feng's team in his current capacity, many things will be inconvenient. Now is not the time to showdown with the world government. Even if he joins Zhanlong, his black knife and knight are too recognizable, and his personal style is too strong, which is easy to reveal his secrets. You know, Kuina usually uses snow sakura as the weapon, and she will use the supreme sword to blow snow when acting as a dragon. Advertisement: everyone in Zhanlong will hide their identities. If he joins in with such a highly recognizable person, he might be exposed if he acts for the first time. Now that Lin Feng brought up this matter again, and offered such bargaining chips, it would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. Lin Feng saw that Hawkeye didn't speak for a long time, thinking that he was really invulnerable, and he was not tempted at all. So he continued to throw chips. "Also, I also know a sword genius who is not weaker than Kuina. How about it, are you interested?" Hawkeye's eyes lit up when he heard the words, "A swordsman genius? Not weaker than Kuina?" He is very clear about Kuina's kendo talent, and in time he will definitely become a strong challenger to himself as the world's #1 swordsman. Even now, Kuina's strength must not be underestimated. Hawkeye asked with interest, "Where is the genius, what's his name?" Lin Feng smiled and said, "Look at you, you want to know everything, and you don't give me any response. You can even talk about your conditions." After hearing the words, Hawkeye felt that what Lin Feng said was indeed reasonable, and after thinking for a while, he said, "It's not impossible to join your team, but you have to make everything clear first." Lin Feng felt that he had heard it wrong. He had always acted like you can say whatever you want, and I don't care at all. Why is it not working all of a sudden? Hawkeye thought Lin Feng didn't want to tell him, so he said, "Why, do you have any conditions?" Only then did Lin Feng come to his senses. No. Let me tell you, the kendo genius I'm talking about is actually my younger brother." Advertisement: your brother? Hawkeye rarely showed a surprised expression. "What the hell, your family is so awesome. Lin Feng and Kuina are already so pervert, and there is a younger brother who is also a swordsman genius. He's also Kuina's younger brother, but he's not relative, he's my father-in-law's apprentice. Really, I'm not lying to you at all. If you accept him as an apprentice, it will definitely be a win-win situation. Think about it, when teaching apprentices, is it also reviewing what you have learned in the past and summarizing your decades of experience? Maybe there will be some new insights in it." Lin Feng observed Hawkeye's facial expression while talking, and saw that he seemed very interested, so he continued, "Besides, this is not the most attractive place." Hawkeye looked at Lin Feng suspiciously. "Go ahead." "Ahem. Have you ever imagined how fulfilling it is to personally cultivate a great swordsman who can stand shoulder to shoulder with you in the future? Maybe he will defeat you and take away the title of world's #1 swordsman. How about it? Are you excited just thinking about it?" After finishing speaking, Lin Feng took a sip of wine and said he was tired for a long time. Hawkeye carefully thought about what Lin Feng said, and finally said after a few minutes, "You have a point, but I have to verify the genius of swordsmanship you said." Ha, no problem. What about the name? East Blue Shimotsuki Village, Zoro the Three Swords Ryu. But it is estimated that he is not in Shimotsuki Village now, and I don't know if I can find him. Lu Zoro. I know, I will go to East Blue myself. Hawkeye looked in the direction of East Blue expectantly. He believed that with Lin Feng's vision, he would definitely be right, which meant that Lu Zoro is indeed a guy to look forward to. Chapter 112. Hawkeye joins. Then he looked at Lin Feng with burning eyes. Lin Feng was terrified by Hawkeye's eyes. The hand holding the wine bottle stopped in midair stiffly. "What are you doing?" "What do you mean? Don't take out things that can improve your strength, such as weapons or devil fruit." Lin Feng smiled and took out the Jianshin seed and put it in his hand. "Look, it's this thing." Hawkeye looked at the strange thing in front of him, reached out to take it, looked carefully and asked, "What is this?" The sword heart seed can improve a person's sword talent and increase the upper limit, but it will not directly increase your strength. Everything depends on yourself. Lin Feng explained the role of the sword heart seed. He thinks that the eagle eye should not be will refuse. Sure enough, after listening to Lin Feng's explanation, Hawkeye was very satisfied with Jianshin seed. "How do you use this?" "Just eat it." As soon as Lin Feng finished speaking, Hawkeye threw the Jianshin seed into his mouth. It was really straightforward. "Are you not afraid of poison? Trust me so much?" It didn't take long for Hawkeye to respond. It's just that he was quickly suppressed by Hawkeye's tyrannical strength. Feeling the changes in his body, Hawkeye's eyes became extremely serious, and then he closed his eyes and began to feel carefully. Lin Feng just held up the wine bottle and stared blankly. "Good guy, do you have to be in such a hurry? We are drinking? Just leave me like this?" Advertisement: there is no way. Hawkeye is strong enough, and he doesn't have to slowly adapt to digestion like Zoro and Kuina did before. This guy looks at this posture and wants to perfectly integrate it all at once. Lin Feng had no choice but to help guard it honestly. Although no one would come to Island 49 at ordinary times, he was not afraid of 10,000 but just in case. It would be bad if he was disturbed. Almost an hour later, Hawkeye slowly opened his eyes. His sharp eyes carried a huge momentum. What, it's over. It's pretty quick, Lin Feng said. Well, it feels very good. I will stay here for a long time during this period, and there are many things that need to be carefully realized. Hawkeye said this in a tone of impatience. If Lin Feng wasn't here, he probably would have rushed into the gravitational space to practice immediately. It's just that Lin Feng helped him so much just now, so it's not good to do so bear with it and start practicing again tomorrow. Lin Feng is also in a good mood. If Hawkeye decides to join him, then with the strength of their team, if they become pirates, they will be a proper double royal team. It's really exciting to think about it. I'll keep the matter of my joining a secret for the time being. Don't say anything. It may have an unexpected effect at critical times. After several bottles of wine, Hawkeye has already integrated himself into the role of the crew of the Shinshin. Well, you're right, no matter what aspect you consider, it's beneficial and harmless to keep it secret first. The two discussed the follow-up matters while drinking. After all, with the combat power of Hawkeye's level, no matter which force they join, it will have a considerable impact. The next day, Lin Feng came to the gravitational space early, thinking that he would be the first one, but who knew that Hawkeye was already here, and Lin Feng was even more surprised that Robin was also here. Lin Feng originally wanted to introduce the two of them, but who knew that Hawkeye had already met Robin when he came here. Advertisement at that time, the two were very surprised to see each other. One was the world's #1 swordsman, and the other was a woman called the Son of the Devil by the world government. Without disturbing Hawkeye's practice, Lin Feng walked up to Robin and asked, during the time we were away, nothing happened, right? Robin smiled slightly and said, very good, Lu Qi and his group are improving very quickly, and the same is true for K. Lakadar. How is the organization of the killer organization going? The progress is not very smooth. After all, most of those who have some strength are not willing to join our organization. This is going against the world government, and we can't use those without strength. Lin Feng nodded and said, in that case, let's get the security work done at the Scarlet Tavern first. This one doesn't need any particularly capable people. Robin smiled and said, no problem, it's already being arranged. By the way, did you go to Kuina? She has a present for you? Robin asked in surprise when he heard the words. Really? Then I'll go now. After speaking, he ran away in a panic. Not long after, Lu Qi and his party and K. Lakdar's party also came over. It is the task Lin Feng set for them to come to the gravity space to practice every day. Only by improving their strength in the shortest time can they complete the task Lin Feng entrusted to them. Everyone greeted Lin Feng one after another when they saw Lin Feng, and Lin Feng waved his hands in response. Time passed little by little in this boring practice, until a month later, a phone call from Shaki called Lin Feng to Shaki's tavern, and something happened. Chapter 113 Ace's News. Lin Feng hurried over, took the information and took a look. Potter Cass D. Ace rejected Shichibukai's invitation a few days ago, and the Spades pirates broke into the Four Emperors Whitebeard's chassis for unknown reasons. After 5 days and 5 nights of fighting with 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbei, Ace narrowly won by 1 move, and then fell unconscious on the ground. In the end, it is suspected that it fell into the hands of the Whitebeard pirates, and its life and death are unknown. After Lin Feng finished watching, he let out a long sigh of relief. He thought something serious had happened. Lin Feng, now that Ace is in Whitebeard's hands, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. What are you going to do? Shaki asked. Lin Feng put down the information in his hands and said, do nothing, this is his own choice. However, Lin Feng knew what the situation was, so he didn't panic at all. In his opinion, it's Whitebeard who is having a headache right now. The next thing to do is to face Ace's 100-time assassination. Although there is nothing wrong with it, it will definitely be annoying. Now Ace has his own weapons, and the development direction of Mara Fruit is also on the right track. Although it hasn't been long, it has achieved results. The narrow victory of Haishu Jinbei in this battle is a good illustration. It's just that Ace didn't practice the dragon gun well, otherwise he shouldn't have won by a narrow margin. The power of the dragon gun was obviously not brought into play. Sure enough, more than half of the reasons why Ace wanted the dragon gun at the beginning were simply because he was handsome. Then Lin Feng thought of another person, a schemer on the Whitebeard ship, Blackbeard Teach. Lin Feng felt that it was necessary for him to go to the Whitebeard pirates, but not now. There is still a month to go, and the arena will be completed. Advertisement after the arena officially opened, Lin Feng planned to visit New World himself. As for Ace joining the Whitebeard pirates, Lin Feng has no opinion. As long as Ace can keep his bottom line and not burn, kill or plunder, he can take him out of the pirate camp at any time. Experience life. And there are some things that Ace needs to experience by himself. What he wants to prove, actually already has it, but he didn't realize it. Thinking about these things, Lin Feng's thoughts returned to Luffy, a monkey boy in Fengshi village. He shook his head and muttered, pirate is not an adventure game. Shaki poured a glass of wine to Lin Feng. Aren't you worried? That's Whitebeard. Ha ha ha, Shaki, you also said that it is Whitebeard. I guess the old man is not thinking about whether to kill Ace, but thinking about how to make Ace his son. Lin Feng laughed and accepted drink up the wine in one gulp. Let's have something to eat, Shaki, I'm still not used to drinking this early in the morning. Shaki laughed and said, I thought you were like Rayleigh now. After speaking, he went back to prepare the food. At this time, the wind chime at the door rang. Lin Feng looked back, it was Kuina and Robin. The two walked in arm, seeing Lin Feng smiling sweetly. Lin Feng saw a strange jewelry wrapped around Robin's wrist, which was really incomprehensible with Lin Feng's aesthetics. Robin walked up to Lin Feng without noticing it, showed the jewelry and said, "Thank you Captain Lin Feng for the gift." As he said that, he glanced at the strange thing, and his face turned red. What a strange aesthetic. Advertisement, ahem, as long as you like it. Lin Feng smiled at Kaido. Since you're here, let's have breakfast together. Lin Feng gestured to the two women. Kuina went to sit next to Lin Feng, and Robin sat on the other side. How is it? Have you gained anything in the past few days? Lin Feng pulled Kuina into his arms and asked softly. Feeling the body fragrance and wonderful touch from Kuina's body, Lin Feng felt a little uncomfortable. A week ago, Kuina had a fight with Hawkeye. After Kuina lost, she practiced alone until today. Even Lin Feng didn't bother her, and she stayed alone for a week. It's okay. After this sparring, many deficiencies have been exposed. Kuina leaned on Lin Feng's shoulder and said. Well, that's fine, let's take a good rest today. Here, it's ready to eat. Hey, you two, be careful, this is a public place. Shaki couldn't help joking when he saw Lin Feng hugging Kuina tightly when he came out with the food. Ha ha ha, Shaki, thank you. After speaking, he picked up the food and stuffed it into his mouth. Eat slowly, you, and no one will grab you. Seeing Lin Feng gobbling, Kuina said. Ah, I'm afraid the captain is starving these days, Robin said with a meaningful smile. Lin Feng knew what Robin meant as soon as he heard it. Whoa, this black-bellied woman actually drove a car. After eating, Lin Feng took the two girls to the gravity space, and the next days passed little by little while waiting for the arena to be completed. Chapter 114 Completion of the Arena, Celestial Dragons Make Trouble. Even Marine has made a statement that it will not interfere with or capture pirates traveling to and from Sabaody. No matter who you are, you must register with your real name before entering Sabaody. If anyone dares to make trouble, they will be strangled by Lin Feng and Marine. From now on, not only Island 49, but the entire Sabaody archipelago has become a gray area under the eyes of Marine. As long as there is no trouble, no one will care. See Circle Calendar on July 1, 1518, the Colosseum was officially completed. July 15th will be the first opening of Arena. During these 15 days, countless people came here, pirates, marines, bounty hunters, and people from other forces, as well as various tourists, crowded into the Sabaody archipelago. Lin Feng has spent a huge sum of 12 billion baileys to buy almost all the locations with convenient transportation in the entire Sabaody archipelago a long time ago. Today it can be said that the Sabaody archipelago is full of Lin Feng's private properties. As time got closer, more and more people gathered on the island. However, just 2 days before leaving the industry, an accident happened on the island. Two celestial dragons came to the Sabaody archipelago with a large group of bodyguards. They still went their own way and didn't take Lin Feng's rules seriously. The reason why the celestial dragons, who have been hiding in the holy land of Mariajoy for so long, dare to come out now is entirely because the current Sabaody land is Lin Feng's territory. Judging from the information they know, Lin Feng is an admiral-level force, and even the people from the Zhanlong organization will not attack them in Sabaody today. After all, this can be regarded as slapping Lin Feng in the face, and it is not conducive to the Zhanlong organization to have a plain enmity, so after the two celestial dragons convinced themselves, they brought people to the Sabaody archipelago. Advertisement. When the Marines knew that someone was making trouble and rushed to the scene, they found that it was actually celestial dragons, and they dared not take a step forward. At this time, Lin Feng was practicing in closed-door training in the gravity space. The person who delivered the news dialed the phone to the arena. Since the completion of the arena, all the members of the Xingqian and the people who killed the dragon have moved to live in the arena. After receiving the news, Kuina didn't bother Lin Feng, called Asa and Enel and went out. On the other side, in Marine's base in Sabaody, Momosagi was flipping through the documents when suddenly there was a knock on the door. Come in. Momosagi said, looking up. A Marine colonel hurried in from outside the door and immediately said, Momosagi Vice Admiral, two celestial dragons have come to the island and are causing trouble, and several people have died. Momosagi turned pale when she heard the words, something big is about to happen. Go. Take me there. Momosagi went out of the room and rushed towards the scene of the incident as quickly as possible. Since the day the arena was completed, she has been sent by Sengoku to garrison at Sabaody, where she is the supreme officer base chief. Now the celestial dragons are making trouble here. Although Momosagi feels that those disgusting wastes may not give him face, he has to stop it. If this matter gets to Lin Feng, I don't know what will happen. The more she thinks about it, the more anxious Momosagi becomes. Advertisement. 10 minutes later, Kuina brought people to the scene. Two extremely ugly celestial dragons were waving the whips in their hands, constantly beating the newly captured slaves. It should be two pirates, Kuina guessed. Although Kuina himself doesn't like these scumbags who burn, kill and loot, but celestial dragons are even more disgusting. What's more, this is Sabaady's land. It has been clearly said that no matter who it is, as long as it comes here, it is not allowed to make trouble. Even Marine can't catch pirates here. It's all right now. Before it opened, there were pigs making trouble, some were killed, some were captured as slaves. Kuina could imagine that if Lin Feng was here now, his face would turn green with anger. If the battlefield is not opened, the credit will be gone. Kuina walked towards the celestial dragons with a gloomy face. Asa and Enel stood beside her. Seeing Kuina's current expression, they didn't dare to breathe. The captain's wife, the deputy chief, may not be well at all. Mess. The two obediently followed aside, looking at celestial dragons with unkind eyes. The pirates peeping quietly in the distance and people from various forces kept talking about the trouble caused by the celestial dragons. These voices came to Kuina's ears clearly under the influence of knowledge, and every time he took a step forward, the gloomy look on his pretty face became more and more intense. At this time, Celestial Dragons was still working hard to train the newly acquired slaves, and CP's bodyguards formed a circle to protect them. Surrounded by a group of people kneeling, their bodies trembling constantly, for fear that they would be the next to die. The Marines stood not far away, staring blankly, not daring to do anything. When the three of Kuina approached, everyone noticed. The three of them were dressed in red imperial robes, which were particularly conspicuous under the sunlight. Chapter 115 Killing Decisively Kuina. So what, I can kill the Celestial Dragons. That's right, didn't you see those Marines didn't dare to move? You know what a fart, that's Lin Feng's man, I think, even if he doesn't kill him, he will give him a good beating. Did you see the female swordsman in the middle? I heard that she is the deputy captain of the Xingqian, a woman from Lin Feng, a strong thief. Just when the crowd of onlookers were discussing in the distance. The group of CPs protecting the Celestial Dragons has blocked the three of Kuina. Kuina looked at them coldly, then glanced at the corpses on the ground, and saw that they were all dressed up as pirates. What are you trying to do? One of the CPs yelled at Kuina. Humph. I didn't expect this group of trash to be the first to make trouble here. After speaking, Kuina pulled out the snow sakura from her waist, and looked at this group of lackeys of Celestial Dragons as if she was looking at the dead. The CPs felt as if they were facing a formidable enemy in an instant, and they took out their weapons and arranged formations to protect the Celestial Dragons. At this time, the two Celestial Dragons, whose reaction was significantly slower by several beats, noticed the surrounding situation. He stopped whipping the whip in his hand, and looked at the three of Kuina. As soon as they met Kuina Shinigami's gaze, Celestial Dragons shivered and broke out in a cold sweat. They may not know what it is, but this group of CPs are very clear that it is murderous. Undisguised killing intent. Are you going to fight against the world government? You can't bear the crime of attacking two adults. A group of CPs say one sentence to another, which sounds quite bluffing, but unfortunately there is no momentum. At this time, the two Celestial Dragons riding on the pirates also spoke. Advertisement. How dare you not kneel down when you see us, damn it, what kind of look is that in your eyes? How dare you draw your sword, take her down for me, I want her to be my slave girl. Ha ha ha, I want her to kneel in front of me naked. The two Celestial Dragons pointed at Kuina brazenly and said. Momosagi, who just arrived here, heard what they were saying before they could get close. It's over, Momosagi feels like she's gone soft now. She knew that when those two scumbags said those words, it was all over. Sengoku can't keep them. When Kuina heard what they said, he smiled coldly, and his figure disappeared instantly. Also missing are Enel and Asa. Suddenly, a sword flashed across, and the CPs found that Kuina had appeared behind them at some point. One of the Celestial Dragons who spoke just now is missing an ear. Blood splattered everywhere. Kuina didn't intend to kill them directly, just what he said just now, if he didn't go through the top 10 tortures, Kuina would feel sorry for himself. And she also knew that Lin Feng was very obsessed with killing the Celestial Dragons with his own hands. Although she didn't know the reason, it was definitely right to capture them back and give them to Lin Feng. Just as CP was about to make a move, Enel and Asa had already entered their formation. Asaf cannot reveal the fruit ability, but uses the armed color and observation hockey. Although Enel has already exposed Thunderfruit, he has no ability to use Thunderfruit. These CPs that Marine 6 styles have not fully mastered are their opponents. In a short time, they were knocked down and killed a large number of people. And Kuina was even more ruthless. After cutting off one ear of Celestial Dragons in an instant, he stared at the other end. The figure appeared like a ghost, and cut off with a sword again. Advertisement bang. Kuina didn't succeed in this attack, it was also a slashing attack, and they collided head-on. Seeing who was coming, Kuina said with a sullen face, Momosagi Vice Admiral, long time no see. Momosagi felt bitter when she heard the words. In the past, Kuina always called her sister Gion. Kuina, stop it, Momosagi said with a wry smile. But her voice didn't sound like a request, and it could even be said that there was a hint of begging in it. While the two were talking, two Celestial Dragons had already rolled and crawled off the pirate slave. The Celestial Dragons, who lost one of their ears, covered their ears and kept screaming. Momosagi Vice Admiral, are you going to stop me today? Kuina's voice sounded very indifferent at this moment. Momosagi shook his head and said, this is my responsibility, and as long as we stop now, there is still room for negotiation. If we really kill them, the world government will not let it go. Hearing this, Kuina laughed. So Momosagi Vice Admiral's duty is to protect these rubbish? Then you can hear what they say. Momosagi nodded and said, but. Then Momosagi Vice Admiral, does Momosagi Vice Admiral know what will happen if those two trash don't die today? You should know Lin Feng's temper. After Kuina finished speaking, she looked at Momosagi so coldly. And Enel and Asa have already dealt with the group of CPs. The Celestial Dragons were protected by the people brought by Momosagi. Enel looked at Kuina and asked, do you want to do it? Kuina shook her head and said, no rush, just wait. How about it, should you hand over the person to me, or wait for me to go in and grab it yourself? Momosagi said embarrassingly. Kuina, if you really kill them, there will be no room for maneuver. I know you have been wronged, but for Lin Feng, you can't kill them. You don't want to turn Lin Feng against the world government, right? As long as you don't tell him, everything will be fine. Haven't you already cut off an ear? Stop. Momosagi's face was full of helplessness. Chapter 116 Akainu is coming. Kuina's answer was firm and forceful, and this breath, I don't intend to swallow it. As soon as the words fell, Kuina swung the sword in his hand and slashed towards Momosagi. In desperation, Momosagi could only passively parry. The two armament hockey have already covered their weapons, and they have already exchanged several moves in a short period of time, and the rhythm is extremely fast. At this time, everyone's eyes were fixed on the two women in the field. Enel, who do you think will win? Judging from the scene, neither of them intends to give in. It seems that there must be a winner. Chop, chop, stab. Continue to fight like this, I'm afraid I will lose, Enel said. Although Kuina has made rapid progress, she is still a bit lost in the face of Momosagi, who is Admiral's substitute. After the fight, Kuina also understood that he still couldn't beat Momosagi, and it was even more impossible to bypass her to catch the two celestial dragons. After Kuina slashed out with a sword, he suddenly jumped away and said loudly, Enel, do it. After speaking, he rushed to Momosagi again. Even if he can't beat you, can't he hold you back? However, Momosagi was very anxious at this time, and was about to go back to support, but was stopped by Kuina. How can those sailors stop Enel and Asa, while Kuina is holding Momosagi down? The two of them had already arrived in front of Marine. Stupid mortals, don't get in the way of this Thor. Enel raised his pitch-black fist and said brazenly. Compared to Enel, Asa was much more low-key, rushing into the crowd without saying a word, grabbing one with one hand and throwing it out. Although they have done something to Marine now, they still remember that Lin Feng said before that unless it is a last resort, try not to hurt the life of the Marine. Advertisement, but this group of Marines is not without people except Momosagi. Soon a colonel stood up and stood in front of Enel and the two of them. It was the Marine who had gone to inform Momosagi earlier. I saw him standing in front of him with a serious face. You can't continue anymore. I won't let you go one step further, although I am not an opponent, but I will risk my life. This is my duty. Enel looked at him jokingly after hearing the words, and said disdainfully, then your duties are really disgusting. The colonel's face became very ugly. He knew what Enel meant, but it was not up to him to decide. All he has to do now is to stop these two powerful enemies. Bring it on. The colonel intends to try his best to delay the time, guessing that Admiral should also rush over. Oh, stupid. After Enel finished speaking, he attacked Colonel Marine at an extremely fast speed. He punched hard, but the opponent didn't fly backwards like the others. Instead, he took Enel's fist hard. Oh, armament hockey, not bad, Enel laughed. However, aren't you being too naive? Asa, do it. Why are you standing still? Enel turned to Asa and said. Asa heard the words and rushed towards the celestial dragons again. Ha ha ha, see, you can't stop it. Enel laughed and punched out again. This time he didn't hold back. Colonel Marine spat out a mouthful of blood and smashed it into the crowd behind him. At this time, Asa had also jumped out of the encirclement with the celestial dragons in one hand. Momosagi, who was entangled by Kuina, has been paying attention to the situation here. When she saw Enel holding the celestial dragons in their hands like no one else, she quickly said, Kuina, you really want to do this? HMPH, no one can keep them today. Oh, is it? Advertisement. At this moment, a dull voice sounded. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. The faces of all the people present changed drastically. Akainu. When Kuina saw the person coming, she immediately retreated to Enel and the two of them, and said in a low voice. The person coming is not friendly, be careful. Momosagi also looked at Akainu in shock. This is troublesome, how could it be this guy who came here? Sure enough, he is a restless guy. Attacking celestial dragons is a serious crime. How about it, surrender, or let me do it myself, Akainu said with a sneer. Everyone present felt an overwhelming coercion coming towards them. The three of Kuina looked at Akainu vigilantly, and the two celestial dragons shouted arrogantly when they saw Akainu coming. The annoyed Enel knocked him unconscious and threw it to Asa, and then said to Kuina. You go first, I will stop him. Kuina heard the words and said, I am the first officer, do you think I will go first? In this case, we can only experience the strength of Marine Admiral. Enel gritted his teeth and stared at Akainu without daring to relax. On the other side, in the arena, the people left behind are also waiting for news here, as long as the troublesome celestial dragons are captured first, and then they will negotiate with the world government after Lin Feng finishes training. Why haven't you come back for so long? Could something have happened? Barry said anxiously. Crowmouth, don't talk nonsense. Just then, the phone in the room rang. Barry rushed over first. He quickly put down the phone bug and said with a deep expression, Akainu is here. Everyone stood up in surprise when they heard the words. Konus, Lil Betty, inform the captain immediately. Bado, you and I will go to support, Reiju and Robin, you two take Lu Chi and lock Doll's people to hide, and Marine must not find it. Chapter 117 Enel vs Akainu. I saw that the gravitational space was filled with incomparably strong magical battle energy. Lin Feng's figure kept changing positions in it, and the Huowu Liuyan in his hand kept waving. Long dragons formed by the gathering of magical battle chi surround the surroundings. Each dragon has a different color and carries completely different attributes on its body. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, ice, light, and darkness. 10 dragons surrounded Lin Feng and roared. And the Huowu Liuyuan in Lin Feng's hand was waving more and more quickly, and soon the figure of the first golden dragon became clearer and clearer, and finally condensed like a real dragon. After raising his head and roaring, he slowly merged into it. Lin Feng's body. On the battlefield, with Akainu's dark hound move, the curtain opened. The three of Kuina dodged quickly. The ground where they were originally had been smashed by Akainu's levised arm into a deep pit that was still bubbling with magma. None of the three dared to be negligent. Facing Akainu, they must not fight head-on. Even this brainless person knew this. With the three of them alone, Akainu would never be able to stop Akainu if he wanted to run away. But as long as they have celestial dragons in their hands, Akainu will not let them go. The three of them never thought about handing over the celestial dragons, not to mention that these two wastes are bound to die. Just holding them in their hands can make Akainu throw a mouse. After avoiding Akainu's attack, Enel quickly retreated to the distance and did not hesitate to use his most powerful attack. 200 million volts. Thor. Enel releases all the 200 million volts of lightning in his body and surrounds himself with all the released lightning, thereby transforming into the appearance of a giant thunder god. Then he punched out, and the huge fist attached to armament hockey blasted towards Akainu with endless thunder and lightning. And Akainu naturally wouldn't just stand there and take the blow, he wasn't Enel. However, because the speed of the lightning is too fast and under the control of Enel, it can be said that it is like its own positioning tracking, so it is impossible to hide. Akainu swung his fist without hesitation, and the dog gnawed at Gurren. Akainu's arm turned into lava again, with black smoke rising from his arm, and instantly turned into a giant lava dog. The sharp teeth in the jaws of the giant dog were clearly visible, facing Enel's strongest blow head-on. Advertisement: there was a boom. The collision of lightning and lava caused the entire island to be affected to varying degrees. A shock wave instantly dissipated to the surroundings, bringing up dust all over the place. Hot fog also filled the entire battlefield. The lightning dissipated, and Akainu's giant lava dog was also blasted into countless pieces scattered on the ground by the lightning, turning into pools of flowing magma. HMPH, not bad, but it's a disaster after all. Akainu also had to admit that Enel's move just now was really good. Since that's the case, I can't keep you. After saying that, Akainu rushed towards Enel. Enel's body suddenly gushed out countless thunderbolts, surrounding him. Daiyu. 60 million volts, Thunderbird. In an instant, thunder radiated everywhere, and above Enel's head appeared a huge Thunderbird composed of lightning, which rushed towards Akainu with endless power. After a violent noise, the giant Thunderbird and the giant lava dog collided with each other suddenly, and the lightning and magma scattered. At this moment, the ground beneath the two of them shattered. A huge heat wave spread to the surroundings, and the place where it passed was as terrifying as locusts crossing the border. The mud was splashed everywhere, and it was a scene like flying sand and rocks. However, Enel didn't dare to stop at this moment and continued to launch crazy attacks. With both hands spread out, the golden stick is placed across the chest. 60 million volts, Ultralisk. It hasn't stopped yet. Advertisement: Enel continued to dance the golden stick crazily. 100 million volts, Brontosaurus. He released two big moves in succession. In an instant, giant dragons and thunder beasts exuding terrifying lightning appeared in the arena, and Akainu frowned suddenly, his face a little ugly. He didn't expect that Lin Feng's crew would develop the fruit ability to such an extent. This is an opponent not to be underestimated and cannot be allowed to grow. Akainu also opened his hands. Great eruption. Terrible magma flowed on a huge magma fist, and instantly collided with the oncoming thunder dragon again. There was another fierce collision, and both of them shouted with all their might. Countless thunderbolts and hot magma scattered on the ground, destroying the island unsightly, looking like a hell on earth. Enel's lightning dragon was only supported for a short while under the attack of Akainu's lava fist before it was smashed to pieces. The giant lava fist was still threatening to hit Enel. Under Akainu's attack, Enel's thunderbeasts also turned into a little bit of lightning and disappeared between the sky and the earth. Seeing that he was about to be hit head-on by Akainu's giant lava fist, Enel immediately turned into a thunderbolt and dodged towards the distance without any hesitation. After dodging, Enel turned around and attacked again. 200 million volts, Lei Ying. Enel released the lightning from his whole body. In an instant, the thunder light flashed in the sky non-stop and soon condensed into a huge spherical lightning. In the sky, as the number of thunderbolts continued to increase, the not-so-small spherical lightning rapidly expanded, forming a spherical lightning with a diameter of nearly 100 meters. Akainu looked at this scene coldly and said, "I didn't expect Lin Feng to have someone like you under his command. What a pity." Immediately, Akainu was also ready to get serious and take down the most threatening discharger as soon as possible. If Enel is allowed to grow up, the consequences will be disastrous. Then Akainu slammed into Enel with a more powerful and faster lava dog than before.